Bai-chun has traversed into the world of Naruto for quite some time now and has gradually adapted to his new surroundings. He has come to better understand his unique ability to exchange system. This system imposes a cooldown period of 7 days, during which he can execute a single exchange of any nature, including bloodlines, techniques, and weapons. Remarkably, this exchange is compulsory regardless of the willingness of the target. The system ensures Bai-chun's success. Upon summoning Pikachu, his mentor, Hinata Akiheim, immediately grew despondent. "Are you certain it is a spirit companion? It seems you are merely deceiving us," she exclaimed. Bai-chun could only remain speechless, suddenly sensing the malice emanating from her. What had transpired in her mind? Just moments ago, her demeanor had been amiable, yet now she appeared filled with hostility. Is this truly a pet? Kakashi, however, did not possess such keen insight. He failed to detect the vibrant chakra emanating from Pikachu, and thus inquired with a puzzled expression. "Pika Pika, you are the pet. I am formidable." Pikachu, sensing Kakashi's disdain, raised its tiny arms in protest. Were it not for Kakashi's apparent friendship with Bai-chun, it would have stood tall and asserted itself. "What's it saying? Is it angry?" Kakashi asked Bai-chun, a hint of frustration in his voice. Clearly, Bai-chun shrugged. "Do not be deceived by Pikachu's adorable appearance. Its strength is formidable, and you may not be its match." He was not underestimating Kakashi. The 6-year-old version of him was indeed unlikely to rival Pikachu. The creature had undergone evolution and accelerated growth within the beast mastery space, rendering it entirely different from its former self. "Is that so?" Kakashi felt a tinge of condescension directed at him. "I cannot possibly be outmatched by this little creature." Let us wait and see." Bai-chun smiled gently. There would be ample time for Kakashi to witness the true power of the divine creature. "All right, let's proceed to accept a mission. Follow me." At that moment, Hinata Akiheim was not inclined to delay further. With a beckoning gesture, she led Bai-chun and Kakashi to the mission hall, where they accepted a task to eliminate bandits before departing from the Hokage building. They were fortunate not to encounter the third Hokage this time, as he evidently had no time to oversee the distribution of such trivial tasks. After several hours, Bai-chun and his companions arrived at a village. After coordinating with the village chief and gathering information about their mission, they set off towards the bandits' hideout, a mile away. "Now it is up to you both. This is your first mission, and I hope you do not disappoint me. I shall refrain from intervening," Hinata Akiheim declared, halting several hundred meters from the bandits' lair. This task was intended to hone Bai-chun and Kakashi's skills and provide them with a taste of real combat, hence her decision to remain uninvolved. Strength alone does not always equate to being a competent ninja. These matters require practical experience to be validated. Now is the most opportune moment. "Very well, teacher." Bai-chun and Kakashi nodded in understanding, evidently having prepared for this. Immediately, the two approached the stronghold. As they neared the stronghold, a mere 100 meters away, Bai-chun addressed Kakashi, "We shall split our forces. I will launch an assault from the front, while you approach from the rear. We will commence the attack in 10 minutes, ensuring that no one escapes." "Is there any objection?" "None at all." Kakashi readily agreed. "Excellent. Let us proceed." In an instant, Bai-chun and Kakashi parted ways. Bai-chun silently concealed himself near a large tree, roughly 10 meters from the stronghold's entrance, blending seamlessly into the foliage, rendering himself nearly invisible. Once the 10 minutes elapsed, Bai-chun stepped upon a branch, shattering it beneath his foot. Shave! In a flash, he traversed the distance to the stronghold's entrance, his form enveloped in golden blue lightning. The electric arcs traced a Z across the entrance, and in an instant, the blade cleaved through the necks of the two sentries, claiming their lives. Without pausing, Bai-chun surged into the stronghold. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Damn it! Who dares to challenge the great black tiger? You shall perish! No, you are a demon. We cannot fight back. We must flee. Soon, a cacophony of shouts and roars erupted throughout the stronghold, but it swiftly fell into silence. In less than 10 minutes, Bai-chun and Kakashi reunited. Bai-chun flicked the blood from his chakra blade, sending a surge of lightning along the blade to cleanse it entirely, then turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Is everything resolved?" Kakashi nodded. "All taken care of. Your speed is astounding. You accounted for most of the kills. It is you who were too slow." Bai Chun dismissed with a shake of his head and wave his hand. Very well. Let us commence the cleanup. Additionally, we must search for any remaining survivors and gather the supply as well. Understood. They promptly resumed their separate searches within the various chambers. Before long, the gathered valuables were amassed. The bodies were all collected into a pit, created by Bai Chen's lightning. I have rescued over 10 innocent women, seemingly from the nearby village. How shall we proceed with them? At that moment, Kakashi approached, followed by the timid women, who appear to have endured considerable torment, evoking sympathy. Bai Chun surveyed the group. Rend. In the next moment, he transformed into lightning, appearing beside one of the women. Pointed spear. A single finger pierced through the woman's neck. You. The woman's eyes widened in shock. Ah. The other women, witnessing this, scattered in terror, but did not venture far. What are you doing? Why must you take the life of the innocent? Kakashi charged forward, his voice laced with fury. Foolish. Bai Chun coldly regarded Kakashi, gesturing toward the lifeless body of the woman on the ground. Take a good look. Is this truly an innocent? When you attempt to save someone, do you not first ascertain whether their identity poses any threat? This woman clearly possesses a physique that surpasses that of an ordinary person. Her hands bear the marks of rigorous training, and there is a distinct chakra presence within her. Did you not notice any of this? He felt a profound disappointment in Kakashi's oversight. Had it not been for the woman's hesitation to strike, Kakashi might have found himself in dire straits. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly knelt beside the woman's corpse, inspecting her hands. He discovered, indeed, the signs of training in throwing techniques. Along with calluses, his expression darkened immediately. Next, he channeled chakra into her body, confirming the lingering presence of chakra, accompanied by evident signs of cultivated meridians. Kakashi fell into a heavy silence. Chapter 2. After a considerable amount of time, he finally rose and looked at Bai Chun with an apologetic expression, saying, I am truly sorry. It was my oversight. I assure you it will not happen again. Bai Chun, noticing his despondency, gently patted his shoulder in a comforting gesture. It's all right. It is only natural to be somewhat careless during your first attempt due to lack of experience. Remember this lesson and do not repeat the same mistake. Next time, you may not be so fortunate to escape unscathed. Go and reassure the survivors and conduct another inspection. I will tend to the supplies and the bodies. Exercise caution. It is always prudent. Understood. Kakashi had no objections and promptly called the women to gather and stand in formation, one by one to investigate. After confirming that these individuals were indeed innocent victims, Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Bai Chun had already utilized the lightning ball technique, casting it into the pit of corpses. This jutsu, enhanced by the sound thunder fruit, instantaneously charred and ignited the bodies. In a short while, they were reduced to ashes. The supplies were also collected by Bai Chun using a space sealing scroll. All done. Let us depart. After completing these tasks, Bai Chun turned to Kakashi, signaling for him to lead the survivors onward. Just then, the crimson figure of Yuhi Jinhong appeared not far off, regarding Bai Chun with an appreciative gaze. Well done. He had observed Bai Chun's actions closely, noting his strength, timing, and keen observational skills, all of which were exceptionally commendable. It was almost hard to believe he was merely a recent graduate. His demeanor in action was calm and decisive. Jinhong reflected on this, thinking of another prodigy from the village, Namikaze Minato, who, though gentle and sunny in nature, displayed remarkable composure and decisiveness in battle. Some individuals are simply destined for this path. Following this mission, Yuhi Jinhong's impression of Bai Chun had improved significantly. He commended both Bai Chun and Kakashi for their successful execution of the mission. You flatter me, teacher. This is merely the basics. Bai Chun humbly shook his head. Hiki. Yuhi Jinhong smiled slightly, then turned to Kakashi, saying, Kakashi, you performed admirably at the outset, truly worthy of being White Fang's son. However, you were indeed careless later on. Remember this lesson and do not let it happen again. In battle, any negligence could cost you your life. Do you understand? A genius who has perished is not considered a genius. Throughout the millennia of the ninja world, how many talents have fallen due to unforeseen circumstances? Yes, teacher, I understand. Kakashi replied, his head bowed in shame. Lift your head. We must proceed to report our mission. Yuhi Jinhong instructed Kakashi, then beckoned to the others as they hurried towards the village, located over 10 miles away. Kakashi and Bai Chun followed closely behind, leading the survivors. Upon returning to the village, Bai Chun and his companions received heartfelt gratitude from the village chief and the villagers. Thank you, esteemed ninja. We are grateful for your valor in vanquishing the bandits and rescuing the young women of our village. No need for thanks, it was merely a task. Yu Zhenhong replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. He continued, as night has fallen, we require a place to rest. I kindly request the village chief to arrange accommodations for us. Of course, please follow me. I have made prior arrangements. The village chief promptly led the way. Early the next morning, Bai Chun and his companions set forth once more towards the village. For over a month, they were either on the road to complete missions or returning from them. In the span of a month, they accomplished a total of 18 missions, all of which were assassination tasks of considerable difficulty. Throughout this period, Bai Chun and Kakashi were utterly exhausted from the relentless bloodshed. Upon returning to the familiar village gates, they felt a profound sense of nostalgia and relief wash over them. Taking a deep breath, Bai Chun could not help but jest with Yu Zhenhong. Teacher, can we refrain from undertaking any more missions? I feel as though I might be ill. Aren't you concerned that Kakashi and I will become cold-blooded killers? Is such an intense regimen of assassination tasks truly suitable for human beings? Kakashi, standing nearby, wore a similarly forlorn expression as he regarded Yu Zhenhong. Haha. Yu Zhenhong chuckled upon hearing this. Seeing you still have the spirit to joke assures me that you are well. However, you should know that there will be no more assassination tasks available for you for the time being. All that needed to be cleared has been dealt with in this past month. Additionally, I received a directive from the village yesterday. I must travel alone to the battlefield in the land of Earth to undertake an important mission, and I will not be able to accompany you for tasks any longer. Therefore, you may take this time to rest in the village. During this period of warfare, it had already been over half a month since Konoha had engaged in battle with the Sand Ninja. The Rock, Cloud, and Mist Ninja were also stirring with intentions of their own. Oh, Bai Chun and Kakashi, upon hearing this news, were not at all disheartened. Rather, their eyes sparkled with excitement. This is splendid news. Yu Zhenhong, amused by their enthusiasm, added, however, I do have tasks for you to complete. Due to the earlier conflict, you began with high-level assassination missions and have yet to experience lower-level tasks. Such a ninja career would be incomplete, so I have decided that for the foreseeable future, you must complete at least one lower-level task each day until I am available again or until the village makes other arrangements. Do you understand? You were tired of the assassination tasks, weren't you? Well then, off you go to tackle the lower-level missions. The village has recently dispatched many ninjas, and numerous lower-level tasks remain unaddressed. It has come to my attention that many public restrooms in the village have gone uncleaned for several days. Hinata Haruno feels compelled to alleviate the concerns of the villagers and create a wholesome living environment for them. It is unacceptable to let the quality of life deteriorate merely because of the impending war, is it not? Bai Chun and Kakashi listened, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Bai Chun, with an expression of disbelief, remarked to Hinata, please, for the love of all that is good, reconsider your decision. Are you not aware of our capabilities? To assign us such a task is utterly excessive. He would much prefer confronting bandits than undertaking such menial chores. Kakashi silently commended Bai Chun for articulating precisely what he wished to convey to Hinata. The instructor's request seemed utterly unreasonable. What did you just say? Hinata shot a glare at Bai Chun. He instinctively recoiled, thinking, were it not for your connection as the father of my future father-in-law, I might very well take you down a peg. Presently, Bai Chun's strength had fully manifested, undoubtedly at a level comparable to a shadow. Indeed, Hinata would struggle to match him. Resolutely, Hinata declared, in any case, this matter is settled. Now disperse. With that, she executed the body flicker technique and vanished within mere moments, leaving Bai Chun and Kakashi exchanging incredulous glances. Chapter 3, An Unnecessary Interruption. Truly inconsiderate. What now? Are we genuinely expected to undertake such a menial task? Kakashi cast a dejected glance at Bai Chun. He shrugged in response. What else can we do? The instructor has spoken. However, he added, we could dispatch shadow clones to handle it. We can also select from a range of tasks. Surely, there are many assignments suitable for our skill level. Cleaning restrooms is far beneath us. Let the lower-ranked shinobi handle that. What do you think? Bai Chun turned to Kakashi. Excellent idea. Let us proceed accordingly. Kakashi wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, the two made their way back to the village. Hey, Bai Chun. Kakashi. As they neared a corner on their route home, they suddenly heard voices calling out to them. Turning around, they spotted Sakura and Ino, their faces alight with joy as they rushed toward them. Following closely behind were Obito and Asuma. Well, Bai-Chin greeted them with a smile, raising his hand in salute. Sakura, Ino, it's been quite some time. Over a month, in fact. What have you all been up to? We haven't seen you around. Even your father is missing. Sakura could not help but inquire, her gaze fixated on Bai-Chin. She had known for over a month that her father was leading Bai-Chin and Kakashi on their missions. We've been out of the village tackling some bandit eradication missions. Recently, we've engaged in conflict with the Sand Shinobi. And even the Rock Shinobi seemed poised for action. It's been quite exhausting. Bai-Chin explained, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. I see. Sakura nodded in understanding before asking, so, do you have more missions outside the village coming up? And why haven't I seen my father? As she spoke, Hong glanced around. The teacher had gone to the Hokage Tower, apparently on another mission. Bai-Chin immediately replied, Kakashi, and I don't need to leave the village for now. We can handle some lower-ranked tasks. These can be delegated to shadow clones, allowing us to prepare for intensive training. If you have the time, you are welcome to join us. With the impending battle looming, Hong and her companions would inevitably find themselves on the battlefield, making it prudent to train further to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Although, in the original narrative, Hong and her friends survived well into their 20s, one could never be too certain. This little butterfly had already instigated significant changes. Hey, is that feasible? Upon hearing this, Hong and Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. We're in. Worst case, we can ask the teacher for leave or simply skip class. Compared to the knowledge they could gain from Bai-Chin, missing a few days of school was inconsequential. A student life devoid of truancy was incomplete. Hey. At that moment, Obito, who had been standing nearby, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Can't you see us? Exactly. Asuma chimed in. There should be limits to ignoring us, you know? They felt that Bai-Chin and Kakashi were doing this intentionally. Bai-Chin finally seemed to realize. Turning to face them, Oh, it's you two. Long time no see. He then turned back to chat with Hong. Obito and Asuma were left exasperated, feeling an urge to confront Bai-Chin, but lamented their inability to do so. Why do you even bother showing up if you're just going to act like this? It's truly perplexing. At that moment, Kakashi, with his characteristic sharp tongue, shook his head in disapproval. Obito and Asuma felt their tempers rising. These two rascals. All right. It's rare for us to meet again, so let me treat you to something to eat. Follow me. Bai-Chin called out, leading the way with Hong. Kakashi and Lin closely followed behind. Wait for us. Obito and Asuma hurried to catch up. Asuma watched Bai-Chin and Hong, who were engaged in cheerful conversation and displaying tender gestures, and sighed inwardly. It appears that Hong's heart is completely captured by Bai-Chin. I thought I might have a chance if Bai-Chin graduated early, but alas, Hong still pays no attention to me. Perhaps I should just give up? During this period, influenced by Bai-Chin, Asuma had been diligently honing his skills and maturing in character. He had come to realize that matters of the heart could not be forced. At the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, Obito looked at Bai-Chin in disbelief. You promised to treat us, and this is what you bring us? Before Bai-Chin could respond, the owner of the shop peeked out from behind the curtain and addressed Obito. What's the matter? Do you have a complaint about our establishment? Or do you think we are unworthy of your presence? Is it that I, Datakumi, cannot wield the knife? Or have you become too lofty, Obito? No. Confronted by a gaze imbued with intensity, Obito hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, That's not the case at all. I have indulged in your ramen several times, and it is undoubtedly the finest in the Hidden Leaf, and even in the entire ninja world. How could I possibly have any objections? The main issue is that your establishment offers such reasonable prices. It was a rare opportunity to treat Bai-Chin. Yet he penny-pinched and chose to come here. I merely made a light-hearted comment. It was certainly not a critique of your restaurant. In fact, your culinary skills are exceptional. And I absolutely adore this place. At that moment, Obito's thoughts were racing, and his words flowed with remarkable clarity. He had lavished compliments without reserve. The ramen chef's expression softened immediately, his brows lifting in a smile as he said, So that's how it is. I forgive you. Would you like to come in and enjoy a meal? Thank you, chef. As usual, I'll have the tonkatsu ramen with extra chili sauce. Bai-Chin interjected, pulling Hong along as they entered the establishment. Very well. The chef responded with a grin. By the way, Bai-Chin, it seems you haven't visited our shop for quite some time. Have you been busy lately? Indeed, Bai-Chin nodded. I've been out on missions. I see. Thank you for your hard work. You are all heroes of the village. The chef remarked with heartfelt admiration. Observing that Bai Chun appeared to be around 10 years old, he marveled at the boy's dedication to the village's safety. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Bai Chun's companion seemed several years younger. The chef found himself puzzled. Fortunately, Bai Chun remained oblivious to his thoughts, otherwise he might have felt disheartened. Was it possible he appeared older than his years? He was merely growing a bit faster than others. Over the past month, he had gradually revealed the physical prowess and increased height that came from merging with Rob Lucci's techniques. It all seemed quite reasonable. After finishing their ramen, Bai Chun accompanied Hong for a stroll before escorting her home. Upon arriving, he found that Yuhi Kurenai was not at home. Goodbye, Bai Chun. Hong waved with a reluctant expression as she bid him farewell. Goodbye. Good night. Bai Chun waved back, then departed with an air of nonchalance, heading straight home. He released Pikachu from its confines. Pika, are we home? Pikachu emerged, rubbing its eyes sleepily as it looked up at Bai Chun. Yes. Bai Chun smiled, affectionately patting the little creature's head. How are you? Did you rest well? Are you hungry? I've prepared some food for you. This little companion had accompanied him on numerous missions over the past month, demonstrating significant growth in strength, battle experience, and temperament, making it an invaluable partner. Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai envied him for having such a remarkable summoning beast. Pika, I can. Pikachu patted its slightly deflated belly and nodded. Indeed, it was hungry. Excellent. Please wait here. I will prepare it right away. Bai Chun gently patted its head before rushing to the kitchen, where he first prepared a delectable salad of berries for Pikachu. Subsequently, he retrieved the energy cube manufacturing machine and crafted several premium energy cubes suitable for electric-type Pokemon. This energy cube machine, along with the advanced recipes, had been gradually acquired from the Pokemon world over the past month. In addition to these items, he had also exchanged for the legacy of a top breeder, firestones, leaf stones, and more. Remarkably, he even obtained a rare mineral collection piece from Dawu, which appeared to be meteorite iron. Furthermore, he procured various marine meats and unique herbs from the pirate world. However, he had not stumbled upon anything particularly exceptional. Recently, he observed that his luck fluctuated, sometimes soaring and at other times plummeting. One cannot always expect to acquire remarkable treasures. All right, the food is ready. Let us dig in. Bai Chun announced as he placed the energy cubes and berry salad on the dining table. He then retrieved a gourmet tablecloth from his spatial ring, ordered a sumptuous array of delicacies for both himself and Pikachu, and they began to relish their feast together. What? Hadn't Bai Chun just devoured 10 bowls of ramen? Huh. Life is about balance. This modest meal would be digested in no time. The energy gained would easily be assimilated during his lightning training session later, without any concern for nutritional excess. After finishing dinner, he sent Pikachu off to play within the confines of the spatial ring and entered the ring himself. Within this realm, many areas had undergone significant transformations. A multitude of flowers, grasses, and trees had blossomed, all planted by Bai Chun during his solitary moments while undertaking village tasks. Currently, 1% of the area had been planted with trees, and 50% had been sown with various seeds, including those for trees, fruit trees, herbs, and berries. The remaining regions, apart from the central villa area, experimental zone, and training ground, still had ample vacant space, which Bai Chun had yet to decide how to utilize. For now, he had sown grass seeds, intending to use the area for grazing. In addition to trees, he had progressively captured and purchased numerous animals, including cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks, which roamed freely within the spatial realm. Remarkably, he had even captured over a dozen ninja beasts possessing chakra. Upon entering, Bai Chun communicated with the ring, and with a mere thought, a ninja cat appeared before him. He swiftly picked it up and silently intoned, "Exchange." In the next moment, the ninja cat vanished, and an image materialized in his mind. The Pokemon world, an unknown space. Another one? Arceus suddenly opened its eyes, sensing the request for an exchange of talents, and promptly chose to agree. It had no choice, for the exchange talent could enforce a swap. Thus, this arrangement was the result of amicable negotiations between both parties. However, the items involved in this transaction were directly interfered with by the Divine, and upon their emergence, they were swiftly transported to a Team Rocket base deep beneath the Cerulean City Gym. Sakamoto, while petting a cat, gazed at the armored Mutuo in the center of the laboratory, its form entangled with numerous wires, and laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. With Mutuo in my grasp, my dream of unifying and dominating the world is within reach. Just you wait. Ha ha. Suddenly, amid his laughter, Sakamoto felt a jolt run through his body, an unsettling weakness overtaking him. At that moment, he realized he could no longer sense his cerulean power, which he had painstakingly developed over many years to an extraordinary level. What was happening? What was going on? Sakamoto's face turned ashen as he staggered to regain his footing, his voice trembling with fear as he roared in confusion. At that instant, a cat suddenly materialized in midair before him, diverting Sakamoto's attention. Before he could react, a wormhole appeared beneath the feline, drawing it in and causing it to vanish without a trace. Sakamoto, what on earth is happening? That was just an ordinary cat, wasn't it? Surely. Why did it disappear so suddenly? Mutewo, was that your doing? Sakamoto exclaimed in exasperation as he rushed towards Mutewo. But he stumbled and fell onto the control panel, inadvertently hitting the shutdown switch for the suppressive armor. Instantly, the lights on the armor extinguished, and it began to disassemble, clattering to the ground in pieces. Mutewo slowly opened its eyes to regard Sakamoto, blue light emanating from its gaze, exuding an air of utter indifference. A terrifying aura enveloped the space, thickening the very air around them, causing Sakamoto to shudder and struggle to breathe. Fortunately, Mutewo did not take any immediate action, instead raising its hand to unleash a destructive beam that blasted a massive hole through the ceiling of the underground base, revealing the sky above. Through that aperture, the outside world became visible. Subsequently, Mutewo vanished through the opening, appearing above the Cerulean Gym. The commotion drew the attention of many in Cerulean City, including Junsha and several others, who hurriedly rushed to the scene. With a flicker of its gaze, Mutewo executed a teleportation move, disappearing from sight. No. The moment Mutewo departed the underground base, Sakamoto shouted in a mix of rage and despair. No. Mutewo, return to me. I created you. How can you abandon me? Alas. Mutewo had already vanished, showing no inclination to heed Sakamoto's pleas. Even if it were not still in a state of confusion, and considering that Sakaki had indeed created it. The mere fact that Sakaki attempted to control it using armor might have led to its immediate demise of him. Curse it. Fortunately, although Sakaki was overwhelmed with anger, he had not completely lost his sanity. Upon noticing that the hollow led to the outside and faintly hearing the sound of sirens, he realized that their location had been compromised. He promptly released the cross-bat, instructing it to carry him away through the opening. Simultaneously, he remembered to press the control button on his wrist, activating the self-destruct system of the base. Instantly, the entire underground facility, as well as the Tokiwa Gym above, was illuminated by flashing red lights, causing Junsha and the Alliance inspectors who had rushed over to hastily evacuate. Amidst the chaos, Sakaki took the opportunity to flee from Tokiwa City. Boom. A minute later, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air. A towering pillar of fire erupted from beneath the Tokiwa Gym. Chapter 5. The Explosion. The entire Tokiwa Gym was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving behind a massive crater. Junsha and her companions, caught too close to the blast, were thrown back over 10 meters. Had it not been for the generally robust constitution of the people in this world and the assistance of Pokemon mitigating some of the impact, they would have likely been rendered unconscious by the explosion. Hiss. As Junsha and her companions picked themselves up and brushed off the dust, they gazed in horror towards the direction of the gym, gasping in disbelief. Had they not evacuated in time, their bones would surely have been shattered. Meanwhile, far away in Masera Town, Professor Okido heard the commotion and rushed out of his laboratory, looking towards Tokiwa. Even from this distance, he could see the towering pillar of fire and smoke. What on earth is happening? Professor Okido furrowed his brow. At that moment, Okido Nanami emerged, cradling a Nyan cat, and observed, that direction leads to Tokiwa City, right? It seems something serious has occurred. Are you going to check it out, Grandpa? Yes. Professor Okido nodded, glancing at the Nyan cat in Nanami's arms. He instructed her, take good care of that Nyan cat. I'll return for testing it later. It appears to originate from the same place as the previous few Pokemon. I'll be back shortly. With that, Professor Okido retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and released his Dragonite, commanding, I entrust you with this. Old friend. Take me to Tokiwa City at the fastest speed possible. Dragonite nodded, gently wrapping its arms around Professor Okido, then soared into the sky, swiftly heading westward towards Tokiwa City. The footage concluded here. TSK. Bai Chun, with a look of lingering curiosity, remarked, is this misfortune befalling Sakaki? However, it seems that Arceus is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Otherwise, that Nyan cat should have been given to Sakaki. It was evident that Arceus did not wish for Sakaki to obtain the Nyan cat. Given the latter's unscrupulous research methods, should he acquire the Nyan cat, He would undoubtedly conduct experiments, possibly even attempting to mix it with other Pokémon. In due time, it is inevitable that more sprites will suffer. This time, Arceus took advantage of Sakamoto, perhaps having long disapproved of Sakamoto's conduct, and seized the opportunity to ensnare him. Therefore, one must be wary of the gaze of the world will and the creator deity, for who knows how they might ensnare you. However, Baichen is currently more concerned with the rewards at hand. At that moment, 2 crystals materialized in his grasp, accompanied by an influx of related information flooding his mind. Sakamoto's Crystal of Evergreen Power. This crystal encompasses the evergreen power that Sakamoto has cultivated to its pinnacle at the champion level. Absorption will grant one direct access to the peak of champion-level evergreen power. Once, Sakamoto was a king, but alas, he offended a certain alpaca. Sakamoto's Crystal of Super Evergreen Physique. This crystal contains the super evergreen physique that Sakamoto has honed over many years, a physique boasting extraordinary vitality, akin to an indestructible pest. In the past, Sakamoto was indeed a formidable super evergreen individual. Marvelous treasures. Upon receiving this information, Baichen's eyes sparkled. The healing capabilities of champion-level evergreen power are quite impressive. I wonder if it can be used to heal humans? One would think it should be feasible. Moreover, the super evergreen physique, refined by Sakamoto over the years, should be quite advantageous as well. Without hesitation, Baichen chose to fuse with these crystals. Instantly, 2 streams of warm energy surged into his body, initiating a transformation and enhancement of his physique. Simultaneously, he sensed a unique power entering his brow, manifesting as a resplendent and enigmatic orb that gracefully revolved around the beast space crystal. This orb radiated a gentle glow, continuously nourishing Baichen's consciousness, gradually augmenting both its intensity and expanse. His mental strength also appeared to be enriched. Once the fusion and transformation were complete, Baichen opened his eyes and clenched his fist. His physical strength and constitution had been enhanced by over 50%. It is worth noting that his physique and strength, having already merged with Roblika's attributes, were no longer what they once were. The fusion with Sakamoto's physique brought him immense elevation, leaving him marveling at the results. It seems I am eager to explore the super evergreen physique. Of course, these matters are not the crux of the issue. He sensed other changes within his body. This extraordinary vitality he felt as though a latent power had awakened within him, causing his life force to swell beyond that of a super evergreen individual, increasing more than 2-fold. Simultaneously, he perceived an enhancement in his control and affinity for the elemental chakras of water and earth. Baichen promptly opened his attribute panel and, as expected, discovered several significant additions. Baichen, Talent, Replacement 247100, Chakra Attributes, Lightning, Earth, Water, Chakra, Jonin Abilities, Thunderfruit, Eternal Power, Peak of the King level. Beast Mastery Space, Bloodline, Senju Bloodline, Initial Awakening, Level 15. Physique, Super Eternal Body, Skills, Swordsmanship, Mastery, Lightning Mode, Mastery, Breath of Thunder, Mastery, Thunder Body Forging Technique, Mastery. 6 styles, Life Restoration, Medical Ninjutsu, Ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Lightning Ball Technique, Body Replacement Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Water Release, Water Surge, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Earth Release, Earth Spear Technique, Comprehensive Strength, Initial Shadow Level, Items, Spatial Ring. Indeed, the Senju clan's bloodline has awakened. Observing this outcome, Baichen was not particularly surprised. Admittedly, his Senju bloodline had likely thinned over time, but after numerous enhancements to his physique, particularly the substantial life force brought by the super eternal body, it is understandable that it would stimulate the awakening of the Senju bloodline. Now, I can confidently declare that I have awakened the Senju physique, he chuckled softly. Previously, he had merely described his enhancements as a physique awakening to deceive the third Hokage and others. Now, however, it was undeniably substantiated. Indeed, this is merely a preliminary awakening. I wonder if further advancements will permit me to awaken would release, or if it requires my own fusion and creation. Baichen pondered. He was skeptical. The legendary wood release of Senju Hashirama was either a bloodline technique resulting from the fusion of water and earth attributes or a consequence of Ashura's chakra. It seemed improbable that he could awaken would release solely through the Senju physique. Historically, even those of purer Senju bloodlines had not manifested would release, with Hashirama being the sole exception. Perhaps, once I elevate my Senju physique to a level comparable to Hashirama or even Ashura's sage body, it would become effortlessly achievable to manipulate would release, he speculated boldly. Of course, for the time being, He did not harbor an intense obsession with wood release. If he could achieve it, splendid, but if not, it was of little consequence. His Thunderfruit ability was not inferior to wood release and even possessed greater potential. Moreover, without sufficient life force to sustain it, even if he awakened wood release, it would likely manifest as an ordinary technique. Isnt Yamato, a quintessential example of this? One cannot merely attribute his limitations to a failed fusion or an incomplete wood release. The crux of the issue lies in the sage body and the disparity in life force. Chapter 6. The threat of Pikachu having undergone several enhancements. Both his physique and mental strength still possess considerable room for improvement. It seems necessary to intensify the training and chakra refinement techniques to concurrently elevate his chakra levels. Upon observing his chakra level, which barely reached the threshold of AJ Nin, Baichun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. With the addition of the Thunder Fruit, his combat prowess had undoubtedly reached the level of a Kage. However, his chakra quantity seemed to hold him back. Fortunately, the abilities of the Thunder Fruit do not consume chakra. Otherwise, he would have been significantly hindered. Subsequently, Baichun began to familiarize himself with the enhancements he had acquired. He also conducted an experiment to test the application of the power of eternity. Remarkably, the healing effects of the peak Tenkai level power of eternity were formidable, rivaling that of the sage technique in treating wounds. Indeed, it proved effective for humans as well, not just limited to small sprites. Moreover, this healing power did not entail any side effects or hidden dangers. It could even eliminate internal injuries, restoring both physical and mental strength. In these aspects, it far surpassed the sage technique. I initially thought it might overlap with my medical ninjutsu, but it appears I was mistaken. Baichun mused contentedly. Early the next morning, Baichun rose early, taking Pikachu along for a morning workout. Pika, I'm so sleepy. Spare me, please. Pikachu, looking utterly lethargic, clung to Baichun's shoulder, unwilling to descend. Haha, you little rascal, I can't do anything with you. All right, you can stay on my shoulder as a weight, enjoy the breeze. And wake up a bit. Baichun chuckled, affectionately ruffling Pikachu's fur, which felt delightful to the touch. Pika, do as you wish, I'll just sleep in respect. Pikachu, indifferent, grasped Baichun's collar and resumed its slumber. Baichun then stepped outside, commencing his run around Konoha. Lord Baichun. Not long after, he heard a voice calling out to him. Turning around, he spotted Hong and Noera Rin, who were also jogging. In the distance, Asuma, Obito, Guy, and Kakashi could be seen as well. Oh, everyone's here. Good morning. Baichun greeted with a smile and a wave. At that moment, Hong and the others noticed the Pikachu perched on Baichun's shoulder, instantly captivated by its adorable appearance. They hurried over, asking, Lord Baichun, what is that on your shoulder? Is it your summoning beast? Indeed. Baichun nodded, stroking Pikachu as he introduced, this little fellow is named Pikachu. Don't let its cuteness fool you. It possesses great strength, rivaling that of a skilled sprite. The effects of the beast's space are truly remarkable. Huh? Is that true? Obito and the others gathered around, astonished. Can such a small creature hold such power? As he spoke, Obito, unable to resist, reached out and poked the electric pouch on Pikachu's face. Pikachu, Pika. In the next instant, sparks of electricity crackled around Pikachu, and it unleashed a weakened version of Thunderbolt directly at Obito's face. The impact left Obito's face charred and his hair standing on end, resembling an electrified hairstyle. With a dazed expression, Obito opened his mouth, and a plume of black smoke erupted from within, causing him to collapse to the ground, his limbs twitching sporadically. Red and her companions were startled by Pikachu's sudden outburst, retreating a few steps in trepidation. They exchanged bewildered glances at Obito's unfortunate state and then at the diminutive Pikachu, unable to fathom how such a seemingly innocent creature could unleash such potent electricity. Obito, Rin exclaimed worriedly, rushing to assess his injuries. Rest assured, Baichun interjected. Pikachu exercises restraint. Obito will only be paralyzed for a brief moment, though his face may sting a bit from the abrasions. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Obito, addressing him, Isn't that right, Obito? By then, Obito had somewhat regained his composure, his eyes able to move, and he glared at the Pikachu perched on Baichun's shoulder, feeling a surge of resentment towards the little creature. His grand image before Rin had been utterly shattered. Kakashi, what led you to believe you possessed any illustrious image in front of Rin? Seeing Obito daring to glare at it, Pikachu promptly tugged at its lower eyelid, making a face and sticking out its tongue. Soon after, golden sparks flickered ominously from the electric sacs on its cheeks, its gaze directed at Obito, brimming with a sense of threat. Obito realized that this little creature was exceptionally clever, embodying a mischievous spirit. Indeed, like master, like familiar. It was a perfect reflection of Baichin. "All right, little one, I certainly did not intend to poke your electric sacs," Baichin remarked with a chuckle, gently patting Pikachu's head. He then cautioned Obito and the others. "The red sacs on Pikachu's cheeks are its electric sacs, the source of its lightning, and are quite sensitive. In the future, be careful not to touch them when interacting with it. Only professional caretakers know how to massage Pikachu's electric sacs properly. Poking them like Obito did is akin to courting death." "Ah, that explains it. No wonder the little rascal lashed out so readily." Red and Hinata exclaimed in realization. Asuma and Kakashi also took note of this crucial detail. Meanwhile, Obito lamented, "Why was that not mentioned sooner? And you didn't ask. Whose fault is it for being so careless?" Baichin shot him a reproachful glance. At that moment, Obito finally felt a sense of normalcy returning to his body. He sat up, stretched, and, with Rin's assistance, managed to stand, observing the blissful expression on his face as if he yearned to be shocked by Pikachu once more. Baichin and Kakashi exchanged exasperated looks. "Obito-kun, continue your youthful training. Laziness is not an option," exclaimed Guy, who had been energetically marching in place nearby. "Oh dear." In an instant, Obito straightened his posture as if reacting instinctively. Rin, noticing he was fine, released her grip. Upon witnessing this, Obito immediately felt a pang of regret. Yet it was too late to feign illness. He chuckled lightly. At that moment, Rin smiled and waved goodbye to Obito, saying, "Then farewell, Obito. You should hurry along. We can't keep up with your pace." Guy and the others are such fervent practitioners that they run several laps around Konoha every morning. My physique simply cannot endure it. Reluctantly, Obito could only follow in Guy's brisk steps, sprinting away with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others resumed their running. Sakura and her friends trailed behind Kakashi, occasionally glancing at Pikachu, clearly intrigued by the little creature. Is this little fellow really that impressive? Asuma couldn't help but inquire along the way. An elite Genin? Isn't that even more formidable than Kakashi himself? Indeed, quite remarkable. You'll have the opportunity to witness it yourself in due time, Kakashi affirmed with a nod. Over the past month, he had seen Pikachu in action numerous times. Its lightning technique surpassed his own capabilities by a considerable margin. Moreover, it executed them almost instinctively, without the need for hand seals, evoking a sense of envy. Baichin had mentioned that this was Pikachu's inherent racial talent, which left Kakashi yearning for a Pikachu of his own. Unfortunately, Baichin had already informed him that only one had been discovered thus far. Whether a second one existed remained uncertain, and he could only hope that Baichin would uncover another in the future. When that time came, he would implore Baichin to grant him one. Chapter 7. Sent to the front lines in the following 5 months, Baichin and Kakashi received no new missions, while Hinata had yet to return. Konoha had officially been at war with the Rock Village for over 3 months, and similarly, the Cloud and Mist villages had also intervened, prompting Konoha to mobilize more troops to address the escalating conflict. Nearly the entire ninja force of the village had been depleted. During these months, Ming and Kakashi dedicated their days to the relatively easier tasks available at the mission hall, utilizing shadow clones. Meanwhile, their main bodies engaged in intensive training with Asuma, Rin, and Obito to further enhance their skills. Additionally, Baichin would dispatch shadow clones to practice ninjutsu, learn medical techniques, and assist at the hospital. Life was fulfilling. Thus, he and Kakashi celebrated their 7th birthdays, with the year swiftly nearing its end. Damn it, who has been monopolizing those easy tasks of finding lost cats and dogs, while leaving the menial tasks of cleaning toilets and tending to the animal pens for us? This is outrageous. Indeed, this marks the 12th time in recent months that I've been assigned to clean the toilets. I've had enough. Tell me about it. This is excessive. It is simply inhumane. Does the Hokage not intervene? At this moment, the task hall has erupted in chaos. What else could be expected when Baichin and Kakashi are so unreasonable? Each day, they swiftly select the more manageable tasks, leaving the remaining missions for the other Genin teams, and the nature of those tasks is all too predictable. It is not just the Genin who are at a loss. Even their supervising instructors appear somewhat speechless. Some have reported the situation to the Hokage. Today, Baichin and Kakashi, who happened to arrive a little late, exchanged glances with their shadow clones and promptly turned to leave. What a joke. If these individuals were to discover their presence, it would surely lead to their misfortune. Just as they were about to exit the Hokage Tower, the 3rd Hokage unexpectedly blocked their path, puffing on a pipe and regarding them with a look of exasperation. It seems you are already aware of the situation. Summon your true selves. After careful consideration, I believe your abilities are sufficient to undertake more significant missions. Therefore, I have decided to assign you a more crucial task, so have your true selves visit my office. To be honest, it has been nearly half a year since Baichin, a Jounin at the very least, and Kakashi, a Jounin as well, have remained leisurely in the village. One reason is his genuine appreciation for talent, hoping to allow them more time to grow. The second reason, considering Tsunade and Shumo's influence, was the reluctance to send them to the battlefield hastily. Presently, the village is essentially facing 1 against 4, and the situation is becoming increasingly dire. Given that Baichin and Kakashi have had ample time to recuperate, it seems fitting to send them to the front lines. As for the specific arrangements thereafter, that will be left to Shumo, who is currently stationed at the fog-hidden battlefield to the east. Assigning Baichin and Kakashi to him ensures that any ensuing problems will be his responsibility. Well then, upon hearing this, Baichin and Kakashi's shadow clones exchanged glances and simultaneously dispelled their jutsu. At that moment, having just arrived at the riverside base to prepare for training, Baichin and Kakashi were momentarily taken aback. After processing the information in their minds, they turned to each other. Baichin shrugged helplessly. It seems we cannot evade this any longer. Let us go. Did we not foresee this day? Kakashi promptly stowed away his ninja tools and belongings, rising to head towards the Hokage Tower. Indeed, Baichin nodded in agreement and followed suit. To think someone would report to the third Hokage over such a trivial matter is outrageous. How could such a minor issue trouble the Hokage? Baichin expressed his disdain for such individuals. It is commendable that they managed to endure for 6 months before making a report. Kakashi, however, was less dismissive. Considering the situation from a different perspective, he did not entirely condemn the others' actions. They should have been prepared for this from the very first day they engaged in such behavior. Moreover, he harbored a certain anticipation for completing more challenging tasks outside the village. After half a year of honing and training, he was eager to test the fruits of his arduous efforts. Indeed, Baichin nodded. Before long, the two arrived at the Hokage's office, pushing the door open to enter. Hokage-sama. Upon seeing the third Hokage, the two greeted him directly. You've arrived. The third Hokage nodded, producing a mission scroll and handing it to Baichin. Here. This is your task. Shortly, a shipment of supplies will be dispatched to the front lines at Kaiki City, and you shall join as escort personnel. Once this task is completed, you will receive a message delivery mission from Orochimaru to the eastern battlefield of Kirigakure to deliver a message to White Fang. Is that clear? Baichin promptly accepted the mission scroll, opened it, and reviewed it alongside Kakashi, nodding in agreement. No problem. Leave it to us. Don't misunderstand. The third Hokage replied, somewhat exasperated. You don't truly believe that such an important task as escorting supplies will be entirely entrusted to just the two of you, do you? There will be another leading Jonin and a team. You are merely part of it. Since there are no issues, make haste to assemble at the main gate. Departure is in 1 hour, and the leading Jonin is Hinata Hayashi, so don't get it wrong. What is this kid thinking? How could they possibly allow two Chunin to lead an escort? All right. We shall go. Baichin responded, his face marked with disappointment. What's wrong with being a Chunin? They are quite capable, after all. Upon exiting the Hokage's tower, Baichin paused for a moment, creating a shadow clone and instructing it. Go home and pack the necessary items for me. The shadow clone replied, somewhat incredulously. Why don't you do it yourself? Aren't you me? Baichin, equally bemused, waved his hand dismissively. Quit the chatter. I still need to say goodbye to Hong at school. Who knows when I shall return from this expedition? Seeing that the third Hokage intended to keep them away for an extended period, it was essential to bid farewell to his little girlfriend properly. The shadow clone exclaimed, Hey, I want to say goodbye to Hong too. Baichin retorted angrily, Get lost. All right. After being scolded, the shadow clone swiftly disappeared. Observing this exchange, Kakashi stood nearby, shaking his head in disbelief. Your shadow clone certainly has a personality. I think I'll head back to pack my things. Let us regroup at the main gate later. With that, Kakashi hastily departed. Baichin made his way to the school, pushing open the classroom door, disregarding the multitude of gazes upon him, and called out to Hong. Hong, come here. He then nodded to the teacher at the podium before stepping back outside. Daiki Fujihara thought to himself, I've never encountered such an audacious student, especially one who has already graduated. Over there, Hong blushed slightly at the collective attention directed towards her and glanced at the teacher. Chapter 8. Escort Mission Team Moku Fujiwara waved his hand in resignation, signaling her to exit. Thank you, teacher. Hong hurriedly dashed out of the classroom and, upon spotting Bai Chen a few meters away, her face lit up with joy and curiosity as she inquired, "Bai Chen Kun, what brings you here at this hour?" Then, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression dimmed slightly as she gazed at Bai Chen and asked, "Are you heading out on a mission?" "Indeed," Bai Chen replied with a smile, gently ruffling her hair for comfort. "It seems I will be away for quite some time. You must take care of yourself at school and continue your training diligently, understood?" "Yes, yes." Hong nodded vigorously and then took the initiative to embrace Bai Chen. In return, he wrapped his arms around her, tenderly patting her back. After a while, Hong released Bai Chen, wiped the tears from her face, and, suppressing her feelings of reluctance, looked at him resolutely and said, "You go ahead. I will wait for your return." With that, she turned and returned to the classroom without a moment's hesitation, for she did not wish to affect Bai Chen's resolve. "Haha." Bai Chen smiled softly, "You've grown." Half an hour later, Bai Chen successfully met up with his shadow clone and Kakashi at the entrance and proceeded to report to Hinata Hayashi. "You must be Bai Chen and Hatake Kakashi," Hinata Hayashi remarked, observing the two young boys with a gentle smile and a hint of admiration in his eyes. "I have heard much about your prodigious talents. I hope your forthcoming performance will not disappoint me." These two individuals held remarkable identities. One was the son of the White Fang, and the other was a disciple of both the White Fang and Lady Tsunade. Their backgrounds were indeed exceptional. Yet it remained to be seen whether they lived up to their reputations. "We will not let you down, Captain," Bai Chen replied with a light smile. Kakashi remained silent, though his gaze conveyed his determination. "Haha, I am eagerly anticipating your performance," Hinata Hayashi chuckled heartily. "Let us wait another half hour before we set off." Understood. The half hour passed swiftly, and under Hinata Hayashi's command, the supply convoy departed, hastening towards the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. The following day was spent on the road, and their journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen encounters. As they approached the frontline camp, with less than 100 kilometers remaining, Hinata Hayashi cautioned, "Everyone, remain vigilant. The upcoming stretch is the most perilous. Stay alert. Yeah, lead the reconnaissance team ahead to scout the path and ensure no enemies approach." The supply route was a key target for both sides, and caution was paramount. "Yes, yeah." The Jonin immediately took 4 Chunin and accelerated ahead, swiftly vanishing into the forest ahead. Suddenly, before Bai Chen and the others had covered 30 kilometers, a loud crash and the sound of ninjutsu erupted in the distance. A signal flare shot into the sky. Hinata Hayashi swiftly raised his hand to halt the advance of the supply convoy, simultaneously activating his Byakugan. With this powerful ocular technique, he surveyed the vicinity within a 2-kilometer radius, discerning all that lay before him. There it was. In the next moment, Hayashi pinpointed a location approximately 1 kilometer to the right, where an unfamiliar chakra signature emerged. Enemies were present, presumably an elite squad of Sand Shinobi, comprising 20 members, 2 elite Jonin, 8 Jonin, and 10 Chunin. The team led by Ohaya had already perished. "Tanaka, you lead your squad along with Bai Chen while Kakashi remains to guard the supply convoy. The rest, follow me." With these words, Hayashi took the initiative to charge forward. With the Byakugan active, he confirmed that no other foes lurked within the 2-kilometer radius, and thus, it was imperative to draw the battlefield closer to the supply convoy. Otherwise, even if they managed to eliminate the enemy, the supplies would likely be devastated. More critically, the team included Kakashi and Bai Chen, 9 lower-ranked shinobi whose safety could not be guaranteed if the battle erupted far from their position. Though they faced a numerical disadvantage with only 1 elite Jonin, 6 Jonin, and 6 Chunin available for combat, they had no alternative. Yet, numbers alone did not dictate the outcome of a battle. "Understood," the others responded, rallying behind several Jonin as they advanced. Bai Chen and Kakashi exchanged eager glances. "You stay here, I'll catch up," Bai Chen remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. He left behind a shadow clone and transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Hayashi and the others. Kakashi grumbled, "Damn. Bai Chen clearly doesn't trust my abilities." He cast a resentful glance at Bai Chen's shadow clone. The clone shrugged helplessly. "This is all the doing of the original. Don't blame me." Kakashi was tempted to retaliate. "Are you messing with me? You are Bai Chen, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Hayashi and the others were momentarily startled as a flash of lightning zipped past them. Upon utilizing his keen visual prowess, Hayashi recognized that the flash was none other than Bai Chen. "You fool. Why didn't you follow orders?" Hayashi scolded vehemently before attempting to accelerate and catch up with Bai Chen. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that he could not match Bai Chen's speed. The latter was at least twice as fast. In the blink of an eye, Bai Chen had vanished into the distance. Simultaneously, Bai Chen's voice resonated back to Hisashi. Sorry, Captain. Outnumbered as we are, I had no choice but to reveal my strength. The others, hearing this, exchanged glances and hurriedly urged Hisashi, Captain, we must catch up. It is imperative that we do not allow that young man to venture forth alone. Otherwise, grave consequences are bound to ensue. Hinata, his countenance darkened, hastened his pace once more. What recklessness! Are today's youth truly so arrogant? He had resolved that should he survive this battle, he would undoubtedly teach that insolent boy a lesson. Does he not realize that if something were to befall him, Tsunade and White Fang would become exceedingly agitated? Indeed. The others, upon hearing this, quickened their pace to follow suit. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had already distanced himself from them by several hundred meters and spotted 20 sand shinobi rushing towards them from 300 meters away. Bai Chen came to an abrupt halt, finding his footing against the sturdy trunk of a tall tree. He gazed upward at the sky, which was shrouded in ominous gray clouds, seemingly on the verge of unleashing a downpour. Upon witnessing this, Bai Chen could not help but smile broadly. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. At that moment, the sand shinobi also caught sight of Bai Chen. Captain, we have confirmed there is only one. But more than 10 others are rapidly approaching from several hundred meters away, reported a sensory ninja among the sand shinobi to an elite jonin. It appears we have an arrogant young prodigy who refuses to heed orders. I revel in the slaughter of talented individuals. Go. Eliminate him with utmost speed. The leading jonin, Black Sand, chuckled coldly, immediately charging towards Bai Chen with remarkable swiftness. The other sand shinobi followed suit, encircling him. At this juncture, Bai Chen activated 2 electric storage wristbands, swiftly absorbing the power contained within. He then raised his hand skyward, directing a colossal pillar of lightning to surge upwards, vanishing into the clouds above. Boom. The atmosphere within a several-kilometer radius erupted, as if a violent chemical reaction had taken place. The thunder roared, transforming the sky into a pitch-black shroud, while clouds from afar converged towards this location, deepening the gloom. Moments later, as Black Sand neared Bai Chen, a titanic lightning pillar, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, plummeted from the heavens. In the midst of the sand shinobi's terror-stricken expressions, it descended upon them with ferocity. In an instant, all but Black Sand were enveloped in the electrifying storm. Came the anguished cries. Black Sand, sensing the terrifying energy surge behind him, abruptly halted and turned to behold the dissipating lightning pillar. As the lightning faded, the devastation it wrought became apparent. Trees within the affected area were charred to cinders, and the 10 sand shinobi chunin met their untimely demise. The 8 jonin and 1 elite jonin fared no better, for of them, unfortunate souls lacking in defensive prowess followed suit, sharing the fate of their fallen comrades. The remaining 5 individuals were merely gravely injured. Among them, the elite jonin puppet master had sustained the least damage, having only lost 3 puppets. How infuriating! At that moment, the survivors wore expressions of shock and terror, their gazes fixed on Bai Chen, brimming with murderous intent. Where on earth did this monster come from? In just one strike, he had slain 14 of their comrades, including 4 jonin. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Haisha observed the scene with eyes wide in horror. His heart aflame with fury. He must be eliminated. This child is undoubtedly an extraordinary genius. He realized that the earlier ominous sky, coupled with the sight of the child unleashing a bolt of lightning into the heavens, was not to be underestimated. He had been careless and failed to take it seriously. Surely, he must be exhausted by now. After all, such a technique was clearly a formidable high-level ninjutsu, which required immense stamina. As thoughts raced through Haisha's mind, the other surviving jonin witnessed Bai Chen, having completed his lightning technique, break into a grin. Golden blue lightning crackled around him as one hand rested on the hilt of his sword, taking a poised stance. He inhaled deeply, drawing in a significant amount of air, which coalesced into a mist at his lips. Be careful, Captain Haisha. Watch your back. Dodge quickly. Those who saw this scene widened their eyes in terror, shouting warnings to Haisha. Haisha snapped back to reality, momentarily stunned, before sensing the lethal intent behind him. With no hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals. Turning to unleash, wind release, great breakthrough. Instantly, a massive vortex erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards his rear. Thunder breathing sword technique. First form, lightning flash 6 strikes. Boom. The thick tree trunk beneath Bai Chen shattered. Haisha barely caught a glimpse of the golden blue lightning that appeared before him, and then boom. His unleashed tornado was effortlessly pierced and cleaved in two, dissipating instantly. Simultaneously, he felt an icy sensation sweep across his neck. At that moment, Hinata Hizashi and his companions arrived, their eyes widening as they beheld Baichun drawing his sword, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible, tracing a six-fold arc of lightning in midair. Then, Baichun rematerialized behind the charred circular area. Crack! He slowly sheathed his long blade, turning to face his opponents with a leisurely demeanor. Uft! In the next instant, 6 columns of blood shot upwards, accompanied by 6 severed heads that soared 2 meters high before plummeting to the ground. Haisha and the others stared in disbelief. How could this be possible? The remnants left behind, a testament to their demise, would remain forever restless. Thus, the elite shinobi team of 20 was annihilated by Baichun in a matter of mere minutes. He let out a sigh of relief, stretching his sore limbs, and flashed a bright, even smile at Hinata Hizashi and the others, who stood in stunned silence. Hey, Captain. That last strike was a culmination of my understanding of the thunder-breathing technique, the lightning attribute swordsmanship I've honed over the past year, the thunder mode, the 6-style shave, body flicker technique, and even the enhancement from the thunder fruit. Moreover, among those 6 jonin, for were gravely injured, one had lost most of his puppets, and the remaining one was somewhat careless, merely retaliating hastily, which contributed to such an astonishing outcome. If given another chance, I am confident I could take down those 6 by myself, but replicating that one-hit kill would be a different story altogether. However, the toll on my body was not insignificant. Only my physique could withstand it. Had it been someone else, even Shumo would have sustained considerable injuries. Hinata Hizashi and the others suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing between the beaming Baichun and the numerous charred remains and 6 headless corpses strewn across the ground, collectively inhaling sharply. Hiss! The temperature in the vicinity has noticeably dropped. Did you truly do all of this? After a moment of disbelief, Hizashi managed to stabilize his composure and inquired, still incredulous. Otherwise, did you not witness it with your own eyes, Captain? You're not trying to claim my achievements, are you? Baichun jested, raising his hands in mock surrender. Get lost. Hizashi retorted with a dark expression, playfully scolding him. You have the audacity to bring up achievements? I haven't even called you to account yet. Don't forget, you acted against orders. Do you have any idea how worried we were for you? You're far too reckless. As they inspected the area to confirm that their enemies were indeed deceased, they finally felt a sense of relief. Hizashi instructed the others to clean up the battlefield and prepare the bodies for sealing. He then approached Baichun, delivering a heavy pat on his shoulder. Gritting his teeth as he spoke, you did well. That was impressive, but if you dare to act so recklessly again, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Do you know what it feels like to be on edge? Of course, at that moment, Hizashi was more acutely aware of the pain in his hand from the force of the pat. He regretted slapping him so hard. Simultaneously, he pondered with astonishment. What is up with this kid's physique? It's as solid as steel. Furthermore, he seems to be growing at an alarming rate. I heard he's barely over 7 years old, yet he's already over 1 meter 40. Heh. Baichun rubbed the back of his head, grinning sheepishly as he replied, I merely assessed the odds and realized you all were no match for me. Chapter 10. I merely concealed a fraction of my true power. Moreover, I have confidence in my abilities. I would not act so recklessly otherwise. Isn't the outcome quite favorable? Except for the previous reconnaissance team. We have suffered no further casualties or injuries. This is indeed a most fortunate conclusion. He felt that Hinata Hizashi ought to express gratitude towards him. Do you now recognize your prowess? Hinata Hizashi suddenly ruffled Baichun's hair in a fit of frustration, exclaiming, You never mentioned your strength to me before. You've certainly kept that well hidden. It's fortunate that just before our departure, Lord Hokage specifically instructed me to ensure your safety and that of Kakashi. It appears that, in terms of danger, you are quite invulnerable. With your capabilities, there are but a few in the entire ninja world who could match your might. As long as Baichun avoids reckless behavior and remains cautious, it is exceedingly difficult for him to meet his demise. To possess the strength to single-handedly challenge and annihilate 2 elite jonin, 8 jonin, and 10 shunin is undoubtedly akin to the power of a Kage. How astonishing. Even Hinata Hizashi felt a twinge of jealousy. The disparity in talent among individuals is indeed remarkable. You flatter me. Baichun replied with a beaming smile, feeling quite pleased by the praise. Am I really flattering you? Hinata Hizashi rolled his eyes at the boy's smugness, then skeptically asked, Kakashi Hitaki doesn't possess your level of strength, does he? Impossible. Baichun also rolled his eyes dismissively, Do you think everyone possesses my talent? Kakashi is currently merely at the level of an elite Chunin. He still has a long way to go. With his guidance and encouragement, Kakashi has improved significantly compared to his original timeline. The lightning body refinement technique was certainly not learned in vain. What? Just an elite Chunin? Hinata Hizashi couldn't help but ruffle Baichin's hair again, his face filled with envy, truly a bona fide genius. I cannot discern whether to envy Baichin and Kakashi for their exceptional talent or to envy Tsunade and Shizune for having such remarkable disciples and sons. I must surely bear a genius son in the future. Hinata Hizashi silently vowed in his heart. Yet, upon contemplating that his own son would inevitably belong to the Hyuga branch family, marked by the caged bird seal, his anticipation swiftly dissipated. Sigh. Hinata Hizashi let out a long sigh. Before Baichin could inquire about the situation, the others had already cleared the battlefield, some even searching for the remains of the reconnaissance team. An elite Jonin approached Hinata Hizashi, reporting, "Lord Hizashi, it has been taken care of." "Excellent. Let us proceed. We must return, for the safety of the convoy is paramount." Hinata Hizashi nodded, though feeling somewhat uneasy. He activated his Byakugan to survey the situation of the convoy over a kilometer away, ensuring their safety before leading Baichin and the others back. Before long, they returned to the convoy. Upon seeing the shadow clone of Baichin remaining behind, Hinata Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Baichin in surprise, thinking to himself, "It seems this lad still has a few tricks up his sleeve. Is there concern for safety here?" Upon this thought, Hinata Hayashi felt a warmth in his heart. What a good child. So, did the enemy flee? Kakashi eagerly inquired as he saw Baichin and the others returning. Upon noticing that a few members were missing from the team, he feared they had perished. To be honest, the terrifying sound of thunder had left him shaken, and he had been speculating about its source. Such a fearsome lightning technique stirred the hearts of men. However, why were Baichin and the others so impeccably clean? As if they had not engaged in battle? Of course not. Baichin rolled his eyes, dispelled his shadow clones, and replied, "I eliminated them all in an instant, humph." With that, he proudly raised his chin. Kakashi, with a face full of disbelief, retorted, "Stop joking. If you possess such ability, I will stand on my head." After all this time spent learning and undertaking missions together, Kakashi was well aware of Baichin's capabilities. At that moment, Hinata Hayashi chuckled as he looked at Kakashi and said, "It's true. This kid was so fast, he dashed to the front, and by the time we arrived, he had taken down 6 Jonin with a single strike, and the others were eliminated by him with a lightning technique. You all saw that towering pillar of thunder, right? That was his doing." After speaking, Hinata Hayashi looked at Kakashi with a mischievous glint, eagerly anticipating his reaction. Kakashi, staring blankly at Baichin, questioned, "Is all of this true?" "Indeed." Baichin nodded affirmatively and teased, "So, when will you stand on your head and have an accident?" "Honestly, I've never witnessed such an event. It must be quite amusing. I shall strangle you," Kakashi exclaimed, lunging at Baichin, seizing his neck and shaking him. "You rascal. How could you hide such strength from me? You must explain how this happened. That's a total of 20 enemies, including 2 elite Jonin and 8 Jonin. Were they truly defeated by you in just 2 moves? Utterly preposterous." He reckoned that even his father, White Fang, could not match Baichin's exaggeration. It wasn't that White Fang's strength was inferior. Rather, his techniques primarily focused on single-target attacks, and he possessed few area of effect skills. How could Baichin be so extraordinary? The previous towering pillar of thunder was indeed Baichin's technique. Kakashi expressed his desire to learn it. Ahem. Baichin quickly pried Kakashi's hand away, cleared his throat, and said, "I merely concealed a fraction of my strength. It simply wasn't necessary at the time. Just think about the tasks we undertook before, and you will understand." Was this a deliberate concealment? No. It was merely a lack of opportunity to showcase it. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed. The previous mission to eliminate mountain bandits did not require such power. What is the name of that technique? The towering pillar of thunder. Can I learn it? Kakashi gazed at Baichin eagerly. Despite his main attribute being lightning, he was indeed quite moved. You still pondered? Baichin shook his head. That technique demands a high level of chakra control, the nature transformation of lightning chakra, and most crucially, weather conditions. You cannot learn it. However, once your chakra volume and control reach a certain level, I might teach you a similar lightning-based ninjutsu. That technique is still within your grasp. It's no joke. The technique of Thunder Embrace is not so simple. He only achieved it by harnessing the power of the Thunder Fruit. Don't expect to replicate it purely through chakra in a short time. Is that so? I understand. I await your advanced lightning ninjutsu. Kakashi said hastily. Such a high level of lightning ninjutsu was something even his father lacked. Excluding sword techniques. You, my boy, have mastered other advanced lightning ninjutsu? Hinata Hayashi, standing nearby, inquired, astonished. Could it be that this lad created it himself? Chapter 11. Tsunade's fury and disbelief. The previous technique, including the subsequent sword techniques, did not resemble any existing ones, as no one had been seen performing them. Even White Fang's lightning sword techniques differed from this. A tiny bit. A tiny bit. Hee. Bai Chen gestured with his index and thumb to indicate a minuscule distance, smiling in response. I truly cannot comprehend you. Hinata Hayashi chuckled, shaking his head. The youth of today is remarkable. He suddenly felt aged, despite being only in his 20s. Swish. Shortly after, several others who had gone to retrieve the bodies of the scouting team returned and reported to Hinata Hayashi. Lord Hayashi, Oya, and the others have perished. We have brought back their bodies. Hinata Hayashi nodded gravely. I understand. Regroup and proceed. The commotion here has likely attracted the attention of both the enemy and our side on the front lines. We cannot linger here any longer. It is imperative that we reach the forward camp as swiftly as possible. Immediately, the team set off once again under Hinata Hayashi's orders. Flashback to just over 10 minutes earlier, at the front lines of Konoha. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and others also noticed the abnormal gathering of dark clouds in the sky. Dozens of miles to the east. Before they could dispatch someone to investigate, a thunderous sound erupted. Suddenly, the sky there lit up, resembling a celestial descent. What is that? Such a terrifying technique. This must be ninjutsu, right? Who could possibly perform such a fearsome lightning ninjutsu? What on earth is happening there? Orochimaru, Tsunade, and many other ninjas in the camp stared blankly at that direction, murmuring, "This is bad." Orochimaru's expression shifted. It seems there is trouble. I recall that a shipment of supplies was scheduled for delivery today, right? It should be arriving around this time. That location is just too. No. I must take someone to investigate. As he spoke, Orochimaru began to summon personnel to investigate. Let me go. At that moment, Tsunade interposed herself, saying, Commander, you cannot leave this place. I shall take charge. However, Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with concern, his expression revealing his apprehension regarding her hematophobia, though he refrained from articulating it. Be careful. Everything will be fine. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively and quickly gathered several elite shinobi, along with 2 squads totaling more than 10, who swiftly dashed out of the camp towards the eastern direction. I hope everything is all right, Orochimaru thought, his brow furrowed. What was happening at the front lines of the Sand Village's encampment? What on earth? Is that ninjutsu? It must be ninjutsu. It resembles divine retribution. The Sand Shinobi began to murmur amongst themselves, astonished by the spectacle. Meanwhile, Chiyo frowned deeply and remarked, I believe the Black Sand Squad should be stationed behind the main camp, correct? Indeed, replied an elder, Hyuza, with a nod. But it likely has no relation to them, right? If it does, then we are in serious trouble. The Black Sand Squad does not possess such formidable lightning techniques. The one wielding that power can only be the enemy. When did Konoha produce such a terrifying lightning user? Immediately dispatch a small team to investigate the situation. Ensure they exercise utmost caution, as Konoha must have already detected the anomaly and will likely bolster their defenses and search efforts. Chiyo decisively instructed an elite shinobi beside her. She needed to ascertain the precise situation over there, as well as the identity of the individual wielding such formidable lightning techniques. Even if aided by natural talent, such a powerful technique undoubtedly belonged to someone extraordinary. If they were a Konoha ninja, it would be prudent to eliminate or prepare for them post-haste. Understood. The elite shinobi promptly acknowledged and departed. Konoha truly possesses profound depth. Chiyo could not help but exclaim. Under siege by the 4 great ninja villages, they still managed to hold their ground. Fate seems to favor Konoha. Hyuza and Rasha shared her sentiments. Meanwhile, Tsunade had spent half an hour on her way to the incident site when she encountered the logistics transport team led by Hyuga Hayashi and Hinata. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Hinata and her team, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, only to notice that both Akira and Kakashi were also among them. Her brow furrowed as she turned to Akira, asking, What brings you to the front lines? Was this arranged by the old man? She was visibly displeased and frustrated. Having previously warned the elder not to expose Akira to danger recklessly, did he disregard her warning? Was he hoping to see her only surviving kin lost again? Aren't we supposed to be here? We are merely tasked with transporting supplies. Hinata replied, somewhat bewildered by Tsunade's inquiry. Just wait a moment. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively at Hinata Hizashi, her gaze fixed intensely on Bai-chun, radiating an aura of intimidation. Indeed, Bai-chun offered an awkward smile, nodding as he remarked, "Is it not that we have been cooped up in the village for far too long? Is the Hokage seeking to assign us some tasks? Of course, we also believe we possess the ability to safeguard ourselves." Upon hearing this, Tsunade erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of scorn. "What self-preservation skills do you possess? Who do you think you are? This is a battlefield. Is this a place for a mere 7-year-old brat like you? With your meager abilities? Do you truly believe you are formidable?" The other Konoha ninjas, who had witnessed Bai-chun's terrifying prowess, exchanged bewildered glances at Tsunade's words. Is he really that strong? Bai-chun scratched his ear, which had been jolted by her words, and tentatively replied, "I suppose it's manageable?" In a fit of rage, Tsunade seized one of Bai-chun's ears and twisted it, scolding him as he winced in pain. "You think you're strong? Hurry back to Konoha. I will discuss the mission with the old man. He wouldn't dare protest. Otherwise, I might just abandon this place and take you on a journey around the world, disregarding this so-called third great ninja war. Do you think I truly care about Konoha? Most of my family here has perished, and the filth within has long since soured my feelings toward this village." At that moment, Hinata Hizashi, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, interjected urgently. "Lady Tsunade, Bai-chun's abilities are indeed formidable. At the very least, he surpasses me. Previously, he single-handedly annihilated a squad of 20 sand ninjas in just 2 moves. What?" Tsunade, interrupted in her fury, paused in disbelief as she processed Hizashi's words. She turned to scrutinize him and then glanced at Bai-chun, pointing accusingly. "Are you certain this brat wiped out a squad of 20 sand ninjas in merely 2 moves?" Hizashi nodded earnestly. "I know it sounds exaggerated, but it is the truth. We even have the corpses to prove it. I wonder if Lady Tsunade and the others noticed the towering pillar of lightning from about half an hour ago in this vicinity?" Bai-chun's feats were indeed remarkable, and articulating them was no small task. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Hizashi himself might have found it hard to believe. Truly, this world harbors prodigies. Chapter 12. My strength is built on my own talent, of course I know. We came here for that commotion. Tsunade nodded, but then her brow furrowed as she inquired. "What? You are aware of it? Whose jutsu was it?" Hizashi pointed at Bai-chun, stating, "It was Bai-chun's. He claims it is a lightning technique known as the raging thunder of the inviting guest." "What?" Tsunade was taken aback, her eyes twitching slightly, and she turned to Bai-chun. Incredulous as she asked, "Is this true?" "Indeed," Bai-chun answered, nodding obediently. Tsunade then inquired, "Did you truly eliminate 20 sand shinobi with just 2 techniques?" Bai-chun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. 2 elite jonin, 8 jonin, and 10 shunin. They were careless, and with the advantage of divine intervention, I experienced a stroke of luck. However, as I mentioned, my abilities are commendable." After a moment of silence, Tsunade turned her gaze towards Hyuga Hizashi, seeking confirmation with her eyes. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Hizashi, she reached out, pinching Bai-chun's cheek to ensure that he was indeed the genuine article. Only then did she adopt a stern expression and interrogate, "Speak. When did you acquire such power? What else have you concealed from me?" Such a terrifying technique as the Heavenly Thunder Pillar, coupled with those astounding accomplishments, is not something an average Kage-level ninja could achieve so effortlessly. One misstep could lead to disaster. Tsunade reflected that she could never replicate Bai-chun's clean and decisive actions. Bai-chun sheepishly explained, "I only withheld a tiny bit of information. These are the fruits of my labor over the past year. Ever since my bloodline awakened, I discovered that I learned things remarkably quickly. My mind has become exceptionally sharp. Through practice, I became this formidable, and in contemplation, I even devised this jutsu." Bai-chun had advanced on his own merit. Inwardly, Hizashi and others were incredulous, exclaiming, "What do you mean you became this formidable just through practice? You conceived such cataclysmic jutsu merely through thought? We desire that kind of talent too." They were fully aware of the immense effort and dedication they had expended to achieve their current level of strength, only to be utterly overshadowed by Bai-chun's accomplishments over a mere year. This world felt profoundly unfair. Even Kakashi felt a twitch in his eye, his composure unraveling. Compared to Bai-chun, he suddenly perceived himself, once regarded as a genius by others, as a mere waste. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression froze, and she tugged at Bai-chun's face again, distorting it somewhat, before muttering in disbelief, "Surely, you must have awakened a mutated bloodline. My grandfather from the Senju clan, renowned for his intellect, certainly did not exhibit such exaggeration. A 7-year-old with Kage-level power? This world is utterly insane." Nevertheless, with clarity established. Tsunade saw no need to proceed to the incident site and led her team back. After an hour's journey, they returned to the frontline camp. What transpired? Orochimaru inquired promptly. However, after Tsunade and Hisashi recounted the events to Orochimaru and the others, disbelief was evident on their faces. After thorough confirmation, Orochimaru even inspected the corpses of the Sand Shinobi, examining the 6 severed heads and 14 charred bodies before they finally accepted the truth. Gasping in unison, the group stared at Baichin with wide, astonished eyes. His gaze seemed almost predatory, leaving Baichin feeling quite uneasy. Orochimaru regarded Baichin with a knowing look and remarked, "Everyone has drastically underestimated you, Baichin. You are not merely a genius, you are a prodigy. True genius does not manifest in such extraordinary forms." Baichin managed a shy smile, adopting an air of innocence. Orochimaru continued, "I have duly noted your accomplishments and will report them to the village shortly. I trust that rewards and promotions concerning you will soon be forthcoming. Furthermore, I received word from Lord Hokage regarding your forthcoming arrangements yesterday." With that, Orochimaru produced a sealed scroll and handed it to Baichin, instructing, "Deliver this promptly to Shuan Mao at the eastern line of the mist-hidden battlefield. Afterward, heed his commands." He added, "You may rest here for the night and set off tomorrow." In truth, if circumstances allowed, he wished to retain Baichin's presence, hoping to leverage his prowess to decisively defeat the Sand Shinobi. Yet, Tsunade would likely disapprove. After all, it was Tsunade who entrusted him with Shinshu, who subsequently perished. Although Tsunade had never blamed him, Orochimaru could not rid himself of the memory. The death of Shinshu had been a catalyst, awakening him to the fragility of life and leading him down a dark path. Nevertheless, he had not yet fully transformed into the utterly malevolent and detached being he would become. He still possessed a semblance of humanity. Coupled with the orders from the third Hokage, he decided it best to refrain from pursuing that course. He had already explained that Baichin's technique required overcast weather to be executed effectively. Otherwise, it would be difficult. No need for that. Intelligence is paramount. And we are not fatigued. Let us depart. Baichin accepted the scroll and shook his head. He preferred not to remain here as a spectacle. It would be better to leave sooner rather than later. Very well. Orochimaru had no objections. His previous comments had merely been to accommodate Baichin. Since Baichin was so perceptive, it was indeed for the best. Off to Shuan Mao, then? Tsunade, though reluctant after just meeting Baichin, nodded in agreement. That works as well. With him watching over you, it is unlikely anyone will pose a threat. The situation at the Sand Shinobi battlefield was perilous. In contrast, the eastern line of the mist-hidden battlefield was still in a phase of tentative engagement, presenting far less danger. Moreover, Shuan Mao's strength far surpassed her own, ensuring he would take good care of Baichin. "We shall take our leave then. Sister Tsunade, Uncle Snake." Baichin nodded to Tsunade and Orochimaru before beckoning Kakashi to exit the tent. "Uncle Snake? I rather like that appellation." Orochimaru's face, rarely graced by a smile, softened at Baichin's choice of words. As Baichin and Kakashi were about to leave the encampment, a hand approached them, and Richa said, "Travel safely. We owe you a great debt, Baichin. Otherwise, many of us would have perished in battle. After the war, you are always welcome to visit my home." Hinata Rika solemnly expressed his gratitude to Baichin. "All right." Baichin smiled and nodded. "Moreover, Captain, you're overreacting. This is what I ought to do, isn't it?" He chuckled. And Hinata Rika shared a knowing smile. It was difficult to dislike someone as amiable as Baichin. "You rascal." At that moment, Tsunade affectionately ruffled Baichin's hair, her expression a blend of complexity. "Be cautious and maintain a low profile. Don't let a bit of strength get to your head. This is perilous on the battlefield. Understand?" Baichin nodded earnestly. "I understand. Don't worry, Tsunade-san. I've always been quite low-key, as you well know." Chapter 13. The New Exchange. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed a fraction of his strength until now. "You little rascal." Tsunade recalled how he had concealed most of his abilities for nearly a year, which made her somewhat amused. Indeed, when it came to stealth, he had excelled remarkably. "Now be off with you." Tsunade promptly began ushering them away, disliking scenes of parting. "All right." Baichin responded cheerfully before waving to Kakashi as they headed east. After a short while, they had traversed over 100 kilometers. As darkness descended and their stomachs grumbled, they decided to halt. Finding a patch of open land, Baichin, amidst Kakashi's bewildered expression, retrieved an array of delectable dishes and a large pot of rice from his spatial ring. He served himself and Kakashi a bowl, gesturing toward the spread. "Dig in. It's quite delicious," he exclaimed, eagerly indulging in the feast. Of course, he did not forget to summon Pikachu, preparing a sumptuous meal for it as well. Pika, I'm starting now. Pikachu joyfully began to feast upon the delightful spread. Kakashi, speechless, glanced at the spatial ring in Bai Chen's hand and then at him, asking, "Is the spatial ring capable of this? What exactly have you stored in there? Surely it's not all prepared meals. Won't they spoil?" Indeed, as he spoke, the enticing aroma wafted toward him, and he couldn't resist lifting a bowl of rice to indulge in the meal. He then gave Bai Chen a thumbs up. "Incredible! Who made this? That's not for you to worry about. Just enjoy the food." Bai Chen shook his head. He certainly couldn't admit it was his own cooking. What if Kakashi insisted he prepare it on site next time? That would be disastrous. Claiming it was from a certain restaurant in Konoha wouldn't work either. It would raise too many questions. He had been too lazy to elaborate earlier. The matter of the gourmet tablecloth was best kept under wraps. It was far too unconventional and shrouded in mystery. Kakashi grumbled and then inquired, "Is your spatial ring different from my spatial bracelet? Mine seems incapable of preserving food for an extended period without spoilage or even maintaining its temperature. I have tried this before. Of course, it's different." Bai Chen replied matter-of-factly. "Mine is divine level. The space alone is exponentially larger than the bracelet I sold you. It's only natural that there would be a distinction." Before Kakashi could respond, Bai Chen swiftly cut off the conversation, stating, "Don't ask me why I didn't incorporate this preservation function into your spatial bracelet. If it were possible, I would have done so from the outset. My spatial ring is merely an anomaly." In truth, this was all nonsense. His spatial ring lacked preservation capabilities. All of it was due to the culinary tablecloth, which was a recent acquisition. Conversely, within the beast control space, which was entirely under Bai Chen's command, he could regulate everything inside it and designate an area where time would not pass, thereby achieving the preservation function quite effortlessly. He indeed practiced this method, allowing numerous crops to mature in the preservation zone daily. Notably, over the past year, as Bai Chen's power grew, the area of the beast control space had expanded well beyond the original 100 meters to now encompass 1,000 meters, with the rates of accelerated growth and evolution increasing to 15 times. Bai Chen anticipated that the next advancement of the beast control space would coincide with his formal ascension to the rank of Shadow, although he currently possessed Shadow-level combat capabilities. His rank had yet to reflect this. "All right, I won't ask anymore. Is that satisfactory?" Kakashi replied, somewhat exasperated. If Bai Chen chose not to divulge information, he wouldn't press him. He felt quite content with the spatial bracelet he already possessed. It provided immense convenience during excursions. "Fine. You keep watch during the first half of the night, and I will take over for the second half. Is that agreeable?" After dinner, Bai Chen straightened up and addressed Kakashi. Were it not for the burden of having Kakashi with him, he would have retreated into the world of his spatial ring for a peaceful night's sleep. He was not yet invincible in the ninja world and preferred to keep the abilities of his spatial ring under wraps as a contingency. "All right." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Bai Chen immediately retrieved a pre-assembled tent from his spatial ring and, with Pikachu, slipped inside. Kakashi looked at Bai Chen's tent in disbelief, thinking to himself, "This guy truly knows how to indulge." Having previously undertaken missions alongside his teacher, the illustrious Sunset Crimson, Bai Chen had never employed such a strategy, which caught Kakashi off guard. "When we return, I must procure a set of such gear," he mused. It was rather excessive that Bai Chen had not reminded him about this. The first half of the night passed swiftly without any incidents. Bai Chen awoke to the sound of the alarm he had set. Exiting the tent, he swiftly waved his hand to pack it away, subsequently replacing Kakashi in the process. "Could I borrow your sleeping bag? I forgot to bring mine." Kakashi looked at Bai Chen with hopeful eyes. Who would want to sleep on the ground when they could have a comfortable tent and a warm blanket? "I can't lend it to you. I don't have the habit of sharing my own blanket with others." Bai Chen refused, waving his hand dismissively. Kakashi's expression darkened immediately. Just as he was about to verbally chastise Bai Chen, with a smile, pulled out a brand new, unopened tent and blanket, gesturing towards them as he said, "But I have a spare set that I just bought. Consider it a gift. Remember to treat me to a meal next time." Kakashi's face brightened, and he shot Bai Chen an exasperated glare while making his way to unpack the tent bag. "Were you deliberately toying with me? Why didn't you bring this out sooner? I'll remember the meal. Consider it a debt of gratitude." With that, Kakashi quickly assembled the tent and crawled inside. Once he was certain Kakashi was asleep, Bai Chen focused his thoughts and used a shadow clone to replace his original self. His true self silently entered his spatial ring to retrieve a scroll for chakra refinement, a summoning technique, along with the necessary contracts. He then gathered a sphere of chakra, murmuring, "Let me see if this formula can yield something extraordinary." After this attempt, his level would be maxed out, and his exchange talent could be upgraded again, though he was uncertain if this would unlock the new features he desired. Over the past 5 months, Bai Chun had performed over 50 exchanges, and his exchange talent had now reached Exchange 299100. He was on the verge of upgrading. However, during those 50 exchanges, he had not acquired many valuable items. Luck was indeed capricious, unpredictable in its whims. He hoped for something good this time. With that thought, Bai Chun silently chanted, "Exchange." In an instant, everything in his hand vanished, and his mind was flooded with visions of a vast island world. Chapter 14. The onslaught from the roots today marked the annual awakening assessment for the new island lords. Millions of youths across Blue Star, who had just turned 18, found an enigmatic mark appearing on their hands. With this mark, they vanished from Blue Star, transported to the island world. This is incredible. I've awakened the level of enslavement contract talent, enabling me to unconditionally force a contract upon any being up to 1 major tier, not including 1 major tier, enslaving them to serve me, their life and death resting solely within my thoughts, forever unable to break free, eternally loyal to me. I can also contract beings up to 2 major tiers, including 2 major tiers, provided they are in a state of helplessness. This is truly magnificent. As Su Tian entered the island world, he found himself on a secluded isle where he promptly activated his attribute panel, revealing the talent he had awakened. An overwhelming joy surged within him. He was now at the beginner level of bronze, which meant he could forcibly contract beings of no greater strength than the pinnacle of bronze for his own purposes. His gaze shifted to the shoreline, where he spotted a mermaid lying on the sand. He had previously noticed that the mermaid appeared to be injured and was in a state of unconsciousness. With a mischievous grin, Su Tian eagerly approached the mermaid. After confirming her comatose condition, he hesitated no longer and activated his talent ability upon her. A mysterious rune materialized at his brow and floated above the mermaid's forehead, sensing the impending threat and malevolence. The mermaid's eyelids fluttered as though she was on the verge of awakening. Alarmed, Su Tian raised a makeshift club, poised to strike her should she regain consciousness unexpectedly. Simultaneously, he urged the contract rune to imprint upon her brow. In the next moment, the enslavement rune vanished, and to his horror, Su Tian realized he could no longer sense his talent within his consciousness. No, this cannot be. In a panic, he summoned the attribute panel again, only to find the talent section had turned entirely blank. He stood frozen, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, utterly unable to comprehend this turn of events. Suddenly, 3 scrolls and a crystal appeared in the air before him and began to descend. His eyes widened with hope, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he reached out to seize them. However, a hand unexpectedly shot forth, grasping his neck with a vice-like grip. With a swift motion, his neck was snapped. In his final moments, he beheld the mermaid, who had risen in fury and was responsible for his demise. Filled with indignation, Su Tian succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to him, the mermaid was a silver-level powerhouse, far beyond his capabilities. Just as Su Tian was about to force a contract upon her, her sixth sense alerted her to the danger, prompting her to awaken prematurely. She sensed his intentions and, without hesitation, ended his life. "How dare you attempt to enslave me? You shall pay for this," the mermaid declared coldly, her expression frosty. Although she was uncertain of the nature of the rune, she instinctively felt that being contracted by it would render her entirely subservient to this human. She felt a twinge of relief that his abilities seemed to have faltered. For otherwise, Gaia truly favored these blue star beings, each one attaining a gift upon reaching adulthood, while her kind, the native intelligent beings, did not. What is this? She snapped back to reality and noticed the scrolls and crystals that had fallen earlier. Without hesitation, she gathered these items. The moment her fingers brushed against the chakra seed, the mermaid froze momentarily. "This is a chakra seed? Another extraordinary cultivation system?" The mermaid was instantly thrilled. Then, she perused the rest of them and grew even more exhilarated. What marvelous treasures! With this spiritual connection technique, can our clansmen now summon and communicate with each other telepathically? Moreover, could we transcend the spiritual constraints and forge pacts with more companions? At this thought, the mermaid's heart swelled with exhilaration. Praise Gaia. I was mistaken. You are fair and just. I adore you. The mermaid instantly changed her stance and began admiring the essence of the island world. The imagery concludes here. TSK. Another forsaken protagonist, or perhaps this unfortunate soul, isn't the main character after all. Baichen clicked his tongue in disapproval and couldn't help but remark. This Su Tian seemed even more pitiful than other protagonists from different worlds, having been toyed with to death. However, this time I seem to have obtained his top-tier talent. Haven't I? If that were the case, it would indeed be splendid. At that moment, a crystal materialized in Baichen's hand. The instant it made contact with his palm, a message flashed through his mind. Su Tian's S-grade talent. Enslavement contract crystal, upon fusion, grants an S-grade talent ability, can unconditionally and forcibly contract any entity no more than one major tier above one's own power level. Can forcibly contract entities in a defenseless state up to 2 major tiers above, inclusive, gaining their absolute loyalty and control over their life and death. Originally destined to accompany Su Tian in contracting beauties from powerful races and ascending to the pinnacle of life, fate had other plans when the talent exchange intervened. TCH. Indeed, this is the very thing. How splendid. Thus, some of my plans can now be set into motion. Baichen gazed at the crystal in his hand with delight. Without hesitation, he chose to fuse with this talent crystal. The crystal transformed into a stream of light, merging into the space between his eyebrows and settling in his sea of consciousness, forming an intricate rune that gently orbited the beast-taming space crystal. Subsequently, Baichen fully grasped the method of utilizing this power. With a mere thought, he condensed a profound contract rune. By imprinting this rune upon the forehead of a suitable target, its effects would take hold. Sufficient experience accumulated for talent exchange. Upgrade now. Upgrade without question. I hope this time I can acquire a new ability that will truly satisfy me. Baichen declared without hesitation. Upgrade successful. The ability to exchange talents 301,000 can be utilized every 2 days, with the additional option to accumulate exchange opportunities. One may actively opt to exchange for past worlds using multiple exchange counts. The higher the multiplier, the greater the likelihood of acquiring valuable items. Oh, is it possible to accumulate opportunities now? Can one actively engage in exchanges with the altered world? This is precisely the functionality desired. Upon witnessing the upgraded talent information, Baichen's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. This completely fulfills his expectations for the enhancement of his transmutation abilities. Due to the inability to provide more and better transmutable items, he had not acquired many valuable possessions over the past few months. Now, however, he can accumulate transmutation attempts and amplify the odds of acquiring exceptional items. Chapter 15. Root Ninja of Enslavement. Furthermore, he can actively transmute with worlds he has previously interacted with, significantly increasing the probability of obtaining something intriguing from a particular realm when he is interested in it. Lacking suitable test subjects, Baichen refrained from experimenting with the newly acquired enslavement contract ability and instead ventured into the realm of his spatial ring. The shadow clone outside was simultaneously dispelled. Suddenly, Baichen vanished from his original position. Thud, thud, thud. Several shurikens flew towards the spot where he had been seated, embedding themselves deep into the solid earth. In an instant, 2 elite Jonin and 3 elite Chunin materialized around Baichen, subtly encircling him. All of them wore animal masks, and their attire was specially designed for concealment. Resistance was futile. Surrender was the only option. We can at least leave you with a complete corpse. One of the root ninjas stated coldly, gazing at Baichen. You are ninjas from the root, aren't you? Did Danzo send you? Baichen inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. These individuals did not resemble the sand ninjas. Aside from Danzo, he believed no one else would wish to kill him. Dead men need not know so much. The root ninja, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further and, alongside another elite Jonin, launched a coordinated attack against Baichen. Attempting a swift kill, the 3 Chunin lunged towards Kakashi, who was situated near the tent. Chuckling, Baichen evaded the assaults of the 2 and reappeared several meters away, a cold smile gracing his lips. It seems your intelligence is somewhat outdated. Otherwise, Danzo would not have merely dispatched you to your deaths. He recalled having obliterated a formidable sand ninja unit of 10 elite Jonin with just 2 moves, who gave them the audacity to attempt to assassinate him. The leading root ninja furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss, yet with the arrow already knocked, he pressed the attack against Baichen. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the next moment, Baichen summoned a shadow clone that charged at the 3 elite Chunin. With a swift motion, employing the formidable 6 styles of martial arts, he dispatched the 3 elite Chunin with a mere 3 punches, rendering them unconscious. Simultaneously, Baichen's true self surged towards the 2 elite Jonin. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Secret technique, insect infestation. As the two elite Genin advanced to attack the three elite Chunin, they immediately unleashed their jutsu, intending to eliminate Bai Qin's shadow clone. The essence of their strategy was straightforward: eliminate Bai Qin's true form, and the shadow clone would naturally dissipate. The Oil Girl Clan's 26. There are still members serving in the roots. It appears I have underestimated the situation. Observing the swarm of insects approaching, Bai Qin furrowed his brow slightly. He had presumed that the earlier wave of public opinion had compelled Danzo to send all these talents, abducted from various shinobi clans in Konoha, away. However, it now seemed either Danzo had retained some for himself, or these individuals had willingly joined the cause. After all, Danzo wielded considerable power in Konoha, and it was not unusual for families to wish to curry favor with him and maintain amicable relations. With a swift motion, Bai Qin executed the first form of the thunder-breathing sword technique, Thunderclap of Ten Raijin. A flash of lightning surged forth, severing the jutsu of the two elite Genin, while a multitude of parasitic insects were electrocuted. In that instant, they felt a searing pain in their necks before their consciousness faded into darkness. Of course, they were not dead. Bai Qin had merely incapacitated them with a precise strike to the neck, rendering them unconscious. Done. Now, let me test my newly acquired abilities. Bai Qin promptly flipped the two elite Genin over and raised his hand to conjure an enslavement contract, imprinting it upon their foreheads. Instantly, two intricate runic formations embedded themselves into their minds, firmly occupying their consciousness and inscribing themselves upon their souls. Bai Qin felt a distinct sense of control over their lives and deaths. With a mere thought, regardless of the distance, he could extinguish their lives. Success. Subsequently, Bai Qin replicated the process, instructing his shadow clone to drag over the three elite Chunin who had been rendered unconscious. And he proceeded to implant the enslavement contracts upon them as well. What is happening? At that moment, Kakashi emerged from the tent with a look of alertness. However, upon witnessing the signs of battle and the lifeless bodies of unfamiliar shinobi, he turned to Bai Qin with a puzzled expression. Bai Qin replied directly, "These are root ninjas sent by Danzo to assassinate us. This old man has evidently been seeking an opportunity. It seems we've caught him off guard this time." What? Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically as he darkened. This man dares to target us? What should we do now? You need not concern yourself with that. Bai Qin waved his hand dismissively, gesturing to the 5 bodies lying on the ground. These root ninjas are now under my control through a secret technique. They will serve us and relay intelligence from Danzo's side. You need not worry about them. I will inform you if anything arises. Just act as if nothing has happened. At present, Kakashi's strength was still too weak to partake in such matters. Huh? Kakashi, taken aback, replied, "You've controlled them? Are you certain there won't be any issues? I heard from my father that the fundamental ninjas have been brainwashed, completely devoted to Danzo. Moreover, during the initial manipulation of public opinion, did you not also spread the rumor that many ninjas were ensnared by Danzo's secret techniques? Are you truly untroubled? Rest assured." Bai Qin cast a reassuring glance at Kakashi, saying, "You know my methods well. I would not speak without absolute certainty." At that moment, 2 elite Genin on the ground began to awaken. Their first instinct was to survey their surroundings. They swiftly moved a few meters, scanning the area. Upon spotting Bai Qin, a fervent glimmer appeared in their eyes, and they approached him, kneeling on one knee, exclaiming, "Qiu Shao pays homage to the master." Bai Qin nodded in satisfaction. "Rise." The influence of the tongue calamity elimination technique still lingers. Qiu immediately attempted to move, his body momentarily stiffening before he regained his composure. Nodding at Bai Qin, "It remains." Indeed, Bai Qin was not surprised in the least. "I will devise a method to swiftly unravel this sealing technique. Until then, you must formulate a strategy to deceive Danzo. Furthermore, endeavor to gather intelligence and incriminating evidence against him, as well as any valuable assets he possesses. I will contact you as needed. For now, remain discreet." This opportunity allowed him to embed several spies within the root organization, keeping a watchful eye on Danzo. Relying solely on himself to gather such valuable resources would not suffice at his current level. Chapter 16. Bai Qin, your end is nigh. Unless he flips the table directly, his life will be irrevocably shattered, which is not the outcome he desires. The 2 elite Genin promptly complied. Subsequently, the 3 elite Nin also awoke in succession. Upon seeing Bai Qin, they exhibited fervent loyalty towards him. After issuing a few commands and exchanging glances, Bai Qin allowed them to depart. Kakashi observed Bai Qin's masterful maneuver of assimilating Danzo's followers, bewildered by their unwavering loyalty to him. "How on earth did you achieve that?" Kakashi could not contain his curiosity. "Don't ask." Bai Chun waved his finger dismissively. Inquire, and you shall find it is talent. Question, and you shall discover it is a secret. You rascal. Kakashi glared fiercely at Bai Chun. You know that attitude of yours is asking for a beating, right? You cannot defeat me. Bai Chun replied with a cheerful smile. Kakashi was aware that if he could, he would have already dealt with Bai Chun. Thus, is the situation with Danzo settled? Kakashi felt a sense of dissatisfaction. That old wretch had even sent people to assassinate them. How could they simply let it go? It was impossible. Kakashi was filled with intense hatred towards Danzo. This was the second time. The first was concerning his father, and now it was directed at him and Bai Chun. That old man was a malignant tumor within Konoha. Do not uproot him. Sooner or later, you will become a calamity for Konoha, leaving behind endless misfortunes. Of course, that is impossible. Bai Chun coldly scoffed and shook his head. I will find an opportunity to retaliate, but for now, this matter is not one in which you can partake. Just keep it in mind. Very well. Kakashi shrugged helplessly. If there is a way I can be of assistance, do remember to inform me. He too wished to be involved. Indeed. Now, off you go to train. We must set out early tomorrow. Bai Chun nodded in agreement, then waved him away. Kakashi, undeterred, retreated into the tent to rest. As Bai Chun and Kakashi hastened towards the eastern front of the mist-hidden battlefield, news of Bai Chun's two devastating moves, which annihilated 2 elite Jonin, 8 Jonin, and 10 Chunin from the sand, reached the third Hokage in no time. Hiss. How could this be possible? The third's initial reaction upon seeing the news was one of disbelief, gasping in shock. Bai Chun had been growing under his very eyes, and now... The reports from Orochimaru indicated that Bai Chun had concealed the majority of his strength, now rivaling that of a Kage-level warrior. It was utterly preposterous. Yet, it was unlikely that Orochimaru would jest about such a matter. Nevertheless, the third chose to wait for the reports from the frontline Umbu before he could truly confirm and accept the reality of the situation. He furrowed his brow, realizing with astonishment that this young lad had been hiding his capabilities all along. Had he been merely playing a part with me, or was there something more? He suddenly recognized that the seemingly innocent Bai Chun was, in fact, a cunning little devil. Huh. The third then let out a rueful chuckle, shaking his head. I should have anticipated this. The incident with White Fang was undoubtedly his doing. What led me to believe he would be a simple-minded individual? At barely 8 years old, he has already attained Kage-level power. Fortunately, the celestial phenomenon had aided him, and his true strength should still be considerably lacking, as is his realm. However, I must reassess his existence. He felt an unsettling sense that Bai Chun's growth had begun to slip beyond his control. This was certainly not a favorable sign. The achievements had already been disseminated among thousands of ninjas on the front lines, with Tsunade and Orochimaru's influence further amplifying the situation. As for how to handle Bai Chun moving forward, the third found himself uncertain. He resolved to adopt a strategy of benign neglect for the time being. With Tsunade's connections, he considered Bai Chun, in some respects, to be an ally. Konoha was currently under tremendous pressure from the assaults of the 4 great ninja villages. Having an additional top-tier force was indeed a welcome piece of news. After all, Bai Chun was still very young, in the short term, regardless of his accomplishments. He posed no threat to his authority or position. Perhaps it would be wise to increase the reward significantly and bring him fully into their fold? With this thought, the third's mind began to stir with renewed vigor. He perceived that although Bai Chun exhibited remarkable intelligence, he was still merely a child of 7 or 8 years. With ample exposure and guidance, it was not impossible to fully harness his potential. Such is human nature. One often harbors the belief that they can succeed and is reluctant to relinquish immense benefits. The third Hokage found himself in this very predicament. Given this, he resolved to promote Bai Chun to the esteemed rank of Special Jonin and additionally reward him with a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. However, which technique should he select? Many forbidden jutsus were deemed too perilous for Bai Chun. At that moment, a particular ninjutsu captured his attention, the Flying Thunder God technique. This shall suffice. The resources have been provided. Whether or not he can master it is now his responsibility. I shall graciously accept this favor, hee. The third Hokage, chuckling as he stroked his beard, meticulously transcribed the Flying Thunder God technique, sealing it away before summoning a member of the Umbu. He commanded the ninja to deliver the technique to the Eastern Front and to present it to Bai Chun upon his arrival. The Flying Thunder God technique is not easily learned. It demands exceptional talent. However, even if Bai Chun were to master it, it would be advantageous for the third Hokage, as it would mean an additional expert under his command. Danzo was the second to receive the news. After all, he had his own hidden operatives on the battlefield. Dispatching root ninjas to infiltrate. What did you say? That little brat by Chin dispatched 10 San Shinobi, including 10 Jonin and Chunin? When did that boy become so formidable? Upon receiving this news, Danzo was initially incredulous but was soon left aghast. How could that child have matured so rapidly? There must be secrets surrounding him. As this thought crossed his mind, Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he recalled that he had sent the likes of Kuro and Gio to eliminate by Chin and Kakashi. And his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Kuro and the others are in danger. Moreover, that little brat might realize I was behind it. Damn it. How could such a significant oversight occur? That child has concealed himself so deeply that he has deceived everyone. Danzo was filled with rage. The previous incident involving White Fang had already resulted in a substantial reduction in his root ninjas, and the loss of Kuro and others pained him greatly. No. I must devise a plan to eliminate this child before he grows any stronger. Bai Chen's burgeoning power not only failed to quell Danzo's murderous intent, but rather solidified it. He immediately instructed the root ninja before him. Go to the underground black market at once and place a bounty on Bai Chen, set at 100 million Rio. Additionally, disseminate information about Bai Chen. I want every ninja village to be aware of his monstrous reputation. Understood. The root ninja promptly accepted the order and departed. Hiki, this time, let us see how you meet your end. Danzo sneered, confident that once other villages learned of Bai Chen's prowess, their desire to eliminate him would surpass even his own. Not only would they place a bounty on his head, but they would likely dispatch elite shinobi to confront him as well. Chapter 17. The bounty of 500 million on Bai Chen. Such a prodigy, if allowed to flourish, could very well become the next Senja Hashirama, the next god of shinobi. Upon receiving this news, the hidden cloud, hidden stone, hidden mist, and even the hidden sand could hardly remain composed. Their heroes are my adversaries. Their geniuses pose a threat to me. Bai Chen is doomed. With Danzo's influence, within merely 2 days, information regarding Bai Chen was presented to the third Reikage, the third Suchikage, the third Mizukage, and even Chiyo. Indeed, Konoha is truly a cradle of exceptional talent. Now, an extraordinary prodigy has emerged at merely 7 years of age. Possessing the combat prowess of a shadow-level warrior, this little rascal must not be allowed to remain. After reading the information, Ohayaki slammed his palm heavily on the table. Filled with jealousy. How is it that our Wagakure has yet to produce such a genius? Swiftly convey my orders. Send someone to the underground black market to place a bounty on the head of this Bai Chen. Let the reward be a sum of 100 million. He must be eliminated. Furthermore, he ordered someone to gather intelligence regarding the matter, to ascertain the veracity of these reports. Daimyo issued the command without hesitation. It was not that he doubted the information. On the contrary, he found the credibility of the reports to be exceedingly high. Nevertheless, verification was deemed necessary. Perhaps this was the handiwork of Danzo? At this juncture, it is rather amusing that there remains the inclination and energy for internal strife. A wry smile played upon Yuki's lips. Nevertheless, such a state of affairs within Konoha aligns more closely with his own interests and those of the land of Earth. It is only when the Hidden Leaf Village achieves true unity and solidarity that they will become a genuine threat. Meanwhile, at the front lines of Sunegakure's encampment bang. Upon receiving the intelligence leaked by Danzo, and in conjunction with the information gathered by the Sand Village's Umbu over the past couple of days, Chiyo was entirely convinced of the authenticity of the news. Slamming her palm onto the table before her, she exclaimed in fury, "Indeed. The Akatsuki has found the lethal touch of the Leaf Ninja. That day's celestial thunder might very well have sealed their fate. I never anticipated that the one who struck would be merely a child of 7 or 8 years. It is nothing short of a profound humiliation. Heaven seems excessively favoring Konoha. With the legendary Sannin, the prodigious figures of Shikamaru Nara and Minato Namikaze having already emerged, and now the likes of the young prodigy, Hakuchen. On the horizon, should he fully mature, we might witness the rise of another Hashirama Senju, or perhaps someone even greater. In such a case, will there be any hope left for us in Sunegakure? This young prodigy must be eliminated." Almost simultaneously, the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Sand, and Hidden Mist villages made similar decisions. In an instant, Shiraishi's bounty in the underground black market skyrocketed, surpassing even the third Hokage and the legendary Sannin, reaching a staggering 500 million. Meanwhile, with Danzo's orchestration and the collective efforts of various hidden villages, Shiraishi's infamy spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge across the entire shinobi world. Even he and Kakashi, still on their journey, overheard whispers about his notoriety along the way. Damn it, who's out to ruin you? Upon hearing the news, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. only to be engulfed by a torrent of rage thereafter. It is quite evident, is it not? Baichen, the individual in question, remained remarkably composed as he shrugged his shoulders. Clearly, this bears the mark of Danzo's handiwork. Otherwise, such information could not have disseminated so swiftly. I suspect the other ninja villages are merely fanning the flames. This is not the first instance of such treachery from Danzo. That old scoundrel, in my view, is nothing less than a traitor, the most insidious kind. Kakashi exclaimed, his face contorted with fury. How could Konoha have produced such a wretched being? Time and again. What exactly is he scheming? Does he intend to witness the complete annihilation of Konoha before he's satisfied? The third Hokage must have been blind to allow such a man to usurp such a high position. If he were to become Hokage, the first to be eliminated would undoubtedly be that wretched Danzo. Anger resolves nothing. Baichen calmly waved his hand and said, "We must quicken our pace now, lest we be tracked down and encounter trouble along the way." Alone, he would have been fine. If he couldn't win, he could flee, or even retreat into the world within his spatial ring, rendering capture impossible. But with Kakashi as a burden, that wasn't an option. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi immediately remarked with a faintly accusing tone, "I have the distinct impression you're thinking something rather impolite about me." The bounty on your head in the underground black market has soared to an astonishing 500 million. Are you not the least bit anxious? That is indeed a staggering sum. Even Kakashi was moved. His father, having toiled diligently throughout his life, had only managed to accumulate 30 to 40 million, most of which was taken away by Baichen with 2 spatial bracelets. Fortunately, their family still possessed some ancestral wealth, and his father was still able to earn money. Otherwise, they would have been impoverished. Yet, they must possess the means to enjoy it. Baichen let out a cold smile, stating, "My head is not something that can be taken at will. I await their offer of experience." At that moment, within the borders of the Fire Country, in an underground black market near the capital, Kakuzu fixed his green eyes upon the freshly issued bounty notice. Observing the staggering reward of 500 million, he narrowed his eyes slightly and declared in a deep voice, "I shall accept this task, and that 500 million shall be mine." As he spoke, he promptly turned and made his way to the underground black market, where he began to gather more detailed information about Baichen and his current whereabouts through his network of informants. As a bounty hunter, possessing a thorough understanding of enemy intelligence is paramount to successfully completing missions and avoiding disastrous failures. This lesson was instilled in Kakuzu decades ago when, after obtaining the power of the Earth Grudge Fear, he felt invincible and, in his hubris, attempted to assassinate Hashirama Senju, only to be effortlessly defeated by a single strike. Had it not been for the mercy shown by that man, he would have long since become a mere memory, buried beneath countless layers of earth. The magnitude of this bounty has attracted not only Kakuzu, but numerous other bounty hunters who have eagerly accepted the task and swiftly set their plans into motion. Many, intimidated by the terrifying combat prowess exhibited by Baichen, have opted to band together, preparing to confront this formidable adversary. Indeed, Konoha has truly produced an extraordinary genius this time. Regrettably, it is not Uchiha. The previous restrictions were indeed limited. At that moment, Kuro and Shiro received the news and promptly reported it to Uchiha Madara, who resided within a subterranean cave somewhere in the Land of Fire. Upon hearing Baichen's information, Uchiha Obito was somewhat astonished. To possess such strength and accomplishments at the tender age of 7? Quite impressive indeed. Regrettably, his premature emergence was his folly. This young rascal is not destined for longevity. Moreover, without the Uchiha bloodline and the Sharingan, any future accomplishments would be rather insignificant, rendering him unworthy of Uchiha Madara's esteem. By the way, Uchiha Madara is more concerned about the current situation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Have you gathered information regarding the aspirations of the younger generation of the Uchiha? What have you discovered? Are there any suitable candidates? His body can no longer endure for much longer. The sensation of being suspended by an external demonic force, while rendered immobile, is utterly dreadful. He, Uchiha Madara, ought to be a figure of unparalleled majesty, reigning supreme over all. Instead, he finds himself cowering in this lightless underground cavern, a feeble relic of his former self. He no longer wishes to exist in such a wretched state. Chapter 18. The hunt may yet succeed regardless. The plan has reached an advanced stage. It merely requires the arrangement of a proxy to continue executing his design, and all will be well. Even if unforeseen deviations arise, he has several contingencies in place. Thus, Uchiha Madara harbors no fears of the plan spiraling out of control. Black Zetsu immediately responded in a hoarse voice. The intelligence has been gathered. There are 5 optimal targets. Among them, 2 pairs are brothers, while the remaining one was once the most suitable but has recently shown signs of deviation. According to the strategy devised with Uchiha Madara, brothers are the most advantageous, as it would facilitate the acquisition of the Eternal Eye. In the final stages of the plan, it is imperative that the executor possesses sufficient strength. The Eternal Eye is indeed essential. Oh, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring, in what manner has he strayed? What is the name of that little brat? His name is Uchiha Daisher. From a young age, he has been kind-hearted, remarkably innocent, and exceedingly helpful, harboring an affection for a girl he cannot resist. Upon hearing Kuro's description, Madara's eyes sparkled with interest. Such a character indeed seems quite fitting. It is quite effective in manipulation and brainwashing. The more benevolent one is, the more obsessive they may become after succumbing to darkness. Thus, in what manner has he deviated now? If there is still hope for salvation, Ban Yi is inclined to choose this little rascal. He hesitated for a moment before stating that ever since he became a disciple of the peculiar taijutsu ninja, Might Guy, from Konoha, his demeanor has undergone a dramatic transformation. Each day, he exuberantly shouts about passionate youth while donning a dark green, form-fitting bodysuit, fervently engaging in an extensive regimen of physical training. It seems as though his mind is gradually being assimilated by that Might Guy, evolving into some sort of bizarre and extraordinary creature. Regarding this unexpected turn of events, even Korezetsu, who has been closely watching Obito, finds himself at a loss for words. What on earth is happening? Why has Konoha witnessed the emergence of such extraordinary beasts? Might Guy? Extraordinary beasts? Passionate youth? Lord Madara listened as a rough impression of Obito formed in his mind. Unable to suppress a subtle twitch at the corner of his lips. So, what makes this Might Guy so special? Is he exceptionally powerful? Moreover, a member of the Uchiha clan has actually resorted to honing pure taijutsu? Is this not sheer nonsense? Shouldn't Uchiha Madara serve as a minister in the development of bloodlines? The evolution of the Sharingan and ninjutsu? What manner of peculiar being is this? Heiju immediately replied, Might Guy is merely a low-ranking ninja of Konoha, who, it seems, lacks any proficiency in ninjutsu and only excels in taijutsu, due to his frequent failures in missions and the consequent lack of regard from others. He has consistently been relegated to undertaking only basic assignments. He has a son who is rather similar to him. In short, they belong to an unusual family. However, this individual appears to possess knowledge of a technique known as the 8 Gates, although I have yet to witness him utilize it, hence my uncertainty. In truth, Heiju is well aware of the 8 Gates. This technique is not an invention of Might Guy. It has appeared throughout the history of the ninja world for over 1,000 years. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. So it's this technique? How intriguing. Let us observe further. If that is the case, then let us remove it from the list. Selecting from others is also acceptable. The selection of the proxy must be conducted with utmost rigor. Otherwise, issues may easily arise. Indeed, Black Absolute promptly responded. At this moment, Obito remained unaware that he was gradually straying from his destined path, influenced by the provocations and visions from Baichun. His future began to veer into the unknown. The Thunder Breathing Sword technique, first form, Thunderclap, executed in a rapid succession of 12 flashes. In an instant, a brilliant golden blue flash of lightning arced through the nearby woods, reversing direction a dozen times in midair with unparalleled speed. Baichun's long blade glided effortlessly across the necks of 12 bounty hunters. Not a single drop of blood staining its surface, remaining utterly pristine. Such swiftness of the blade. How could this be? How could I possibly meet my demise in such a manner? 12 figures plummeted from their hiding places, collapsing lifelessly upon the ground, heads severed from bodies. Their consciousness swallowed by eternal darkness with lingering resentment. Baichun sheathed his blade with a whisper of steel. Turning to address Kakashi with measured urgency, our presence has been compromised. We must hasten our pace. The eastern encampment lies less than 100 kilometers hence. Let us make haste. Understood, came the terse reply. Kakashi wiped the bloodied blade upon the lifeless body of his foe before sheathing it and hastening to match the pace of Baichun. Over the course of the past 2 days, they had already endured 2 assaults from bounty hunters. It was evident that someone had betrayed their whereabouts. Both Baichun and Kakashi surmised that it was likely Danzo. After tidying the battlefield and collecting the spoils from their adversaries, Baichun urged Kakashi to depart swiftly from the scene. Such wretched misers. Or did they leave all their possessions behind? With so many individuals involved, it is quite disheartening to discover that merely a little over 1 million taels have been amassed, which truly tarnishes the reputation of bounty hunters as a profession. Along the journey, Bai Chun, while tallying the spoils of this venture, could not help but voice his dissatisfaction. Kakashi, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. He remarked that if individuals possessed wealth, they would not resort to becoming bounty hunters, living a life fraught with hardship. He always felt that Bai Chen was missing the crux of the matter. It seemed as though Bai Chen, rather than the bounty hunters, was the true hunter, while those who pursued bounties were merely the prey. Shortly after Bai Chen and his companions departed, a figure shrouded in mystery appeared, surveying the wounds of the fallen. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the neatly inflicted injuries and the remarkable swordsmanship displayed. The newcomer was none other than Jiaodu, who had actually arrived long before. He had watched from a distance as these individuals engaged, witnessing a display of prowess far exceeding mere expectations. The ability to slay 12 adversaries in a single strike was astonishing, even if most were of average skill. This young prodigy certainly possessed formidable talent. Acquiring that 500 million may prove to be more challenging than anticipated. Kakuza sighed deeply. However, he had no intention of giving up, though the challenge was formidable. He deemed the reward worthy of the effort. With 5 lives at his disposal and the advantage of asymmetric information, meticulous planning might just lead to a successful hunt. Huff finally made it in time. Now you can take a well-deserved rest. Gazing at the distant Konoha camp, Kakashi, appearing travel-worn, let out a long sigh. Since failing to eliminate 2 waves of bounty hunters, the adversaries had not diminished. Rather, they had grown increasingly audacious. He and Bai Chun had subsequently annihilated 2 more waves, totaling over 100 bounty hunters, before finally arriving at this location. Fortunately, due to Bai Chun's formidable prowess, they had managed to avoid injury. In the midst of such relentless pursuit, the prospect of a proper rest was evidently unattainable. Bai Chun, upon seeing this, chuckled and teased. Do you ever regret joining me in this endeavor? Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing this. Do not utter such nonsense. As if my absence would somehow shield you from peril. He is well aware of his own capabilities. Indeed, Bai Chun smiled and nodded, saying, after all, you have made it onto the underground black market's bounty list, with a staggering reward of 20 million taels, equivalent to 2/3 of a future asthma. My worth has reached 1/15 of that, which is not negligible. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 19 presented the evidence. What nonsense, 1/25. No, that's incorrect. Suddenly, Kakashi turned to Yu Ming and inquired, what do you mean by the future king being divided into 2 Asumas? When did Asuma become afflicted? And furthermore, in the future? Do you believe you can foresee the future? Bai Chun replied with a mysterious smile, perhaps I truly can. If you doubt it, let us wait and see. Kakashi curled his lips disdainfully. I don't believe a word you say. At that moment, 2 suspicious-looking ninjas ran over warily and demanded, who are you? Show us your identification. Primarily, Bai Chun and Kakashi were complete strangers, and their prolonged laughter and chatter at the entrance of the camp without moving forward raised suspicions of them being enemy spies. My name is Bai Chun, and this is Hatake Kakashi. We've been dispatched to deliver a message to Lord White Fang. Bai Chun swiftly introduced themselves before presenting their credentials. Bai Chun, Kakashi? Upon hearing these 2 familiar names, the 2 Konoha ninjas' eyes instantly lit up with recognition. It's you two. Your identities check out. Please proceed inside. It is truly remarkable how Lord Bai Chun managed to annihilate so many sand ninjas with merely 2 techniques. This extraordinary feat has become the talk of the town recently. Evidently, they too have heard of Bai Chun's legendary exploits. Is that so? Bai Chun smiled and nodded, exchanging a few pleasant words with the 2 before leading Kakashi to the central command tent at the heart of the encampment, where they were greeted by the esteemed mentor and father, Hatake Sakumo. As Bai Chun and Kakashi entered, they greeted warmly. Shaw Mo, hearing the familiar voice, looked up in surprise and exclaimed, what brings you here? Didn't you all go to the Bellflower City? Especially you, Bai Chun. This time you even went as a guest. At this point, Sakumo gazed at Hakushin with profound meaning in his eyes and remarked, I had no idea your abilities had already reached such formidable heights, young man. You actually kept it hidden even from me, you little rascal. After spending so much time together, Hatake often instructed Hakushin, yet never detected the slightest clue. Just this fact alone would make even Hatake have to acknowledge with profound admiration. TSK. Bai Chun let out an awkward chuckle. Well, esteemed teacher, you never inquired about it before, did you? Moreover, these are the results of my gradual progress over the past 6 months. It's not as though I deliberately concealed them from you. Shiromo listened, then regarded Hakushin with an amused expression. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? Is it truly possible to achieve such remarkable progress in just half a year? Well, considering Bai Chun is merely 7 years old, an existence that defies conventional logic, perhaps nothing is impossible. Very well then. Shirakumo interrupted Hakushin's words. It's perfectly natural for you to have your little secrets. Everyone does. There's no need to explain them to me in detail. I couldn't be more delighted if you and Kakashi grow stronger. The current state of the ninja world is tumultuous. Possessing greater strength is essential for one's safety. By the way, you have yet to explain how you arrived here. Is there a mission involved? In this day and age, who doesn't harbor a few secrets? He is certainly not the type to delve into the intricacies of others' affairs. Indeed, Baichin nodded slightly, retrieving a sealed scroll from his spatial ring and handing it to Shiromo with a measured gesture. This is what Lord Orochimaru instructed us to deliver to you, he stated calmly. Shiromo accepted the scroll, deftly unraveling its seals to peruse the intelligence within. After a moment of silent scrutiny, he gave a slow, acknowledging nod before regarding Baichan and Kakashi with a composed yet penetrating gaze. The situation is now clear to me, he remarked, his voice steady and deliberate. For the foreseeable future, you will remain under my command. I anticipate this arrangement will not be brief. Prepare yourselves accordingly. Certainly, during this period, I shall find time to instruct you as well. Over half a year has passed since we last met, and I am most curious to witness how much you have grown and developed. The premise is that Zero-In will not launch a large-scale offensive. As the Supreme Commander of the Eastern Front, he has quite a number of affairs to attend to. Understood. Baichun and Kakashi exchanged nods. Excellent. Shikaku immediately summoned a Jonin and instructed him to arrange a tent for Hakusen and Kakashi as their quarters. After the two had departed, Shikaku shook his head with an amused chuckle. These two lads, even while staying in the village handling routine missions, managed to stir up such peculiar incidents. No wonder the Hokage dispatched them to my care. The intelligence just received contained a letter from the third Hokage to him, which detailed the achievements of Shiraishi and Kakashi over the past 6 months. However, it's likely the Hokage never anticipated Shiraishi would suddenly unleash such formidable power, did he? Do not speak of the third generation. Even as a teacher, I find it quite perplexing. The more I ponder, the more perilous the child's current situation appears. I must personally assess his capabilities to find solace in my concerns. Upon contemplating this, Shuamao rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. The bounty of 500 million clearly indicated that the other major ninja villages would likely invest heavily. Moreover, your influence must surely be involved in this matter, correct? Indeed. You are the very instigator, the harbinger of information, Danzo. SHM lifted his head and spoke coldly. This time, Danzo's actions had crossed a line for SHM. Not only had he betrayed Haku and Kakashi, but he had also compromised the interests of the village. He truly deserved to perish. SHM was genuinely filled with murderous intent. The moment has not yet arrived. Do not present me with an opportunity, for if you do, Dans, I shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death. Shuamao swore fiercely in his heart. That very night, as the cool-down period for his innate ability finally elapsed, Baichin immediately entered the dimensional realm of his spatial ring. Retrieving a replicated shadow clone technique scroll, he silently recited in his mind, "Exchange." In the next instant, the scroll vanished from his grasp, while a new sequence of imagery materialized in his consciousness, within the primordial expanse of Arceus in the Pokemon world. The deity abruptly opened its eyes, musing inwardly, the frequency of these dimensional exchanges grows ever more alarming. However, the number of useful resources has dwindled significantly. The previous shinobi beasts have been extensively studied by Dr. Oki. Moreover, Arceus and numerous legendary and mythical Pokemon have also come to understand the essence of chakra throughout this process. Consequently, the first batch that mastered chakra has demonstrated remarkable efficacy, greatly enhancing their strength. Shadow clone technique? Ninja arts? Physical duplication? After numerous communications with the ability of substitution, Arceus felt that the skill had become considerably more versatile. Remarkably, it could now discern the items to be substituted. This ninjutsu proves to be exceedingly beneficial for both myself and the divine beasts. Staying in the primordial realm can indeed be rather tedious. Perhaps I could send down a shadow clone to explore the world of humanity for a while? Or perhaps I could simply leave a shadow clone here to take my place while I venture out to play. Arceus found this idea quite brilliant. Surely, the legendary beasts would appreciate such a skill as well. Arceus considers himself a benevolent leader, always taking his little one's needs into account. However, this time he unexpectedly decided to bestow additional gifts. Arceus soon made a new discovery, its eyes gleaming with intrigue. The deity found this quite delightful and decided to bestow some small gifts, pondering that perhaps next time it would bring forth even greater treasures. Due to the emergence of chakra, the divine beasts of their world have all reaped its benefits. Chapter 20. The Redemption of the Supernatural Queen Nasi. Here it is. Let this be bestowed. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Arsene in his mind. He immediately expended a portion of his primordial power and, wielding his divine authority of creation, conjured a mysterious crystal orb before opting to agree to the exchange. In an instant, the scene shifted, transporting him to a bustling martial arts dojo within a vibrant human city. At that moment, the very fabric of the dojo's space appeared to warp, with an overwhelming and chaotic surge of supernatural abilities erupting within. Deep within the dojo, a young girl of about 10 floated in midair. She was the source of this turmoil. Hurry! Success is imminent. As long as we achieve success, we can subject her to a certain degree of indoctrination, and ultimately, Naz will become a valuable asset to us. Hee hee. Athena of the Rocket smiled with a hint of pride. Surrounding the entire dojo were 4 unique instruments emanating a distinct frequency, enveloping the entire area. This was, in fact, the fundamental reason behind the recurrence of Naz's superpower going awry. As the struggle of Nasi in midair diminished, the smile on Athena's face grew increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, the chaotic superpowers emanating from Nasi and the surrounding 4 interference devices abruptly vanished, and Nasi slowly opened her eyes. With a piercing gaze, she looked coldly at the smiling Athena. The unexpected turn of events caused Athena's smile to freeze instantly. Before she could utter a word, a blue light ignited in Nasi's eyes, and a wave of terrifying psychic energy ensnared Athena, lifting her into the air. Athena found herself utterly immobilized, unable to move or summon her Pokemon. Alongside her, other members of Team Rocket from the Golden Gym were also suspended in the air by the same psychic force. A sense of suffocation enveloped the scene. At that moment, the Pokeball at Athena's waist illuminated, as her Pokemon sensed their trainer was in peril and attempted to emerge to protect her. However, in the next instant, Nasi used her psychic powers to seal the Pokeball from the outside, rendering the Pokemon inside unable to escape. What do you intend to do? Release me at once, Nasi. You ought to be on our side. Athena cast a perplexed glance at Nasi, struggling to comprehend the situation. She could not fathom the source of the dilemma. Why had Nasi's chaotic powers seemingly vanished? What had caused those disruptive instruments to abruptly cease to exist? Could it be the work of a magical sprite endowed with extraordinary powers? This is utterly impossible. This phenomenon is nothing short of a superpower. Within the interference zone, even the mightiest champion-level psychic creatures are rendered incapable of utilizing their abilities. You wretched beings. The chilling voice of Nasi resonated in the minds of Athena and her companions, followed by an excruciating pain that surged through their heads like a violent explosion. Subsequently, they all succumbed, blood streaming from their orifices, rendered unconscious. Their brainwaves diminished to a faint whisper, yet their bodies retained the signs of life. After executing this, Nasi gradually reigned in her supernatural abilities, descending gently from the air. She then languidly opened her hand, entranced by the crystal that had suddenly materialized within her grasp. This object had not only quelled the essence of her powers, but also imparted to her a technique of supernatural cultivation known as the crystal meditation method. Henceforth, by practicing this, she would steadily and completely master her abilities, potentially advancing even further, until she achieved full control. As long as the bearer possessed this crystal, there would be no fear of her powers spiraling out of control, nor any concern of her emotions being suppressed. Nasi, are you all right? At that moment, a middle-aged man burst in from outside. Upon seeing Naz, he inquired with a mixture of fear and concern, "Is everything all right?" "No worries. I leave this matter in your capable hands." Nasi shook her head and, with a thought, transported numerous cloth dolls, thereby nullifying their superpowers. Instantly, these dolls reverted to their human forms, among them Nazi's mother. Were they saved at last? Those who were restored, with the exception of Nagi's mother, remained still, while the others, filled with astonishment, hastily fled from the Golden Pavilion. They silently vowed never to return to that dreadful place. It was utterly terrifying. A failed challenge could result in being transformed into a mere doll. Who wouldn't be frightened? "My dear, you have returned?" At that moment, Naz's father, upon witnessing the recovery of Naz's mother, was overwhelmed with emotion and rushed forward to embrace her. "Yes, I am fine now, my dear." Nazi's mother smiled and nodded, then turned to Nazi, extending her hand and saying, Nazi, you have recovered, haven't you? How about coming home with your mother? Nadia's father gazed at her with eager anticipation in his eyes. He murmured thoughtfully. Natsum froze for a moment before a faint smile finally graced her features. With a gentle nod, she drifted forward and placed one delicate hand into her mother's waiting palm. Wonderful. Oh, my dear. Natsum, you've finally returned to us. The imagery concludes here. Is Arceus routinely undermining Team Rocket, or is there another reason for the exchange? Bai Chun finished watching the footage, stroking his chin thoughtfully with a hint of lingering fascination. This is the 5th time, he murmured, over the past few months. There had been several exchanges with the fairy world. Though nothing particularly valuable was obtained, without fail, it was always the nefarious organizations like Team Rocket, Team Galactic, or Team Aqua that ended up getting duped. Arceus and the replacement seemed particularly fond of ensnaring these dark organizations. At that moment, 4 instruments and 2 crystals materialized in Bai Chen's hands. One was blue, while the other radiated a spectrum of colors. Upon contact with Bai Chen's palm, a wealth of information flooded his mind. Source crystal of Nasi's chaotic superpower, extracted from the uncontrollable portion of Nasi's chaotic abilities. This crystal has been meticulously cleansed of chaotic factors and hazards by the replacement talent. Its fusion grants access to Quasi-King level superpowers, along with the complete repertoire of skills and experiences mastered by Nasi. Originally, it was the very source of Nasi's uncontrollable powers, leading her down a path of darkness. And it possesses unique hidden effects. Invitation from Arceus, forged from a fragment of Arceus's primordial power combined with the authority of the creator god. This item has been transformed into a key to traverse dimensions through the enhancement of the replacement talent. With this key, one may unlock wormholes to visit the world of Pokemon and receive Arceus's favor. Recharge cooldown, 1 month, initially a one-time use item. It has been thoughtfully enhanced by the replacement talent. Superpower Suppression Interference Device. This device can suppress and interfere with superpowers of champion level and below, inducing confusion and loss of control in superpower users. Is this truly a tool for traversing worlds? Such an extraordinary artifact exists? Bai Chen momentarily set aside his astonishment at Naz's extraordinary ability, his gaze fixed upon another crystal. In disbelief, he murmured to himself that he had often fantasized about the day he might traverse to another world. Little did he expect that this day would arrive so swiftly. However, the necessity of a 1-month charging cooldown implied that once he crossed over, he would need to remain in that realm for at least a month before he could return. One must also disregard the potential discrepancies in the flow of time on either side. Chapter 21 transcends a limitation. In light of previous exchanges with other realms, it is evident that a temporal disparity exists between these worlds and the Naruto universe. The most illustrative examples are the Pirate world and the Pokemon world, with the highest frequency of exchanges occurring with these 2 realms. This presents quite a conundrum. The current circumstances in the world of Naruto suggest that my prolonged absence cannot be sustained. Otherwise, it may lead to unforeseen complications. For the time being, I must remain. Bai Chen expressed a hint of regret. With a flicker of thought, he stored the crystal into his beast mastery space, within his treasure trove. He then turned his attention to the remaining one. A superpower of Quasi-King level? Quite impressive indeed. At that moment, Bai Chen affixed the crystal to his forehead and gently probed it with his mental energy. The crystal transformed into a radiant beam of light and seamlessly entered Bai Chen's sea of consciousness. Thump! Bai Chen felt as though his head had been struck, and soon thereafter, a throbbing sensation began to manifest at his brow. A torrent of supernatural energy surged into his mind, merging with his spiritual essence while simultaneously expanding the expanse of his consciousness. A radiant blue light enveloped Bai Chen, lifting him into the air. An hour later, Bai Chen finally completed his absorption. His aura surged dramatically, the blue glow of his psychic energy thickening several times over, as if he had shattered a bottleneck. At that moment, Bai Chen opened his eyes, his face alight with joy. To think that merging with my spiritual energy would break through the bottleneck of my psychic abilities, directly propelling me to the early Heavenly King stage. What an unexpected boon. Moreover, Bai Chen discovered that he could now freely convert his spiritual energy into psychic power, telekinesis, and other abilities, as though his spiritual energy had spontaneously developed these new attributes. With his spiritual energy now soaring, his chakra reserves were bound to follow suit. Previously, his physical prowess had far outpaced his spiritual energy, creating an imbalance that restricted the growth of his chakra. Now, the two were in harmony. No, His spiritual energy had even surpassed his physical strength. Reaching the shadow-level realm is now within reach. Bai Chen mused with satisfaction. Next, he began experimenting with his newly enhanced psychic abilities. His eyes shimmered with an azure glow. Teleportation. In the next instant, Bai Chen appeared over 10 meters away. After repeated attempts, he determined that his current maximum teleportation range was 10 kilometers, primarily limited by the scope of his spiritual perception. If he could further expand his sensory range, he estimated his teleportation distance could increase by at least 2 to 3 times. Beyond that, the strain on his spiritual energy would become unsustainable. Additionally, he noticed that psychic teleportation was particularly susceptible to spatial instability, which could disrupt or outright cancel the ability. Furthermore, any obstruction or interference with his spiritual perception would also hinder teleportation. Testing this with the newly acquired psychic suppression device confirmed his suspicions. So this is the secret behind why teleportation is impossible within Team Rocket's bases? Bai Chen stroked his chin in contemplation. Truly, an organization capable of creating artificial psychics is formidable in its research of psychic abilities. Still, by thwarting Team Rocket's plans and resolving Natsum's predicament, he had ensured she would never join their ranks. This counts as a good deed, doesn't it? Back when he had watched the anime and played the games, seeing Natsum side with Team Rocket had left him unsettled. Now, he felt considerably more at ease. I wonder how this compares to the Flying Thunder God technique from the Naruto world. What are the differences? If given the chance, he resolved to acquire that space-time ninjutsu. He had coveted it for far too long. Of course, now that he possessed psychic teleportation, his desire for the technique had diminished somewhat. Still, obtaining it would be ideal. It could serve as a convenient cover for his psychic abilities. With a little discretion, he could openly utilize teleportation without raising suspicion. Next, Bai Chen tested a series of other psychic techniques: telekinesis, psychic barriers, energy disruption, healing waves, doll transformation, hypnosis, mind reading, and more. It can only be said that Nasi is truly remarkable, having mastered such an array of psychic abilities that surpass many psychic creatures. She rightfully earns the title of Psychic Queen, akin to a humanoid psychic entity. After experimenting with her powers, Bai Chen swiftly exited the realm of the spatial ring, instantly swapping places with the shadow clone outside. He then reclined upon a couch, resting his head on his hands, gazing at the tent ceiling. Pondering, this exchange has indeed yielded numerous changes. Arceus mentioned that the exchange talent has become more versatile, and furthermore, the deity can now communicate to a certain extent with the exchange talent, revealing the items exchanged and bestowing additional rewards. It remains uncertain whether these are new developments stemming from the upgrade of the exchange talent or if Arceus himself possesses unique qualities. This is something that will require gradual verification in the future. Next time, it would be prudent to accumulate a few exchange opportunities and then experiment with a designated exchange world to discern the differences. In any case, the opportunity for exchange now arises every 2 days. The night passed without incident, and on the following morning, Bai Chen and Kakashi rose early to engage in some morning exercises in a clear area of the camp. Bai Chen-sama, Hatake Kakashi, Lord Xiaomao is calling for you. Before long, a Nin from the Hyuga clan approached with a message. Oh, we shall go at once. Bai Chen and Kakashi halted their training, exchanged glances, and promptly followed the Nin to the command tent. Teacher, father, you summoned us? Upon entering the tent, Bai Chen and Kakashi inquired of Xiaomao. Indeed. Xiaomao nodded, extending his hand to present 2 mission orders from the table, distributing one to Bai Chen and the other to Kakashi. Your achievements from the escort mission have been recognized. Bai Chen, you have been directly promoted to Special Jonin, while Kakashi has been elevated to Jonin despite having played a minimal role during that mission, though the third Hokage's reasoning remains a mystery. Later, you will accompany Hinata Ryotai to the logistics warehouse to each collect 2 corresponding vests. Additionally, Bai Chen, the Hokage has prepared an extra reward for you. Ensure you take care of it and learn diligently. Do not misplace it. As Xiaomao spoke, he handed a sealed scroll to Bai Chen, explaining how to unravel the seal and cautioning him. It was evident that he had received additional instructions from the third Hokage and was aware of the contents within. Oh, Bai Chen, intrigued, accepted the scroll and promptly unsealed it. Upon opening, his expression transformed with surprise. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. Excellent. This is precisely what I wished for. Just yesterday, he pondered how to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique through legitimate means to learn it as a cover for instant teleportation. To his astonishment, He had received it today. Internally, he expressed gratitude towards the third Hokage. At last, the old man has accomplished something worthwhile. What? Kakashi, overhearing, was equally astonished. This is the ninjutsu? I believe the village's Golden Flash utilizes this technique. Does he not? Chapter 22. The superpower of instantaneous movement and the Flying Thunder God technique in the present day. Minato has emerged prominently on the battlefield of Sunagakure, gaining considerable renown. It was merely an unfortunate coincidence that Baichin and his companions did not encounter Minato at the Konoha camp. He was instead seen at a guest location. Indeed. Shuo-imo nodded with a smile and remarked, this technique was devised by the second Hokage, and currently, it is only mastered by Jiraiya's disciple, the village's rising star. Namake's Minato. The third Hokage has entrusted this technique to you, indicating a significant degree of faith in your abilities. Do attempt to learn it. It would be splendid if you succeed, but do not strain yourself if it proves too difficult. I have heard that this technique demands exceptional talent, and very few can meet its criteria. Presently, only Namake's Minato qualifies. Therefore, even if you cannot master it, do not be disheartened. You are a descendant of the Senju clan and bear a striking resemblance to the second Hokage. I genuinely hope you can learn it. If you succeed, perhaps Baichin might even earn the illustrious title of the Silver Flash. Indeed, I shall endeavor to try. Baichin nodded, feeling a surge of confidence about mastering this technique. He had already acquired the ability to teleport through his superpower, and his spatial aptitude and perception were evidently adequate. There was no reason he should fail. Subsequently, Baichin conversed with Shuo-imo and Kakashi for a while before departing the command tent. After receiving the special Jounin vest, he retreated into his own tent. He left a shadow clone outside while his main body entered the spatial ring to study the Flying Thunder God technique. As for Kakashi, since there were no missions assigned to them that day, he opted to train independently. At present, the Mist Village remained in a state of observation and confrontation, showing no signs of a large-scale offensive. Clearly, they were waiting, biding their time. They seemed to be waiting for Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure to expend more resources and restrain Konoha before launching an attack, hoping to acquire greater benefits with lesser costs. This sentiment was similarly echoed by Kumogakure. Conversely, Inoki of Iwagakure appeared somewhat impatient, having engaged Konoha along the northwestern front in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. However, the scale of the conflict was still being restrained. It was evident that Inoki was not foolish and was also in a semi-observational state. Inside the spatial ring, Baichin was astonished to discover that this technique also involved sealing techniques. After reviewing the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique, he found himself at a loss. Was this not an insurmountable hurdle? How could he learn it without any knowledge of sealing techniques? The very first step was blocked. The third Hokage was fully aware of the necessity for sealing techniques. Why had he not prepared any for him? Baichin felt as though the third Hokage was deliberately setting him up for failure. This did not require overly advanced sealing techniques, merely some basic, intermediate, or even low-level sealing techniques to establish the spatial coordinates. He could not believe the third Hokage was unaware of this. Simultaneously, he comprehended the reason behind why Watergate could master the Flying Thunder God technique. It was due to his lineage from the Vortex clan, which possessed an abundant inheritance of sealing arts. It seemed that he had two options: either seek assistance from the third Hokage or appeal to Tsunade. Baichin rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of frustration. If he approached the third Hokage, would he not incur a debt of gratitude? What a troublesome predicament. With a sigh, Baichin retrieved his spatial ring and, after pricking his finger, slammed it onto the ground, summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke erupted, revealing a slug with blue skin and a predominantly white body. Indeed, Baichin had forged a summoning contract with the Wet Bones, a requirement imposed by Tsunade during his studies of medical ninjutsu. In truth, he was not particularly fond of slugs. They were rather slimy and cumbersome, reminiscent of a mucus worm, which was somewhat, well, you understand. Ah, it is Lord Baichin. What brings me to you? The slug appeared, sensing its surroundings, and upon recognizing Baichin, it inquired with a surprisingly melodious and ethereal voice. Ahem. Baichin cleared his throat and addressed the little slug. I would like you to contact Tsunade for me. Inform her that I have acquired the Flying Thunder God technique as a reward from the third Hokage, but I lack the accompanying sealing techniques to begin my training. Thus, I wish to inquire if she possesses any foundational books on intermediate to low-level sealing arts. In his words, Baichin did not forget to subtly criticize the third Hokage. Of course, no problem at all. The slug nodded. Is that all, Lord Baichin? Indeed. That is all. Bai Chen expressed his gratitude. You're too kind, Lord Bai Chun. I shall take my leave. The slug joyfully waved its two antennae, and with a resounding pop, it returned to Wetbone's forest, completing the communication with a gentle touch to the main slug. Subsequently, this slug was transported to Tsunade's side, stationed at the Leaf Village camp on the battlefield of the Sand Ninja. Evidently, Tsunade bore a special seal left by the slug sage. Upon seeing the arrival of the little slug, Tsunade paused in surprise. Slug? What brings you here? Lady Tsunade, I have come on behalf of Bai Chun, who wishes to convey a message. The slug then recounted Bai Chun's request. With a crash, Tsunade, upon hearing this, furiously smashed a nearby table and exclaimed, What is the old man thinking? He grants ninjutsu but fails to provide the corresponding sealing techniques. Is he not intentionally putting others in a bind? Once I return, I shall confront him about this. How outrageous. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was generously donated to the village by her great-grandfather. Please wait a moment. I will seek out Watergate. He should be nearby and likely has what we need. Tsunade told the slug before swiftly exiting the medical camp. She possesses sealing techniques, even some of considerable sophistication, but who would carry them around? They remain secured at home, sealed away using special methods. Or perhaps they have been placed in the Wetbone forest. It is evident that the intermediate and lower-level sealing technique books are not in the Wetbone forest. Otherwise, there would be no need for such trouble. Soon, Tsunade found Minato, who had just returned from a mission, at the command tent and stated her intentions directly. Oh. Minato's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing this. The Hokage has actually awarded the Flying Thunder God technique to Tsunade's disciple, Bai Chen. How intriguing. It seems the village has gained another individual proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. This is indeed a positive development. He does not mind this at all. In fact, he hopes that the number of practitioners in the village increases. Ideally, they could frequently exchange insights on the technique, which would be even better. Constantly exploring alone can be quite vexing. Although the technique was created by the second Hokage, it is still far from perfected and detailed. The second Hokage passed away too early. Hiki. Tsunade smiled slightly upon hearing this. You certainly have faith in him. Whether he can master it remains to be seen. I am well aware of the technique's difficulty. The key lies in spatial awareness and extraordinary neural reflexes. Both are indispensable. Without the former, one cannot learn it. Lacking the latter, even if one learns it, it would merely suffice for travel. To use it in battle would be a mere fantasy. Without a doubt, Minato excels in both aspects. He nodded in agreement. Bai Chen's neural reflexes should be no issue. I have heard of his remarkable feat of instantaneously slaying 6 Sand Shinobi Jonin with a single strike. Such an accomplishment requires terrifying reflexes and dynamic vision. In this regard, Bai Chen is undoubtedly qualified. It all depends on his spatial awareness. Then Minato added, as for the intermediate and lower-level sealing technique books, I have not brought them with me. I need to return and relay information to the Hokage. I can conveniently retrieve them and deliver them to you, Tsunade. If time permits, I would actually like to make a trip to the Eastern Front base to meet this super genius I have heard so much about. For over half a year, Jiraiya-sensei has frequently mentioned Bai Chen, urging me to work hard and be cautious not to be surpassed by the younger generation. It leaves Minato somewhat amused. Jiraiya-sensei remains fiercely competitive. In truth, he is unaware that since taking on this genius disciple, he has boasted and displayed his accomplishments before Tsunade and Orochimaru, almost elevating Minato to legendary status. This has left both Tsunade and Orochimaru feeling somewhat frustrated. If Tsunade's disciple Bai Chen were to surpass Minato, it would be quite embarrassing for him. At that point, Tsunade and Orochimaru would undoubtedly have their share of satisfaction. Thus, this matter cannot afford to be lost. All right, then I shall trouble you with this. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Jiraiya's apprentice was indeed quite remarkable, far surpassing Jiraiya in every conceivable way. Not a burden at all. Well then, I shall take my leave. Lord Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru. Minato chuckled and shook his head, greeting both Orochimaru and Tsunade before vanishing in a flash using the Flying Thunder God technique. TSK. Orochimaru observed with a hint of envy, smacking his lips as he remarked, the Flying Thunder God technique is truly exceptional. Alas, the requirements for such a unique talent are exceedingly high. The average person simply cannot master it. I wonder if Lord Bai Chun can learn it. I find myself rather hopeful. However, the old man's petty tricks were somewhat distasteful. Since the choice was given, could he not be more straightforward? Why resort to such theatrics? Bai Chen might have felt grateful initially, but now it would be surprising if he did not harbor some resentment. Orochimaru truly could not comprehend the reasoning behind it. Humph. Little Bai-Chin will undoubtedly succeed, Tsunade declared proudly, crossing her arms and lifting her chin. Bai-Chin had never disappointed her. She was confident that this time would be no exception. We shall wait and see. Minato returned swiftly, and on the same day, Bai-Chin received a sealing scroll from the slug. Upon opening it, he found it contained 2 or 3 dozen thick volumes of books. A cursory glance revealed a complete set encompassing foundational, introductory, A-level, and advanced sealing techniques, even including over a dozen various grades of sealing arts. Furthermore, nestled within the scroll was a letter co-written by Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, offering him words of encouragement. Keep it up, little Bai-Chin. Aim to master them all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. Their sincerity was evident and deeply touching. Clearly, Tsunade played a significant role in this gesture. Yet the sentiment was undeniable and should not be overlooked. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you do not tread the same path as in the original timeline, and that you will continue to live a happy and fulfilling life as a family. Bai-Chin vowed silently within his heart. This was his promise. To those who show him kindness, he would gladly return an even greater benevolence. Teacher, Kakashi, I am off to study sealing techniques. Bai-Chin announced to Shikaku and Kakashi before turning to leave. Wait, leave a shadow clone to spar with Kakashi. Shikaku urgently called out. Huh? Bai-Chin responded, looking perplexed at Shikaku. Wouldn't it be better if you sparred with Kakashi? I am quite familiar with him. The effect wouldn't be as profound. Enough of this nonsense. Shikaku shot him an irritated glare. As long as you do not conceal too much of your strength, the outcome will be the same. I need to patrol personally today. Kirigakure has been stirring restlessly of late. The third Mizukage has arrived at the front lines, accompanied by the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails and the 6 tails. Shikumo has reason to suspect that the hidden mist is preparing to take action. He needs to conduct one last reconnaissance. Very well. Bai-Chin nodded in understanding, immediately creating a shadow clone, while his true self returned to his tent to retrieve 10 basic sealing technique manuals to study. This material was not difficult for him. He could comprehend it and began to read with great interest. In a subterranean cave near the eastern battlefield encampment, that damned little brat, ever since he entered this camp, has not emerged at all. Is he truly that fearful? You are squandering your talent and strength. Kakuzu grumbled in frustration. It has been more than 10 days, and he has yet to catch a glimpse of Bai-Chin. His temper is growing increasingly volatile. Should he give up? While gnawing on a ration, Kakuzu pondered. Yet, the thought of the 500 million bounty transformed his eyes into glimmering coins, rendering him immobile. Just a little longer. It seems the hidden mist is poised to make a move. Perhaps a battle is imminent. At that time, I refuse to believe you will still remain hidden within the camp. In times of conflict, opportunities abound. Humph. Kakuzu resolved to continue waiting here. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, the 5th Hokage received urgent intelligence from Shikumo. Has the hidden mist truly dispatched the 3rd Mizukage along with 2 Jinchuriki? It appears they are genuinely preparing for an assault. What do you all propose we do? The 3rd Hokage directed his gaze towards Tsunade, Mito, and Danzo, who had just arrived the previous day. Currently, Jiraiya is holding the fort on the battlefield in the Land of Earth, while Danzo has taken the opportunity to return and handle some matters. The Hidden Cloud has summoned Minato to oversee their own affairs. There are not many shinobi left in the village, and if we wish to continue deploying personnel, we must draw from various clans. Mito spoke up. Danzo immediately responded. Let us mobilize a contingent of Uchiha shinobi to the Hidden Mist and allocate another group from other clans to the Iwagakure and Sunagakure battlefields. For the moment, we need not reinforce the Hidden Cloud, as the 3rd Raikage is cunning and unlikely to strike at this juncture. He probably intends to leverage the other shinobi villages to continue wearing us down. Our immediate priority is to decisively resolve the conflict in the Sand Ninja battlefield, utterly defeating them. Only then can we free up more personnel and resources to confront the other 3 great ninja villages. Chapter 24. The Goodwill of the Minato Couple. Otherwise, should they all engage us in full-scale war, our situation would become exceedingly precarious. Any misstep could lead to total defeat. Fortunately, the other ninja villages are also embroiled in their own petty grievances and animosities, calculating against one another. If all 4 great ninja villages were to unite against Konohagakure, it would not take a year for us to be utterly crushed. The current Konoha is no longer the Konoha of the past. It has weakened considerably, but so be it. The 3rd Hokage nodded, acknowledging the merit of the proposal. Yet he furrowed his brow at the handling of the Uchiha clan, remarking, however, "The Uchiha excel in fire techniques and would be constrained on the battlefield of the mist. Would it not be more prudent to direct them to the stone's battlefield? The Hyuga would possess a greater advantage in the mist." He was acutely aware of Danzo's ulterior motives. The man had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha, a sentiment that seemed rather inexplicable. "No," Danzo interjected, his brow furrowing as he vehemently countered, "Hisashi, I understand your compassion for the Uchiha, but we must not afford them even the slightest relaxation. The teacher has long cautioned us that they are a malevolent clan, a source of instability, especially now. With our village's strength at an unprecedented low, this sentiment rings truer than ever. Let us not forget their relentless desire for the position of Hokage." Furthermore, he asserted, "The Sharingan of the Uchiha provides a significant advantage against the silent assassination techniques of the mist. The notion of being constrained is utterly unfounded. In contrast, the earth release and explosive release forces from the stone possess the capability to traverse underground, posing a far greater danger. I require the support of the Hyuga clan, and this matter is non-negotiable." He scoffed at the thought of missing such a golden opportunity to undermine the Uchiha. He was also prepared to seize this chance to amass a collection of Sharingan, given Orochimaru's advancements in this domain, which had heightened Danzo's demand for them. How could he let such a promising opportunity to accumulate revival tokens slip away? Of course, his assertion regarding the need for the Hyuga on the stone's front was genuine. The stealth capabilities of their explosive and earth-based forces were exceedingly troublesome. A single misstep could obliterate any semblance of defense or base. The third Hokage listened, and despite recognizing Danzo's ulterior motives in intentionally targeting the Uchiha, he ultimately acquiesced, saying, "Very well, let it be as you suggest. I shall speak with Fugaku." In recent years, the Uchiha's power had been on the rise, and the arrogance of the security forces had become increasingly pronounced, causing a stir of unease within the third's heart. While he harbored no intentions of eradicating the Uchiha, he had no qualms about diminishing their influence. Utilizing the war to deplete a number of formidable Uchiha warriors would be advantageous, potentially allowing for the simultaneous weakening of the mist's strength, a true win-win scenario. Seeing the third's concession, a flicker of triumph danced in Danzo's eyes, yet he was not satisfied. He proceeded to propose, moreover, "Considering the severe deficiency of ninja strength within the village, I suggest we allow a select group of students from the Ninja Academy to graduate early and join the battlefield. Only through the crucible of war can they adapt and mature swiftly. Without experiencing bloodshed and fire, how can they truly become competent?" The third, along with Koharu and Midokado, visibly shifted in expression. The third, particularly incensed, vehemently retorted, "This is absolutely unacceptable. Danzo, the Ninja Academy is my domain, and I will not permit you to meddle recklessly. Nor will I tolerate your overreach. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you." Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, replying, "Hisashi, you are simply too antiquated and timid. What use are ninjas cultivated in such a manner? They will amount to nothing of significance. This is merely a test of the third Hokage's resolve. He has long coveted the Ninja Academy, the true cradle of talent. Figures such as Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hitaki, and others have emerged from its halls. If he could intervene in the academy, the opportunity to draw these talents to his side would be within reach, rather than allowing them to remain under the third's influence. At this rate, when could he hope to surpass the third in strength and influence? There was no need for further discussion. The third, with a stern countenance, waved his hand dismissively. "This matter is non-negotiable. The first Hokage and my teacher established Konoha in the Ninja Academy to prevent the tragic fate of young children being thrust into the battlefield too soon. Danzo, you have overstepped your boundaries." This issue undoubtedly struck at the core of the third's convictions, particularly as he discerned Danzo's intentions to meddle in the academy, an affront he could not abide. "Humph." Danzo sneered disdainfully. "You will come to regret this, Horizon. Your refusal now is merely a reflection of your current circumstances. Once the war drags on for a few years, I doubt you will be able to maintain this stance. Boundaries are meant to be broken." The third returned the sneer. "This is my affair. Enough. You should return to the Iwagakure battlefield. They still require your presence, and you cannot be absent for too long. That will be all." Danzo did not protest this time, having largely achieved his objectives. Soon, he was on his way to the Iwagakure front with a battalion of ninja from various clans. Meanwhile, at the Sunagakure battlefield, Neji Hyuga led a team of over 2,000 shinobi. The Kirigakure forces, guided by Fugaku Uchiha, comprised hundreds of Uchiha ninja, and over 2,000 shinobi from other clans heading eastward. Kill. Water style, hidden mist technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Corpse bone pulse, 10-finger piercing bullet. Sword technique, sky splitter. Wind style, great breakthrough. Just one day before the Uchiha clan's arrival, the Kirigakure, under the leadership of the 3rd Mizukage, launched a sudden assault on the Konoha camp. The battle erupted fiercely. Baichun had to abandon his studies in sealing techniques and joined Kakashi in the fray. With only over 2,000 defenders in Konoha, they faced a staggering 5,000 assailants from Kirigakure, including 4 shadow-level combatants, among them 2 Jinchuriki and the Mizukage. Konoha was at an absolute disadvantage. Baichun could no longer afford to conceal his abilities. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap, 5 flashes. Thunder breathing, second form. Rice spirit. As Baichun entered the battlefield, he darted with incredible speed, executing the sword techniques associated with thunder breathing while swiftly claiming the lives of numerous mist ninjas with astonishing efficiency. Damn it! It's Konoha's thunder god, Baichun. Quickly, summoned several jonin to encircle him. An elite jonin from the Mizuki clan witnessed Baichun harvesting the lives of his fellow ninjas with the swiftness of a reaper in a wheat field. In shock, he immediately called out, rallying 7 or 8 other jonin to confront Baichun. Ice release secret technique. 1,000 killing water surge. A multitude of ice shards swiftly coalesced, hurtling towards Baichun at an alarming velocity. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Water release, great water barrier. Water release, water cannon technique. Corpse bone pulse, 10-finger piercing. In an instant, 7 or 8 ninjutsu attacks converged from 3 directions, encircling Baichun. Baichun, be cautious. Kakashi and several nearby ninjas, upon realizing the impending danger, could not help but shout out a warning. Yet, in the next moment, a radiant blue light flickered in Baichun's eyes as he harnessed his supernatural abilities to soar over 30 meters into the air, completely evading the onslaught. With a mere thought, he connected with the 2 spatial rings on his wrists, rapidly drawing forth a substantial amount of electrical energy. Lightning release, lightning dragon technique. He then clapped his hands dramatically. A colossal lightning dragon, over 1 meter in diameter and exceeding 10 meters in length, spiraled forth from his being, striking terror into the hearts of those hidden in the mist. Retreat. The moment the lightning dragon materialized, the Mizuki ninjas sensed an imminent threat and scrambled to escape. However, the base of Baichun's lightning dragon was not a true lightning technique, but rather a manifestation of the Thunder Fruit's capabilities, allowing for an astonishingly rapid formation and strike. Before they could disperse even 2 meters, the descending lightning dragon caught up with them. In an instant, the lightning detonated under Baichun's command. Boom! A towering water column, 30 meters high, erupted. When the water and thunderstorm subsided, the 8 Mizuki jonin had vanished without a trace. Clearly, there was nothing left of them. At the moment of the explosion, Baichun ascended another 10 meters, the shock wave of the blast billowing his clothing, creating a spectacle of elegance. Kakashi and the others suffered the brunt of the fallout. Given their proximity, they were directly struck by the residual shockwave, propelling them several meters away. Cough, cough. Kakashi rose from the sandy shore, spitting out seawater and sand, and directed a middle finger towards the sky, exclaiming, "Could you not have given a warning?" Using such a devastating technique could have fatal consequences. The other Leaf ninjas who were affected did not voice their grievances. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration. Baichun grows stronger by the day. Truly remarkable. The Leaf's thunder god is incredible. They could not help but extol his virtues. Hearing their praises, Kakashi scoffed, thinking to himself, "What thunder god of the Leaf? This fellow is merely a show-off." However, Baichun is indeed becoming increasingly formidable. I must intensify my efforts, lest I find myself trailing far behind. This was not the outcome he desired. He is also concerned about his reputation. Damn brat, how is he so powerful? The commotion here has not gone unnoticed by the 3rd Mizukage and others. Witnessing Baichun dispatch 8 elite jonin in a single strike, including several highly skilled ones, they were filled with rage. I must confront this brat. At that moment, the seasoned shadow-level powerhouse from Kirigakure, Kisame Hashigaki, volunteered to engage, swiftly eliminating a nearby Konoha ninja before merging with the water and heading towards Baichun. Meanwhile, Baichun remained suspended in midair, surrounded by a veil of electromagnetic energy. His flight, resembling magnetic manipulation, was, in fact, a manifestation of his superhuman abilities. While he could indeed utilize magnetic flight, the consumption of superpowers was far less taxing. With a broad view of the battlefield, he decided to test this technique. Bai Chun surveyed the chaos below, retrieving a circular coin crafted from chakra-infused metal. He opened his right hand, channeling a surge of lightning that transformed into electromagnetic force, setting the chakra coin into a rapid spin. Thunder release, super electromagnetic cannon. In the next instant, the chakra coin shot from Bai Chun's palm at a terrifying speed exceeding 3 times the speed of sound, tracing a path of orange-golden light toward the partially transformed Three Tails Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki and the Three Tails sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. However, given their lack of speed, it was futile. With a resounding crack, the super electromagnetic cannon struck, leaving a gaping cavity the size of a basin in the chest of the Jinchuriki, almost severing them in half. How can this be possible? The Three Tails Jinchuriki lowered their head with great difficulty, staring at the hollow expanse of their torso. The charred flesh dulled their sense of pain, and their consciousness began to fade. Yet, acceptance eluded them. Despite being in a half-tailed beast form, they were a force to be reckoned with. Yet they had been slain in an instant? Has this brat grown so formidable? Damn it, it hurts. The Three Tails was indeed severely injured, but that was inconsequential. They could recover in moments, being composed of chakra. However, the Jinchuriki was gravely wounded, on the brink of death, with no hope of rescue. Unable to escape the seal, it was destined to perish alongside the Jinchuriki. Damn it, you're courting death, brat. The third Mizukage, witnessing the imminent demise of the Three Tails Jinchuriki, was seething with fury, intent on dealing with Bai Chun. In a split second, he sensed danger and swiftly dodged from his position, yet was still struck by a blade from Shikomo, which severed flesh from one side of his shoulder, blood spilling forth and staining his garments crimson. The excruciating pain jolted his nerves, but he had no time to dwell on it, and quickly focused on countering Shikomo's relentless assault. Huh, you dare to engage me while distracted? How much do you underestimate me? You should have made your move earlier, third Mizukage. Shakuemo mocked with a chilling sneer. Yet his offensive onslaught showed no signs of abating. Rather, it accelerated with ferocity. Terrifying blades of light relentlessly slashed towards the third Mizukage, instilling a profound dread within him. He had long been aware that the prodigious swordsmanship of Konoha's Shakuemo was unparalleled. And had it not been for his limited endurance and the considerable strain that the technique placed upon his body, he would undoubtedly rank among the most formidable of the Kage. Presently, the third Mizukage yearned to seize the insolent speaker and deliver a thorough thrashing. Questioning the seemingly tireless Shakuemo, who unleashed high-load sword techniques with relentless vigor, is this what you refer to as inadequate endurance? If this is insufficient, then who in the shinobi world possesses the capability? Regrettably, the Mizukage remained oblivious to the fact that Shakumo's remarkable transformations over the past year were a direct result of the lightning body refinement technique imparted to him by Bai Chun. This technique, provided that one has ample nutrition and restorative herbs, offers a formidable enhancement to one's physical constitution. Over the course of a year, Shakuemo had never faltered. He consistently held himself to high standards, pushing his body to its limits each day. As a result of this relentless dedication, his physical prowess had increased exponentially compared to the time before he began practicing the lightning body refinement technique. His stamina, strength, and speed had all multiplied significantly, further augmenting his chakra reserves. While the body refinement process primarily enhances overall physical attributes, it also improves reflexes. However, the lightning body refinement itself demands considerable endurance and pain tolerance. Throughout this arduous journey, Shakuemo discovered that his mental fortitude and willpower also experienced a notable enhancement, contributing to the remarkable surge in his chakra levels. What kind of technique is this? This young boy is unexpectedly formidable. Chapter 26. The Judgment of Heaven. At that moment, having transformed into seawater and submerged, the ghostly figure of Kagetsu Blood Moon, now close to Bai Chun below, witnessed the scene where the Three Tails Jinchuriki was vanquished, leaving him utterly astonished and gravely concerned. He grew increasingly cautious, awaiting the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. However, Bai Chun above appeared wholly disinterested in retreating. With a swift motion, he retrieved 2 chakra coins, one in each hand, and began to coalesce lightning simultaneously. In mere seconds, Bai Chun unleashed another orange beam of light, striking with the ferocity of a fog ninja battalion. The explosive resonance generated a towering column of water, vaporizing the fog ninjas within a radius of several meters. Then, Bai Chun continued to generate streams of lightning with unrelenting fervor, launching precise assaults on the densely populated enemy zones. In the sky, Beams of light resembling divine judgment cascaded down, delivering retribution upon the hidden mist below. Due to the exceedingly rapid attack speed of the electromagnetic cannon, even the most seasoned Nin found it impossible to completely evade Bai Chen's strikes, let alone the lower-ranked ninjas. Once targeted, the outcome was virtually sealed. Within mere minutes, Bai Chen had decimated hundreds of the mist ninjas, although the majority were merely Nin and Genin. This was sufficient to instill fear and provoke a retreat among the mist forces. The third Mizukage observed the unfolding chaos, yet found himself devoid of any effective solutions in his anxiety. At that moment, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails had already met his demise. Retreat. With a clenched jaw, he reluctantly issued the order for withdrawal. Instantly, the mist ninjas felt a sense of survival and hurriedly disengaged from their opponents, beginning their retreat. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing this, were naturally exhilarated and pursued relentlessly. They continued their chase for over 1,000 meters before halting at the command of Shuang Mao. Fortunately, Bai Chun had been providing aerial support with his electromagnetic cannon. Otherwise, at this distance, the mist would have been able to unleash their full strength and mount several counterattacks. It is worth noting that the Konoha ninjas had pursued all the way to the ocean's surface, with land still over 1,000 meters away. What an utter disgrace. This was an affront beyond measure. That Bai Chen must be eliminated. From a distance aboard a ship, observing Bai Chen hovering majestically in the air like a deity, the third Mizukage furiously smashed the railing and seethed with anger. He had never suffered such a significant setback. This brat must be dealt with, otherwise it would be but a dream for us to invade the land of fire with him around. The third Mizukage declared with a voice filled with venom. He had never anticipated that despite bringing the full might of the village against the land of fire, with a number of ninjas and power that far surpassed those on the Eastern Front, they would ultimately suffer a humiliating defeat due to a mere 7 or 8-year-old child, unable even to advance an inch. At that moment, the enigmatic Hozuki Ketsueki leaped from the water, standing beside the third Mizukage. It is unfortunate that this young boy is exceedingly cautious, always remaining high in the air. I had no opportunity to launch a surprise attack, otherwise I would have been confident in eliminating him. Despite his seemingly terrifying combat prowess, I can sense that he has yet to cross the threshold of an S-class ninja. The quality of an S-class ninja's chakra and their mastery over the transformation of elemental chakra is on an entirely different level compared to those below that rank. This distinction is easily discernible to one of our caliber. Indeed, the third Mizukage nodded gravely. Until we discover a method or opportunity to eliminate this boy, it is unwise for us to act impulsively. Let us withdraw for now. Additionally, we shall seek opportunities to lure this boy out for a surprise attack. Until Bai Chun is dealt with, the third Mizukage was resolute in his decision not to lead the 10 stars in an offensive against the Eastern Front. The losses they had incurred were too severe. He instructed his men to account for their losses. In this battle, they had suffered nearly 1,000 ninjas. Of that number, Bai Chun alone had accounted for no less than 500, representing half of their total casualties. Truly terrifying. The impact of high-end combat power on low-level battlefields is exceedingly formidable. More critically, Bai Chen's strikes are swift and immensely powerful. In truth, when the bounty on Bai Chen was first issued, he harbored doubts about Bai Chen's ability to eliminate 20 elite Sand Shinobi in merely 2 moves. At that time, he had even mocked the Sand Shinobi elites for their perceived weakness. However, in order to preemptively eliminate any potential threat, he chose to invest and placed a bounty of 100 million. In retrospect, it appears he underestimated the situation. The threat posed by this young prodigy is far more perilous than indicated in prior reports. Unlike the despondency experienced by the Mist Shinobi, the atmosphere in Konoha is one of unbridled jubilation, with Bai Chun being hailed as a hero. Indeed, this battle was exhilarating. Who could argue otherwise? You should have witnessed the comical side of the Mist Shinobi fleeing in disarray. It was utterly hilarious. I observed several Mist Shinobi utterly terrified, wishing they had sprouted additional legs to hasten their escape. This victory has greatly uplifted our spirits. Long live Lord Bai Chun. Lord Bai Chun is invincible, truly deserving of the title of Konoha's Thunder God. No, I believe he should be called the Thunder God of the Shinobi world. Lord Bai Chun's lightning techniques are undoubtedly among the finest in the realm. I dare say even the rakeage of the Cloud Village pales in comparison to him. At this moment, within the camp, countless individuals extolled Bai Chun's prowess and accomplishments, while equally deriding the plight of the Mist Shinobi. Each person felt a sense of elation. As the long-suppressed frustrations evaporated following this battle, leaving them filled with anticipation for the future. Previously, when Konoha had engaged in simultaneous conflict with the 4 great shinobi villages, a sense of pessimism had pervaded. Many feared for Konoha's demise. Now, confidence has been restored, with formidable figures like Lord Baichen and Lord White Fang among them. Defeat was not an option. At this juncture, Baichen chose not to join the revelry outside but instead remained within his tent, enjoying a feast with only a select few, including Kakashi and Shuaemo. In the center of the table lay a large hot pot, accompanied by an array of fresh vegetables and meats, a rare delicacy at the front lines. You managed to bring so many delectable provisions with you. I scarcely know what to say. Shuaemo chuckled, shaking his head in amusement, yet his hands were swift as he devoured the meal. Over the past 6 months, while he had not subsisted solely on military rations, the monotony had nearly made him sick of it. At last, he was able to indulge himself. With a grin, Baichen selected a slice of marbled beef from the hot pot, blew on it gently, and savored each bite while gesturing with his hand. What is life, if not to enjoy it and live better? If strength cannot enhance the quality of life, then what significance does it hold? I shall never be austere in my lifestyle. In the past, I may have been somewhat frugal. Now that his strength has improved, and a portion of it has been revealed, is it not merely to justify these actions and silence the naysayers? Chapter 27. Turning the tide of battle by one's own efforts. Kakashi nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in Baichen's words. You young rascal, Shuaemo lamented, shaking his head in resignation. You speak of such fallacies. One cannot merely indulge in life's pleasures. There must be ideals and perseverance. One ought to leave a mark for Konoha. Shuaemo still harbored aspirations and ambitions, yet lamentably, the influence of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo stifled his potential. Indeed, the chaos instigated by Danzo had taken a toll, and had it not been for Baichen's timely intervention, he might have repeated the same tragic fate as before. For someone like him, the success or failure of a single mission holds little weight. The true tragedy lies in the inability to realize one's beliefs and ideals, leaving one directionless. Fortunately, Baichen had imparted valuable lessons, guiding him towards adaptability and patience. All right then, Baichen shrugged in response. You, dear teacher, still possess lofty ideals. I am but a commoner, and at my tender age, I prefer not to dwell on such matters. I shall consider them when I come of age. Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd at Baichen's self-proclaimed youth. Indeed, he was a child who inspired fear in the hearts of the hidden mist, leaving them to flee in disarray. What a remarkable talent Konoha is blessed to possess. Shouldn't he be out there receiving accolades and praise? Shuaemo then inquired further. Not a chance. Baichen decisively waved his chopsticks in refusal. I have no interest in that. Besides, if I go out, all these delicacies would belong to you. Don't think I will let you enjoy them alone. How remarkable. They mused. It seemed they had underestimated the young Baichen. With such terrifying lightning-style ninjutsu and an overwhelming reserve of chakra, he was nothing short of a prodigy. It was imperative to report his situation to Madara promptly. Previously, while Baichen was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, Kuro and Haku had stealthily observed from a distance, taking in Baichen's extraordinary performance. Astonished, they hurried back to inform Uchiha Madara of the developments. Oh, Madara exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. This young lad continually surpasses my expectations. He managed to repel the mist's assault single-handedly? Is it that the mist is utterly incompetent, or is this boy simply a genius? Kuro interjected. Should we consider preemptively eliminating him? I harbor concerns that he may disrupt our plans in the future. Although he feigned indifference, he understood that in the world of shinobi, the Otsutsuki bloodline was the key to ultimate supremacy. However, the momentum of Baichen left him somewhat uncertain. No need. Uchiha Madara replied confidently, waving his hand dismissively. He is merely a child. Can I truly be concerned that he poses a threat to me? Who is he? I am Uchiha Madara. Nonetheless, the Uchiha clan was on the verge of reaching the eastern front line, and this was crucial to our plans. We cannot allow the Mist Village to retreat so easily. It is imperative to find an opportune moment to subdue him. Without the crucible of war, how can my successor be chosen? Clearly, Uchiha Madara was not prepared to let the eastern battlefield remain a mere pawn. However, action required timing and careful strategy. Baichen was rampaging through the eastern battlefield, nearly single-handedly repelling the first wave of attacks from the Mist Village, having slain at least 400 to 500 of their ranks, including the host of the Three Tails. This news swiftly spread throughout the ninja world, stirring significant unrest. Useless. The third Raikage erupted in anger upon receiving the news. Mist Village, is this all you are? Truly pathetic. Such incompetence made him consider deploying forces to annihilate them. Nonetheless, that boy Bai-chun had once again exceeded his expectations. It seemed he could not be allowed to grow unchecked, lest he become another Senju Hashirama in the future. Regardless of Mist Village's shortcomings, it remained a formidable ninja village. As he knew, this time the third Mizukage was leading the charge, accompanied by 2 Jinchuriki and a shadow-level powerhouse. Yet, they had still met with defeat. While Mist Village was indeed weak, that boy Bai-chan was evidently quite extraordinary. This threat should be eliminated as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Anoki of the Stone Village received the news with disbelief. Can Mist Village be any more incompetent? A single ninja village defeated by a 7-year-old child? What a disgrace to our great ninja villages. However, this boy Bai-chun was far too dangerous and must be eradicated. Why had the bounty not yet yielded results? Were those bounty hunters utterly useless? Anoki was thoroughly dissatisfied with the performance and efficiency of the bounty hunters. Perhaps it was time to reach out to the Akatsuki organization and hire them to take action? Anoki recalled having employed the Akatsuki once before when Yahiko was still alive. He still remembered that naive child. Furthermore, their strength was indeed commendable. In the Sand Village, upon receiving the news, Chiyo sighed deeply. Why are there so many talented prodigies in Konoha? Oh, heavens, how unfair. Then, her thoughts turned tumultuous. Sasori, where are you? Did you truly kill the third? In truth, Chiyo had long suspected that her grandson, Sasori, was behind the third's demise shortly after it occurred. It was likely that Chiyo's suspicions were shared by Ao. Yet, they were unable to locate Sasori, and revealing this truth would serve no purpose for the village. Diverting conflicts and waging war against Konoha was, at this moment, the most prudent choice. On the battlefield of the Stone Village, Danzo received intelligence from the root ninja stationed at the eastern front, his brow furrowing in irritation. Damn it. This boy is growing far too quickly. This cannot continue. I must devise a means to deal with him. Regrettably, the current Bai-chun is no longer someone who can be easily dealt with by merely dispatching a few root genin, unless he personally intervenes. Danzo possesses considerable confidence in his own strength. The right arm, composed of Senju Hashirama's cells, coupled with the Sharingan, provides him with substantial assurance. Regardless, it is imperative that he is not allowed to remain on the front lines, for otherwise, Konoha's White Fang may accrue a significant amount of merit, potentially even leading to his resurgence. Contemplating this, Danzo swiftly composed a letter to be delivered to the third Hokage. He was certain that the Hokage would comprehend his intentions. In this regard, their interests aligned perfectly. In fact, upon receiving the good news from the Eastern Front, the third Hokage initially felt a surge of joy, only to be followed by a frown of concern. The achievements of Bai-chan were far too conspicuous. It appeared that this young man harbored even greater strength. The Hokage furrowed his brow. However, this also rendered the Uchiha clan's deployment to that location somewhat superfluous. Furthermore, he shared Danzo's apprehensions. Lord Hokage. Chapter 28. The formal declaration of war by Kumogakure at that moment. An Umbu agent reported, Kumogakure has officially declared war on us and is advancing into the land of rivers, led by the third Raikage. Accompanied by the shinobi of Kumogakure and the two-tails Jinchuriki, our forces are retreating steadily. An urgent request for assistance have been sent from the front lines by Lord Shikaku. What? The third Hokage exclaimed, springing to his feet. Kumogakure has declared war on us? This is dire. There are only about 1,000 shinobi stationed there. We cannot hold the line. Immediately dispatch a messenger hawk to convey orders to Shikamo and Bai-chan on the eastern front, instructing them to proceed to the Kumogakure battlefield for reinforcements upon receiving the message. I will contact Minato through special means to have him arrive there first. The third Hokage could not afford to underestimate the situation. The influence of the third Raikage was formidable. Additionally, with 2 Jinchuriki and the third Raikage's son, present, they possessed considerable combat strength. Given Kumogakure's mobilization, their offensive would undoubtedly be fierce, necessitating a deployment of sufficient elite forces. Of course, the Hokage had a subtle ulterior motive in mind, to take the opportunity to transfer White Fang and Bai-chan from the zero-hidden battlefield. This would allow them to confront the stronger third Raikage and Kumogakure, making it unlikely for them to establish a foothold in the short term. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan could adequately fortify the eastern front against Kirigakure, effectively addressing both threats simultaneously. It must be said, the third Hokage truly exemplified the qualities of a capable politician. Even in such turbulent times, he managed to consider the situation with remarkable thoroughness. Yes, the Umbu agent promptly accepted the orders and departed. The third Hokage then retrieved a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, a gift from Minato, its sharp tip gleaming ominously. Far away on the front lines of Tsunagakure, having just repelled an assault from Tsunagakure alongside Orochimaru, Minato's expression suddenly shifted. Noticing this, Orochimaru inquired, "What troubles you?" Mizukage promptly explained, "The Flying Thunder God mark I left with Lord Hokage has been triggered, indicating that he has urgently summoned me. I am left wondering what could have transpired. If it were not of utmost importance, the third Hokage would never have called for me at this time." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Currently, due to the influence of Baichun, our forces have gained a significant advantage on the Eastern Front. It appears that issues have arisen on the other two battlefields. You must return immediately to prevent any complications. Understood. I shall take my leave. Wave Wind Minato nodded and, with a swift motion, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from the scene. After several teleportations, he finally returned to Konoha, directly materializing in the Hokage's office. "Lord Hokage, you summoned me in haste. What has transpired?" Minato inquired anxiously upon seeing the third Hokage. "Minato, you have returned." The third Hokage sighed in relief at Minato's appearance, having previously feared that he might be delayed by a mission. It seemed that fortune was on their side. He immediately addressed Minato. "Kumo has declared war on US, led personally by the third Raikage, accompanied by two Jinchuriki, the Raikage Sun, and over 6,000 ninja troops who have invaded the Land of Rivers. Our forces are in disarray, and I need you to head to the Land of Rivers for immediate support. Delay them for as long as possible. I have also dispatched Ninja Hawks to inform Shuo Mo and Baichun on the Eastern Front to provide assistance. They should arrive 12 days after you. Additionally, I have mobilized personnel within the village, and a contingent of 3,000 ninja will set out tomorrow to reinforce the Kumo battlefield. This is a critical moment, and I must entrust everything to you, Minato. You must hold the line. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Minato's expression turned serious upon hearing this. He had not anticipated the situation had escalated to such a degree. Without hesitation, he replied, "Rest assured. Lord Hokage, I shall risk my life to secure enough time for the reinforcements." Konoha was his home, and his feelings and sense of duty toward the village outweighed any concern for his own safety. The well-being of the village was his foremost priority. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. He appreciated Minato's obedient demeanor. "Then let us set forth. Of course, take care of your life. Konoha cannot afford to lose you." The third Hokage valued Minato as an invaluable asset and wished for him to survive to continue serving his purpose. Without returning home, Minato immediately invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the Hokage's office and hastening toward the Kumo battlefield at the utmost speed. Kill. Do not let them escape. At this moment, within the borders of the Land of Rivers, the defense line of Konoha had already collapsed. Originally boasting over 1,500 troops, only a little over 700 remained, suffering a loss of more than half. With no way to reinforce their ranks, the higher-ups had fled. The enemy had even dispatched elite teams to pursue the remaining Konoha ninjas. "Hurry. Hold on a little longer. We shall prevail once we reach the next defensive line." Nara Shikahisa encouraged his subordinates while fleeing. "Leave me behind." At that moment, Yazuki AI approached with terrifying speed. "Counterattack." Nara Shikahisa commanded immediately, simultaneously employing the shadow mimicry technique to disrupt Yazuki AI. Yamashiro I, too, utilized the heart confusion technique to hinder both Yazuki AI and the approaching 10-meter cloud ninja. Multiplication technique. Take this. Akimichi Choza swiftly executed the multiplication technique, transforming into a towering giant of 7 or 8 meters, swinging his staff to strike back at Yazuki AI. Heavy flow burst. Yazuki AI, being youthful, opted for a direct confrontation. Boom. In the next instant, his fist met Choza's staff, creating a deafening roar that shattered the surrounding air. Yazuki AI was propelled backward over 10 meters, landing with his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, skidding back another 10 meters before coming to a halt. With a serious yet exhilarated expression, he shook his slightly numbed hand and laughed heartily. "Huh, good. That's the spirit. Bring it on." He immediately activated his lightning release mode, charging toward Akimichi Choza while largely disregarding the interference from Nara Shikahisa and Yamashiro. Boom, boom, boom. A series of clashes erupted with the Kimichi Choza. The shadow mimicry technique and heart confusion technique had some effect. Yet most of their impact was forcibly dissipated by Yuzuki AI's chakra. In the lightning release chakra mode, the effects were minimized. As Yuzuki AI's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, Akimichi Choza could no longer hold his ground, retreating from the multiplication technique and getting sent flying by a punch from Yuzuki AI. Leave me behind. Suddenly, Yuzuki AI shifted his focus, charging directly at Nara Shikahisa. He understood that Shikahisa was the true commander and strategist of this Leaf Village contingent. Eliminating him would simplify the ensuing battle immensely. Perhaps, this time, they could truly penetrate the heart of the Land of Fire. However, just then, a flash of golden light appeared, and a figure abruptly materialized in front of Nara Shikahisa. Rasengan, a voice called out, as a hand coalesced a blue chakra sphere, colliding with Yuzuki AI's fist. Both the newcomer and Yuzuki AI were sent flying over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Chapter 29, The Collapse of the River Country Defense Line. Minato? You finally arrived. If you had come, we would have truly been unable to hold on any longer. Nara Shikahisa and the others exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer, their hearts simultaneously relieved. Shikahisa, you take your people and retreat first. I will hold the rear. Minato gestured to Nara Shikahisa and his group, then turned to face Yuzuki AI. Understood. Dear Gio and his companions were acutely aware that their presence would only complicate matters for Minato, and without hesitation, they agreed to withdraw. They commenced their retreat immediately. Confident that once they had safely distanced themselves, Minato's speed and the unique attributes of the Flying Thunder God technique would render any attempts to detain them futile. However, Night Moon AI was determined not to let Dear Gio and his group escape unscathed. Instantly, he activated his lightning release chakra mode, propelling himself towards them with remarkable speed. Bellowing, stay where you are. This path is blocked. Your opponent is me. Minato responded by hurling numerous Flying Thunder God kunai around Night Moon AI and his vicinity, seemingly targeting the Cloud Ninjas to impede their pursuit. In a swift motion, he materialized behind Night Moon AI, conjuring an even larger Rasengan to strike at his back. Night Moon AI, possessing considerable reflexes and speed, was confident in his abilities while in lightning release chakra mode, believing himself to be the fastest in the world. Sensing imminent danger from behind, he reacted instinctively, summoning a thick layer of lightning release chakra with one hand and unleashing a powerful counterattack with his elbow. The collision of the Rasengan and his counter resulted in a massive explosion, sending Night Moon AI crashing to the ground. After rolling several times, he regained his footing and charged once more towards Minato, realizing that without neutralizing him, pursuing Dear Gio and the others would be futile. Moreover, this was his first encounter with Minato, whose reputation had always preceded him. Upon witnessing Minato in action, he acknowledged the validity of the title Yellow Flash. Noting his incredible speed, which stirred a competitive spirit within Night Moon AI, he resolved to settle the score with Minato today. Minato, in turn, recognized the formidable nature of Night Moon AI. His speed, attacks, and defenses were all impressive, rendering most of Minato's assaults ineffective. Frustrated yet pragmatic, Minato decided to focus on stalling Night Moon AI, knowing that Dear Gio's group had already made considerable distance and was largely out of danger. The priority was to eliminate the enemy as efficiently as possible. Thus, Minato commenced his display of the Flying Thunder God technique. Kunai flew through the air in a chaotic yet calculated manner, with Minato appearing beside each Cloud Ninja, rendering them utterly defenseless. Damn it! How dare you! Night Moon AI seethed, feeling a surge of rage as the fleeting admiration he had for Minato evaporated, replaced by intense loathing and contempt. How's it skilled to prey upon the weak while avoiding a fair confrontation? With a furious shout, he relentlessly pursued Minato. Yet, the unpredictable nature of Minato's teleportation left Night Moon AI scrambling to keep up, while the unfortunate Cloud Ninjas bore the brunt of the chaos. In just a matter of moments, more than a dozen shinobi from the Cloud Village appeared. Damn it! Halt this instant! The fury of Night Moon AI erupted, unleashing his full power in relentless pursuit of Minato, bombarding him with a series of formidable attacks in an attempt to force him to a standstill, yet to no avail. Ultimately, with some semblance of rationality still intact, he could only seethe and command, retreat. Immediately, we must retreat. He then gathered the Cloud Ninjas around him, while Nichiren diligently escorted them as they began their withdrawal. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant, bracing for further assaults from Minato. What a pity! Upon witnessing this, Minato chose to forego the offensive, swiftly appearing several dozen meters away from Night Moon AI, observing their gradual retreat. Wolfing Minato, you shall pay for this. The humiliation of today shall be etched in my memory. Next time, I shall ensure you face the consequences. From a distance, Night Moon AI's furious roar echoed. Huh. Minato smiled faintly, unconcerned by these threats. On the battlefield, it was a matter of life and death, where all means were justified. He felt no remorse for his actions. Yet, Night Moon AI was indeed tenacious, with formidable defenses. This was merely the son of the Raikage. One could only imagine the strength of the defenses possessed by the third Raikage, renowned as the mightiest shield. It seems I must learn or develop a jutsu with greater offensive power and penetration. On his way back, Minato could not help but ponder. This encounter had revealed his shortcomings, an abundance of speed but a deficit in offensive capability. When facing opponents like Night Moon AI and the third Raikage, he could only entangle them without inflicting any real damage, which was somewhat vexing. Afterward, he went to assist other surviving teams, defeating the pursuing Cloud Ninjas before finally reaching the border defense of the Land of Fire, where he reunited with Ryokan and others who had been waiting. Minato. Upon seeing him, Riku and the others hurried forward, expressions of gratitude on their faces. We owe you a debt of thanks, Minato. Had you not appeared in time, we might have perished here. No need for such formalities. Minato replied with a smile, then turned serious. What remains of our forces here? And what is the situation on the other side? These were his primary concerns at that moment. Riku promptly responded. We originally had over 1,500 shinobi, but now only 767 remain, of which over 100 are injured. Many more have been slain by Cloud Ninjas during their flight. If you hadn't arrived, we would have had no idea how to proceed. By the way, how has Lord Hokage arranged for reinforcements? Surely, relying solely on you may not suffice to hold this position. Rest assured, there are reinforcements. Minato affirmed with a nod. When I set out, Lord Hokage was already organizing support, approximately 2,000 strong. However, it will take them several days to arrive. You should be aware of this. The journey is long, and they cannot arrive swiftly. Not everyone possesses the Flying Thunder God technique like Buffing Minato. Additionally, Lord Hokage has dispatched the Ninja Eagle to the eastern front, preparing to summon Elder Shuan Mao and Lord Bai Chun for reinforcements. Their arrival should be swift, likely within the next couple of days, added Minato. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Jiao and the others were somewhat astonished. Is it the same Bai Chun who recently made a name for himself on the eastern battlefield, single-handedly defeating Zeroine? With him and Shuan Mao on our side, we would no longer underestimate the top-tier strength of Cloud Hidden. Of course, this is contingent upon the third Raikage not intervening. Otherwise, I still harbor concerns. The power of the third Raikage is somewhat beyond the norm, incomparable to an ordinary Kaga-level warrior. Chapter 30. Minato's source. Though he may not yet reach the level of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, he should certainly exceed the prowess of the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander. However, the third Raikage excels in speed, defense, and offensive capability, all of which are top tier. The third Raikage? Minato frowned slightly upon hearing the name and inquired, I heard from Lord Hokage that he has arrived this time. However, I did not see him earlier. The Raikage's son, Uai, is already nearly his equal, and Minato could scarcely imagine the strength of the third Raikage. It is quite normal not to have seen him. Lu Jiao nodded. He only participated in the initial wave of attack. Thereafter, he entrusted the command to his son, Uai, and the shadow assistant, Bubi. It seems the third Raikage has already returned to Cloud Hidden. At least, that is the information we have gathered. Even Lu Jiao found it difficult to comprehend the third Raikage's actions and wondered why he had chosen to do so. If the third Raikage had unleashed his full power, even with Minato's presence, they might not have been able to withstand the assault and successfully retreat. This raises a peculiar suspicion. It appears there are schemes at play that we remain unaware of. Minato's mind was filled with doubt. However, with so little useful information available, speculation proved futile. He resolved to set aside his thoughts and promptly addressed Lu Jiao, stating, the command of this camp will remain with Jun as the elite force. Awaiting the arrival of Elder Shuan Mao and his arrangements from Lord Hokage, Minato surmised that the third Raikage would likely appoint Shuan Mao as the overall commander here. Given his qualifications, experience, and strength, Shuan Mao was undoubtedly more suited than even Lu Jiao or himself. Very well. Lu Jiao had no objections, yet he expressed his concerns, asking, however, with both Elder Shuan Mao and Lord Bai Chun summoned here, Is there truly no issue on the Eastern Front? He understood that due to Bai Qin's involvement, they had recently achieved a significant victory, but the losses on the Mist side had been severe. In fact, Mist had retreated, showing no inclination to launch further attacks. Yet, the success of this strategy hinged upon the deterrent presence of Bai Qin and Shuo Mao. Until a viable solution to address Bai Qin and Shuo Mao was conceived, Yin Bai would remain hesitant to act. This indeed is the concern I harbor. Upon hearing this, Minato nodded with some concern. However, this is the Hokage's decision, and I cannot influence it. I have heard that the Uchiha clan has dispatched a considerable number of ninjas to provide support there. They should be arriving soon. With their reinforcement, even if Lord Hakuchen and Senior Shikumo have departed, I believe the Hidden Mist will think twice before acting recklessly. Even if they were to act with audacity, the Uchiha are not to be underestimated. One can only hope. Jukyu nodded in agreement. It was apparent from his expression that he did not entirely agree with the third Hokage's strategy of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Although the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Lightning was indeed dire, merely reallocating one of either Shikumo or Hakuchen from the Eastern Front would have sufficed. Yet, the third Hokage opted to summon both. This decision evidently harbored significant flaws. Coupled with what Minato had mentioned about the Uchiha offering support, Jukyu suddenly comprehended everything. It was yet another instance of internal strife. Even at such a critical juncture, the high-ranking officials of Konoha, including the Hokage, were still embroiled in infighting. Utterly incomprehensible. Alas, what could he say? There was nothing to be said. Even now, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans remained staunch supporters of the Hokage. All he could do was watch helplessly. On the Eastern Front, it was half a day later that Hakuchen and Shikumo received the third Hokage's orders. The speed of the Ninja Eagles was indeed remarkable. What? You want me and my teacher to assist at the Hidden Mist battlefield? Is it really nearing collapse? Upon being summoned by Shikumo to discuss the situation, Hakuchen was left speechless. What on earth is the third Hokage thinking? Has he lost his mind? He can't possibly believe that because the Hidden Mist suffered a minor setback, they can now rest easy. The reason they are not currently attacking is merely due to the threat posed by my jutsu. Once I depart, even with you here, they will dare to launch an offensive to reclaim their honor. And now, he has chosen to pull us both away. Sure, the Hidden Mist battlefield may find salvation, but this side is bound to fall into disarray. He had already heard about the Uchiha being called for reinforcement. One could easily surmise the undertones of the situation. Danzo and the third Hokage were beginning to turn against the Uchiha, intending to ensnare them miserably. TSK. A bunch of despicable scoundrels. Hakuchen scoffed disdainfully. Ahem. Shikumo cleared his throat, somewhat exasperated, and gently patted Hakuchen on the head. It's best to keep such thoughts to yourself. Saying them aloud could have dire consequences. Thankfully, there are no outsiders around the camp at the moment, or else, if these words reached the third Hokage's ears, it would spell disaster for you. Yet, Hakuchen was not one to tolerate injustice. Who knew what chaos might ensue? It seems my teacher concurs with my perspective. Hakuchen grinned slightly. The former Shikumo would never have entertained such thoughts. His ideological transformation of Shikumo had proven quite successful, but all that was inconsequential. Let us greet Kakashi, and then we shall set off. Time waits for no one. The situation in the Land of Clouds grows perilous. We must not allow them to breach our defenses. For should they succeed, the consequences could lead to a catastrophic avalanche of chaos. At present, the Hidden Stone Village has yet to launch a full-scale assault, while the formidable Anoki remains cautious and indecisive. However, once the battlefield in the Land of Clouds collapses, that old man will likely launch a reckless offensive, seizing a substantial portion of territory from the Land of Fire. This is undoubtedly a matter where a single thread can unravel the entire tapestry. At that moment, both the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Sand will likely unite in a concerted assault against the Land of Fire. The nature of seizing territory and the timing of exertion are vastly different. Bai Qin nodded thoughtfully but then remarked, however, I believe we should leave a shadow clone here, to delay as long as possible. This should afford us considerable time for peace. Moreover, I cannot rest easy with Kakashi remaining here. Perhaps we should send him back? It is far too dangerous for him to stay. Before long, as their shadow clones dissipate, or should they appear on the battlefield in the Land of Clouds, the Hidden Mist will inevitably respond, and the intensity of war here will escalate tremendously. Without a master tactician to oversee, I cannot trust Kakashi to remain. One misstep, and it could lead to disaster. Fortunately, Shikaku did not oppose this notion. He had been contemplating the same course of action. Surely the third Hokage would not object. Considering Kakashi is their sole heir, it is quite reasonable for a father to risk his life on the front lines while sending his young son back to safety. Thus, Shikaku instructed Baichin to summon Kakashi and briefly explained the situation, advising him, "You must return to Konoha immediately. Baichin and I are about to depart." Though Kakashi felt reluctant to leave, he ultimately acknowledged the necessity of his own limitations, nodding in agreement, "All right. I will strive to ensure I am not a burden next time." He wished to avoid situations where he could not contribute and only caused concern for his father and Baichin. "I believe in you," Shikaku said, affectionately ruffling Kakashi's hair. Chapter 31. Kakashi's reluctant Shikaku called upon several elite jonin to inform them of the circumstances and to ensure their cooperation. Both he and Baichin left a shadow clone behind while their main bodies utilized transformation techniques to discreetly exit the camp, hastening toward the northern battlefield in the Land of Clouds. Given their speed, the journey would take at least a day. If Baichin were willing to reveal his extraordinary ability of instantaneous movement, they could reduce that time to just over an hour, considering rest and recovery. Instantaneous movement has its drawbacks. The distance and the mental perception required are closely tied, and the farther the range, the exponentially greater the consumption. In contrast, the Flying Thunder God technique, due to its coordinate positioning, seems to involve significantly less energy expenditure for long-distance transportation. As long as there are coordinates, distance becomes a trivial concern. "Teacher, let us take a moment to rest and depart tomorrow morning. Otherwise, upon arrival, we would be unable to maintain our utmost combat prowess." As we had traversed most of the journey, the day was already drawing to a close. Ming remarked to Shuo Mao, "Very well." Shuo Mao did not decline and immediately sought out a suitable spot to set up camp with Baichin. Baichin, in a display of generosity, promptly retrieved a multitude of delectable dishes conjured from his spatial ring through mental communication with a gourmet tablecloth, inviting Shuo Mao to partake. Naturally, he did not forget to summon Pikachu, preparing him a nourishing energy bowl. "You rascal." Shuo Mao chuckled in bemusement as he surveyed the abundant feast laid out on the tablecloth. Turning to Baichin, he inquired, "Just how much food have you stashed away in your spatial ring? It feels as though it could last an eternity. How much have we consumed these past days at the Eastern Camp?" Shuo Mao found himself questioning the true capacity of Baichin's spatial ring. Simultaneously, he could not help but envy its remarkable preservation function. "Look, these dishes were still warm, as if freshly prepared, utterly astonishing." "Hee." Baichin responded with a mysterious grin. "Perhaps it truly is never-ending. In any case, just eat, teacher. Don't concern yourself with the details. I shan't divulge my secrets. Probing too deeply is not a commendable habit." All right. Shuo Mao shook his head in resignation. "I shall refrain from inquiring. It would be splendid if you could bestow such a preservation feature upon my spatial bracelet as well. With fresh, warm meals at hand. Who would wish to gnaw on military rations? Those are hardly fit for human consumption. Each bite is a trial for my taste buds and endurance. The most alarming part is that after all these years, I have somehow grown accustomed to it. I would prefer never to acclimatize to such fare. As for when that will happen, I cannot say." Baichin spread his hands. "The truth lies with me and Chio. We shall discuss it further when I acquire the corresponding abilities." Following their meal, Baichin and Shuo Mao volunteered to keep watch through the night. Baichin, as per his usual routine, exited to his tent, which he had expertly assembled, and slipped inside. Shuo Mao observed this scene, his eyelids twitching slightly, thinking to himself, "This lad truly knows how to indulge. He even has a tent already set up. What a waste of space. I suspect his spatial ring is boundlessly vast. Teacher, it's time for a shift. You should get some rest." When the time came for the change of guard, Baichin was roused by his preset alarm, exited the tent, packed it away, and then produced another already assembled tent, presenting it to Shuo Mao. "Here, this tent is for you." "What? How do you have more?" Shuo Mao was left speechless. "Just how many pre-assembled tents have you prepared?" Previously, Kakashi had expressed his grievances regarding Baichin's habit of carrying a spare tent. Kakashi remarked that the tent Baichin gifted him was not yet assembled. "Who knows?" Baichin shrugged in response. "It's always wise to be overprepared. Teacher, do not concern yourself with trivial matters. Hurry and rest. Why dwell on such inconsequential thoughts?" It was utterly meaningless. Well then, what else could Shuo Mao say? He could only helplessly crawl into the tent to sleep. Once Shuo Mao was soundly asleep, Baichin, with a flicker of thought, left a shadow clone outside while his true self stealthily entered the miniature world within his spatial ring. It had been precisely 20 days since his last exchange. Bai Chen had accumulated 10 opportunities for exchange. Today, he felt inclined to utilize the new functionality of his exchange talent to lock onto a previously exchanged world, hoping to procure something he desired. As for the world, he chose the realm of pirates. This time, he would expend all 10 opportunities at once, eager to see if he could attain what he yearned for. With that thought, Bai Chen retrieved a copied manuscript on the Thousand Hands sword technique and another on the Kakashi flow sword technique, then silently chanted the word exchange. In the blink of an eye, everything in his hands vanished. In the world of pirates, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Ace, I have come to rescue you. At this moment, the war on the summit had already commenced. Luffy, witnessing Ace kneeling on the execution platform, shouted fervently. At his side, there were no other companions. Although they had recently received 2 fortuitous opportunities that significantly enhanced Nami and the crew's strength, they had still provoked the celestial dragons at Sabaody Archipelago, leading to the arrival of Kizaru to capture them. Had it not been for Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a covert member of the Revolutionary Army, who timely intervened to send them flying to various locations along the first half of the Grand Line, they would have been captured by Kizaru and imprisoned in the underwater prison, Impelled Down. At this moment, Luffy had already infiltrated Impelled Down with Hancock's assistance, and, after a series of tribulations, managed to arrive at Marineford. The battle had erupted by now. Over there, Akainu was being relentlessly pummeled by Whitebeard. Having already spat out several liters of blood, Ace gazed at Luffy in astonishment, and then, with tears welling in his eyes, he bellowed, "You fool! Why did you come here?" Did he not comprehend his younger brother's capabilities? Was this battlefield one he could navigate? Was he not courting death? Did he fear that his elder brother might find the afterlife too lonely and wish to accompany him? Ace was truly both furious and touched. Hee. In response, Luffy merely adjusted his straw hat and grinned widely. "I told you, I would come back to save you. After all, you are my brother." Huh, Monkey D. Luffy is the brother of Portgas D. Ace? Could he also be a scion of the infamous lineage of the Pirate King? Are you truly so foolish as to overlook that his name is Monkey D., Luffy? Do you not find that surname rather familiar? Huh, you seem irredeemable, clearly. This Straw Hat lad is the direct grandson of the marine hero Monkey D., Garp. Have you not noticed the striking resemblance between the two? Garp's own grandson. Does that imply that this little rascal is the progeny of the most notorious criminal, the Revolutionary Dragon? Chapter 32, Blackbeard Teach. Perhaps. TSK. What a peculiar family situation. Pirates, Marines, and additionally, revolutionaries. Are they intent on encompassing every formidable faction? 3 generations of oddities. Many were overheard discussing the exchange between Luffy and Ace, voicing their opinions. The subsequent scenes bore little distinction from those preceding. As time passed, with Garp's release of Ace, Luffy and his companions successfully rescued him and began their escape. Meanwhile, Whitebeard chose to hold the rear, obstructing the Marines and the 7 warlords from pursuing the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Long time no see, old man. At that moment, Blackbeard made his grand entrance, laughing heartily. Teach. Upon seeing Blackbeard, Whitebeard's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes brimming with malice as he angrily bellowed, "You alone. I can never forgive. Prepare to die." In the next instant, Whitebeard raised his fist, a radiant light coalescing around it, and charged towards Blackbeard, delivering a devastating blow. "Old man, you're causing a ruckus." Blackbeard shamelessly pleaded for mercy, hoping to soften Whitebeard's heart or instill a flicker of doubt to facilitate a counterattack or ambush. He understood Whitebeard all too well. The man regarded his comrades as true family, an endearing yet foolish trait. His familial bonds constituted his greatest vulnerability. No one comprehended Whitebeard better than Blackbeard. With such thoughts, Blackbeard did not let his guard down. He secretly summoned his full-armed Haki to shield his body while simultaneously utilizing the powers of the dark fruit to prepare for a counterstrike. Just then, Blackbeard's expression suddenly changed. "What is happening? Where's my armed Haki? My observation Haki? My dark fruit abilities?" He abruptly realized that the years of training had rendered his armed and observation Haki completely null at that moment. Even the dark fruit abilities he had meticulously schemed for years were rendered inert. In that instant, Blackbeard was engulfed in profound terror. Crack. Immediately after, Whitebeard's fist descended with tremendous force, shattering the surrounding air amidst Blackbeard's horrified expression. Without armed Haki, observation Haki, or the abilities of the dark fruit, how could Blackbeard possibly withstand the wrathful punch of Whitebeard? His entire body was obliterated, blood splattering across the ground. Whitebeard. He too was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. He could not comprehend why Blackbeard had suddenly reigned in both the powers of his haki and the dark fruit. A sudden epiphany? That was certainly implausible. Thus, the only explanation could be an unforeseen circumstance of which he was unaware. However, none of this mattered to Whitebeard. The death of Blackbeard was paramount, the most gratifying outcome. With that, the turmoil within his heart could dissipate. As long as he ensured the successful escape of Ace and the others, this mission would be deemed a complete success. As for himself, feeling the cessation of his own heartbeat, Whitebeard could not help but erupt into hearty laughter. The new era no longer had ships to carry the remnants of my old era. My journey is nearing its end. My sons, allow me to accompany you one last time. Kurarara. With a booming laugh, Whitebeard charged towards Akainu, who was pursuing Ace and Luffy, raising his fist with fierce determination. A radiant light coalescing before he struck Akainu's head with tremendous force. Whitebeard appeared too swiftly. Akainu, fixated on chasing Ace and Luffy, was caught off guard, receiving a devastating blow that sent him crashing into the ice. Blood erupted from his mouth as he glared at Whitebeard, seething with rage. Whitebeard, you're courting death. Father, Ace exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Whitebeard come to his rescue. Father, let us leave together. Kurarara, you insolent brat, do not make me repeat myself. Hurry and go. Whitebeard thundered in anger. Ace was a good lad in many respects, but this was not the time for him to dally. You reckless son, do you wish to render my efforts futile? Get out of here. Live well with the Whitebeard pirates. Do not betray my expectations. Whitebeard admonished before calling out, Marco. Take them away. Yes, father. At that moment, Marco descended from the skies, seizing Luffy and Ace and soaring towards their pirate ship in the distance. Akainu attempted to pursue them, but was thwarted by Whitebeard's fierce onslaught. You cursed old fool. Akainu spat, relentlessly attacking Whitebeard in a desperate attempt to push him back and chase after Ace and Luffy. In his eyes, Whitebeard was merely a dying relic, of lesser importance than Ace and Luffy, who were the true threats that must be eliminated. Kurarara. Whitebeard, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. I was destined to die. But I do not mind taking you, mad dog, with me before I go. Saying this, Whitebeard once again launched a powerful punch at Akainu. Fire. Akainu retaliated without hesitation. Freezing capsule. Lightspeed kick. At that moment, reinforcements in the form of Kizuru and Akiji arrived, both unleashing their formidable techniques upon Whitebeard. At this juncture, Whitebeard had already reached his limits, and the combined assaults from the two struck him, causing his massive form to sway. As he beheld the Whitebeard pirates traversing the gates of justice and sailing into the distance, he sensed several formidable presences swiftly approaching. A relieved smile graced his lips. Ha ha ha. The resounding laughter echoed. Ultimately, it was amidst such jubilant laughter that Whitebeard stood and met his demise. At that moment, a discerning observer might have noticed something amiss within Whitebeard's being. What could it be? The revelry had reached its zenith, and having engaged in a brief skirmish with Whitebeard and Vista, the contented Mihawk was preparing to depart. Suddenly, two scrolls materialized before him. Puzzled, he glanced around for the source of these items, but finding none, he decided to unveil their contents. Upon inspection, Mihawk's brow furrowed slightly. Sorcery? A path from another realm? This is indeed intriguing. The newfound information in his mind unveiled the origins of these objects, and Mihawk was pleasantly surprised to discover the existence of an alternate world. These items warranted thorough examination. Perhaps they could pave the way for unprecedented breakthroughs and elevate his mastery of the sword to new heights. With such aspirations, Mihawk leaped from the platform and soon departed from Marineford. The battles had reached a conclusion, rendering his presence unnecessary. Everyone, I have come to put an end to this war. Too many lives have been sacrificed. I implore you for a favor. Let this conflict cease. Just moments later, the one-armed Sabaody stepped onto the soil of Marineford, confronting Sengoku's inquiries and the hostile glares of Akainu and others, boldly declaring his intentions. The imagery concluded here. Thus, what had been acquired, Blackbeard's haki and malevolence, or something else entirely? Why was Mihawk granted the final exchange? Chapter 33, Apprenticeship with Mihawk. After reviewing the events, Bai-Chun expressed his bewilderment regarding the situation. At that moment, 3 crystals and 2 devil fruits suddenly manifested, gently descending into Bai-Chun's hands. Simultaneously, his mind was flooded with information regarding these 5 items. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed in a dialect of national pride, "By heavens! A grand revelation. Is this the designated multiplier exchange mode? I am struck with fortune. Haha. Blackbeard's Hockey Experience Crystal. This crystallization embodies the entirety of Blackbeard's hockey experience and power, allowing one to directly acquire all of Blackbeard's knowledge and mastery of both armament hockey and observation hockey. Its original owner was a king, albeit one with a lamentable character. Dark fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit. Your exchange talent has thoughtfully eliminated the weaknesses of this fruit. There are no consumption restrictions. This fruit also encapsulates Blackbeard's insights on its development. The essence of Whitebeard's hockey. This encapsulates Whitebeard's lifetime of hockey experience and power, allowing one to directly acquire the entirety of his 3 forms of hockey expertise and cultivation. A legacy left by the legendary ruler of the seas as he takes his final bow. The Tremor fruit, a Paramecia-type devil fruit. Your innate ability to negate the fruit's weaknesses has thoughtfully eliminated its flaws. There are no restrictions on consumption. This fruit also encompasses all the insights that Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, had during its development. What a windfall! Am I destined for invincibility? Upon witnessing the treasures he had obtained, Bai Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly salivating at the prospect. Setting aside the devil fruit, are these 2 crystallized experiences of hockey for real? If I integrate them, will I directly inherit all of Blackbeard's hockey experience and cultivation? Bai Chen felt a twinge of confusion. The observation hockey and conqueror's hockey were understandable, but the armament hockey was intrinsically linked to one's physical prowess. His physique likely could not compare to that of Blackbeard. After all, this individual had left indelible marks around the red-haired pirate before acquiring the dark fruit, relying solely on his physical skills and hockey. His martial abilities and dual hockey forms were undoubtedly formidable. It was merely the absence of conqueror's hockey that kept him from becoming even stronger. Naturally, for someone as sly and patient as him, lacking conqueror's hockey seemed rather normal. Otherwise, it would be peculiar. With such doubts in mind, Bai Chen chose to merge the crystallized essence of Whitebeard's hockey. Instantly, a warm current surged through his entire being. Subsequently, Bai Chen sensed that even with his eyes closed, he could perceive everything within a 5,000-meter radius. He could detect all movements within this range. Bai Chen's expression became nuanced. Is this the observation hockey? It transcends mere mental perception, resembling a further extension and transformation of the 5 senses, intertwined with mental strength, which is quite remarkable. Thus, my perceptive abilities have significantly enhanced. This surpasses superhuman sensory capabilities in terms of subtlety and range. Simultaneously, since Bai Chen had previously consumed the Rumble fruit, he had acquired all of Enel's developmental knowledge regarding the fruit, which naturally included the heart technique. Previously, without observation hockey, he could not fully utilize the heart technique's effects. Now, however, it was a different story. He tentatively experimented, combining the electromagnetic abilities of the Rumble fruit with observation hockey, which expanded his sensory range to a diameter of 10 kilometers. Terrifyingly potent. Yet, the transformation was not yet complete. An overwhelmingly fearsome aura began to emanate from Bai Chen, crashing down with a thunderous presence. The air around him twisted, dust rose from the ground, and cracks radiated outward from his center in all directions. The ground began to fracture. The conqueror's hockey awakened. At this moment, Bai Chen instinctively unsheathed the chakra-long sword from his waist, effortlessly enveloping it with the conqueror's hockey, causing the blade to shimmer with a crimson glow and emanate an aura of terror. Shortly thereafter, he sensed a peculiar power surging within his cells, spurred by a warm current. With a mere thought, he channeled this force, enveloping his body in a layer of obsidian sheen. Bai Chen attempted to wrap this newfound energy around the chakra-long sword, transforming its hue to a deep black. The armament hockey awakened as well. However, it was clear that fortune was not so easily attained. While I had retained the experience of using and honing Whitebeard's full armament hockey, I could only manifest a version compatible with my own physique. This was to be expected, as I had not directly inherited Whitebeard's entire physical prowess. Upon experimentation, he found that he could execute techniques such as hockey wrapping, shockwaves, and internal destruction. Yet, the more advanced applications of hockey, such as flowing cherry blossom, remained elusive. It seemed that such techniques required a specific constitution. This was rather vexing. Patience was essential. He had to take things slowly. Bai Chen reassured himself and then turned his attention to the remaining 4 items. Hawkeye's Swordsmanship Experience Crystal. This contained the entirety of Hawkeye's swordsmanship training and techniques. By merging with it, one could inherit Hawkeye's swordsmanship legacy. He had previously overlooked one crucial detail. This item was derived from Hawkeye. It was no wonder that the final exchange yielded this to him. Perhaps the will of the world in the pirate realm deemed that the insights of swordsmanship would reach their fullest potential in the hands of Hawkeye, thereby advancing the art of swordsmanship within that world. Or perhaps it was intended as preparation for Zoro. Bai Chen pondered with some skepticism. After all, at this juncture, Zoro, the directionally challenged green-haired swordsman, had been taken to Hawkeye's lair by Bartholomew Kuma. It was likely that upon Hawkeye's return, he would soon encounter Zoro, following the original timeline. Barring any unforeseen events, Zoro would indeed seek to become Hawkeye's disciple. At that time, Hawkeye would surely impart the essence of the thousand-hand sword technique and the insights from the Kiki swordsmanship. Notably, the Kiki swordsmanship contained not only the family swordsmanship passed down from Kiki Sasuke to Bai Chun, but also the Breath of Thunder and its accompanying techniques, all of which Bai Chen had meticulously recorded. The breath technique was of paramount importance in the pirate world. While its efficacy might be limited elsewhere in the pirate realm, it could yield transformative results due to the abundant vitality and nutritional resources available. Bai Chun had already experienced firsthand the terrifying enhancement this technique could provide under such plentiful conditions. In this past year, he has frequently transitioned from the world of pirates to that of the Sea Master, understanding all too well the formidable effects of combining these elements with the art of breathing. Consequently, Bai Chen opted to merge the crystallized swordsmanship experience of Hawkeye. In an instant, a plethora of sword training visuals and insights flooded his mind, encompassing the essence of combat with a sword, the swordmaster's realm of universal breathing, the iron-cutting mastery, and the soaring slashes of a great swordsman, culminating in the ultimate ability to sever anything, rendering all things either cuttable or uncut, harmonizing softness and hardness, and wielding control at will. Chapter 34. The Experience Crystal of Hawkeye's Swordsmanship. Bai Chen's aura sharpened considerably. After a prolonged moment, he opened his eyes, which gleamed with an acute sharpness. Anyone daring to meet his gaze would likely feel a stinging sensation. Is this the realm of a great swordsman? Truly formidable. Moreover, Hawkeye is no ordinary great swordsman. He has evidently reached the pinnacle of that echelon. Impressive. Bai Chun realized he had struck a considerable fortune this time. His swordsmanship had now surpassed that of his mentor, Kakashi Hitaki. The ninja world indeed possesses swordmasters, and Kakashi currently resides within that realm. Similarly, the renowned swordsman from the land of iron, Mikazuki, is also at that level. As for other swordmasters, Bai Chun remained uncertain but presumed their existence. Setting aside other regions, it was evident that the major nations must have their own swordmasters. With a flicker of thought, Bai Chun summoned 2 ordinary iron swords, attempting to grasp the blacksmith's breathing rhythm, and then, with another iron sword, executed a swift slash upon the first. Crack! The iron sword shattered into 2, the breakage smooth and even. Next, Bai Chun waved his hand towards a distant stone mountain, unleashing several slashes. Waves of flying cuts surged forth, striking the mountain and leaving behind deep, long gashes, each exceeding several meters in depth, a testament to their power. Remarkably, he achieved such terrifying effects without the aid of chakra, solely relying on his physical prowess and swordsmanship. Indeed, every form of strength should not be underestimated. Bai Chun was quite satisfied with the swordsmanship from the pirate world. Alas, the limitation lay in his physical condition, which hindered him from fully unleashing the potential of the sword art. He shook his head. Furthermore, his body had yet to adapt to Hawkeye's sword techniques. It required prolonged training to condition every muscle to the appropriate strength and resilience to truly harness the sword's power. Currently, although he could execute soaring slashes, their potency paled in comparison, merely reaching the level of a top-tier swordsman. Subsequently, Bai Chun turned his attention to the remaining 3 items. The crystallized experience of Blackbeard's haki was of little use to him now. While it might offer new insights, its significance was minimal. Blackbeard could not possibly surpass Whitebeard in the domain of dual haki. Perhaps it would be better suited for someone else, or perhaps for Pikachu. Bai Chen hesitated and decided to stow it away in the treasure trove of his beast realm, intending to revisit the matter later when clarity emerged. The dark fruit and the tremor fruit are undoubtedly formidable devil fruits. How should I handle them? Should I consume them all, or consider other options? Bai Chen found himself in a quandary. The powers he currently wielded felt somewhat disordered. Perhaps he needed to take some time to meticulously organize, synthesize, and integrate them. With this thought in mind, Bai Chun hesitated no longer. He devoured both of the demon fruits at once. Quake! He exclaimed, clenching his fist. He concentrated a radiant light upon it and struck the air before him with a powerful punch. Crack, crack, crack. The air in front of him exploded, shattering violently. A fierce tempest arose, stirring up dust and debris, while the ground within a radius of several hundred meters fractured under the force. Just the vibration of the air alone, reaching a certain intensity, could yield such catastrophic effects. If he were to truly achieve the ability to shatter space itself, or even time, what magnitude of power would he attain? Baichen could not help but indulge in such imaginings. This was not mere fantasy, it was indeed a possibility. The prerequisite, however, was the ability to develop the fruit's capabilities to such heights, whilst also enduring the resultant force and its backlash. Possessing all of Whitebeard's experience with the Tremor fruit, Baichen understood that the true limitation to Whitebeard's utilization of its power lay in his physical constitution. His deterioration over the years, his body riddled with scars, was a consequence of the backlash from the Tremor fruit's power. Otherwise, with his monstrous physique and mastery in martial arts, he should not have succumbed to age so prematurely. Observing figures like Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, particularly Garp and Zephyr, who despite their advanced years remained robust as youths, Baichen noted that their strength had not diminished significantly. Even after that punch, he felt a slight tingle and mild pain in his fist and body. Such power was indeed a double-edged sword. However, if the force of vibration could be harnessed effectively, might it not also serve to strengthen the body, especially the internal organs, bones, and blood, areas where conventional training proved ineffective? Baichen recalled having encountered similar training methods and descriptions in his previous life. While those might have been fabrications, they were not devoid of potentiality, particularly now that he had grasped the abilities of the Tremor fruit. When he found some free time, he could indeed attempt to develop this aspect of his abilities. If successful, it would be a remarkable achievement. Baichen mused. In that case, by consistently applying the power of vibration in conjunction with lightning-based body tempering techniques, he could expedite the enhancement of his constitution, ultimately reaching a day when he could wield the Tremor fruit without reservation. After experimenting with the Tremor fruit, Baichen opened his right hand, conjuring a dark vortex, and murmured in astonishment, "I initially believed that the Tremor fruit, Haki, and Hawkeye's swordsmanship were my greatest gains from this venture. I never anticipated that the dark fruit would provide me with an unexpected surprise." His expression was a blend of complexity, yet predominantly filled with excitement and anticipation. Due to the talent of substitution that eliminates weaknesses and flaws, Baichen consumed the dark fruit without suffering the negative effects of injury and pain amplification as experienced by Blackbeard. Upon receiving information about the dark fruit, he discovered certain insights and abilities that had not been present in his previous life. Remarkably, the dark fruit could strip the bloodline abilities from their wielders, devouring and assimilating them, or even granting them to others. Could this be the fundamental reason behind Blackbeard's capacity to plunder the abilities of other devil fruit users? Baichen speculated boldly, convinced that his hypothesis held validity. Alas, Blackbeard had not yet devoured or stripped any other devil fruit powers at the time of his demise. It seemed he intended to start with Whitebeard, only to meet an unexpected end. This newfound ability arrived quite opportunely. Baichen licked his somewhat parched lips, exclaiming in excitement, "I have long been intrigued by the Sharingan, Byakugan, Ice Shield, and Wood Release techniques, yet I had no viable means to acquire them. After all, the current methods in the ninja world for obtaining these bloodline abilities are fundamentally flawed. This is not what I desire." With the emergence of the dark fruit's capabilities, it seemed fortuitous. Born in the ninja world, how could one not obtain a pair of Sharingan? Eternal Eyes, Rinnegan, Rebirth Eyes, Sage Body, Wood Release. Wouldn't it be a wasted journey otherwise? Baichen, possessing a penchant for collection, had always sought to gather such powers. It mattered not whether he wielded them. He simply wished to behold them. Chapter 35. The Root Subjugation Plan. It appeared that the time had come to discreetly gather the relevant materials. Baichen mused. Conveniently, he could utilize the likes of Kuro and Ju. Based on the information Baichen had obtained from them, Root ninjas frequently received similar missions, all issued by Danzo. Recently, Danzo had instructed the Root members to collect Sharingan from the eastern battlefield. Baichen believed he could intervene, employing Danzo's personnel and Root ninjas to serve his purposes without having to pay a salary or endure the hardships of training, all while offloading any blame onto Danzo. Was there a more perfect arrangement? It seemed prudent to find the time to subjugate more Root ninjas, ideally capturing them all in one sweep. thoroughly draining Danzo's resources and allowing him to experience the treatment befitting a distillery's Jin. Surely, when he learned of this in the future, he would be profoundly grateful to me, wouldn't he? With this thought, the smile on Bai Chen's face grew increasingly mischievous. These plans would require time to unfold, and he was not particularly anxious. Subsequently, Bai Chen familiarized himself with the newly acquired powers within the realm of his spatial ring. Then swiftly exited, silently swapping places with the shadow clone keeping watch outside. He then created 2 additional shadow clones to join his original self in commencing the study of sealing techniques. Without mastering this, it is impossible to learn the art of thunder. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Shuang Mao awoke early. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast with Bai Chun and Pikachu, the two set off once more. Let us hasten our pace. Having lingered for a night, I am somewhat concerned about the situation at the cloud-hidden battlefield. On the journey, Su Ri-in remarked. Very well. Bai Chun had no objections, and immediately, the two quickened their pace. Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel that you have changed somewhat overnight? During their journey, Shuang Mao scrutinized Bai Chun several times. Ultimately unable to suppress his curiosity, Bai Chun's aura seemed to have notably strengthened, and the sharpness of his Dao was more pronounced. It now emanated a brilliance. Yet there was also an underlying essence of simplicity, a most perplexing contradiction. Logically, such contrasting qualities should not coexist within a single individual. Moreover, Bai Chun was merely a novice in the sword arts. He was far from achieving a return to simplicity, let alone exhibiting brilliance. Upon hearing this, Bai Chun instantly understood the reason. Clearly, it was the result of his integration of the essence of Whitebeard's domineering experience and the swordsmanship of Eagle Eye. He had yet to perfectly merge and consolidate these forces. Perhaps I made some breakthroughs in my swordsmanship last night. Hee. Bai Chun promptly offered a vague excuse. Shuang Mao rolled his eyes in response. He could easily discern the boy's evasiveness. If you do not wish to share, then do not. I am not particularly inclined to pry into your affairs. As long as you are aware of it yourself, that suffices. Shuang Mao shook his head helplessly. Realizing that his disciple was becoming increasingly enigmatic, he had already been astonished by the boy's sudden display of formidable power. The last time on the eastern battlefield, Bai Chun exhibited a peculiar and terrifying lightning-based ninjutsu. These were all unfamiliar to Shuang Mao. Was it true that Bai Chun had developed these over the past 6 months? Shuang Mao believed it, yet not entirely. There must be secrets hidden within. However, he did not dwell on it too much. As long as Bai Chun understood his own situation and it did not endanger him, that was sufficient. At the battlefield on the border between the land of fire and the land of rivers, at this moment, Cloud Hidden, under the leadership of Yuai, Karabi, and the Wooden Man, launched an assault on the front line. Cloud Hidden had brought an impressive force of 7,000 to 8,000, while Konoha had cautiously mustered fewer than 1,000, over 8 times the disparity in numbers. Additionally, Cloud Hidden possessed at least 3 to 4 shadow-level combatants. Even with Minato's presence, Konoha could only barely withstand the assault, teetering on the brink of collapse. Faced with the combined offensive of Yuai and Karabi, Minato could only manage to hold them off with great difficulty. The Wooden Man, at this moment, charged at the forefront, leading the assault. Had it not been for the collaboration of Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, the defenses would have already been breached. In the midst of chaos, the power of the tailed beast was fully unleashed. Damn it! Where are the reinforcements? This cannot continue. Are we unable to hold our ground? The frustration was palpable. As the battle raged on, it became increasingly suffocating to witness each of his comrades encircled by multiple Cloud Ninja, their numbers dwindling at an alarming rate. The likes of Kudo and others felt the urgency. If this continued, they feared the defense line would collapse, leading to utter annihilation. With complete transformation into the tailed beast, Night Moon AI aimed to decisively eliminate Minato Namikaze. After several rounds of combat, his patience waned, leading him to unleash his full power, simultaneously shouting to Killer Bee, "Yo, leave it to me, big brother." Killer Bee, responding with his peculiar rap tone, nodded, and in an instant, transformed into a colossal, multi-limbed creature towering over 10 meters tall. Several massive tentacles swatted away the nearby flying Raijin Kanai, while others surged toward Minato. The 8 tails began to manifest a dark purple-tailed beast ball, marking the onset of a full-scale assault. Night Moon AI, too, surged forward with ferocity, having locked onto a direction after Minato evaded an attack using the flying Raijin technique. In the blink of an eye, Minato found himself before Night Moon AI, sensing an imminent threat that caused his expression to shift slightly. This is bad. silently cursing. Minato vanished once more, reappearing over 10 meters away. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the eight tails surged before him, unleashing a tailed beast ball. The sphere expanded rapidly, radiating a terrifying wave of energy aimed directly at him. Minato intended to utilize the flying Raijin technique to evade, only to realize that the trajectory of the tailed beast ball was towards the area where Nara Shikaku and a majority of the Leaf Ninja had gathered. The Cloud Ninjas had seemingly positioned themselves away from this impending disaster. Damn it! Witnessing this unfold, Minato's expression shifted dramatically. He was trapped. Dodging was not an option. Nor could he remain still, as the tailed beast ball was on the verge of striking him. What could he do? He cursed himself for not mastering the flying Raijin's guiding technique sooner. Had he done so, he would not be in such a passive position and could have redirected the tailed beast ball toward the Cloud Ninja. There was no choice but to face it head-on. Kushina, I fear I may disappoint you. A bitter expression crossed Minato's face, quickly replaced by a resolute determination as he prepared to meet the tailed beast ball head-on. Suddenly, from afar, a powerful voice resonated through the air, accompanied by a brilliant orange light shooting towards them at an incredible speed. Chapter 36, Absolute Disadvantage. At the same time, a voice echoed in Minato's mind. Minato-senpai, I am Bai-chun. Please step aside. The explosive horse is coming. Watergate was momentarily taken aback, and without a moment's hesitation, he executed the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from his position and reappearing over 10 meters behind Nara Shikaku and the others. Here, a kunai bearing Watergate's flying thunder god seal remained. He then prepared to rush towards Nara Shikaku and his companions, feeling a lingering sense of unease. However, in the next instant, he witnessed a radiant orange light streaking across the sky, striking the tailed beast ball. Boom. In the following moment, the tailed beast ball erupted violently, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud in midair. The intense shockwaves and energy surges expanded in all directions, creating a ferocious blast that propelled ninjas from both sides, within hundreds of meters and even beyond, away from the epicenter. Simultaneously, a massive crater with a diameter exceeding 100 meters and a depth surpassing 40 meters was carved into the ground, resembling a colossal scar embedded in the earth. What? The eight tails and Killer Bee were taken aback upon witnessing the premature detonation of the tailed beast ball, their gazes swiftly shifting towards the source of the radiant light. In the distance, a dark figure hurtled toward them with great speed. Before long, Bai-chun appeared above the battlefield, accompanied by the flag technique. Shumo, put me down. Shumo exclaimed. Bai-chun promptly released his telekinetic grip, gently tossing Shumo toward the ground. In midair, Shumo drew his short blade from his waist, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged toward the Cloud Ninjas still entangled with the Leaf Ninjas. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he reached a Cloud Ninja, and with a flash of silver light, the ninja felt a sharp pain in his neck, his body soaring through the air. Simultaneously, he perceived a familiar headless silhouette. Was that my own body? Am I dead? With such thoughts, the Cloud Ninja's consciousness was irrevocably shrouded in darkness. This transpired in the blink of an eye, a single strike, and Shumo did not pause for a moment. Thunder breathing, lightning flash, 16 strikes. A blade of lightning refracted 16 times across the battlefield. Thud. 16 Cloud Ninjas collapsed instantly. Shumo, however, showed no signs of slowing down, efficiently reaping the lives of the Cloud Ninjas. Damn it. Night Moon AI and others were horrified upon witnessing this. Baya is disregarding the code of the ninja. The esteemed White Fang of Konoha, a master of the shadows, is ruthlessly harvesting the lives of ordinary J-Nin, Ch-Nin, and even Jinin? This is too much. Without a second thought, Night Moon AI activated his lightning release chakra mode and charged toward Shumo, who was still mercilessly dispatching Cloud Ninjas. Boom. In the next instant, a radiant light crashed down in his path, nearly striking him directly. Although Yayue AI managed to evade with his remarkable speed, he was compelled to halt. Raising his gaze toward the sky and bellowing at Bai-chun, "You insolent brat! You seek death!" With that, the ground beneath him erupted, propelling him upward towards Bai-chun, who hovered over 30 meters above. Bai-chun let out a derisive chuckle, and with a mere thought, he shifted several meters to the side, swiftly drawing his chakra blade from his waist. The blade became enveloped in an armament color, turning black, while a dark red hue of Conqueror's haki coiled around it, accompanied by flickering dark red lightning surrounding the blade. With a precise prediction of Yayue AI's trajectory, Bai-chun unleashed a powerful slash. In an instant, A dark crimson wave surged forth, striking Yeyue AI and shattering his cloud thunder armor, leaving a deep and lengthy gash across his chest. Blood splattered, instantly staining Yeyue AI's attire. Gasping in shock, Yeyue AI looked down at the grievous wound, unable to comprehend the severity of his injury. Not only had his defenses been breached, but he had also sustained such a heavy blow for the first time. More alarmingly, he could feel an ominous force impeding the healing of his wound. Who on earth is this brat? However, he had no time for contemplation. The critical injury left him feeling weak, and he instinctively sought to flee. At that moment, his brother, the fully transformed Karabi, witnessed his sibling's injury and charged forward in a frenzy. Bai-Chen smirked disdainfully. Moonstep. Shave. He combined Moonstep and Shave with his telekinetic flight, instantly appearing before Yeyue AI. With his right fist enveloped in armament color and radiant light, he delivered a devastating blow to Yeyue AI's face. The air around Yeyue AI's head shattered upon impact, the cloud thunder armor crumbling, and his visage contorted grotesquely as his skin erupted, blood gushing forth. With a force akin to a cannonball, Yeyue AI was sent flying, crashing into the oncoming Karabi, who was also knocked down from the sky, both plummeting to the ground and creating a deep crater. Yeyue AI could no longer endure the pain, succumbing to unconsciousness. Big brother! Karabi exclaimed in alarm, turning his furious gaze toward Bai-Chen hovering above. Retreat! At that moment, the leader of the cloud-hidden village bellowed at Karabi. In the brief moments since Bai-Chen and Shuamo's arrival, the battlefield had transformed dramatically. They unexpectedly found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Over there, the formidable duo of Dian and Sui Min had begun to exploit their terrifying speed, ruthlessly decimating their ranks of ninjas. Furthermore, Yeyue AI was suddenly gravely injured by that little imp in midair, her life hanging by a thread. Burubi was gripped by fear, as Han Kyra and the wooden figures, alongside the ninja forces, retreated. Burubi took decisive action. However, Kyra could not accept such a retreat, still eager to retaliate. At that moment, the Eight Tails advised, Kyra, withdraw for now. Your brother's condition is dire. The bleeding shows no signs of stopping. If this continues, he may bleed to death. Moreover, do not underestimate that little brat. I sense a dangerous aura emanating from him that unsettles even me. This was quite peculiar. After all, he appeared to be merely a child just over 10 years old. Yet Bai-Chen's accelerated growth made him seem older than his actual age. What? My brother? Kyra exclaimed. Fine. I shall retreat. Only then did Kyra notice that his brother's wound was indeed still bleeding profusely, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Panic surged within Kyra as he used a tentacle to scoop up Yeyue AI and began to retreat. Bai-Chen, however, paid him no mind. Recognizing that the majority of the Cloud Ninjas also began their withdrawal, and he could not let this opportunity slip by. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a barrage of electromagnetic projectiles that rained down upon the Cloud Ninjas. The explosive cacophony echoed like missiles obliterating the ground beneath them. Ah, damn it. No, run. Numerous Cloud Ninjas were sent hurtling into the air by the blasts. Those who survived the initial explosions were left dragging their broken bodies, emitting desperate cries of anguish. Yet, Bai-Chen felt no pity for them. These were invaders who had instigated aggression against the Land of Fire. Did they not deserve death? Remarkable. How astonishing. The ninjas from Konoha were left utterly speechless at this spectacle. They ceased their frenzied pursuit, staring in awe at Bai-Chen, who appeared as if a deity had descended to pass judgment upon the Cloud Ninjas. Is this truly the Konoha Thunder God, Bai-Chen? He is merely 7 years old. They murmured, I hear he will soon turn 8. Does that even matter? The existence of such a prodigy in Konoha was indeed a blessing. Rescue is at hand. Lord Bai-Chen, annihilate them. Exact vengeance for our fallen comrades. They cheered. Damn those Cloud Ninjas. Today, it is time for you to experience the taste of oppression. In that moment, the survivors from Konoha could not help but engage in fervent discussions, their excitement palpable. God knows what kind of days they have endured in the past few days. Now, all their suffering has finally come to an end. And it is time for the Cloud Shinobi to face their retribution. The sight of those Cloud Shinobi, either blasted into the sky or writhing in agony on the ground with severed limbs, brings an unparalleled sense of satisfaction to the skilled ninjas. Is there anything more refreshing than sipping ice-cold soda on a sweltering summer day? At this moment, Shuo Mao and Minato have also paused, quietly reveling in the spectacle of the white morning cannon cleansing the battlefield. Goodness! Minato exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the reason why Lord White Morning was able to single-handedly repel the Mist's assault and annihilate hundreds of them? How terrifying! It is hard to fathom that this is merely a child of 7 or 8 years. Heh. Shuo Mao responded with an understanding smile. Indeed. This child has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Having him on our side is a stroke of fortune. This battlefield should stabilize, and we may even emerge victorious. However, we may soon have to confront the third Raikage, a formidable adversary. I wonder if White Morning possesses the confidence to face him. Shuo Mao remained composed, unfazed by their temporary triumph. Indeed. Minato nodded gravely. I have heard from Riku that the third Raikage is exceptionally powerful, excelling in attack, defense, and speed, far beyond what Yayue AI could contend with. It is said that he faced the rampaging Eight Tails alone, successfully suppressing it without sustaining any injuries. It is truly unfathomable how strong he must be. Currently, he can only match Yayue AI evenly, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Thus, he greatly admires White Morning. Whether it was the earlier display of cutting through Yayue AI's attack or the current sweeping bombardment, both demonstrate the kind of overwhelming power he lacks. He believes it is essential to seek counsel from White Morning afterward, to draw inspiration and perhaps gain some valuable advice. He does not necessarily seek to learn jutsu from White Morning. Even suitable suggestions would suffice. Moreover, many of White Morning's techniques may not be applicable to him, particularly the cannon-like assault, which consumes too much chakra. He envies White Morning's abundant chakra reserve, unaware that it is only recently that White Morning's chakra has become so generous, a result of a dual transformation in mental and physical capacity. Minato harbors many thoughts regarding his Rasengan, believing that with further development, it could become his ultimate offensive technique. Unfortunately, he has lacked direction in its advancement and intends to consult White Morning this time. Having long heard of White Morning's genius in ninjutsu creation, he is filled with anticipation, convinced that he will have brilliant ideas. Run. Escape. At this moment, the hidden cloud was under bombardment, and the morale of the cloud shinobi had completely dissipated. In despair, they howled, their feet barely touching the ground as they fled in fear of the next explosion raining down upon them. Damn those leaf brats. Burubi, witnessing this scene from the rear, felt a surge of rage. Where is Lord Raikage? Tears streamed down Burubi's face, overwhelmed by the sense of helplessness. He wished to rush forward to stop Bai-chun, yet felt powerless to do so. Just then, Bai-chun suddenly sensed a violent fluctuation in the space ahead, causing him to pause his assault. Is that the heavenly transfer technique of the hidden cloud? Is the third Raikage coming? He had long since perceived Burubi's call for aid through his observational prowess and extraordinary abilities. Thus, he had been anticipating reinforcements. This war was a tiresome affair, and he had enhanced his own strength through a new technique. Consequently, he resolved to alter his approach, no longer fully engaging in the conflict. He longed to conclude this war swiftly, eager to explore the realm of the fairies, and to return to his training and spend time with Hong and the others. Remaining on the front lines had become exceedingly dull. At that moment, a beam of light descended, revealing the figure of the third Raikage standing tall. Wonderful! The Raikage has arrived. We are saved. The Cloud Shinobi exclaimed, tears of relief welling in their eyes as they shouted in unison. The atmosphere, once heavy with despair, shifted dramatically. Third Raikage? This is bad. Bai-chun is in danger. Shuo Mo, we must provide support. Watergate's expression changed slightly upon seeing the third Raikage's arrival. Turning to Shuo Mo beside him. Stay calm. Shuo Mo replied, raising a hand to maintain composure. Let us observe Bai-chun's response. His strength now surpasses ours by a considerable margin. If we rush and recklessly, we may only create chaos. We must remain composed during such critical moments. Rest assured, I will handle the third Raikage. You focus on guarding against the Cloud Shinobi's attack. After suffering such a significant loss, they are unlikely to relent easily. At that moment, Bai-chun's voice echoed in their minds. Regrettably, I was too lenient earlier, only taking down 1,000 of them. If the third Raikage had arrived a little later, it would have been better. Upon hearing this, both Shuo Mo and Watergate felt a twitch in their eyes. Only 1,000? They thought. If the hidden cloud heard this, they would surely be driven to desperation. Nonetheless, with Bai-chun's words, they felt a sense of reassurance. They immediately began organizing their forces to prepare for any potential counterattack from the Cloud Shinobi. Is it you, brat? Slaughtering our shinobi village. Chapter 38. The Art of Heavenly Bestowal as the third Raikage made his entrance. His countenance was filled with an intimidating ferocity as he fixed a piercing gaze upon the airborne Bai-chun, demanding an explanation in a thunderous voice. With a slight smile, Bai-chun responded by producing a chakra coin from his palm. Lightning swiftly coalesced around it, causing the coin to spin at an astonishing velocity. He gazed down at the distant third rakeage and declared, "Remember my name, Bai Chun. I am no mere child." In the next instant, Bai Chun directed his focus towards the third rakeage and raised his hand, unleashing the electromagnetic cannon, greeting the third rakeage with a formidable display of power. With a resounding rip, an orange beam of light cleaved through the sky, hurtling towards the rakeage in the blink of an eye. "Lord Rakeage, be cautious." The Cloud Shinobi, recognizing the familiar attack, shouted a warning to their leader. The specter of the electromagnetic cannon had become a haunting nightmare in their minds. Hell's piercing strike. The third rakeage reacted with equal swiftness, activating his lightning chakra mode. With resolute determination, he brought his four fingers together, bracing himself to meet the oncoming assault of the electromagnetic cannon. He discerned the unease among the Cloud Shinobi, thus he chose not to evade. "Is this your nightmare? Allow me to shatter it with my absolute strength." He understood that failing to do so would jeopardize the capabilities of thousands of shinobi, a prospect he could not entertain. He had nurtured his ambitions and amassed strength for this very moment. Boom. In the next heartbeat, a violent clash echoed, accompanied by the sound of energy erupting. A terrifying shockwave emanated from the tip of the third rakeage's fingers, radiating outward and causing his hair and garments to flutter violently. The ground beneath him fractured, collapsing beneath the weight of the impact, creating a semicircular crater as the rakeage descended several meters into the earth. Witnessing this spectacle, the Cloud Shinobi were momentarily stunned before erupting into unprecedented cheers. "Remarkable! Long live Lord Rakeage, the invincible Rakeage. What of the Leaf's Thunder God? Before our Rakeage, do you dare claim the title? It is our Rakeage who embodies the true Thunder God, the God of Shinobi." The third rakeage had effortlessly withstood Bai Chun's electromagnetic cannon, invigorating those present and dispelling the shadows that loomed over their spirits, as if victory was already secured. "Such a ruckus," Bai Chun remarked, taken aback by the fervent cheers. "Child, you possess quite the skill." At that moment, the third rakeage looked up at Bai Chun and praised him briefly before solemnly declaring, "It is precisely because of your exceptional abilities that I cannot allow you to continue to grow unchecked. Otherwise, you will become a formidable adversary for our union in the future. Therefore, prepare to meet your end." Hell stab, three-pronged thrust. The third rakeage raised his right hand, aiming it at Bai Chun suspended in midair. His pinky and thumb curled while his three fingers remained together. His chakra armor thickened, and his imposing aura surged. Boom. In the next instant, the third rakeage forcefully stomped his feet, causing the ground within a radius of several dozen meters to collapse and crack beneath him. He soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged toward Bai Chun, his speed surpassing the sound barrier. Appearing before Bai Chun in the blink of an eye, his hand was charged with razor-sharp lightning chakra, aimed directly at Bai Chun's chest, as if it would pierce through him in the next moment. In response, Bai Chun instantly raised his right fist, enveloping his entire right arm in a deep black hue of armed color, while a dark red conqueror-esque color intertwined around it, rendering it akin to a demon's arm. Simultaneously, a brilliant white light coalesced around Bai Chun's fist, and with tremendous force, he struck the fingertips of the third rakeage. Crackle. Lightning crackled around their hands as the third rakeage's technique was unexpectedly met head-on by Bai Chun. Before he could express his astonishment, he noticed cracks appearing in the space surrounding their hands, which soon erupted with a deafening shatter. The third rakeage felt an overwhelming force of destruction surge from his fingertips through his arm and into half of his body, accompanied by a violent, piercing pain. Boom. The air exploded, and shockwaves radiated outward in all directions. Both he and Bai Chun were propelled in opposite directions by the recoil. Crack. The third rakeage crashed to the ground at high speed. His right arm contorted grotesquely. He distinctly felt the bones of his entire right arm shatter into several pieces, with muscles and tendons sustaining severe injuries. The skin of his arm split open in numerous places, blood gushing forth. Boom. He plunged directly into the earth, creating a massive pit. Spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, the third rakeage could no longer withstand the force of the impact. It was not merely the injury from colliding with the ground, rather, it was the strange power from Bai Chun's punch that had entered his arm and reverberated through his body, compounded by the collision with the ground, rendering him severely wounded. On the contrary, Bai Chun fared much better. He was propelled upward by the recoil, soaring to a height of over 100 meters before dissipating the force and coming to a halt. How could this be? The rakeage has been injured? The rakeage actually lost in a direct confrontation? Yun Ren observed the devastating injury inflicted upon the right arm of the rakeage. witnessing the scene of blood spewing from his mouth. In that moment, disbelief washed over them. The previous jubilant cheers faded into an oppressive silence. The invincible image of the third Raikage began to crumble in their hearts. Conversely, the surviving ninjas from Konoha erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing the spectacle. Hooray! Long live Lord Baichin. Lord Baichin is invincible. Unbelievable. Has Lord Baichin truly triumphed over the third Raikage in a direct confrontation? Am I dreaming? Nara Shikaku exchanged glances with his comrades, each reflecting the profound disbelief mirrored in one another's eyes. The prowess of the younger generation was indeed formidable. Could it be that they had bested even the third Raikage? It was astonishing. Shikaku's face was etched with amazement. Indeed, Akimichi Choza nodded in agreement. It feels as if the history of genius within the ninja world is on the verge of being rewritten. Yamanaka and Noichi chuckled. Isn't this a good thing? We need not worry about the invasion from Yunin any longer. Rather, we should be concerned about Yunin's predicament now. Not far away, Minato and Esma were equally astounded. How had this young lad, Baichin, grown so strong that he could stand toe-to-toe with a monster like the third Raikage? Esma pondered whether he had been completely outplayed by Baichin. Was this truly the strength expected of a mere 7 or 8-year-old? Chapter 39. The resounding might of the Gura Gura no Mi. Minato, with a wry smile, shook his head. All this time, people have called me a genius. But in comparison to Lord Baichin, I feel like an ordinary person. This realization only strengthened his resolve to seek guidance from Baichin. He felt fortunate to have readily agreed to Tsunade's request to provide Baichin with the complete set of sealing techniques. Surely, Baichin would remember this favor. With such a connection, he believed he might receive valuable insights from the young prodigy. Would it be embarrassing to seek advice on ninjutsu from someone much younger? Minato dismissed the thought. Once news of today's battle spread throughout the ninja world, who would dare to underestimate Baichin? This was ultimately a world where strength reigned supreme. Power and might dictated truth. Indeed impressive, were it not for the abilities of the Gura Gura no Mi, which mitigated much of the force of the attacks. Relying solely on my armed color and conqueror's color might not have sufficed. I could have easily been overwhelmed. Baichin mused as he slowly descended from the sky, shaking his slightly numb right arm. He reflected on the undeniable prowess of such a well-established, seasoned shadow-level powerhouse. The combination of armed color and conqueror's color did indeed counteract a significant portion of the backlash from the Gura Gura no Mi's capabilities. Perhaps that was a silver lining. Baichin concluded that it was only through practical combat that one could truly grasp these dynamics. As Baichin floated beside the deep pit formed by the collision with the third Raikage struggled to rise from the ground. He glanced at his twisted right arm, clutching his chest with his uninjured hand, and looked up at Baichin in the distance. Observing the youthful face and figure of the boy, he felt a momentary sense of disorientation, realizing that he was indeed facing a formidable opponent. What a terrifying little brat! The third Raikage couldn't help but exclaim. Coughing violently, he spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva before addressing Baichin. Little brat. This time, I, the hidden cloud. Concede defeat. Present your reasonable terms, and we are willing to withdraw our forces and cease hostilities. He was no fool, with his injuries. He knew he was unfit for further combat. To recklessly press on, fully aware of his disadvantage, would not be a display of courage but rather sheer folly. Though he appeared to be a muscle-bound brute, he possessed considerable intellect and was far from foolish. Thus, he made what he deemed the best choice. Of course, if circumstances allowed, he would have preferred to engage in more decisive actions. He would not hesitate to risk his life for that. Yet, given the outcome of their previous clash, he understood the futility of such aspirations. He had suffered a heavy blow, whereas Baichin seemed unscathed, clearly uninjured. The notion of overcoming his opponent was becoming increasingly unrealistic. Oh, Baichin was quite surprised to see such a powerful figure as the third Raikage concede defeat so readily. He regarded the Raikage with admiration, stating, Lord Raikage, what remarkable resolve. I accept your terms. As for the conditions, I will have my teacher, White Fang, discuss them with you. I hope you will be straightforward and avoid any tricks. Prepare for a significant concession, or else I won't hesitate to pay a visit to the hidden cloud village. Trust me, that is certainly not what you wish to witness. Baichin's words were laden with menace. Upon hearing this, the third Raikage's forehead throbbed with veins, and he was left incredulous. How could this be? Impossible. The Raikage had actually been defeated? Why concede? We have not lost yet. We can still fight. No. However, the onlookers from the hidden cloud were unable to accept the unfolding scene in the dialogue exchanged. No more of this. Everything depends on the Raikage's arrangements. One of them shouted in protest. The old man interjected sternly, I keep my word. I will send someone shortly to discuss the terms of the ceasefire. The third Raikage cast one last profound glance at Bai Chun before turning to rejoin his own camp. Bai Chun then soared back to the side of the hidden leaf. Oh, long live Lord Bai Chun. Lord Bai Chun is invincible. We won. We have triumphed. The people from the hidden leaf erupted in jubilant cheers, gazing at Bai Chun as if he were a hero. Teacher, Senior Minato. Bai Chun swiftly descended from the sky, landing gracefully beside Shuo Mao and the others, raising his hand in greeting. Ah, remarkable. I never anticipated you'd grow to this extent. Shuo Mao exclaimed, his face radiating pride as he patted Bai Chun's shoulder. Suddenly, Bai Chun inhaled sharply. His complexion paling slightly as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, though he quickly wiped it away, restoring his color almost instantaneously. Shuo Mao and Shui Min exchanged concerned glances, their expressions shifting as they surveyed their surroundings. Shuo Mao furrowed his brow, pulling Bai Chun aside to ask in a hushed tone, what is going on? You appear to have sustained serious injuries. Were you harmed by the third Raikage? The tension was palpable, and even Shui Min wore a face of worry. They had witnessed Bai Chun effortlessly overpower the formidable third Raikage, which seemed almost fantastical. Now, it appeared that Bai Chun had indeed been injured, merely suppressing the pain. Cough, cough. Bai Chun gently cleared his throat, shaking his head. Not exactly. I merely overexerted my power and suffered a backlash. However, I should recover in due time. It's simply a consequence of my insufficient physical constitution, particularly regarding my internal organs. I've recently been contemplating a new body refinement technique, and I've made some progress. Once I perfect it and train for a while, I should be able to withstand the backlash of such power. He added, well, I suppose that progress will take years. During his earlier encounter with the third Raikage, he had momentarily lost himself in the thrill of battle, forgetting the terrifying repercussions of the Tremor Fruit's power, which had now manifested. His internal organs had indeed suffered some damage, fortunately not severe. Moreover, he distinctly felt that his bones and muscles were still insufficiently robust and required further honing. The sensation of having untapped strength was quite frustrating. I see. Shuo Mao nodded in understanding, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. I want to inquire further about the nature of that power, but from now on, unless absolutely necessary and before being able to negate the backlash, refrain from using such power lightly. You're still young, and your current strength is already formidable. Don't jeopardize your health. In his view, Bai Chun had no need to resort to such a potentially harmful power. His future was still ahead of him. Indeed, Shui Min chimed in. Your health is paramount. Bai Chun, there is no need to rush. With your talent, it won't take long for you to attain a level of power devoid of side effects. Although he was curious about the nature of the power that caused Bai Chun's backlash, he understood the importance of respecting others' secrets. Nonetheless, both Shui Min and Shuo Mao had surmised the source of that power, which likely stemmed from the technique Bai Chun employed during his 2 attacks, shattering the air. Yes, Bai Chun replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. I will be more cautious in the future. Chapter 40. The third Raikage concedes subsequently, Bai Chun remarked. The third Raikage will send representatives for negotiations shortly. Such matters are best left to you, my esteemed teacher. Do remember to pursue compensation. We have incurred significant losses this time. Abandoning the quest for reparations would amplify our detriment. The hidden cloud will not remember our goodwill when the time comes. They will not hesitate to strike again. This cannot be forgotten. He feared that Shuo Mao and the others might be swayed by the third Raikage's perspective, choosing to forsake material compensation in the name of so-called peace. In the original timeline, the third Raikage had consistently adhered to this principle. Even in the Second Great Ninja War within this timeline, he had acted similarly. The third Raikage's rationale was that this approach would prevent enmity with the major ninja villages and promote peace. Such reasoning is utterly nonsensical. They have attacked you time and again, and the battleground is inherently a quest for greater gain. Konoha and the Land of Fire occupy the most coveted territories in the ninja world, naturally inciting jealousy. As long as tangible benefits are sufficient, conflict is inevitable. Unless one unifies the ninja world or possesses absolute strength, maintaining peace among the ninja villages is but a delusion. Does this even pertain to the matter of compensation? Both sides have engaged in warfare for years, with countless examples of loved ones perishing at the hands of the other. It is a deep-seated vendetta. If you forego reparations, will they cease to harbor animosity toward you? What a naive dream. In any case, Bai Chun cannot fathom the third Raikage's foolish moderation and appeasement mentality. It is truly a lamentable display of intellect. In his view, not only should compensation be demanded, but it should be pursued as vigorously as possible. This is essential to redress Konoha's losses and enable its swift recovery and development. Meanwhile, the hidden cloud, deprived of substantial resources, will inevitably lag in its progression, falling further behind Konoha. In the future, as long as Konoha maintains its absolute strength and developmental advantage, the hidden cloud will find it increasingly difficult to instigate conflict with Konoha. This simple truth seems lost on the third Raikage. Perhaps he understands but does not agree? Baichun surmised that even Danzo might concur with his views on this matter, while the third Raikage would certainly not. This burden is one that Danzo cannot bear. Shuo Mao, evidently grasping the implications of Baichun's words, nodded in understanding. Rest assured, this victory was largely facilitated by your efforts. Your contributions will not be in vain. I will collaborate with Minato, Jukyu, and others to ensure this matter is swiftly resolved, leaving no room for certain individuals to exploit the situation. Clearly, Shuo Mao also aligned with Baichun's approach rather than that of the third Raikage. Minato, too, was astute enough to comprehend that Baichun was referring to the third Raikage, having perused historical documents that detailed past actions. He promptly assured Baichun with a solemn expression, "Baichun-kun, you can rest easy. I fully support your decision. The hidden cloud must face consequences this time." "Excellent. That is reassuring." Baichun nodded in satisfaction, stretched lazily, and remarked, "I shall not concern myself with this matter any longer. I need to rest now. Henceforth, I require ample time to recuperate. Should my strength be needed, do not hesitate to summon me." Despite sustaining minor injuries, he felt capable of action. Both Shuo Mao and Minato nodded in understanding. "Understood. You should take your rest." Immediately, Baichun turned and entered the palace, seeking an empty chamber. He placed a sign outside indicating his presence and then slipped inside to commence his healing. Fortunately, he possessed the power of J-Ban. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on medical ninjutsu. As he activated J-Ban's power to mend his internal wounds, he muttered to himself. It was not that he held medical ninjutsu in contempt, but the technique involved forcibly accelerating cellular regeneration to achieve healing, which ultimately inflicted damage on the cellular division count. Though the effect was minimal over time, it could lead to complications and leave behind hidden injuries. J-Ban's power, however, did not carry such risks. Therefore, since acquiring J-Ban's power, he preferred its application for healing over medical ninjutsu. Of course, he had sustained injuries very few times thus far, primarily from experimenting with new ninjutsu. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Ninja Camp, the third Raikage returned to the base, where Bubi and others promptly approached him, expressing concern. "Raikage-sama, are you unharmed?" They had not anticipated Baichun's terrifying strength, which had easily overpowered even the Raikage, leaving him severely wounded. It was a thought almost unfathomable, considering the Raikage's capability to confront Tailed Beast head-on. "I'm unscathed." The Raikage waved his hand dismissively. "This time, I underestimated that little brat's power, which led to my injury. It will not happen again." However, he acknowledged, "That boy is indeed formidable. I am temporarily refraining from further conflict with Konoha. With him in play, we stand to gain little advantage, especially with Minato and Shuo Mao involved. Engaging Konoha in a direct confrontation could lead to significant losses for us. Thus, you shall lead a delegation to Konoha's camp to discuss a ceasefire. We can agree to some reasonable compensation demands, but remember to prolong the negotiation process. Since we cannot gain the upper hand against Konoha, we shall redirect our focus." He harbored a clear objective in his mind. Bubi, aware of the Raikage's intentions, expressed his astonishment and concern. "Raikage-sama, are you truly considering such a course of action?" Anoki is not to be underestimated. Indeed, they had previously contemplated an offensive against the land of Earth. "Do not fret." The third Raikage waved his hand again. "Currently, most of the village's military strength has been deployed to the front lines, especially in this instance where we are engaged in battle with Konoha. They have undoubtedly received the news. In order to gain an advantage, Noki must have already committed all his forces to a full-scale war against Konoha. This moment presents the most vulnerable state of their rearguard. The shinobi village has long been prepared. I have already arranged for ships and supplies. The troops are also mobilized. Were it not for the sudden turn of events here, I would have already set forth. Thus, there is no need for further persuasion. Your task is to delay as much as possible, allowing Noki to negotiate with Konoha even after realizing our defeat, without us being aware of their movements. Although Iwagakure harbors animosity towards Konoha, do they not also have a long-standing feud with the Land of Earth? Who are they not fighting? Since we cannot currently overcome Konoha, and continuing this conflict proves futile, we might as well quietly undermine the land of Earth. The third Raikage would undoubtedly be amenable to this approach. Furthermore, this strategy would have the added benefit of weakening Iwagakure while providing a satisfactory explanation to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning for our defeat against Konoha. Yes, I understand. Leave it to me. Chapter 41. The third Raikage surprise counteroffensive plan. Bubi nodded solemnly. The third Raikage then glanced around and inquired, by the way, where has AI gone? I heard he was injured during the urgent transmission of the message. Is it serious? Upon hearing this, Bubi's expression grew grave as he nodded. Quite serious. That Baichun inflicted a wound on AI. And the injury is imbued with a special power that cannot be dispelled and hinders the healing process. We have temporarily halted the bleeding using alternative methods. But this merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. We need to extract that special power, which is beyond our capabilities. This is indeed dire. What? The third Raikage's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Is it that severe? Quickly, take me to see him. Yes. Bubi promptly led the third Raikage to the makeshift hospital tent at the rear, where he soon encountered AI, whose face was pale and gaunt from the horrific injury. At that moment, AI had yet to regain consciousness. The third Raikage attempted to forcibly expel the special power from AI's wound using his lightning mode, but ultimately failed, almost exacerbating AI's condition further. Observing this, the third Raikage furrowed his brow. I recognized this power. That brat also bore it on his fist when he attacked me previously. However, he only utilized it as an enhancement, not as a primary assault. It appears this is quite troublesome. Bubi nodded in agreement. In truth, it could be gradually eliminated through a slow, cumbersome method, but AI clearly cannot endure for that long. The third Raikage decisively waved his hand. Take AI directly to confront that Baichun brat. We must expedite his recovery, even at a cost. I need to remain at the village, and I hope he can recover swiftly. This is indeed his son, and he is quite accomplished. It would be strange if he were indifferent. Very well. I shall tidy up and set off at once. Buneo commanded without delay. After spending over an hour organizing, he, along with a few others, carried the Night Moon AI while also bringing along a select few, including Karabi, to form a negotiation team, making their way to the Konoha camp. Meanwhile, the third Raikage had swiftly utilized the heavenly transfer technique to depart from the front lines. After receiving prompt medical attention in the Cloud Village, he set forth with his troops, silently vanishing from the sea's surface. Baichun, how is your injury? Shua Mo entered Baichun's tent, observing him reading, and could not refrain from inquiring. Huh? Baichun looked up, quickly realizing and responding with a smile. Rest assured, teacher. I'm fine. It's just a minor injury, and my recovery ability is quite rapid. Hearing this, Shua Mo sighed in relief. That's good. By the way, the negotiation team from the Cloud Village has arrived, and they have brought the Raikage's son, Night Moon AI. They mentioned that the wounds you inflicted possess a unique power that they cannot heal, and they seek your assistance. They are willing to pay a reasonable price. What do you think? Oh? Baichun set his book aside, a smile gracing his face. It seems they have yet to resolve the matter. This could be quite interesting. Let us go and lend a hand. After all, they have surrendered, and if we do not assist, the negotiations might collapse. Furthermore, the Cloud Village may not let the matter rest easily, especially since he is the Raikage's son. Indeed, we share the same sentiment. Shua Mo nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. Baichun swiftly stored his sealing knowledge book within his spatial ring and rose to follow Shua Mo to the command tent. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Night Moon AI on a stretcher in the center, his face ashen and pallid, as if on the brink of death. Baichun immediately sensed something amiss with his extraordinary ability. Rubbing his chin, he glanced at Barubi and the others, stating, You have shown some wisdom in temporarily sealing the blood vessels on either side of his mouth to stem the bleeding. Otherwise, he would not have lasted this long. Karabi, upon hearing this, retorted angrily, You, Jinchuriki. This is all you're doing, Jinchuriki. If it weren't for the fact that we couldn't win, I would have taken action myself. However, he was dissuaded by the eight tails within him. This peculiar way of speaking left everyone present feeling quite perplexed. Barubi, glancing helplessly at Karabi, turned to Baichun and bowed slightly. We kindly request that you assist in treating AI. We are willing to agree to a reasonable condition. Moreover, this is a prerequisite for our surrender and signing of the treaty. We hope you can fulfill this request. Oh? Baichun pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. Then cast a scrutinizing glance at the boisterous Karabi nearby. He promptly addressed Barubi, saying, "If you wish for my assistance in rescuing someone, my terms are quite simple. Provide me with some chakra from the 8 tails. Not much, just enough to fill this sealing scroll." As he spoke, Bai Chun feigned retrieving an empty energy sealing scroll from his robe, though it was actually from his spatial ring. This scroll was a product of his recent studies in sealing techniques, crafted in anticipation of encountering a tailed beast. He had long been eager to acquire tailed beast chakra to see if he could exchange it for something of value. The chakra of a tailed beast is the very essence of the god tree's fruit, which in turn draws from the primordial force of this world, making chakra itself a fundamental essence of the chakra system. Its intrinsic value should be considerable. Regrettably, during his earlier encounter on the Eastern Front, he had neglected to extract chakra before vanquishing the 3 tails as well as the 6 tails, particularly the 3 tails, which he had already slain. It would take 3 years for it to be revived. The same could be said for the 8 tails and the 2 tails. What a missed opportunity. He should have sealed a tail from each of them right on the battlefield, thus avoiding the current predicament. What? Barubi and the others immediately turned pale with outrage. This is absolutely impossible. Karabi glared at Bai Chun in fury, exclaiming, "You empty-headed fool. How dare you even suggest such a thing? Little 8 is my companion. I will not sacrifice him." Barubi took a deep breath and turned to Bai Chun, stating, "Perhaps you should propose a different condition. This one is absolutely unacceptable. Tailed beasts are strategic weapons." Bai Chun, seemingly amused, smacked his lips and replied, "It appears you do not care for the life of Yue AI as much as I had presumed. This is my sole condition. If you agree, I shall save him. If not, Yue AI can await his fate. I am not asking for the 8 tails directly. I am merely curious about tailed beast chakra and wish to conduct some research." Is that too much to ask? Tailed beast chakra is not irretrievable, after all. You are being quite stingy, showing no sincerity whatsoever. Barubi, upon hearing this, was infuriated, nearly cursing. "You are the one being stingy, your entire family is." This was indeed tailed beast chakra. Chapter 42. The impending war. Barubi's face flushed with rage, and other representatives from the Cloud Village mirrored his indignation. Yet Karabi remained silent, torn between his elder brother and Little 8. If Bai Chun was resolute in his demand for tailed beast chakra, what would happen to his brother if he refused to comply? At that moment, Barubi, filled with ire, spoke up. "Are you truly determined to make this difficult for us? Are you not afraid that we might abandon negotiations and resume hostilities?" This was a blatant threat. The eyes of Shumo and the others narrowed slightly at this remark. "Oh." Bai Chun raised an eyebrow as he gazed at Barubi and the others, inquiring, "Are you certain? It seems I have yet to inflict sufficient pain upon you. Do you wish to continue the battle? Very well. I am more than willing. Rest assured. This time I shall utterly crush you, and at that moment, I will capture the Jinchuriki, extracting as much tailed beast chakra as I desire. It would be no problem to rear them as livestock." As he spoke, Bai Chun narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Barubi once more, asking, "So, are you truly certain about resuming the conflict?" He bore an eager expression, seemingly relishing the prospect. Barubi and the others exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as though they had been threatened in reverse. Isn't it the case that the Leaf Village has always prided itself on its love for peace? How has the notion of war become so trivial in the mouth of this child? At that moment, the 8 tails, Kurama, residing within Karabi, shuddered at Bai Chun's words. To be treated as livestock? Does he intend to confine me and continuously drain my chakra? This is certainly not the fate I desire. Fear crept into Kurama's thoughts, and he regarded Bai Chun with the eyes of one facing a demon. This child is anything but human. The sheer monstrosity of such thoughts is unfathomable. Immediately, Kurama communicated with Karabi, urging, "Agree to it, brother. Otherwise, your elder brother will be doomed. It's merely chakra after all. What does it matter?" Upon hearing this, Karabi was momentarily taken aback, and then tears streamed down his face as he sang, "Oh, Little 8, why are you so kind to me?" "Oh yes." The 8 tails lamented, "I suddenly find myself regretting this. I help you, yet you scold me? If it weren't for the sincerity of your emotions, I would have abandoned you." Meanwhile, Shua Mo and Barubi exchanged puzzled glances at Karabi, feeling quite exasperated. Barubi regretted bringing Karabi along. Karabi then turned to Bai Chun, solemnly stating, "We accept your terms. Please heal my brother." As he spoke, he took the sealing scroll from Bai Chun, opened it, and enveloped himself in the cloak of the tailed beast, disregarding the wariness of Shua Mo and the others, and began to infuse the 8 tails chakra into himself. Barubi extended a hand towards Karabi, wanting to say something, but ultimately let it drop in resignation. This was the best resolution available. With an inferior strength and a plea for assistance, what else could he do? He thought to himself, very well. A bit of tailed beast chakra is acceptable. After all, this substance diminishes with use, and without the essence of the tailed beast, it cannot regenerate. Baichun will not derive much from it. Moreover, Barubi was chiefly concerned that Baichun was already formidable. Acquiring the chakra of the stars would not change that. If he could not even defeat the Eight Tails, how could a mere fraction of chakra make a difference? As for the possibility of conducting forbidden experiments, Barubi mused that it would be best to eliminate Baichun entirely. That would indeed be a grand celebration for the world. Karabi and the Eight Tails had initially shared similar sentiments. They began to continuously channel chakra into the sealing scroll. However, it soon became evident on their faces that something was amiss. Had they already expended nearly 1/5 of the chakra of the Eight Tails, yet it still wasn't full? Just how much could this scroll hold? Killer Bee raised his head, a dark expression upon his face, and questioned Baichun. The others, upon hearing this, stared at Baichun in astonishment. Oh dear. Baichun chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Not much. Just 190. Another 5 should do. I've left you and the Eight Tails with the majority, Haven Ti. I trust that this amount of chakra will soon allow the Eight Tails to recover. Hurry, hurry. Once it's filled, I will save the person, and you'll have your lively brother back. Killer Bee, I believe your nonsense. Barubi, this little brat is simply toxic. Nevertheless, having come this far, they had no choice but to continue channeling chakra into the sealing scroll, their faces shadowed with frustration. Shuomo and the others watched with slightly widened eyes. Baichun was indeed ruthless. The chakra of the tailed beasts was immense. Yet Baichun had forcefully extracted 2/5 of it. Impressive. Minato gazed at the sealing scroll, his expression sharpening as he thought. The crafting style and technique of this sealing scroll resemble the sealing jutsu that Kushina provided. It seems he has already mastered quite an impressive sealing technique. How long has it been? Not even a month, I reckon. Minato cast a deep glance at Baichun, gaining a clearer understanding of his talent. In response to Minato's gaze, Baichun winked playfully. Minato returned the gesture with a smile, preparing to seize a moment to converse with Baichun about sealing techniques. He also intended to inquire if Baichun had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and whether he had encountered any difficulties. Furthermore, he might glean insights from Baichun regarding the enhancement of the Rasengan. As several moments passed, the Eight Tails began to feel increasingly drained, yet at last, the sealing scroll was filled to capacity. Baichun swiftly seized it, joyfully inspecting it before sealing it away, effectively storing it within his space ring. Now, he had a valuable item for the next exchange. He eagerly approached Yue AI and placed his hand upon the wound. Instantly, he absorbed the remnants of the Conqueror's haki within. Following this, his palm radiated a gentle green healing light. Palm healing technique. Then, before Barubi and the others' astonished eyes, Yue AI's wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Barubi and the others gaped in disbelief at Baichun. Barubi could not help but inquire. You actually understand medical ninjutsu? And have mastered such an advanced technique as the palm healing technique? Isn't this brat supposed to be a combat-type ninja? Indeed. Baichun nodded indifferently. As a ninja of Konoha and a disciple of Tsunade, is it not entirely reasonable for me to master medical ninjutsu? Barubi interjected. How is that reasonable? You are a combat ninja. Moreover, how old are you? Not only is your combat prowess off the charts, but your medical ninjutsu is also remarkably advanced. Is there anything you cannot do? Your talent is simply extraordinary. This seems rather unreasonable. Nearby, Narashikaka could not help but twitch his lips at the remark. Baichun glanced at him and replied coolly, as a ninja, one should be proficient in taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. Anything less is unacceptable. At this point, Baichun had completely healed Yue AI's injuries. He withdrew his hand, stood up, and addressed Karabi and Barubi, saying, the injury has been treated. He is expected to awaken within an hour. The transaction is complete. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. With that, Baichun nodded to Shikamo and the others before turning to exit the command tent, heading back to his own quarters. Barubi and the others immediately crouched down to examine Yue AI's condition, confirming that he was indeed healed, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy burden they had been carrying was finally lifted. Previously, Yue AI had been hanging by a thread, and they feared that he might perish at any moment. Such an outcome would have led to serious repercussions, as Yunin would undoubtedly seek retribution. Having witnessed Bai Qin's formidable abilities, Burubi no longer entertained such thoughts. The negotiations were set to commence in earnest. Due to the directives from the third Raikage, the discussions progressed slowly. Burubi and his companions deliberately dragged their feet, meticulously haggling over every detail. However, as time wore on, Narashikaku and the others grew increasingly impatient, often conceding to terms. Thus, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the third Hokage in Konoha received reports and correspondence from the battlefield in Yunin, relayed by Shikamo and the others. Upon reading the documents, he was rendered speechless, murmuring in disbelief. "How is this possible? What happened?" inquired Tsunade's assistant, Tksh Rin, and Mito Minyan, who had come to discuss resource allocation. "Take a look for yourselves." The third Hokage took a deep breath, handing the documents to the two of them. He then returned to his desk, picked up his pipe, refilled it with tobacco, lit it, and took a deep drag to calm his nerves. "This can't be real. Can it?" Tksh Rin and Mito Minyan gasped in astonishment, turning to the third Hokage for confirmation. The third Hokage spread his hands and remarked, "This document bears the signatures of Shuan Mao, Mizamon, and Lu Jiao, which clearly indicates its authenticity. It cannot possibly be a fabrication." However, Zhuangqian Xiaochun furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "This is utterly preposterous." Previously, it was said that Bai Qin possessed a prodigious talent, able to repel the mist ninjas and slay the three-tails Jinchuriki, which was already astounding. Now, you tell me he single-handedly annihilated over 1,000 cloud ninjas, severely wounded the third Raikage and his son, and forced the eight-tails Jinchuriki and the cloud ninjas to retreat in disarray? And now they are actively negotiating their surrender? Must it be even more fantastical? Mito Minyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is rather hard to believe. Bai Qin is merely 7 or 8 years old, is he not? At such a tender age. Even the likes of our former teacher, or the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, did not possess such prowess. Could this boy possibly be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Otherwise, how could this be so extraordinary? He is nothing short of a phenomenon. The third Hokage, puffing on his cigarette, reflected with a complex expression. Who could dispute that? He consistently astonishes me, yet soon thereafter he surpasses my understanding once more. I find myself unable to comprehend him. I truly wonder whether this extraordinary Bai Qin is a blessing or a curse for Konoha, especially considering he is Shuan Mao's disciple. Fortunately, I managed to align myself with him and appointed Tsunade as his mentor. He may be regarded as one of my own now. I can only hope he does not spiral out of control. However, the third Hokage realized he could not allow Bai Qin to remain on the front lines, as he feared that excessive accolades might elevate Shuan Mao's status within the ranks of ninjas too high. This was a concern he could not afford to overlook. At that moment, Zhuangqian Xiaochun interjected, "But how could they commence negotiations with the cloud without first consulting us and obtaining our consent?" Her dissatisfaction was evident. Indeed, Mito Minyan concurred. This time, they have overstepped. The matter of negotiation is not urgent. We should immediately send a message to the front lines of the cloud to express our stance, and additionally, dispatch someone from the village to oversee the negotiations. The individuals there are all young. What do they understand about diplomacy? He was apprehensive about potential harm to Konoha's interests. The third Hokage nodded, acknowledging. Although Lu Jiao and the others indicated in their correspondence that the cloud was eager for negotiations and hastily began discussions, simultaneously notifying the village, "Your points are well taken. Therefore, I must trouble you, Yan, to make a trip to the cloud front lines and offer guidance, lest we suffer losses. Of course, remember not to pressure the cloud too severely. It would be prudent to moderate our demands for reparations to avoid inciting their resentment, which could lead to further complications in the negotiations. Currently, we cannot endure any more turmoil. Ending the war with the Cloud Village is of paramount importance to us. Once accomplished, we can redeploy the personnel currently supporting the battlefield in Cloud to the Rock battlefield. The Rock Village and the Great Wild Trees are formidable adversaries. The strength of the Rock Village is indeed quite formidable, and the situation there is far from favorable. Primarily, Rock Village excels in various earth-based techniques, rendering mere defensive lines largely ineffective. They possess an abundance of powerful earth techniques capable of toppling entire defenses. Thus, the battles on the Rock battlefield are exceptionally arduous. I understand. Time is of the essence. I shall make preparations and depart at once. Amidst unforeseen circumstances, Mito Minyan rose from the Hokage's office, accompanied by a small team of ninja guards, as he hastened towards the battlefield in Cloud. Meanwhile, on the Rock battlefield, When Danzo received word of the decisive victory at Cloud, he found no joy in the news. Instead, his expression darkened. Damn that Bai-chun. How did things come to this? This youngster has remarkably grown to such an extent that he single-handedly routed the Cloud S army of 7 to 8,000 ninjas and severely wounded the third Raikage, forcing him to surrender. What is the source of this child's combat prowess? Could he be a reincarnation of Hashirama Senju? No. Even Hashirama at his age was nowhere near as formidable. This is simply monstrous. How could a descendant of the Senju, separated by 2 or 3 generations, exhibit such extraordinary prowess? Danzo found himself perplexed. Perhaps I should find a way to obtain samples of his blood and flesh for Orochimaru to study. The secrets of this child must be uncovered. Danzo's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. This terrifying rate of growth, this secret to his strength, he wished to claim for himself. Furthermore, I cannot allow this child to remain in proximity to White Fang, nor can I permit him to stay on the front lines any longer. With this in mind, Danzo promptly penned a letter and dispatched a ninja hawk to deliver it to the third. On the battlefield in Sand, Chapter 44, The Third's Apprehension. This truly is unexpected. Bai-chun, you continually surprise me. My interest in you grows ever deeper. Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment upon reviewing the intelligence from the Cloud battlefield. Orochimaru, what brings you to seek me? At that moment, Tsunade entered, her face weary, complaining, do you not realize how overwhelmed I have been lately? Could you perhaps refrain from burdening me with more tasks? I regret not fleeing to wander the world before the war began. Otherwise, I wouldn't be exhausted to this extent. That old hag Chio is utterly despicable, concocting new poisons almost daily, leaving me with no choice but to continuously devise methods to counteract them. The two seem to revert to their strategic rivalry reminiscent of the Second Great Ninja War. This is not about needing your assistance. Look at this. It is good news. Orochimaru replied with a resigned shake of his head, handing over the intelligence to Tsunade. Oh. Tsunade, somewhat astonished by the information she received, lifted her gaze in surprise at Orochimaru. Is this truly the case? That young lad, Bai-chun, managed to repel the offensive from the hidden Cloud once again, and even dealt a crippling blow to the third Raikage, forcing him to surrender? What nonsense is this? Such news seems almost fantastical. The hidden Cloud is not to be compared with the hidden mist. Moreover, the third Raikage is one of the most formidable figures in the ninja world, not to be likened to a mere Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. He has the prowess to confront the Eight Tails head-on and subdue it, remaining untouched even by its might. The notion that Bai-chun could inflict such damage upon him and compel his surrender is utterly beyond belief. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Indeed, it is true. The conflict in the hidden Cloud battlefield has concluded, and both sides have commenced negotiations. I must say, Bai-chun has once again exceeded everyone's expectations. I am quite eager to engage him in conversation. Tsunade, however, regarded Orochimaru with a wary expression, issuing a stern warning. I caution you, do not harbor any ill intentions towards him, or I will not let this matter rest. She had an inkling of Orochimaru's clandestine experiments over the years. Yet she understood his nature. Reasoning with him would be futile. Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly. Oh, come now. I am fully aware that he is your disciple and kin. How could I possibly wish him harm? My only desire is to converse with him. I have heard he has employed several formidable lightning techniques on the battlefields of the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud, and I find myself increasingly intrigued by his talent for ninjutsu development. I believe we could find much common ground in that regard. This was indeed his intention, to leverage Bai-chun's talents in ninjutsu development and medical ninjutsu to aid in his own research. Conducting research solely by oneself is an exceedingly slow endeavor, as human limitations are ever present. Is that so? Tsunade replied, nodding slightly. If that is the case, I have no objections, provided you secure his consent. Just refrain from any ulterior motives, for I will not take it lightly. Tsunade's regard for Bai-chun had risen to a level akin to that of her former student. Dai, she would not permit any harm to befall her disciple and sole remaining family member. Understood. Orochimaru acknowledged with a nod, then cautioned, however, given the recent notoriety he has garnered, it would be wise for him to remain low profile for a time. It would be best for him to lay low for a while. He has become a target for many, and even certain individuals within Konoha are likely keeping a watchful eye on him, viewing him as a thorn in their side. While he is undoubtedly powerful, he too has limits and vulnerabilities. Should he be thoroughly studied and targeted, Bai-chun could find himself in grave danger. He has yet to attain the level of strength that once characterized Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Even if one reaches such heights, did not even the formidable Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha meet their demise? Tsunade's expression turned solemn upon hearing this. She nodded and expressed her gratitude to Orochimaru, saying, "I have received your reminder. I shall have the slug deliver a letter at once. Farewell." With those words, Tsunade departed from Orochimaru's tent. In a subterranean cavern near the battlefield of the Mist, Kakuzu had recently learned of the appearance of Bai Chun at the Cloud battlefield, where he wreaked havoc and even defeated the acting Raikage. Kakuzu was instantly engulfed in a sense of bitterness and frustration. This damned little brat has once again ventured to the Cloud battlefield? Have I been played? The one left behind in the Mist battlefield must be a mere shadow clone of his. Kakuzu felt deceived by his own emotions. He had believed Bai Chun to still be in the vicinity, thus patiently waiting in this cave, consuming rations until the opportune moment. Yet, Bai Chun had silently slipped away to the Cloud battlefield and accomplished such significant feats. However, what was the source of this child's rapid growth and strength? How could he have surpassed even the third Hokage? Contemplating this, a flicker of doubt crossed Kakuzu's mind. He questioned whether he could still contend with Bai Chun. Perhaps it was time to abandon this goal. Yet, the thought of doing so left him unsatisfied. After all, a bounty of 500 million ryo was at stake, the highest reward in the shinobi world. Resolute, Kakuzu clenched his teeth and declared, "No. Fortune favors the bold, and the timid perish. I cannot simply surrender. If I seize the moment, there may still be a chance. At the very least, I should be able to escape." After all, he possessed 5 lives. Furthermore, he had once faced the 1,000 Hands without fear, personally assassinating him and surviving. Surely, he should not fear a mere 7 or 8-year-old child. With such thoughts in mind, Kakuzu promptly left the cavern and began his journey towards the battlefield of the Cloud. Meanwhile, at the Konoha camp in the Cloud battlefield, Bai Chun listened attentively as Minato elucidated the entire principle and training methodology behind the Rasengan that he had created. "Please, examine if there are any areas for improvement," he urged. After finally finding some free time, Minato had come to Bai Chun's tent to seek his counsel on ninjutsu. He meticulously detailed his thought process, the steps involved, and the complete Rasengan technique, eagerly awaiting Bai Chun's response. "Please hold on." Bai Chun waved his hand and immediately opened his palm, channeling chakra to converge, attempting to form the Rasengan in accordance with Minato's teachings. Boom. Moments later, the attempt failed, resulting in the chakra sphere exploding and creating a whirlwind that scattered everything within the tent. Observing this, Minato smiled reassuringly. "Do not be disheartened. It is perfectly normal for the first attempt to fail. This technique demands exceptional control over chakra. It took me an entire year to perfect my creation. Even with a complete training method, it will not be easy for you to master. My teacher Jiraiya took 3 months to master it completely." Minato, out of kindness, was concerned that Bai Chun might feel disheartened due to a failed attempt. Chapter 45. Did he get slapped in the face? Bai Chun smiled faintly, remaining non-committal as he concentrated once more, gathering energy in the palm of his hand. In an instant, a complete blue Rasengan materialized, spinning steadily in his grasp. Minato exclaimed, "Ah, is this considered a slap in the face? To think you managed to learn and master it on the second try. It seems I underestimated your talent." Minato chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He had intended to comfort Bai Chun, but it appeared that he had overthought the situation. Upon hearing this, Bai Chun smiled slightly and remarked, "In truth, the key difficulty of this technique lies in the process of discovering the balance of the various rotating forces. That is the most challenging aspect. Secondly, it concerns the mastery of chakra. With the complete training method you provided, coupled with my proficiency in medical ninjutsu and chakra control, it is only natural for me to learn it so swiftly. It would be strange if I couldn't." "Indeed," Minato replied, looking enlightened, before eagerly asking, "Do you believe there are areas for improvement or enhancement in this technique?" "Yes." Bai Chun nodded without hesitation, amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at Minato. "The Rasengan is a formless, attributeless ninjutsu. To further elevate it, one simply needs to incorporate the nature transformation of elemental chakra." "I cannot believe you, Minato-senpai, are unaware of this." Haha. Minato laughed heartily. "I knew I couldn't hide that from you. I am indeed aware. But executing it and determining the specifics is not so straightforward." Bai Chun shook his head. "As I said, as long as you possess sufficient control over chakra and understand the nature transformations thoroughly, further development is not difficult. For instance, in the next moment, Bai Chun directly infused the Rasengan with lightning attribute chakra, and astonishingly, the Rasengan vanished. Huh. Minato's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Bai Chun, questioning, did it fail? No. Bai Chun shook his head, it succeeded. Follow me. With that, he rose and exited the camp, with Minato quickly trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at a grove outside the camp. Bai Chun casually took a breath, and with a resounding crack, Minato witnessed several trees ahead being pierced, leaving behind charred hollows. Minato's eyes widened as he turned to Bai Chun and asked, what on earth is happening? The Rasengan didn't fail? Then why can't I see it? Bai Chun chuckled softly. That is the effect of chakra with incomplete integration of the lightning attribute's nature transformation. In such cases, the Rasengan becomes invisible to the naked eye while exhibiting strong concealment and penetrating characteristics. Once fully integrated with the transformed lightning attribute chakra, its form should resemble this. As he spoke, Bai Chun's right hand coalesced a special spiral sphere crackling with violent arcs of electricity. Zzz. This spiral sphere emitted an incessant, piercing sound. Simultaneously, Minato could sense within this extraordinary sphere an exceedingly ferocious power, far surpassing that of a conventional spiral sphere by at least tenfold. Your talent is indeed formidable. Have you truly succeeded? Minato remarked with a wry smile as he gazed at Bai Chun, only to be captivated by the lightning attribute spiral sphere in his hand. He stared intently, as if attempting to decipher its intricacies. At that moment, Bai Chun forcefully hurled the lightning attribute spiral sphere forward. The sphere soared several dozen meters before abruptly expanding, obliterating everything within its vicinity. It left behind a semicircular pit on the ground, its surface charred and reduced to powder. Hiss. Minato beheld this young prodigy, his hair standing on end. What a perilous technique. Does it possess the attribute of annihilation? Yes. Bai Chun nodded in affirmation. In fact, the previous disappearing spiral sphere hinted at it. The lightning attribute spiral sphere possesses formidable penetration and annihilation attributes, categorizing it as a high single-target ninjutsu, with power that is not to be underestimated. However, one must note that this ninjutsu demands an exceptionally high level of chakra control, making it nearly impossible for an average person to execute. Even if one were to succeed, replicating the effortless throw I just demonstrated would likely prove unfeasible. Otherwise, it would become exceedingly unstable and detonate the moment it leaves the hand. Moreover, a significant challenge lies in the need for multitasking. If one cannot manage this initially, they may utilize shadow clones to divide the workload. It is only through my enhanced chakra control that I found a fleeting balance, enabling me to launch it at that moment. Of course, I believe incorporating armed color as a temporary stabilizer could also be effective. In the original work, Naruto achieved the ability to throw the wind attribute spiral sphere like a shuriken after entering Sage mode, thanks to the higher quality Sage chakra acting as a stabilizer. Is that so? Quite unsurprising. Minato nodded in understanding. I previously attempted to infuse elemental chakra into the spiral sphere but failed each time. I realized that the difficulty of the technique lay in the intricate mastery of chakra control and the precise transformation of its attributes. Bai Chun, you truly are impressive. Achieving success on your first attempt. Is the advantage of being a medical ninja truly that significant? I find myself wanting to learn as well to enhance my chakra control. He said, not entirely in jest. Give it a try. You should have no trouble. Bai Chun replied with a smile. Acquiring an additional skill is never a disadvantage. After all, Minato, you are a genius, and it won't take much of your time. Plus it will further elevate your chakra control. By the way, at this moment, Minato suddenly came to a realization, clapping his hands and addressing Bai Chun. You haven't named this lightning attribute Rasengan yet, have you? How about calling it Super Spiral Howling Annihilation Zero? Isn't that an impressive name? Bai Chun replied with a deadpan expression, waving his hand dismissively. Let's skip that. It can simply be called Lightning Release Rasengan. It's straightforward and memorable. What an absurd name. Super Spiral Howling Annihilation Zero. Why not just go for Super Invincible Electric Flash, Thunder Roaring, Earth Devouring Rasengan while you're at it? He had almost forgotten that Minato was hopeless when it came to naming. Just look at the peculiar names he had concocted. Upon hearing this, Minato looked dejected and gazed at Bai Chun, saying, Are you really not going to reconsider? I believe the name I suggested sounds far more impressive. Bai Chun, feeling that the conversation had reached a dead end, turned on his heel and walked away. He soon returned to his tent, where he retrieved a pen and a blank scroll, diligently recording all the insights on mastering the lightning release Rasengan. Then he tossed it to Minato, saying, Here, This scroll contains the method for training in the lightning release Rasengan. With this, I presume you won't require my assistance to develop other attribute Rasengans. Chapter 46. Minato's Inquiry. Minato quickly caught the scroll and skimmed through it, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. This will certainly suffice. With this, it shouldn't be challenging to develop other attributes. After all, the process is quite similar. It merely involves different chakra attributes. As long as one grasps the characteristics of the various chakra types, completion should be achievable. He expressed his thanks once more, and then took out another scroll from his robe, handing it to Bai-Chen. This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you accept it. Moreover, have you encountered any difficulties recently with sealing techniques or the Flying Thunder God technique? If so, feel free to inquire with me. You are always welcome to ask. Oh? Bai-Chen accepted the scroll and glanced at it, discovering that it contained Minato's insights and experiences in training and perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique. This was indeed a valuable resource. It would greatly assist him in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, saving him considerable time and effort. He raised the scroll in gratitude, saying, "Thank you. This is exactly what I needed. As for sealing techniques, I do have some questions I would like to discuss." Bai-Chen then began to inquire about sealing techniques. Minato was responsive to all his questions. For those he could not answer, he noted them down, mentioning he would consult Kushina later. He also added that if Bai-Chen returned to the village first, he could personally seek out Kushina for guidance. "You are Tsunade's disciple and have already assisted me greatly," Minato smiled warmly. "Indeed." Bai-Chen nodded in agreement. "If the need arises, I will certainly do so. However, approaching Jinchuriki without caution may raise some concerns among certain individuals," Bai-Chen candidly remarked. Listening to Watergate, Bai-Chen was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at him. "You actually know?" he inquired. "Is it that surprising?" Bai-Chen shrugged. "After all, I am a disciple of White Fang and Tsunade, so it's quite natural for me to be aware of such matters." "Indeed." Watergate nodded, then furrowed his brow. "Your concerns are indeed justified. Perhaps it wasn't an issue before, but given your current strength, Danzo and the two advisors will certainly have their whispers. This is truly unfortunate." Watergate did not explicitly mention the third Hokage, yet Bai-Chen could discern that he was aware the third would also have his reservations. Clearly, Watergate was not as naive as he appeared. He was quite cognizant of the village's darker undercurrents, Bai-Chen mused. However, it made sense. Watergate had risen through the ranks, forming a bond with Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki, and was destined to become the fourth Hokage. How could he possibly be a mere pawn? He simply chose not to reveal his true nature. The third Hokage and others had evidently underestimated Watergate. Let us put this matter aside for now. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. If I cannot resolve them, I will pass them on to Kushina for her to answer, Watergate said earnestly to Bai-Chen. He wished to avoid unnecessarily embroiling Bai-Chen in troubles, especially since he was already burdened with significant issues. In truth, Watergate harbored dissatisfaction regarding the third Hokage's attitude and actions toward Kushina. Yet, his current strength and influence were insufficient to instigate change. Perhaps when I become Hokage, I'll be able to alter these circumstances? No, I will definitely bring about change, Watergate vowed silently, aspiring to shape Konoha into his envisioned ideal rather than its current state. All right, I'll heed your advice. Bai-Chen nodded. Honestly, I am not overly concerned with the dark thoughts of certain individuals. With my current strength, if I truly wish to accomplish something, no one can stand in my way. The essence of absolute power breeds unwavering confidence. Heh, Watergate chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Please, try not to create unnecessary tension within the village. I implore you. He sensed that Bai-Chen possessed a level of maturity far beyond his years, often perceiving matters more clearly than he did. Truly, a prodigy in every sense. However, Bai-Chen's indifference struck him as perilous. Indeed, the village could be in grave danger, he reflected. Although he disapproved of the third Hokage's methods, he equally wished to avoid strife. His feelings for Konoha ran deeply. Bai-Chen shrugged, offering no definitive assurances. As long as certain individuals do not overstep their bounds, I will not act recklessly. But should they expect me to endure humiliation and manipulation without retaliation, they are sorely mistaken. He had never been one to suffer in silence. After exchanging thoughts for a while longer, Watergate took his leave. Bai-Chen then retrieved the Flying Thunder God experience notes that Watergate had gifted him and began to study them intently. Under the celestial canopy, Bai-Chen retrieved 2 shurikens, observing them before activating the powers of the Thunder Fruit. His hands transformed into arcs of lightning, enveloping the shurikens in searing heat until they swiftly melted. With telekinetic mastery, he manipulated the molten metal, shaping the shurikens until they bore an uncanny resemblance to Minato's flying thunder god kunai. After completing the forging process, he quenched them in water, producing two specially crafted kunai. Indeed, perhaps it is more fitting to refer to them as short swords. The broader surface area resembled that of a short sword. Bai Chen then grasped the two flying thunder god short swords, and intricate sealing techniques began to flow from his hands onto their blades. Before long, the two short swords were complete. I had presumed that Minato crafted the flying thunder god kunai into a unique shape merely for distinction and flair. It seems the intent was to enhance the engraving area for the sealing techniques. This makes perfect sense. Bai Chen gazed at the two flying thunder god short swords, a gentle smile gracing his lips. With a thought, he executed a teleportation, materializing in a secluded valley 10 kilometers from the camp. Sensing the surroundings and confirming the absence of others, he deftly hurled one of the flying thunder god short swords into the sky. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, reappearing beside the short sword, grasping it with ease. He then tossed the other short sword into the distance, swiftly disappearing midair and reappearing next to this second blade. Thus, Bai Chen repeatedly demonstrated the flying thunder god technique. Initially, he was somewhat clumsy, lacking fluidity in his movements. However, within minutes, his proficiency surged, and he began to master the technique with remarkable finesse, even embellishing it with flair. His figure flickered through the nearby sky, intermittently integrating Rasengan, sword slashes, and thunder fruit abilities into his assaults, seamlessly blending these techniques with the flying thunder god. At times, he even employed teleportation to enhance his maneuvers, creating a spectacle that was both mesmerizing and perplexing. After half an hour, he concluded his training. Descending from the air, he stored the flying thunder god short swords into his spatial ring, murmuring to himself, "The difficulty of this ninja technique is surprisingly low. I acquired it with ease. I truly am gifted. Now, I possess yet another trump card." With the first phase accomplished, it is time to embark on the second phase, which appears to hold even less difficulty. Chapter 47. The Mastery of the Flying Thunder God Technique. If the greatest challenge of the first phase was one's innate talent, then the second phase tests your mastery of sealing techniques. For the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, the application of the technique is no longer confined to the Flying Thunder God kunai. Rather, it can be implanted into any object that comes into contact, allowing for teleportation through the coordinates of this technique. At present, the Flying Thunder God technique remains in an exploratory phase, offering limited experience, primarily consisting of personal experimental data and inferred directions. However, the insights derived from the third generation's iteration of the technique incorporate elements of the second generation's understanding of the Flying Thunder God's second stage. Bai Chen swiftly assimilated this knowledge and, after several attempts, successfully inscribed the Flying Thunder God formula onto a stone, thereby accomplishing instantaneous transportation. It truly poses no challenge to me. I did it. Bai Chen exclaimed with delight, promptly documenting his findings and commencing further connections. He continually utilized his superpower to teleport to various nearby locations, inscribing the Flying Thunder God formula on stones, tree trunks, and even on animal hides. Over the course of the next few hours, Bai Chen explored every conceivable material, leaving the formula inscribed across a vast expanse of the area surrounding the Yunin Witudo camp, spanning nearly 100 kilometers. In a bid to ensure the longevity of the technique, he meticulously forged dozens of short swords using kunai and the abilities of the thunder fruit, each engraved with the Flying Thunder God formula. These were buried in different regions of the area for future use, allowing for potential instantaneous relocation via the coordinates provided by these Thunder God short swords. Having accomplished this, Bai Chen teleported back to his tent. "Hey, you didn't even say goodbye before leaving. What's this? Have you already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique?" Upon his return, he was greeted by Minato's voice. This did not surprise Bai Chen. He had sensed Minato's presence when he had initially teleported. "Indeed, I have already mastered it." He subtly teleported one of the Thunder God short swords from his spatial ring into the ground beneath him, then bent down to unearth it. Holding it up towards Minato, he remarked, "Look, my Thunder God short sword is complete. This technique is incredibly useful. Traveling will be much more convenient from now on. I even practiced nearby after leaving the camp." "Really?" Minato's eyes sparkled with interest as he observed the short sword. He reached out, saying, "Let me see." Bai-Chin promptly handed it over. After examining it thoroughly, Minato nodded. The formula is quite complete. However, why did you choose to fashion the Flying Thunder God Kunai into the form of a short sword? Furthermore, why didn't you use the design of my love of ninja sword? That would look much more appealing. Minato appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Bai-Chin's eyes twitched slightly. Isn't it preferable for everyone's medium and formula of the Flying Thunder God to be distinct? This way, they can be easily differentiated, don't you think? He had no intention of using Minato's kunai or love of ninja sword. They were far too unappealing and overly juvenile for his taste. That is true. Minato conceded with a nod. It is indeed necessary to distinguish them. Otherwise, in certain situations, one might easily mix them up. At present, to what extent have you mastered your skills? Are you proficient in their use? Do you require my guidance? Minato's eagerness was palpable. That won't be necessary, Bai-Chin replied, shaking his head. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly hurled over a dozen Flying Thunder God short swords throughout the tent. He then began to dart around the interior with remarkable speed, hardly pausing for breath, leaving Minato utterly astonished. Have you truly mastered the first stage of the Flying Thunder God technique? Is it really this terrifying? Minato admitted to feeling a twinge of envy. This prodigious talent made him feel like an utter mediocrity. How is it? At that moment, Bai-Chun came to a halt, focusing his thoughts to manipulate the electromagnetic force generated by lightning, bringing all the Flying Thunder God short swords back to him. Minato was initially taken aback by this display, but then his excitement surged as he grasped Bai-Chun's shoulders and inquired, "What is this technique? Lightning release? Magnetic release? Do you actually possess the magnetic release bloodline limit?" "Not quite," Bai-Chun replied, shaking his head. "This is merely an application of lightning release. I am not entirely certain of the principles behind magnetic release, but I utilize lightning release to create electromagnetic force, allowing me to manipulate metal. If you possess lightning release, I could teach you. It's really not that significant. However, since you lack the thunder fruit, reaching this level will require considerable practice to alter the properties of lightning release." Oh, Minato's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So it is not a bloodline limit after all. It's astonishing that it can be derived from the lightning release. Yet, he felt somewhat hesitant about accepting such knowledge for free. "Is it truly all right for you to teach me this? After all, it is your secret technique." "Not a problem." Bai-Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Didn't you teach me the Rasengan earlier? You even provided me with an entire compendium of sealing techniques. This is a trivial matter in comparison. Please, do not be so formal with me, or I may become upset." He feigned a serious expression. "You rascal." Minato, feeling both touched and amused, patted Bai-Chun's shoulder and said, "Thank you. I will remember this favor. From now on, you are like a brother to me. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to help you." Such was his nature. When treated with sincerity, he reciprocated with kindness and goodwill. "Haha, very well, brother Minato." Bai-Chun smiled knowingly. "I shall write it down for you right away." He moved to a table in the center of the tent, retrieved paper and pen, and began to write. Understanding the principles and nature of electromagnetic force was not particularly difficult. The true challenge lay in comprehending and controlling the transformations of lightning release. Done. Here you go. Shortly thereafter, Bai-Chun finished writing and handed the paper to Minato. "Thank you." The water gate, akin to a cherished treasure, was promptly opened for inspection. A gasp of astonishment escaped. "Ah, so this is how it is. Who would have thought that the lightning attribute possesses such characteristics? Extraordinary. Extraordinary." Shuomo received correspondence from the third Hokage and immediately summoned Minato, along with the negotiating team, to present the letter. He conveyed, "The Hokage is already aware of our situation. However, he is not quite at ease in trusting the negotiations to us alone. He has dispatched consultant Mito Min in to assist us." Furthermore, he turned his gaze to Bai-Chin, saying, "The Hokage believes that although you have achieved significant merit this time, you have also attracted considerable attention, making you a target for various ninja villages. Consequently, for your safety, it is decided that you should return to the village for a period of rest and reflection. What are your thoughts on this?" As he spoke, Shuomo wore a faint smile, yet inwardly he scoffed. Once again, this is the same old tactic. "Third Hokage, you truly do not disappoint me." Even at such a critical juncture, internal strife and suppression of dissent were still at play. Remarkable. Upon hearing this, Minato's pupils contracted slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh internally. Alas, the Hokage truly is at a loss for words when it comes to the third. Currently, Konoha was engaged in battles with Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure. Yet, at this moment, the third chose to neglect such a formidable asset as Baichin, planning instead to confine him. What sort of reasoning was this? Was it not a matter of personal interest over the welfare of Konoha? Moreover, Minato recalled his conversation with Baichun from a couple of days prior. He was well aware that Baichun harbored discontent towards certain individuals in the village. Although Baichun had not explicitly stated it, Minato understood that the third was among them. He now hoped Baichun would remain composed. What can I possibly think? Baichun shrugged and responded nonchalantly. If the Hokage wishes for me to return, then I shall return. A chance to rest is most welcome. I have been utterly exhausted lately. In matters of disappointment, the third Hokage had never failed to deliver. Baichun had anticipated this outcome and was not particularly angered. After all, he held little interest in the power struggles within Konoha. He understood well that this was a world governed by strength. Only absolute power could serve as a foundation for existence. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, he could act as he pleased. Coincidentally, he also desired some personal time to visit the world of small spirits, hoping to acquire more valuable treasures. In particular, he wished to contract more small spirits into his beast space. Only then could he maximize the efficacy of his beast space and gain further rewards. Given his current mental strength, he could still contract at least 5 small spirit teams. Shuo Mao discerned that Baichun was genuinely unconcerned, which prompted him to nod and say, "Then let us return and diligently train for a while. Moreover, please take the time to instruct and supervise Kakashi. His current abilities are still somewhat lacking. It is preferable that he remains off the front lines. Although Baichun's present strength renders him largely safe from peril, one can never be too cautious. Regardless, neither of them is currently focused on power, and thus their lack of accomplishments matters little." Very well. Baichun nodded in agreement. Shuo Mao would have acted similarly even without prompting. By the way, the Hokage has acknowledged your contributions and is preparing to promote you to Jonin. Additionally, he intends to reward you with a technique from the sealing scroll. Once you return to the village, you may approach him directly to discuss this. You can contemplate which technique you would like to learn during your journey home, Shuo Mao added. This, of course, was not lost on Dai, who perhaps sought to further ingratiate himself with Baichun. He was wary yet eager to cultivate influence and control. Shuo Mao held a certain disdain for the third Hokage's intentions. Baichun's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing this. Techniques from the sealing scroll? He expressed his desire to acquire them all, particularly the Edo Tensei. However, he was acutely aware that such techniques were not available for selection. The third would not grant them, and choosing them would only invite trouble. Despite his current strength rendering him fearless against the third, engaging in a direct confrontation was unwise. There was no need to betray the village for the sake of a single technique. At that moment, Nara Shikaku interjected, inquiring of Shuo Mao, Senior Shuo Mao. Should we pause the negotiations for now? Not at all. Shuo Mao replied, waving his hand dismissively. We shall proceed as planned. It seems that the Cloud Village intends to delay the process, though their precise motives remain unclear. Nevertheless, they would not dare to retract their commitments. So we should continue our discussions. Once our advisors arrive, they will certainly review the terms we have agreed upon. If they find them unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. However, to terminate the discussions now could lead to misunderstandings, making them believe we are unwilling to negotiate and preparing for another confrontation. Baichun, listening intently, narrowed his eyes slightly. To him, the Third-S dispatch of personnel seemed entirely superfluous. Why persist in this manner? Surely, beyond the desire to share in the accolades. It stemmed from a lack of trust, combined with the familiar tendency towards appeasement, likely intending to avoid any form of reparations. With this thought, Baichun felt a wave of disgust and promptly voiced, "Before that advisor arrives, I suggest you, Senior Shikaku, finalize as many of the material compensation terms as possible. Ideally, we should have all terms of the negotiations firmly established before their arrival, leaving merely the signing of the treaty as the opportunity for that advisor." Upon hearing Baichun's words, Shikaku and the others furrowed their brows, with Shikaku directly asking, "Why do you say this, Baichun? Is there an underlying issue?" Baichun candidly expressed, "I have observed the outcomes of our negotiations with other ninja villages following the conclusion of World War II. Ultimately, we extended clemency to our adversaries, relinquishing demands for reparations, all in an effort to avoid animosity and prevent further conflict. However, the glaring reality now demonstrates that such an approach is evidently ineffective. If it were otherwise, this current war would not have erupted. When the time is ripe, war will inevitably break out, regardless of circumstances. Rather than showing mercy to our enemies, it is far more prudent to mitigate our losses, weaken our foes, and fortify ourselves in preparation for the next conflict. Or are you willing to surrender the fruits of victory to the enemy while enduring the bitter consequences yourselves? Upon hearing this, Nara, Shikaku, and the others were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowing in contemplation. They were not Na'vi, having participated in the previous war. They were acutely aware of the ultimate outcome, which indeed aligned with Bai Chen's assertions. In truth, even back then, they struggled to comprehend the third Hokage's decisions. However, he was the Hokage, and with no precedent for such failures, they felt compelled to remain silent. Now that Bai Chun had exposed this matter, they could not simply acquiesce. The stark evidence had proven that the third's philosophy of peace was fundamentally flawed. At this juncture, Shikaku decisively interjected, "Let us proceed as Bai Chun suggests." In reality, the majority of the credit for our current battles belongs to him. The victories are his achievements, and thus his opinions should take precedence. Furthermore, the facts have shown that the third strategy is indeed unviable. We cannot afford to suffer this loss again. We must demand reparations, and we must hold our enemies accountable. Let us not forget that we are currently engaged on 3 fronts, depleting an immense quantity of resources daily, with countless ninjas sacrificing their lives. Securing adequate reparations would significantly alleviate the logistical burdens on our village, would it not? I am confident that the third would be pleased. Chapter 49. The third Hokage's so-called philosophy of peace. Shikaku emphasized his final words, revealing his dissatisfaction with the third Hokage. I concur. Minato promptly added his agreement. Believing Bai Chen's choice to be correct, the third should not be allowed to act recklessly. How can a victor forego reparations? We are in agreement. Shikaku and the others exchanged glances, nodding emphatically. They were not willing to return the spoils of victory to their enemies. On what grounds? Were they aware of the dire straits they had faced against the Cloud Village? Did they comprehend the severe losses suffered by Konoha? Were they cognizant that, had it not been for the timely intervention of Minato and Shikaku, they might have already perished? Moreover, given that negotiations were already in progress, why were individuals dispatched from the village? Was it a matter of distrust? This incident planted a seed of discontent in the hearts of Shikaku and the others. A seed that would inevitably take root and flourish in due time. Shuo Mao nodded in satisfaction, remarking that since there were no objections, they would proceed as planned. He then turned to Bai Chan and inquired whether he intended to depart for the village immediately. The letter contained not only arrangements for Bai Chan, but also directives for Shuo Mao, instructing him to return to the Eastern Front after the re-signing of the treaty. The absence of a shadow-level powerhouse there left him somewhat uneasy. Previously, circumstances had necessitated such a decision, and it had also provided an opportunity to undermine the Uchiha clan. Now that personnel were available, it was only prudent to rectify that situation. They would wait until the treaty was signed to avoid any unforeseen complications. After all, Yun-In was not to be underestimated. Bai Chen shook his head, expressing his reluctance to venture back during this precarious time. However, he was aware that it was unlikely such a scenario would unfold. He had not been idly passing the days during his free moments. He had employed his mind-reading technique to extract vital information from the negotiation representatives of Yun-In. The most significant revelation was that the third Raikage had returned to Yun-In on the very day he was defeated, subsequently leading his forces stealthily towards the land of Earth. It seemed that the incident of the third Raikage's demise at the hands of 110,000 troops could indeed repeat itself. Yet, this was perhaps for the best. His survival posed no advantage to Konoha. Conversely, his disruption in the land of Earth could compel a Wagakure to divert their forces, benefiting Konoha without any detriment. Very well, Shuo Mao nodded, concluding that it was preferable to let matters settle. For days slipped by in a flash, and finally, Mito Minyan arrived, albeit belatedly. However, the negotiations had essentially concluded the previous day, with reparations already agreed upon by Yun-In. Only the final treaty remained to be signed. Upon hearing this news, Mito Minyan was momentarily taken aback. He then glared angrily at Lu Jiao, Shuo Mao, and the others, demanding to know, "Did you not receive the Hokage's correspondence? Such a significant matter as negotiations cannot be casually settled by inexperienced individuals like you. If the village's interests were compromised, could you bear the consequences?" Bai Chen, incensed by these words, retorted sharply, "What do you mean we cannot bear it? How have we compromised the village's interests? I have perused historical records. And it seems you were the one who conducted the negotiations with Yun'in during the Second World War. What was the ultimate outcome? We were clearly the victors. Yet in a naive pursuit of so-called peace, you relinquished Yun'in's material reparations, consequently fostering resentment and igniting further conflict. What is the current state of war, then? Is this what you call safeguarding the village's interests? Is this your definition of experience? Your so-called experience is truly eye-opening. Who do you look down upon? A mere figure who dares not leave the village, confined to the rear and lacking the courage to confront the front lines. What right do you have to criticize here? Mito Dorian's expression faltered momentarily, and then, in a fit of rage, he pointed at Bai Chen and rebuked, "Who do you think you are? Speaking to me in such a manner? Are you aware of my identity? Do you comprehend the gravity of your disrespect towards a consultant?" Unable to reason with Bai Chen, his embarrassment transformed into fury, compelling him to assert his status. Upon hearing these words, Bai Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, igniting a fierce fire within him. With a thunderous surge, the overwhelming will of the conqueror erupted, enveloping Mito Dorian and the grotesque figures beside him. Instantly, their faces paled as they were forced to kneel, crushed under the weight of that terrifying aura, which nearly caused them to lose consciousness. This was a restrained display from Bai Chen. He had no intention of rendering them unconscious, as that would not satiate his desire for revenge. Dujin, Shuo Mo, and others, witnessing this scene and sensing the faint remnants of the conqueror's will emanating from Bai Chen, were momentarily stunned. Cracking sounds echoed as Mito Dorian struggled to lift his gaze towards Bai Chen, whose countenance bore a mixture of humiliation and fury, yet more prominently, a sense of dread. The ground beneath him cracked, a testament to the immense pressure he was enduring. What manner of sorcery is this? Mito Dorian seethed internally. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, for he sensed no respect from Bai Chen, only a palpable intent to kill. He felt that if he were to utter another word, this boy might indeed take his life. And now, what is your identity? Bai Chen coldly inquired, looking down at Mito Dorian with indifference. How dare you, a wretched creature, reprimand and threaten me? Slaying you would be as effortless as dispatching a chicken. Mito Dorian longed to retaliate, yet fear gripped him, leaving him seething with frustration and helplessness. At that moment, Shuo Mo, sensing the tension, stepped forward to mediate. Enough. Bai Chen, spare him. I trust our esteemed consultant has realized his error, correct? With that, Shuo Mo narrowed his eyes at Mito Dorian, silently conveying that should he dare to utter a word of defiance, he would not hesitate to let Bai Chen execute this wretched being. Shuo Mo had long harbored disdain for this consultant, suspecting that his own past grievances were intertwined with the likes of Mito Dorian, Tsunade, the third Hokage, and Danzo, none of whom were virtuous. They were all driven by selfish ambitions and an insatiable thirst for power. Shuo Mo often pondered how the second Hokage had chosen such disciples. Was the allure of power truly capable of corrupting one's heart to such an extent? Or had they always been this way? In any case, this scene was immensely gratifying. Bai Chen listened intently, yet he did not retract his overwhelming aura of dominance. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Mito Minyan. Mito Minyan, feeling utterly humiliated, nodded in acquiescence. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake. Please forgive me, spare me. Excellent. Bai Chen responded with a satisfied nod. The ability to recognize one's errors is indeed commendable. I grant you my forgiveness. Chapter 50. Mito Minyan's humble admission of wrongdoing. With that, Bai Chen withdrew his oppressive presence, and Mito Minyan and the others felt an immense relief wash over them. Their burdens lifted as they collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. However, they soon felt their faces flush with embarrassment, struggling to rise while averting their gazes from Bai Chen. Much like mice in the presence of a cat. Yet, the resentment that simmered within them had not dissipated. If anything, it had intensified. Bai Chen, possessing the ability to read minds, perceived their lingering animosity and thoughts with clarity. He smiled knowingly at them and remarked, I can sense that you still harbor hatred towards me, perhaps even more than before. Upon hearing this, the group panicked and attempted to offer justifications, but Bai Chen raised his hand to silence them. He continued with a grin, This is splendid. I wholeheartedly welcome your attempts at revenge. However, be prepared to face dire consequences. There will be no second chances. He was undeterred by their potential retaliation. These inept individuals dared to conspire against him. He would not hesitate to eliminate them. When the time came, he would have no reservations. Mito Minyan, caught in a whirlwind of frustration and fear, ultimately muttered, I dare not. The smile on Bai Chen's face appeared utterly terrifying to them. Whether they dared or not was inconsequential. Bai Chen waved his hand dismissively. There remains the matter of the treaty yet to be signed. I urge you to expedite this process. I shall return on the 15th. As he spoke, Bai-chun gestured to Nara Shikaku and added, Furthermore, Senior Shikaku, please ensure our esteemed advisor reviews the compensation terms we arranged with the Hidden Cloud. Let him ascertain whether our village's interests have been compromised. It is also essential for him to understand what rights a victorious nation ought to pursue. Nara Shikaku promptly handed a document to Mito Minyan. Mito Minyan reluctantly accepted the list and, upon glancing through it, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. These are substantial demands. The total compensation appeared to exceed 5 billion, a staggering sum. He could not help but look up at Bai-chun and the others in shock. Such terms were entirely inconsistent with the third Hokage's vision. It was no wonder they were eager to finalize these provisions with the Hidden Cloud. Nevertheless, Mito Minyan could not deny that this arrangement did not undermine the interests of Konoha. Rather, it would bring significant benefits. With this compensation, Konoha's strained finances would experience considerable alleviation, and the pressures on the other three battlefronts would also lessen significantly. Yet, he could not help but voice his concern. With such a hefty compensation, are you not worried that the Hidden Cloud will harbor resentment towards Konoha and provoke war in the future? Mito Minyan could not restrain himself from asking Bai-chun and the others. Although it was anticipated, the expressions on the faces of Uchiha Kakashi and others reflected profound disappointment. It turned out that the third Hokage indeed intended to adopt a policy of appeasement, sacrificing the interests of Konoha in exchange for a so-called peace. It was utterly disheartening. Bai-chun scoffed upon hearing this. Do you think that just like during the Second Great Ninja War, the Hidden Cloud Village will not harbor resentment toward us? They want to seize the opportunity to wage war against us in the future? Pray tell, how did this war come about? He discerned that this individual was rather dim-witted. Otherwise, how could he pose such a foolish question? Mito Minyan felt a surge of frustration, unable to muster a rebuttal. Stop stuttering and swiftly proceed to sign the treaty. Bai-chun waved his hand impatiently. I truly question whether your mind is filled with nonsense, believing that you can attain peace through such a naive notion of harmony. If it were that simple, the first Hokage would have achieved peace long ago, and we would not have experienced the first, second, and now the third great ninja wars. Do you truly comprehend? It is self-interest that fundamentally incites war. Unless the people of the Hidden Cloud Village are annihilated or Konoha ceases to exist, their ambition will perpetually incite them to wage war time and time again. With such a simplistic understanding, how dare you aspire to hold a position of authority in the village? Hurry and go sign the treaty. Your mere presence vexes me. What a farce. A functioning mind is a valuable asset, yet you seem devoid of one. Mito Minyan felt utterly stifled, unable to counter these remarks, and could only leave with a bellyful of indignation under Nara Shikaku's guidance to seek the Hidden Cloud envoy for the treaty. Once they had departed, Shua Emo chuckled and affectionately tousled Bai-chun's hair. Haha, I never expected you to think so deeply about the issue. Perhaps no one in the entire ninja world sees it as clearly as you do. Indeed. Minato nodded in agreement and then turned to Bai-chun, inquiring, Bai-chun-kun, given your profound understanding, do you have any solutions to eradicate war? After speaking, he gazed at Bai-chun with eager anticipation, hoping for a satisfactory answer. Shuo Emo shared a similar sentiment. Bai-chun, exasperated, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yes, there are indeed multiple ways. Oh, please elaborate. The two inquired eagerly, their eyes gleaming with interest. Bai-chun continued, firstly, one must possess absolute strength. At the very least, one must surpass the first Hokage, unifying the ninja world under one banner, establishing a singular nation. With overwhelming military might to suppress all, a unified world would naturally lead to the cessation of war. Upon hearing this, Minato and Shua Emo furrowed their brows. How exceedingly difficult this would be. But why must one surpass the first Hokage? In his time, with his capabilities, he had the potential to unify the ninja world, had he not? Secondly, by binding various nations and ninja villages through economic means. It ensures that no village can afford to sever ties with another, thus making the cost of war unbearable. Ultimately, we find ourselves intertwined, which can effectively prevent conflict. Thirdly, possessing the power to suppress the entire ninja world does not necessitate unification. Rather, it suffices to wield absolute military might to deter the entire realm and prohibit warfare. A mushroom cloud serves as a fitting warning. The first and third points were dismissed outright by Minato and Shikamaru, as they appear to be the most challenging. Instead, they expressed greater interest in the second point, perceiving it as more feasible, and immediately inquired about specific details, such as what economic binding entails and how one might ensnare others in dilemmas. Bai Qin, having little else to occupy his time, engaged them in conversation. However, he was merely a theorist. Should it come to practical application, he would falter. Yet, being from an era of information overload, he had absorbed much knowledge. Although unclear on the execution, he understood the principles and articulated them to Minato and Shikamaru. The two listened, enraptured, their eyes brightening with visions of a peaceful future for the ninja world. The agreement was swiftly concluded, taking less than half an hour. Subsequently, Minato and his companions chose to remain, preparing to receive compensation supplies, while Bai Qin and Shikamaru set off that very day from the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud. Shikamaru headed towards the eastern front at the Hidden Mist, while Bai Qin returned to Konoha. Before departing, Minato, Jiku, and others came to bid them farewell. Chapter 51. No one understands war better than I do. Take care along the way, they said in parting. Indeed, Bai Qin nodded, producing 3 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, which he handed to Shikamaru, Minato, and Jiku. Could it be? Shikamaru gazed in astonishment at the kunai in his hand, then looked up at Bai Qin. Indeed, Bai Qin affirmed, these are the Flying Thunder God kunai. In times of danger, you and Minato-sensei can channel chakra into the kunai, and I will sense it, allowing me to come to your aid. Indeed, Shikamaru exclaimed, his face lighting up with understanding. He then laughed heartily. Haha, when did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? You never told me. He playfully patted Bai Qin on the shoulder, unable to conceal his joy. Is it truly the Flying Thunder God technique? Jiku looked at Bai Qin with wide eyes. Have you mastered this jutsu as well? Did Minato teach you? What else is there that you do not know? Minato shook his head. It was not I who taught him. It was a reward from Lord Hokage for Bai Qin defeating the Three Tails Jinchuriki and repelling the Hidden Mist assault. By the way, Minato turned to Bai Qin. How is it that you can sense chakra input? Can you teach me? He still resorts to clumsy methods, providing others with 2 Flying Thunder God kunai. By breaking one, he can perceive the spatial coordinates of the vanished one. This is decidedly inferior to the approach of Bai Qin, who does not incur a loss of kunai each time and can reuse them repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Bai Qin chuckled and replied, it's quite simple. You just need to perform the sealing technique in such and such a manner, and it will suffice. It's merely a trigger-based alarm mechanism, not a complex one. Upon listening, Watergate suddenly understood. So, that's how it is. Bai Qin, you truly are a genius to think of this. I have learned much. Thank you. No need for thanks. Bai Qin waved his hand dismissively. Then, I shall take my leave. Stretching, he added, I've been to 3 battlefields in succession, and it has thoroughly exhausted me. Finally, I can enjoy a proper rest. Watergate and Rikuju fell into silence for a moment before Rikuju spoke. It's good that you think this way. Not everyone possesses your nonchalance. Unfortunately, some matters are beyond our current ability to change. Let us hope for better transformations in the future. Are they dissatisfied with the 3rd Hokage? Of course. They clearly could rely on Bai Qin's formidable strength to swiftly conclude the conflicts at the other 3 battlefields. Yet the 3rd Hokage, driven by personal desires to consolidate power, would rather suppress Bai Qin than end the wars quickly. Quite the irony. Bai Qin smiled faintly, not particularly concerned. As long as those he cared for remained safe, nothing else mattered. After saying this, he waved goodbye and departed swiftly, followed by Shoaimo. I too must head to the Sand Ninja battlefield. I leave this place in your capable hands, Senior Rikuju. Watergate remarked as he watched Bai Qin and the others walk away. Understood. Rikuju nodded. Take care on your journey. Take care. In a subterranean cave somewhere in the Land of Fire, Uchiha Madara received another report from Black and White Zetsu. The Uchiha clan members have already arrived at the Eastern Mist Hidden Battlefield for several days now, and several of our targets are among them. We can proceed with our plans. Oh, Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction. That is good to hear. However, it seems that Mist Hidden is no match for that brat Bai Qin. With him present, they dare not engage in battle. It appears we must either remove this brat or deal with him directly. We cannot allow Bai Qin to interfere with the execution of my plans. You need not worry about that, Lord Madara. Vortex Black Zetsu said cheerfully. That brat Bai Qin and Kakashi Shoaimo left for the Cloud Hidden Battlefield to provide support several days ago. The Zero Hidden side has already received this news and has resumed hostilities. Currently, the situation in the Hidden Battlefield is disadvantageous for us. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Why is that? These rascals can indeed be quite unreliable at times. Vortex White Zetsu was momentarily taken aback. tilting his head as he remarked, "I completely forgot. I was just pondering what it feels like to relieve oneself." Hey, Lord Madara, did you run to tell me? I truly wish to know." Uchiha Madara, with a scowl, retorted, "Shut your mouth. If you dare speak of this again, I shall slay you." Madara's furious roar echoed. What on earth had he created? Were it not for Vortex White Zetsu's commendable strength and potential, he would have discarded him without a second thought. Sensing Madara's murderous intent, Vortex White Zetsu ultimately decided to yield and refrain from further chatter. After calming himself, Madara inquired, "So, it appears that Kakashi Hitaki and that brat White Chin will not be returning anytime soon. This is indeed favorable news." "Not quite," Black Zetsu interjected. "That brat single-handedly repelled the assault of 7,000 to 8,000 Cloud Shinobi, annihilating numerous ninjas and even severely injuring the third Raikage. He is certainly at the pinnacle of elite strength, posing a significant threat. I believe we should eliminate him before he continues to grow." Black Zetsu sensed the looming danger. He had a premonition that White Chin's power had barely reached quasi-super shadow level, although he was still far from the peak prowess of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. The boy was young, and who could fathom how far he could grow? Previously, Black Zetsu had dismissed White Chin due to his ordinary bloodline. But now he could no longer afford to overlook him. In this world, there are always anomalies that defy convention. One strike that severely injured the third Raikage? I remember the third Raikage being quite formidable, right? Madara queried, slightly taken aback. Indeed, Black Zetsu affirmed. The third Raikage once faced the raging Eight Tails head-on, subduing the beast's rampage without sustaining a scratch. His strength is undeniably formidable. Upon hearing this, Madara quietly narrowed his eyes. That is indeed impressive. In that case, I shall verify the caliber of this boy. With that, Uchiha Madara beckoned to a White Zetsu. The White Zetsu, somewhat perplexed, approached, only to be seized by Madara. "Do not resist. Elephant transformation technique." In the next instant, Madara executed the elephant transformation technique, channeling half of his chakra into White Zetsu, while temporarily projecting his consciousness into the latter's form. White Zetsu transformed, adopting the appearance of a younger Madara. His true self closed his eyes and fell into a slumber. The feeling of youth is delightful. Ha! Madara reveled in his newfound form, laughing heartily. Chapter 52. What on earth have I created? This ninjutsu is quite remarkable. Acquired from the Akatsuki by Black Zetsu. Regrettably, this state of existence is but a fleeting one. He must face death once more, only to be resurrected at the pinnacle of his power through the Rinnegan. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara extracted a sealing scroll from his body, unsealing it to reveal a glass vial containing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. With deft precision, Madara extracted the eyes of White Zetsu and replaced them with the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Infusing his ocular power into the eyes, they momentarily transcended to the Manjiki Sharingan, only to regress back to 3, 2, and finally 1 Tomo, ultimately returning to ordinary black pupils. For outsiders, the inability to shut the Sharingan is a given. However, for Uchiha Madara, this principle does not hold. Alas, the elevation to Manjiki was already the zenith, and it was merely temporary. It would likely fail after an hour of intense combat. Nonetheless, it would suffice. With that, Uchiha Madara turned to Black and White Zetsu and commanded, "Go. Lead me to that little brat." Yes, Black and White Zetsu immediately complied, merging with Uchiha Madara and utilizing the dandelion technique to meld into the earth, swiftly traversing through the soil. Simultaneously, he connected with other White Zetsu to track the vicinity of Baichin. "Lord Madara, that little brat is currently en route to Konoha, approximately 100 kilometers away from our position," Black Zetsu reported. "Oh?" Uchiha Madara responded with a slight smile. "This is quite fortuitous." Meanwhile, Baichin ambled leisurely towards Konoha, akin to a scenic journey. Along the way, he dispatched 2 shadow clones to the eastern battlefield of the Hidden Mist. He hoped to gather some corpses or Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, allowing him to test the devouring capabilities of the dark fruit. Perhaps it would even grant him the Sharingan directly? Furthermore, the ice release of the Mizuki clan, the bone pulse of the Kagaya clan, and the water transformation technique of the Hozuki clan appeared to be quite promising. If he could acquire them, he would certainly seize the opportunity. There is no better place to obtain these bloodline limit ninjas than the battlefield. Suddenly, by Chun's observation, Haki sensed something from over 1,000 meters ahead. He immediately confirmed it with his mental energy. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing an intriguing expression. How interesting. It seems there are still those who dare to hunt me for a bounty. Truly, There are many who seek their demise. He sensed over 100 individuals concealed within the nearby forest. Among them, the strongest possessed the power of a Kage, with 5 different chakra hearts supporting a body enveloped in a strange black substance. Could it be Kakuzu? Such a distinctive feature allowed Bai-Chin to quickly deduce the identity of his opponent. At this moment, it appears he has yet to join the Akatsuki. How fascinating. In the shadows of the bounty hunter squad, Kakuzu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition washed over him, leaving him bewildered. Meanwhile, Bai-Chin, from a distance of over 1,000 meters, retrieved 2 chakra metal coins, channeling the power of lightning around them as they began to spin rapidly. He soared into the air, darting forward with incredible speed, covering hundreds of meters in mere moments. Not good. We've been discovered. Quick, retreat. It was evident that there were sensory-type ninjas among the bounty hunters. Otherwise, they could not have pinpointed Bai-Chun's location with such precision. Upon sensing the terrifying chakra fluctuations emanating from Bai-Chin, coupled with his swift approach, they realized their cover had been blown. With shouts of alarm, they turned and fled. The ambush had failed. They had underestimated Bai-Chun's sensory abilities. Or perhaps they had never anticipated the extent of his formidable prowess. Want to run? Taste my electromagnetic cannon. Bai-Chun sneered as he flung his hand, unleashing a brilliant orange beam that sliced through the air. Boom! It struck the woods several hundred meters away, erupting into a mushroom cloud and leaving a crater over 100 meters in diameter. All trees within the pit vanished. No. Dirt, splintered wood, and severed limbs were sent flying. The bounty hunters who failed to escape were either left in pieces or severely wounded, while those still breathing could only wail in anguish, filled with endless regret. Why had they come? This target, with a bounty of 500 million, was evidently a formidable foe, not to be trifled with. Run! Kakuzu was equally startled by the terrifying assault and fled without a second thought. There was no joking around. A hit from that attack could cost him more than a few hearts. However, at that moment, Bai-Chun hurled the other coin, sending another beam soaring through the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit, claiming the lives of dozens of nearby bounty hunters who met the same fate as their comrades. Even Kakuzu was caught in the blast, sustaining some injuries. Fortunately, he possessed the earth grudge fear, so these wounds were of little consequence. In his heart, he cursed himself for not having 2 more legs as he ran for his life. What a joke. This young man was far too ruthless. Who unleashes 2 devastating attacks before even making contact? Shouldn't they first test the waters with shurikens, engage in some banter, and then fight? Swish, swish, swish. Just then, a sound sliced through the air as dozens of flying thunder god short swords were unleashed by Bai-Chun, executing a precise and deadly flurry. In an instant, Bai-Chun vanished from his original position, and a silver flash darted between dozens of flying thunder god short swords, refracting and weaving through them multiple times, all within a mere few breaths. By the end, he had swiftly dispatched all remaining foes with a subtle slice to their throats. During this process, Bai-Chin deftly manipulated the recognized short swords with a flick of his wrist, wasting not a single moment. He then ascended into the sky, briefly attuning himself to his surroundings, and pinpointed the direction in which Kakuzu was fleeing. With a swift motion, he shot forth, reaching Kakuzu's front in no time and crashing down from the heavens, shattering the ground beneath him. Bai-Chin lifted his gaze and, with a grin, addressed Kakuzu. Kakuzu, where do you think you're off to? Kakuzu promptly halted, chakras swirling within him, his expression one of wariness as he replied. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Is this my fortune? I wish to avoid conflict. May I pass? He was reluctant to concede, but he genuinely felt outmatched. Bai-Chin responded with a slight smile. That is not out of the question. Kakuzu, initially merely engaging in pleasantries, was taken aback by Bai-Chin's acquiescence. What are your conditions? He inquired. Avoiding combat would be most advantageous, and as long as the terms were acceptable, he was willing to make some concessions. Naturally, he did not believe this to be without strings attached. After all, one does not receive a free lunch in this world, and he had come to hunt Bai-Chun. Ah, Bai-Chin exclaimed, giving Kakuzu a thumbs up, refreshing. I appreciate a perceptive individual like you. There are no complicated conditions, simply serve me and assist in my endeavors. Before Kakuzu could decline, Bai-Chin continued, Of course, I am aware of your fondness for wealth, and your enjoyment of the process of earning it. I can certainly accommodate that. Believe it or not, I possess a plethora of valuable resources and have long aspired to establish a factory to mass-produce these items. distributing them across the entire ninja world to generate a continuous stream of wealth. However, I lack sufficient manpower, particularly a competent executor and a financial minister. Would you be willing to become the executor and financial minister of my commercial empire? He was not entirely jesting. Over the past year, he had exchanged numerous resources. Although not every transaction had been beneficial, the value of what he acquired was not insignificant. Just to name a few, he had access to recipes for spicy strips, fizzy drinks, burgers, energy cubes, nutritional supplements, detoxifiers, and more. The wealth of knowledge he had derived from Karaha's medical expertise contained an abundance of valuable substances. Merely presenting a few items to create nutritional supplements, enhance potential, heal ailments, or decipher various mysteries could establish an extraordinary pharmaceutical conglomerate. Kakuzu, upon hearing this, was momentarily dumbfounded, then incredulously asked, "Are you serious? Does this little imp truly comprehend the words he utters? If such remarkable treasures indeed exist, why not unveil them sooner?" Nevertheless, Bai Chen is quite astute regarding his character, suggesting he has conducted thorough investigations into him. There is no doubt. Bai Chen nodded earnestly, retrieving an assortment of items, including her own nutritional supplements, a detoxification agent, a healing potion for internal injuries, spicy snacks, and more, which she presented to Jiao Du. "Give these a try. They are all my creations. Once you grasp their value, you shall understand the seriousness of my intentions." Jiao Du, intrigued, accepted the offerings and sampled each one, ultimately confirming their exceptional quality, noting that he had never encountered such items in the marketplace before. Simultaneously, his fondness for wealth enabled him to swiftly ascertain their worth. Indeed, these are remarkable products. If they can be produced in large quantities, profit will be guaranteed. A look of exhilaration spread across Jiao Du's face. His affinity for money had led him to conduct extensive research in commercial matters, granting him a keen insight in this domain. He firmly believed in the accuracy of his judgment. To say nothing of the nutritional supplements, detox agents, and healing potions, these would undoubtedly entice even the largest of ninja villages to procure them in bulk. He turned to Bai Chen and declared, "I accept your terms. As long as I can profit, the rest is of no consequence. But do you truly trust me?" Jiao Du found the situation somewhat incredulous. Had he encountered a benefactor at last? Of course, it could not be that simple. "Sign this contract without resistance, and then I shall have faith in you." Bai Chen, with a flicker of thought, summoned a contract rune that materialized before him, radiating a gentle glow, and floated towards Jiao Du. Jiao Du was momentarily astonished by this wondrous display. Such a method was indeed fantastical. He scrutinized the contract, which contained straightforward terms. Upon signing, Jiao Du would pledge his unwavering loyalty to Bai Chen and serve her. After a moment's contemplation, he inscribed his name upon the document. He had no other choice. Regardless of whether the contract possessed any extraordinary effects, he was compelled to sign it, for Bai Chen would undoubtedly not let him off the hook otherwise. With his name inscribed, the contract transformed into a luminous orb that drifted toward Jiao Du's forehead. "Remember, do not resist," Bai Chen cautioned once more. Jiao Du then focused his mind, ensuring he did not falter. The orb successfully merged with his mind's sea, enveloping his very soul. In that instant, Jiao Du's form quivered slightly, and as he raised his gaze to Bai Chen, he felt an overwhelming reverence for her welling from the depths of his being. He immediately knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "I, Jiao Du, pledge my allegiance to you, my master." At that moment, Bai Chen sensed her newfound control over Jiao Du. With a wave of his hand, Bai Chen commanded with telekinesis for Jiao Du to rise. No need for excessive formalities. I am not one for such rigid protocols. From now on, simply focus on serving me well. Furthermore, consider me your boss from this point forward. Here are the recipes for spicy strips, hamburgers, and sugary drinks. Use these as initial products to establish your factory and commence your journey towards profitability. As for the nutritional supplements, detoxifiers, and healing potions, these are beyond the capabilities of the average individual to concoct. I shall provide the necessary herbs for the time being. Each month, I will visit to deliver the potions for you to sell. As he spoke, Bai Chen produced a short sword imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Handing it to Jiao Du, "Keep this safe. It will allow me to locate you at any moment and teleport to your side. Naturally, should you encounter serious troubles or imminent danger, you can channel chakra into it to activate the seal, and I shall hasten to your aid." Providing Jiao Du with a measure of security was essential, especially since he would soon be aiding Bai Chen in generating income. What did Bai Chen require so much money for? The acquisition of chakra metal herbal ingredients, and various precious items, all of which come at a cost. He even harbored aspirations of rebuilding his home, purchasing additional land, and expanding, yet lacked the funds to pursue these ambitions. Thus, the importance of money was clear. "Thank you, boss," Jiao Du exclaimed cheerfully as he accepted the short sword. His master was indeed generous, offering him a safeguard for his life. Now he had someone backing him. If he ever faced defeat, he could call for help. At that moment, Jiao Du hesitantly inquired, "Boss, could you provide some initial funding?" "Of course, if not. It is no matter. I can utilize my own savings for now." Bai Chen looked at Jiao Du with a bemused expression. "I certainly have no money at present, but I am aware of someone who should possess wealth. I just wonder if he is as affluent as I imagine." "Oh, who might that be?" Jiao Du's interest was piqued. "Kato from the Land of Waves. It seems he has established a shipping company. You might inquire in the Land of Waves. He should have become prosperous by now. If not, his father has likely thrived," Bai Chen said with a smile. He did not believe that Kato had risen to wealth solely through his own efforts. His family undoubtedly belonged to the nobility, and he must have inherited their assets. Bai Chen felt no qualms about taking advantage of such a person. Chapter 54. A sense of imminent danger. Is that so? I understand. Jiao Du nodded in realization. Then I shall make a trip to the Land of Waves to seek him out. He felt no moral hesitation about raiding Kato's family. Very well. I look forward to hearing good news from you soon. Bai Chen waved his hand, watching as Jiao Du departed before he resumed his journey towards Konoha, moving at a leisurely pace. Yet, after covering a mere 50 kilometers, Bai Chen suddenly furrowed his brow and halted, astonished. What is happening today? One after another, individuals rushed forth to meet their demise. How intriguing. Haha. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged from the ground a dozen meters ahead. Laughing heartily and gazing at Bai Chen with a glint of coldness in his eyes. "You are quite audacious, little one. Do you wish to dance as well?" Upon seeing the imposing figure, Bai Chen's eyes twitched slightly. "Uchiha Madara?" A playful smile crept across Bai Chen's face as he retorted. "Not only do I wish to dance, but I also yearn to indulge in a lively party." To his astonishment, the infamous Uchiha Madara had not perished but had come to seek him out. "State your purpose, or I shall send you directly to the pure land of the afterlife to reunite with your dear friend, Senju Hashirama. I imagine he must be quite lonely without you over there." Bai Chen's words were laced with venom, and the mirth on Uchiha Madara's face vanished. His expression darkened, and his eyes burned with murderous intent as he glared at Bai Chen. "Little brat, your sharp tongue cannot alter your fate. A genius who has not matured is no genius at all. I declare that your path ends here. Fire style, great fire annihilation." As he spoke, Uchiha Madara formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames toward Bai Chen. Instantly, a sea of fire, spanning over 100 meters, surged forth. However, in that very moment, Bai Chen's thoughts sparked, and he vanished, reappearing high in the sky, gazing down at Uchiha Madara. He smacked his lips and remarked, "Who would have thought that Uchiha Madara would resort to underhanded tactics and sneak attacks? Having endured your strike, it is only fair that you experience mine." As he spoke, a chakra coin appeared in his hand, crackling with electricity. Its speed accelerated to an alarming degree. Bai Chen raised his hand and hurled the coin, releasing a beam of orange light, as thick as a bowl, that shot toward Uchiha Madara below. Oh! Uchiha Madara sensed the impending danger, but it was too late to evade. The beam moved at an extraordinary speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Susanoo. A blue chakra skeleton manifested around him, and in an instant, muscle and armor intertwined to form a colossal energy giant, towering over 10 meters, enveloping Uchiha Madara. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon struck Susanoo's abdomen but was halted. Just as Uchiha Madara prepared to laugh maniacally, cracks began to form at the point of impact. Then, with a resounding explosion, a breach was created. Wood style, wood wall. Uchiha Madara swiftly clapped his hands together, summoning a wooden wall that shot up from the ground, shielding him from behind. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon collided with the wooden wall. Crack! More fissures appeared. Before the outcome could be determined, Uchiha Madara executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from his position and appearing a short distance away. Lightning style, Rasen Shuriken. Just then, he sensed a powerful presence behind him, an overwhelming sense of imminent danger. Within him surged a tempest of frustration and fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full combat prowess, summoning the complete form of Susanoo, a colossal energy giant towering over 100 meters high, abruptly rising from the earth. Uchiha Madara's unique Sharingan pulsated with a mesmerizing pattern. Boom. At that moment, the lightning-infused Rasengan launched by Baichun struck Madara's Susanoo, instantly expanding into a gigantic sphere with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. As the sphere dissipated, a segment of one of Susanoo's legs was obliterated. Uchiha Madara staggered, nearly toppling over alongside his Susanoo. In a critical moment, he expended his ocular power and chakra, skillfully repairing the annihilated section, allowing him to regain his balance. Alas, Baichun lamented, clicking his tongue. You have provoked my wrath. Uchiha Madara bellowed, immediately commanding Susanoo to draw forth a chakra blade from his waist, striking fiercely toward Baichun. The relentless barrage of prior attacks had left him exceedingly vexed. He had been careless. Since Hashirama's demise, he had not experienced such a sensation for an extended period. Swordsmanship? Allow me to demonstrate true swordsmanship. Without hesitation, Baichun grasped the chakra blade at his side, enveloping it in armament haki, followed by the encirclement of Conqueror's haki. With a mighty draw, he unleashed his blade. A massive, dark red slash, exceeding 30 meters in length, collided with Uchiha Madara's chakra blade. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Madara's strike was forcefully halted by this tremendous blow, causing him to feel an overwhelming power that nearly rebounded his blade. Uchiha Madara was taken aback. This young boy possessed such terrifying swordsmanship? A monster? Even he had to concede that, at merely 7 or 8 years of age, Baichun's prowess far surpassed that of his peers. However, this world would not show mercy simply because of youth. You err in venturing out at such a tender age. Prepare to meet your demise. Ignoring the warning, Uchiha Madara swung another chakra blade violently toward Baichun. If you think you can, then do try. This is no longer your era, old man. Return to the realm of the dead and keep your companions company. Baichun soared into the sky, wielding his chakra blade and fiercely striking toward Uchiha Madara's descending blade. In the next moment, their blades met mere centimeters apart, releasing a terrifying shockwave. Crackle! Dark red lightning surged forth from the collision. The once clear sky had become shrouded in dense clouds, casting an oppressive atmosphere that felt as though it might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the sky appeared to split asunder, a profound chasm emerging within the clouds, rendering the heavens seemingly severed in twain. What could this be? Was the sky enraged? The scene of the earth collapsing and the heavens falling was observable from hundreds of kilometers away, even from the fog-laden battlefield, prompting numerous exclamations of astonishment. In the land of fire, the third Hokage stood aghast atop the Hokage building, gazing into the distant horizon, as if he could transcend the very fabric of space and perceive the oppressive aura emanating from that far-off place. What has transpired? The third Hokage's countenance was grave. This did not appear to be a natural occurrence, but rather the result of human intervention. It seemed as if extraordinary masters were engaged in combat. ZZZZZ. Chapter 55. The longsword cuts through Susanoo, the swordsmanship of Baichun, entwined with armed color and conqueror's color, allowed him not only to withstand Uchiha Madara's slash, but also to engage him in a battle of equal might. Remarkable! Uchiha Madara could not help but reveal his astonishment. The strike of a complete Susanoo? Even though the Sharingan was merely a kaleidoscope and its ocular power insufficient, this complete Susanoo possessed only a fraction, 1/10, of the true peak Susanoo's power, yet it was still formidable. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Baichun, momentarily halting the longsword of Susanoo. Baichun vanished from his position, reappearing behind the long sword. At that instant, his sword was sheathed, and he remained suspended in midair, striking a pose as if about to draw his blade. A semblance of lightning flickered around him, and his arm gripping the sword was entirely enveloped in dark armed color. Breath of thunder, ninja sword technique, first form, lightning flash. Flash. Uchiha Madara witnessed a flash of lightning. Baichun had already positioned himself behind Susanoo, slowly sheathing his chakra-infused longsword. Crack! The entirety of Susanoo's head was cleaved in two from the center of its brow. Simultaneously, Uchiha Madara, encased within the crystal at that very spot, was also bisected. Uchiha's upper body floated in the air as Susanoo dissipated, gazing at Baichun with astonishment. The speed of your strike was so swift that even my kaleidoscope Sharingan could barely capture its afterimage. You truly are remarkable, young one. I, Uchiha Madara, shall bestow upon you the title of the fastest. This time, you have triumphed. Let us engage in a more thorough battle next time. Madara mused that perhaps this era was not so devoid of excitement after all. Witnessing the emergence of a figure like Baichun, Reminiscent of the days following his own encounters with Hashirama, he felt a mix of apprehension and exhilaration. Damn the fastest. Upon hearing Madara's praise, Ming's eye twitched slightly, stirred by an urge to retaliate. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo had begun to rapidly dissipate. Simultaneously, the two severed corpses had shed their resemblance to Uchiha Madara, reverting instead to a pale form. Could it be White Zetsu? Bai Chun understood instantly. And in the next moment, he executed two swift movements, seizing the halves of the White Zetsu corpses in his grasp. A series of sealing runes emanated from his hands, enveloping the severed bodies. Subsequently, with a resounding pop, the corpses transformed into white mist, vanishing from sight. In truth, they had been sealed away by Bai Chun's technique and transported into the realm of his space ring. The remains of White Zetsu were indeed valuable. After all, these were among the strongest manifestations of the White Zetsu produced by Uchiha Madara. Whether for research purposes or trade, they represented a significant asset. Moreover, Bai Chen observed that within the upper half of one of the corpses, a pair of somewhat dim three-tomo Sharingan was embedded in the eye socket. Regrettably, it was merely the three-tomo variant, suggesting that the previous Mangeki had been forcibly activated through Uchiha Madara's ocular prowess. Nevertheless, it was still a commendable acquisition. Bai Chun mused with a hint of regret. Meanwhile, on the ground below, Black Zetsu emerged from the earth, observing Bai Chun's actions of capturing the two severed corpses. In the next instant, it submerged and vanished from sight. Bai Chen directed his gaze towards the spot where Black Zetsu had disappeared, attempting to sense its presence with his mental energy, but discovered nothing. He pondered, Black Zetsu, indeed, possesses some remarkable traits as a product of yin-yang release. Subsequently, Bai Chen took flight towards Konoha. After a series of unforeseen events, he was no longer inclined to linger. The fact that even Uchiha Madara had been drawn out indicated that his recent displays had perhaps been overly conspicuous, instilling a sense of threat in them. However, it was evident that Uchiha Madara's current condition was far from optimal, and the selection of a successor had not been adequately executed. Otherwise, today's confrontation would likely not have concluded so effortlessly. Although he had triumphed over Uchiha Madara this time, Bai Chen did not bask in arrogance. He discerned that Madara had only employed the technique of transformation, with the Rinnegan and even the Eternal Mangeki absent. It was clear that Madara was not performing at even a fraction of his peak strength. There was still much work to be done. Once that old wretch selected a suitable successor, he might very well seek Bai Chen out to eliminate the perceived threat, potentially dragging him down in the process. This was certainly not an outcome he desired. That ancient being wished to engage in a one-for-one exchange with him? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Along the way, Bai Chen dispatched over 10 shadow clones to scatter in various directions, each carrying an abundance of flying thunder god short swords. Strategically, he buried these swords at suitable locations, effectively mapping out the terrain and creating teleportation points for future journeys across the ninja world. After a half-day of rapid travel, Bai Chen finally arrived at the village of Konoha, registered his presence, and then stepped boldly into its borders. Gazing upon the familiar village, Bai Chen let out a long sigh. At last, I have returned. The comfort of Konoha is truly unparalleled. Just then, a figure appeared before him, masked and direct. Addressing Bai Chen, Lord Bai Chen, the Hokage requests your presence. Oh? Bai Chen raised an eyebrow, unfazed, and nodded in acknowledgement. I shall go at once. The Umbu vanished immediately. Bai Chen proceeded directly to the Hokage building, arriving at the door of the Hokage's office on the 3rd floor. He pushed the door open and entered. Ah, it has been quite some time, Hokage-sama. Bai Chen greeted the 3rd Hokage with a familiar smile and a raised hand. Hiki. The 3rd Hokage chuckled, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe, and nodded in response. Indeed, it has been a while. Please, take a seat. He gestured for Bai Chen to sit on the sofa nearby, then continued. So, Bai Chen, what was it like on the front lines of the war? It was manageable. Bai Chen shrugged. I was a bit out of sorts at first, but I adapted over time. Of course, the food was subpar. Additionally, it was somewhat brutal. But other than that, it was bearable. The dangers he faced were negligible. No one on the front lines posed a threat to his life. Hee. The 3rd Hokage smiled slightly. Only you would think that way. Others perceive it as far more perilous. What are your thoughts on my decision to recall you from the front lines? Are you displeased? With that, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Bai Chen. Huh? Bai Chen looked at the 3rd Hokage in surprise. Why would I be displeased? I had grown weary of the front lines. I abhor violence. The food was dreadful. and I find the village far more comfortable, so returning is quite agreeable. Compared to the front lines, he preferred a life of regular training, leisure, and indulging in delicious food. He genuinely believed this. The third Hokage noticed this sentiment and felt a sense of joy. He had not anticipated Baichun held such views. Chapter 56. The eloquence of Konoha's inhabitants. Moreover, he sensed that Baichun seemed rather laid back and appeared disinterested in power. This was favorable for the third Hokage. He appreciated young individuals with strength yet devoid of ambition. Such individuals would not threaten his authority and could serve as his allies when needed, becoming his instruments in times of necessity. I must observe him further. Perhaps this is merely a fade? The third Hokage thought cautiously to himself. Yet he felt considerably more at ease. With a playful gesture, the third Hokage pointed at Baichun. Did you think that while you were on the front lines, I was unaware of your circumstances? You claimed the food was unsatisfactory, yet did you not consume the delicacies you brought with you? How extravagant of you to use sealing scrolls to store such copious amounts of gourmet food. What a waste. From where did you acquire such substantial wealth? This is indeed a point of intrigue for the third Hokage. Was it bestowed by Tsunade? That seems utterly implausible, for Tsunade is known to be a gambling enthusiast. It would be quite unusual for her to part with any money for someone like Baichun. Thus, it must have been provided by Ma, the esteemed teacher. Moreover, the delicacies I brought along were consumed by him at every meal, which cannot be deemed wasteful, can it? Hee. Baichun chuckled to himself. It appears the third Hokage remains oblivious to his possession of spatial equipment. Perhaps this ignorance is beneficial, as it spares him unnecessary complications. The third Hokage chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Once again, you have accomplished a great feat, and I promise to reward you with a ninjutsu from the sealing scroll. Take a look and choose which one you wish to learn. As he spoke, the third Hokage retrieved a colossal scroll from a nearby hidden chamber, unsealing it and laying it before Baichun, gesturing for him to peruse its contents. Thank you, Grandfather Hokage. Baichun exclaimed with delight, eagerly leaning over the sealing scroll to examine each entry. Alas, they were all sealed. Only the names and brief descriptions of their effects were provided. However, this was to be expected, Baichun thought with a tinge of disappointment. After swiftly scanning the scroll, he turned to the third Hokage and declared, I shall choose the multiple shadow clone technique. I feel that the standard shadow clone technique has become somewhat insufficient. Mastering this will allow me to create more clones to assist in my training. Other ninjutsu, such as the Edo Tensei, would not be granted by the third Hokage, nor would other perilous techniques. Nevertheless, Baichun did observe numerous signature ninjutsu crafted by the second Hokage, such as the exploding tag exchange technique, the shadow walking technique, and the water release, heavenly cry, among others. However, he surmised that Tsunade would possess these as well, and he could always request them from her at a later time. After all, Tsunade treats him exceptionally well. Of course, he would not merely take advantage of her kindness. He is more than willing to reciprocate the goodwill. This time, he intended to teach Tsunade the lightning body refinement technique, which should greatly enhance her abilities. Oh, the third Hokage remarked, slightly taken aback by Baichun's choice. You actually selected this? I had anticipated you would opt for a more formidable offensive technique. Baichun shook his head in response. I have already developed numerous offensive techniques on my own, and Tsunade has imparted some to me as well. That is sufficient. The multiple shadow clone technique is far more suited to my needs. He has never lacked for offensive ninjutsu. The third Hokage felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Was this a display of boasting? Very well. He nodded, unsealing the multiple shadow clone technique and placing it before Baichun. You have 2 hours to study this. Additionally, I must advise you on this ninjutsu. Do not create too many shadow clones at once, or it may jeopardize your very life. Since you frequently employ the shadow clone technique, you should be well aware that all sensations, including fatigue, experienced by the clones are relayed back to the original body. Excessive use can lead to a complete mental breakdown, so take heed. Given that Baichun has no interest in power, he serves as an excellent tool. The third Hokage is not averse to showcasing additional goodwill, and I am fully cognizant of this. Baichun nodded along as he listened, assuring, rest assured. My chakra has been increasing rather rapidly lately. I should be able to handle creating around 100 clones at once. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage felt a slight twitch in the corner of his eye as he sensed the immense chakra within Baichun. This must exceed 5 times my own capacity. Truly, he is an extraordinary being. Is this the innate quality of the Senju clan? How enviable. The third Hokage's heart raced at the thought. He too desired such a physique. With such a vast reservoir of chakra, he felt his prowess would undoubtedly surpass his current capabilities. A minute later, having perused various techniques of the shadow clone technique, Baichin instantly mastered the relevant jutsu and promptly returned the sealed book to the third Hokage, exclaiming, "I've learned it." This jutsu is closely linked to the shadow clone technique, making it quite simple. The third Hokage, gripping his pipe, felt a tremor in his hand. How absurdly simple. Although it bears considerable resemblance to the shadow clone technique, your learning speed is astonishing. He began to understand why Baichin could create so many original jutsu. Such talent. At that moment, the third Hokage pondered briefly before inquiring, "I have heard that you developed a formidable lightning release technique known as the super electromagnetic cannon. Is it true that you repelled the mist ninja, eliminated the three tails Jinchuriki, and defeated the cloud ninja using this technique?" "Indeed," Baichin affirmed, retrieving a chakra coin from the spatial ring within his robe and demonstrating, "Behold, just like this." Wait, stop," the third Hokage exclaimed, alarmed, raising his hand to halt the demonstration. "You cannot perform that here. It would obliterate the entire Hokage building and endanger the villagers nearby." "Rest easy," Baichin reassured, nonchalantly waving his free hand. "I possess absolute control over this technique. I can cease it at any moment." As he spoke, the speed of the coin's rotation diminished rapidly, and its energy levels plummeted. The third Hokage sighed in relief, yet he looked at Baichin with exasperation. "Even if you can control it, you must not act so recklessly. However, judging by that mere demonstration, one can already sense the terrifying power it possesses." As he spoke, the third Hokage smiled at Baichin and inquired, "Are you willing to offer this ninjutsu to the village?" "Of course, the village shall not take it for free. You may select a ninjutsu of equal rank from the Book of Seals, along with a reasonable condition. What do you think?" It was evident that the third had his eyes set on Baichin's lightning release technique, being proficient in all 5 elemental natures. He believed that mastering this ninjutsu could significantly enhance his combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Baichin immediately understood the third's intentions. He was motivated by this purpose. The prospect of an exchange seemed feasible, yet the super electromagnetic cannon was not so easily learned. It demanded a high level of mastery over the properties of lightning chakra, alongside a profound understanding of electromagnetic wave theory and principles. Moreover, one needed to attain an extraordinary level of control over lightning itself to execute it properly. Otherwise, even if one could learn it, its power would remain limited and not fully realized. Should he succeed, it would signify his ability to wield electromagnetic forces and, in turn, master magnet release. The difficulty of this endeavor was indeed formidable. Having thought this through, Baichin nodded and replied, "That seems acceptable. I shall exchange it for the spiritualization technique." Additionally, he added, "I feel my residence is rather cramped. Could I also request an expansion of 2,000 square meters of land?" While he considered requesting the Edo Tensei technique, he doubted the third would acquiesce. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether Tsunade possessed the spiritualization technique, so he opted for this exchange, believing it could be of use to him. After all, it involved the manifestation and detachment of the soul, making its research value considerable. Surprised by Baichin's immediate agreement, the third had expected a refusal, or at least a moment of contemplation. As for Baichin's condition, it was inconsequential to him. He cheerfully nodded in affirmation, "No problem. I agree. I shall grant you the spiritualization technique. As for the land, I will have someone take care of it. And you can expect the deed in about 3 days. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly," Baichin replied, "Here. The principles and methods for practicing this technique are all contained within." The third eagerly accepted the scroll, quickly perusing its contents and confirming their authenticity. Suppressing his eager desire to learn, he secured the scroll and warmly addressed Baichin. "Everything appears to be in order. Let me show you the spiritualization technique now." With that, the third retrieved the Book of Seals once more, opening it to the section on spiritualization, unsealing it, and presenting it before Baichin. "This technique is quite challenging. You may observe it for a day." Such service and attitude were indeed a marked improvement from before. Truly, he was a cunning individual of considerable influence. However, Baichin was unperturbed and immediately began to study the technique. This time, he completed his review in just 10 minutes. After a brief attempt, he naturally did not succeed. However, he had already gleaned some insights. Having memorized all the content, he immediately stood up and addressed the third Hokage. "I have finished reading it. This requires careful contemplation and experimentation. If there are no matters of urgency for you, I shall take my leave. Bai Chun exhibited an air of impatience, which brought a smile to the third Hokage's face. He nodded affirmatively, saying, "Go ahead. Take your time to rest. I want to assign you any tasks in the near future. Rest assured." He was quite eager for Bai Chun to depart, allowing him to delve into the study of the electromagnetic cannon. Understood. Bai Chun nodded and promptly exited the Hokage's office, making his way home. Once the third Hokage saw Bai Chun leave, he eagerly turned to the scroll detailing the electromagnetic cannon and began to study it intently, quickly becoming engrossed. Meanwhile, Bai Chun soon arrived home, only to discover that it was impeccably clean, with hardly a speck of dust. Was someone frequently coming to assist with the cleaning? It seemed that Hong had been diligent. A blissful smile spread across Bai Chun's face at this thought. Having a girlfriend is indeed wonderful, since his home was spotless. He felt no need to clean and promptly stepped back outside, intending to procure some premium steel ingots and chakra metal. He also needed to restock on medicinal herbs to concoct some potions, which he could later sell to Kakuzu for profit. Otherwise, with a prolonged absence of tasks, his income stream would be interrupted, and that was unacceptable. Although he had cultivated a considerable amount of medicinal herbs in the beast space, the area was limited. For some inexpensive herbs, he had only kept a few seeds without extensive cultivation. Instead, he had planted high-quality, high-value herbs in the beast space to produce superior training potions. Bai Chun made a trip to the Tian Ninja Tool shop and purchased 2 tons of premium steel ingots and 2 kilograms of chakra metal, spending several million in the process. Why are you buying so many ingots this time? Are you planning to learn forging yourself? The future Tian's father inquired curiously. Something like that, Bai Chun replied with a nod, refraining from elaborating further. Fortunately, the future Tian's father only expressed mild curiosity and did not press for more details. It was wise to refrain from inquiring too deeply into a ninja's affairs to avoid encroaching upon their secrets and inciting trouble. Bai Chun's intention in purchasing the steel ingots was not to learn forging, but to craft the Flying Thunder God short sword. Using shuriken for this purpose would be excessively extravagant and wasteful, as their costs differed greatly from those of steel ingots. Ultimately, steel ingots were more economical. Besides, with his lightning metallurgy ability, he could forge the Flying Thunder God short sword by hand at a swift pace, saving resources wherever possible. Afterward, he ventured to the herbal shop owned by the Nara family, acquiring a considerable amount of herbs. Along with the expenses from previously purchasing steel ingots and chakra metal, his funds were nearly depleted, leaving only enough for basic living expenses. Fortunately, he hardly needed to spend much on meals unless dining out at a gourmet establishment or indulging in premium ingredients, which sufficed. Baichunjun. Just as he was on his way to Kakashi's house, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. He swiftly turned around and was greeted by the sight of Hong, her face beaming with joy as she rushed towards him. In a moment of astonishment, Baichun was enveloped in her embrace as she exclaimed, "It's been so long. I am so happy to see you again. I missed you." Baichun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that after several months apart, Hong would become so bold and forward, openly expressing her affection. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist and replied, "I missed you too. Don't you have classes today? It's only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon." "Pfft, you silly. Today is Saturday." Hong lifted her head from his embrace, chuckling lightly. "Oh, I see," Baichun realized, having spent so much time outside that he had lost track of the days. "Can you not see us?" At that moment, Yawahara Rin, Asuma, and Obito exchanged bemused glances at the two. Hong's face flushed crimson as she wriggled free from Baichun's arms, seeking refuge in Rin's embrace. Much to Rin's amusement. "Oh, it's you all. Long time no see. What are you gathering for?" Baichun, unconcerned, greeted Obito and the others with a smile and a wave. He also observed Asuma, noting his composed demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the affectionate display between him and Hong. Chapter 58, The Art of Spirit Transformation. Moreover, Asuma appeared considerably more mature. "Oh, it seems Asuma has come to terms with reality and no longer sees Hong as his target. That is indeed a good thing," Baichun mused. Despite his indifference towards the third Hokage, he held no ill feelings towards Asuma, having set aside their past rivalry. In the original narrative, Asuma faced numerous trials as an adult and ultimately sacrificed himself to protect his comrades, a poignant moment that resonated with many. During that time, he possessed a certain charisma. Naturally, everyone desired to win Hong's affection, which was comprehensible. However, in this reality, Hong belonged to Baichun, and he would not allow that to change. Baka, I told you it's the weekend. Of course, we're going to train. Have you lost your wits, Baichin? Obito teased loudly. Yawahara Rin, Asuma, Hong Obito. Hey you. Bam. Baichin, typically not one for idle chatter, suddenly appeared before Obito and delivered a swift punch to the top of his head, nearly knocking his eyes out. Ow! The sharp pain made Obito clutch his head, tears streaming down his face. Hissing in agony, he touched the swelling on his head, and the next moment, his fury ignited as he began to chase after Bai Ming. However, the speed of Baichin was beyond Obito's capability to match. Thus ensued a frantic game of cat and mouse as they dashed through the vicinity of Kakashi's home. Hiki! Hiki! Upon witnessing the spectacle, Hong and the others burst into laughter. That seems to be in the direction of Kakashi's house, right? Is Baichin planning to visit Kakashi? We should follow him. It's a perfect opportunity for a gathering now that Baichin has returned, Noera Rin remarked as she glanced at the group. Sounds good. Hong and Asuma had no objections and promptly hastened to catch up. Minutes later, at Kakashi's residence, Obito, sporting 2 large bumps on his head, glared at Baichin with a wounded expression. You, my friend, have developed quite the penchant for violence, haven't you? Let me remind you, my head is precious. If you knock me silly, you won't be able to afford the damages. Baichin, speechless, stared at Obito, who was still clad in a tight, dark green outfit reminiscent of Guy's style. Though his physique had certainly become more robust, Baichin couldn't shake the feeling that Obito's intellect had regressed. In fact, he believed Obito should be grateful to him, for it appeared that Madara had likely abandoned the idea of choosing Obito as a vessel, given how closely he was aligning himself with the beasts. Surely, Madara would not desire such a simple-minded pawn. Of course, caution was advised to avoid any misunderstandings. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Obito, his expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. This gaze incited Obito's ire, and he slammed his hand on the table, fixing Kakashi with a fierce look. Kakashi, what kind of look is that? Do you want to fight? Idiot. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you really think you can take me on? At that moment, Noera Rin shot a disapproving look at Obito, causing him to wilt and obediently take a seat. The group then engaged in light-hearted conversation, primarily discussing their recent experiences. The spotlight fell on Baichin and Kakashi's exploits at the front lines, which intrigued everyone greatly. Upon learning of Baichin's remarkable feats at the Mist S front, admiration radiated from Hong and the others. Even Asuma wore an expression of astonishment. However, the disparity was evident. The gap has widened even further. I thought my efforts would help close it. Clearly, I haven't worked hard enough. Asuma lamented with a wry smile, shaking his head. Indeed, Baichin seems destined to confront them. Do not compare yourself to this perverse individual. We are simply not of the same species, Kakashi remarked, raising his hands in exasperation. He had long surpassed the stage of competing with Baichin. Indeed, Asuma nodded in agreement. Comparing oneself to Baichin is utterly disheartening. It is far better to measure oneself against Kakashi. Even if there is a disparity, it is tangible and visible, and perhaps one might even surpass it. What is the situation on the front lines? I have heard that you single-handedly defeated the Cloud Ninja and triumphed over the Third Raikage. Is that true? Kakashi inquired about Baichin's exploits on the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud. Upon hearing this, Hong and the others turned their attention to Baichin, their faces alight with curiosity. They had often heard whispers about these feats in the village recently, initially hesitant to believe. It is indeed true. Baichin affirmed with a smile, nodding his head. The Third Raikage is quite formidable. You rascal. Obito and the others exchanged glances, speechless. Formidable, indeed. That is an understatement. I have heard he can withstand the 8 tails and suppress it without a scratch. Is my father still over there? Kakashi asked again. No. Baichin shook his head once more. The conflict at the Hidden Cloud has concluded. Even the treaty has been re-signed, and both sides have laid down their arms. The teacher has been ordered to return to the battlefield of the Hidden Mist. In fact, that place has reignited into war. He will not be back anytime soon. Without his presence to maintain order, it is no wonder the Hidden Mist would plunge into chaos again. Kakashi understood this well. Feeling the urge to inquire whether Baichin had faced suppression within the village but ultimately refrained, as Asuma and Obito were present. Such matters were not suitable for their ears. The day passed in conversation, and they all went together to a barbecue restaurant, relishing a sumptuous meal. In the end, it was Kakashi who settled the bill. You should have been the one to treat us. On the way back, Kakashi cast a mournful glance at Baichin, his wallet feeling considerably lighter. I am afraid it was unavoidable. Bai Qin shrugged his shoulders, helpless. I had to purchase a considerable amount of materials today. I am nearly broke. Kakashi was left speechless, pondering what sort of friend he had found himself with. After escorting Hong home, Bai Qin returned to his own residence. He released Pikachu, intending for it to frolic freely. However, Pikachu tugged at Bai Qin's pant leg, squeaking, "Pika Pika. I want to play in the ring's spatial world. What is there of interest at home or in the village?" The world within the spatial ring is far more entertaining, filled with numerous small creatures and forests. Over time, Bai Qin had occasionally transplanted some trees and introduced various animals into that realm, making it ever more vibrant. Haha. Very well. Go ahead. I have matters to attend to in there as well. Bai Qin was suddenly filled with mirth as he lifted Pikachu and, with a mere thought, transported them both into the realm of his spatial ring. Upon releasing Pikachu, it gleefully scampered towards the distant woods. Bai Qin then retrieved a sealed scroll containing the chakra of the Eight Tails. He slightly unsealed it, extracting a chakra sphere the size of a basin before resealing the scroll. Next, he took out a replicated chakra extraction technique, condensing an ordinary chakra sphere, and silently intoned, "Exchange." In the next instant, the three items in his hand vanished. And a vision appeared in his mind. Chapter 59, The Hogyoku of Aizen. In the world of Soul Reapers, within Hueco Mundo, Aizen Sasuke gazed at the newly completed Hogyoku in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At last, it is finished. Now, I merely await the fusion. As he spoke, Aizen prepared to merge the Hogyoku with himself. Suddenly, the fan in his hand vanished without a trace. What? Aizen's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up, his senses fully alert, seeking the whereabouts of the Hogyoku. To his dismay, he could not perceive any possible targets, nor could he detect the presence of the Hogyoku. It was as if it had completely vanished from this world. Lord Aizen, what is the matter? In that moment, Shinji Hirako, having heard the commotion, entered with narrowed eyes. Nothing. Aizen was about to respond when suddenly, a scroll and two crystals materialized in midair before him. Aizen was momentarily taken aback, sensing these three items. He discerned two peculiar powers emanating from the crystals. These two forces seemed to share a common origin. Yet one was distinctly more advanced while the other was of a lower tier. He immediately grasped the three items from a distance, studying them carefully. After confirming their lack of danger, he held them in his hands. Instantly, new information flooded his mind, revealing the true nature of these three items. Interesting. From another world? A foreign power system? Chakra? Tail beast chakra? This is quite intriguing. So, my Hogyoku was forcefully exchanged by an unknown entity from another realm? How audacious. Aizen murmured softly, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, a new toy. Meanwhile, Shinji observed the entire scene, his eyes narrowing further, and he directly inquired, "Lord Aizen, what do your words imply? Are these sudden appearances from another world? Has the Hogyoku been forcibly taken?" Only then did Aizen shift his gaze from the three items in his hand to Shinji, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Indeed, is it not fascinating? Shinji, I have long speculated that our world is not the sole existence. Yet, no matter how diligently I explored, I could never detect the presence of another realm. However, just moments ago, my Hogyoku was forcibly exchanged by an unknown entity using these three items. These three elements symbolize a power system from another world known as chakra. Quite intriguing, isn't it? He appeared utterly unperturbed by the loss of the shattered jewel. On the contrary, he seemed even more elated. Although the shattered jewel was gone, it could be recreated, albeit with some difficulty, presenting opportunities nonetheless. However, acquiring elements from another realm is not as easily attainable. Another world, you say? Shizuyinmaru smiled outwardly. Yet inside, he was momentarily taken aback, contemplating. Who would have thought such an occurrence could take place? A power system from another world? If I were to obtain it, could I become even stronger? Moreover, with Aizen having lost the shattered jewel, would I have the means to eliminate him? With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Shizuyinmaru ultimately resolved to observe the developments for the time being. Nevertheless, he needed to devise a way to acquire this otherworldly power system from Aizen. However, extracting chakra typically requires a physical body, which presents a slight complication, yet not an insurmountable one. Aizen muttered, and the imagery faded away. Remarkably, it was the world of the Soul Reapers. The entity being exchanged was, in fact, Aizen Sasuke. Bai Qin, with an amused expression, stroked his chin and murmured, Aizen has lost the shattered jewel but gained the chakra system, particularly the tailed beast chakra. This fellow might just research a way to merge with the tailed beast chakra, thereby acquiring the ability to autonomously convert and condense chakra without relying on a physical form. He would not underestimate Aizen. Even if that seems unattainable, creating a body for himself is certainly within the realm of possibility. After all, isn't that akin to the concept of the Quincy? Baichen held a sense of anticipation for the future of the Soul Reaper world. With the loss of the Shattered Jewel and the acquisition of chakra, Aizen would undoubtedly deviate from his original plans. Everything would transform. Quite exciting indeed. However, one wonders when the next exchange with the Soul Reaper world will occur. At that moment, a black orb emanating a faint light materialized before Baichen, simultaneously bestowing additional information within his mind. Shattered Jewel, capable of absorbing the thoughts of entities surrounding the host and materializing them, achieving effects akin to wish fulfillment, while also endowing the host with near-immortal capabilities. When the host's abilities reach their zenith or life is under dire threat, it can facilitate a breakthrough, allowing progression to the next stage of evolution. The exchange talent deems the self-awareness of the Shattered Jewel as superfluous, kindly aiding in its removal, allowing you to fully control the Shattered Jewel and its powers without the fear of losing control. What a remarkable treasure. Haha. Now, I need not worry about encountering any bottlenecks. In fact, my abilities could continuously evolve. Baichen's eyes sparkled with excitement upon reading the description of the Shattered Jewel. The key to this artifact, having undergone optimization by the exchange talent, ensures there is no possibility of loss of control or betrayal. Let us give it a try. Immediately, Baichen adhered the crumbling jade to his forehead, following the method prescribed by his transformational talent. In the next moment, the crumbling jade transformed into a streak of luminous energy, penetrating his brow and manifesting in his consciousness, swirling around the beast mastery space. Baichen promptly activated the crumbling jade's abilities, applying them to his Senju bloodline. At once, he distinctly felt waves of gentle warmth continuously surging within him. Simultaneously, he sensed his physique gradually enhancing, alongside an elevation in his vitality. The Senju bloodline began to undergo purification, and the awakening speed commenced its ascent. He glanced at his attribute panel, revealing that his previous awakening degree of the Senju bloodline, originally at 15, had elevated to 16 within 5 minutes. Indeed, it was effective. Curious about other enhancements, Baichen proceeded to experiment with the crumbling jade's impact on his other abilities. Without a doubt, all were effective, including his enslavement contract talent and beast mastery space talent, as well as the thunder fruit. These all proved beneficial. However, the stronger the power and the higher the ability level, the more pronounced the enhancement effects became. This was to be expected. Moreover, his previously maxed out chakra control and seal speed had breached their limitations, entering a new realm. The only talent that yielded no effect was the transformation ability. Clearly, there existed a substantial disparity between the crumbling jade and the transformation talent. After all, Baichen's transformation talent was exceptionally formidable, allowing for connections across myriad realms and enabling forceful exchanges with them. He resolved to further enhance the Senju bloodline. After breaking through all existing capabilities that could shatter limitations, Baichen temporarily focused the power of the crumbling jade on the Senju bloodline, continually augmenting it. He estimated that complete awakening would require 2 to 3 days. Chapter 60. The potential for long-term existence of shadow clones. The initial rapid enhancements would inevitably slow down in later stages, and this was no exception. Perhaps in the future, he could utilize this to assist Hong, Kakashi, and his mentors in overcoming their own limitations, Baichen mused. After a night of silence, Baichen rose early the next morning and shared breakfast with Pikachu. He first dispelled the shadow clones dispatched to various locations, and the influx of information flooded his mind, causing a slight pressure in his head. Rubbing his brow with his fingers, he concentrated and once again divided himself into over 10 shadow clones, communicating the flying thunder god coordinates left by the previous clones, sending them all to their destinations. Of course, he did not forget to replenish each one with a batch of flying thunder god short swords, crafted by his lightning metallurgy ability the night prior. Having completed these tasks, Baichen left a shadow clone outside, while his main body dove into the world within the Kong Nian ring, splitting off several additional shadow clones to create nutritional agents, healing potions, detoxification agents, and various other concoctions. His main body was quite the resourceful one. It seemed he was being utilized as a mere tool, a true capitalist. The shadow clones grumbled while diligently preparing potions. What else could they do? Baichen shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "If I have to do everything, what's the point of having you around?" reflecting on the current mastery of the shadow clone technique. He pondered whether the clones left behind in the world of Naruto would be lost upon his departure to the Pokemon realm. Furrowing his brow, he mused. Wouldn't it be splendid to break through the limitations of the shadow clone technique with the use of the collapsed jade and facilitate its evolution? At that moment, one of the shadow clones could no longer contain its sarcasm. I know. Bai Chen rolled his eyes. I was planning to do just that. However, the technique hasn't yet reached its pinnacle. It requires a bit more time. Then, Shadow Clone number 9 spoke up. Why not seek out Tsunade and acquire the original wood clone technique? We could study it and create a version of the shadow clone that can exist for an extended period. After all, the wood clone inherently possesses such traits, doesn't it? Why overlook something readily available? Indeed. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with that plan. Continue making the potions. Work swiftly, as I intend to send a batch to Kakuzu later. We're short on funds and must earn some money promptly. With that, Bai Chen left the shadow clones to labor, exiting the space of the ring. He sensed the flying thunder god coordinates set by the clones and selected one that was closest to the battlefield in the land of River on the western front. Teleporting directly to it. Well, it's only about 50 kilometers from the camp, not too far. Upon arrival, Bai Chen used his observation skills, combined with electromagnetic waves, to easily pinpoint the location and distance of the Konoha frontline camp. He immediately utilized his teleportation ability. In just 5 jumps across the 50 kilometers, Bai Chen found himself in Tsunade's tent. Naturally, he didn't forget to bury some kunai along the way as markers for future travel. Who? Tsunade, sensing Bai Chen's sudden appearance, was initially startled. Upon recognizing him, her expression shifted to one of exasperation as she retorted, It's you, brat. But wait, what are you doing here? When did you arrive? Did you just materialize out of thin air? Come on. Bai Chen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Tsunade, don't fuss over the details. I merely learned the flying thunder god technique and teleported over. Upon hearing this, Tsunade crossed her arms and regarded him with a knowing smirk. Oh really? Keep spinning your tail. Do you think I'm unaware of the flying thunder god technique? Even if you mastered it, you still need a medium to teleport, right? I don't recall having your coordinates here. With a wave of her hand, she continued. Forget it. Whatever means you use to arrive is fine. I can't be bothered to dig deeper. Why are you here at this hour? Guarantee you summoned back to Konoha? Speaking of this, Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. That old man truly seems to be regressing with age. Even a mere child of 7 or 8 years must be met with caution and suppression. What more can be said of him? Shouldn't we be leveraging every available resource to swiftly vanquish our enemies, conclude this battlefield, and minimize the village's losses? Have their hearts turned so dark that they would prioritize personal gain over the welfare of the village? Young man, perhaps, once this conflict subsides, you and I should depart from Konoha and explore the ninja world. Remaining here has lost its significance. Her disappointment in the third Hokage and his cohorts was growing. They had become a cadre of power-corrupted individuals, and she was increasingly reluctant to witness their malevolent countenances. Hee, that sounds feasible. Bai Chen responded with a slight smile. Once you are prepared, Tsunade, I shall accompany you on this journey. A change of scenery and a leisurely exploration would be quite refreshing. Although he had no intentions of betraying the village, a little adventure was certainly appealing. After all, wasn't Jiraiya often engaged in such escapades? With his current prowess, the third Hokage and his ilk could hardly impose any restrictions upon him. Moreover, he was not alone. Both SHM and Tsunade stood firmly behind him. Agreed. It is settled then. Tsunade smiled knowingly, then humorously inquired, So, what brings you here? Don't tell me it's merely to pay me a visit. I find that hard to believe. Hee. Bai Chen chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, Tsunade. I have been researching how to maintain the existence of shadow clones for an extended period. I've heard that the first Hokage's wooden clones had a similar effect. So I wanted to inquire if you possess any training methods for the wood clone technique that I could reference. As for wood release, he had not yet mastered it. But it was within his grasp for the future. Perhaps he could utilize the powers of the dark fruit to consume the body of white Zetsu? He recalled that white Zetsu was cultivated using Hashirama-S cells. Alternatively, he could seek an opportunity to have Jay and the others procure some of Hashirama-S cells from the fundamental base for consumption. Bai Chen pondered this, as he had yet to experiment with the absorption capabilities of the dark fruit. Wood clones, you say? Tsunade paused slightly, her brow furrowing. Indeed, there is such a technique. However, It necessitates mastery of wood release to execute, which you may find challenging. Furthermore, wood release is inherently unique. Perhaps the distinctiveness of wood clones is directly related to it. Nonetheless, I am willing to share it with you. Upon reflecting, Tsunade continued, additionally, I recall that you possess water affinity, having showcased impressive water manipulation during our first meeting. This time, I shall bestow upon you my great-grandfather's water release techniques, along with some signature ninjutsu. If anyone inquires, simply state that they were given to you by me. Chapter 61. Tsunade's Grand Ninjutsu Distribution. I hope you will carry on the legacy of my great-grandfather's techniques. Bai Chun bears an uncanny resemblance to the second generation, and her innate talent for ninjutsu is equally impressive. She feels it would be a tremendous loss not to learn the art of the second generation's water release. As the sole descendant to have awakened the Senju bloodline, Tsunade holds Bai Chun in high regard. She perceives in Bai Chun an opportunity to revive the glory of the Senju clan, hoping that in the future, Bai Chun will restore the legacy of her ancestors. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. I will study diligently and master everything. Bai Chun replied earnestly, nodding her head. She then produced a scroll and a spatial bracelet, presenting them to Tsunade. I actually have a gift for you as well. This bracelet is a semi-permanent spatial equipment created using sealing techniques and special secret arts. It contains a space of 10 cubic meters and can be reused for about 10 years. Bai Chun continued, additionally, this scroll contains my own creation, the lightning body refinement technique, which can rapidly enhance physical attributes, making it suitable for you, Sister Tsunade. I hadn't fully completed it before, so I didn't give it to you then, but now I'm handing it over. I hope you can continue to grow stronger. Huh, Tsunade exclaimed, taking the spatial bracelet in disbelief. You say this is semi-permanent spatial equipment? Reusable? You actually managed to create something like this? Hiki. Bai Chun chuckled. Yes. You can give it a try. First, you need to drop your blood to recognize it as yours, then input your chakra and mental energy. From then on, only your chakra and mental energy will be able to access this spatial bracelet. Oh, it has that function? Tsunade replied, intrigued as she began to experiment. To her delight, everything unfolded just as Bai Chun had described. Like a child, she enthusiastically tested the bracelet, attempting to store and retrieve various items from their tent, thoroughly enjoying the experience. This is a wonderful item. You've done well, kid. I really like it, so I'll accept it. After a while, Tsunade finally set aside her playful demeanor and addressed Bai Chun. Don't forget to take a look at the lightning body refinement technique as well. Bai Chun offered the scroll once more. You brat, Tsunade retorted, not taking it and looking at Bai Chun incredulously. Do you take me for someone who just accepts gifts? You give me something and expect to receive something in return? The spatial bracelet is one thing, but this body refinement technique is another. Bai Chun, equally exasperated, firmly placed the scroll into Tsunade's hand. Teachers Shuan Mao, Kakashi, and Hong have all learned it. Why can't you? Don't refuse. I want to take back what I've given. Now you, hurry and teach me that ninjutsu, so I can practice. Bai Chun added with a playful grin. Why be so coy? Fine. Tsunade relented. Since they have all learned it, I shall give it a try as well. As she casually flipped through the scroll, her interest piqued. You've got something here. This body refinement technique is no trivial matter. It could be quite beneficial to me. Thank you. The effectiveness of this technique seemed to surpass her expectations. I have come to understand why you appear so robust and have grown so rapidly. This body refinement technique is quite remarkable. I cannot fathom that you created it in less than a year. Is this the realm of geniuses? Huh. Indeed, I assent it. A satisfied smile spread across Bai Chun's face. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade playfully tapped his head, admonishing him, do not get carried away. Keep up the hard work. As for the ninjutsu you requested, I do not have it on me. It is at home. I will inform you of its location and the method to unseal it. And you can retrieve it yourself. I cannot conveniently return right now. With that, Tsunade took out a piece of paper and wrote down the location, unsealing method, and necessary precautions, handing it to Bai Chun. Take care of this. Once you have retrieved the items, remember to burn it. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders, for that would lead to considerable trouble. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Bai Chun replied, touched. This was akin to receiving the key to her treasure trove. Go on. I will not keep you any longer. Tsunade laughed, waving him off. It is not appropriate for you to linger here. Being discovered would not bode well. By the way, have you truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Of course. Would I deceive you about that? Bai Chun nodded confidently, producing a Flying Thunder God short sword and offering it to Tsunade. Here. This is the short sword I crafted for the Flying Thunder God technique. Keep it with you, and should anything arise, you can channel chakra into it, and I will receive the message and come at once. Huh. Tsunade took the short sword, examining it with curiosity. This design is entirely different from that of Minato and my grandfather. I shall accept it. Well then, I shall take my leave. Baichen nodded. And with a swift motion, he vanished from the tent. In a certain room of the Senju residence, Baichen compared the location and surveyed the room. It should be here. With his mental prowess, he could faintly sense the hidden sealing techniques. The concealment was superb. Had it not been for his exceptional mental perception, he would have been unable to detect it. Subsequently, Baichen began to unseal layer after layer of seals using the method Tsunade provided. Before long, an underground entrance appeared before him, and he promptly stepped inside, arriving at a subterranean chamber. As he entered, the oil lamps on either side automatically lit up, revealing a chamber of approximately 100 square meters. The contents were plentiful, primarily consisting of various scrolls. Following Tsunade's provided location, Baichen quickly located a substantial number of ninjutsu scrolls. He moved these items to the center of the chamber, summoned a table and several blank scrolls with a thought, and created over a dozen shadow clones to begin transcribing. Half an hour later, Baichen completed his transcription, returned the ninjutsu scrolls to their original places, and exited the chamber. He resealed the layers of seals before quietly departing the Senju residence and returning home. Genjutsu, Dark Walking Technique. Water Style, Hard Vortex Water Blade. Water Style, Heavenly Cry. Water Release, Water Severing Wave. Water Release, Water Blade Slash, and so forth. An array of advanced ninjutsu techniques, particularly those pertaining to water release, unfolded before Baichen's eyes. Within this collection, he even discerned the illusionary sword technique. Dance of the Crescent Moon, alongside illusionary arts such as Willow, harmoniously intertwined with swordplay. Sister Tsunade is indeed generous, practically bestowing upon me the primary combat ninjutsu from the second Hokage's era. It appears I have much to attend to. Without hesitation, Baichen swiftly entered the space within his ring, manifesting over 10 shadow clones, each tasked with selecting a ninjutsu to cultivate. He then exited the realm of the space ring and established communication via the contract mark, reaching out to Kyo. Upon receiving feedback, he learned that only Kyo was present in the village at that moment. He promptly issued a summons to Kyo through their pact. My lord Baichen. Within mere minutes, Kyo appeared silently in the living room of Baichen's home, respectfully kneeling on one knee in homage. Rise. Such formalities are unnecessary here. Chapter 62. The Art of Eliminating Lingering Curses in the Cells of Hashirama. With a wave of his hand, Baichen employed telekinesis to assist Kyo in standing upright. Directly instructing, I intend to sequentially exert contractual control over all the root ninjas in the village. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing this, Kyo's face lit up with delight. This is indeed splendid news. In fact, I, along with the others, have been deliberating on this very issue for some time. We had intended to discuss it with you, Lord Baichen, but it seems you have preemptively brought it to light. I wholeheartedly endorse this course of action. Only by doing so can you bring the exceedingly dangerous and uncontrollable organization of Root under your dominion. Simultaneously, this will compel Danzo to relinquish his malevolent schemes. Moreover, this strategy will enable you, Lord Baichen, to effortlessly seize control of Danzo's root base, acquiring all items within, including the critically important technique for eliminating lingering curses. This technique has always posed a hidden threat. Only by neutralizing it can we liberate ourselves from Danzo's constraints and serve you more effectively. Furthermore, the information regarding Danzo will be readily accessible to you. Otherwise, with the sealing technique in place, they would be utterly incapable of divulging any information about Danzo to outsiders. And you would be no exception. Excellent. Baichen responded, nodding in satisfaction. It seems you have indeed been contemplating this matter. Let us commence. I require your assistance in luring out certain individuals to establish contracts, after which we shall methodically infiltrate the entirety of Root. This time, he would thoroughly render Danzo a solitary figure, devoid of allies. Naturally, due to the third Hokage's lingering influence and Danzo's own, he would temporarily refrain from overt actions. Such an approach would be rather mundane. He yearned to unveil his strategy when Danzo was at his peak, allowing him to realize, in that pivotal moment, that his power had long been usurped. One can only imagine the amusement to be derived from Danzo's expression at that juncture. Danzo, I shall unceremoniously take charge of your root and manage it on your behalf. No need for thanks. I am simply that benevolent. Bai Chun mused contentedly. All is in order. Xiao nodded excitedly, having awaited this day for several days. He immediately engaged in a thorough discussion with Bai Chun and then set the plan into motion. In an abandoned alleyway on the western outskirts of Konoha, Xiao stealthily arrived with 4 root ninjas. One elite jonin turned to Xiao and inquired, "Xiao, where is Danzo-sama?" It turned out that Xiao had deceived these 3 individuals, claiming that Danzo had discreetly returned from the front lines to summon them for an important matter. Without a second thought, they followed him. As all ninjas of Root had been bound by Danzo's insidious loyalty techniques, rendering any betrayal improbable, this provided Xiao and Bai Chun with the perfect opportunity. "Danzo-sama is right behind you," Xiao said with a light chuckle. The 3 turned around, only to find nothing, an unsettling feeling washing over them. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared beside Xiao, and in an instant, they were all immobilized by Bai Chun's telekinetic force, followed by a powerful blow to the back of their heads, rendering them unconscious. Excellent. This is a promising start. Bai Chun immediately employed his enslavement contract ability to take direct control of the 3. Then, he utilized the power of Ipan to heal the bumps on the backs of their heads. Moments later, the 3 awakened, and upon seeing Bai Chun, their expressions turned fervent as they knelt before him, proclaiming, "We greet our master. Rise." Bai Chun waved his hand. "From now on, address me as Lord Bai Chun to avoid exposure." He continued, "I wish for you to gradually lure out the other root ninjas, controlling them one by one. Follow Xiao's lead in your actions." With the addition of 3 more root ninjas under his command, Bai Chun felt a sense of delight. "Yes," they responded, promptly following orders as they continued to assist Bai Chun in his enslavement contract endeavors. With so many elite jonin cooperating, the process of subduing these minor leaders of Root became increasingly smooth, without a hint of unexpected complications. Half a day later, a total of 234 Root ninjas left behind by Danzo in several bases within the village had been ensnared by Bai Chun's enslavement contract, becoming his loyal subordinates. Lord Bai Chun is just ahead. However, there are numerous seals there. Without Danzo's guidance, we can't normally enter, so please be cautious, Xiao warned as he led Bai Chun through a corridor of the Root base. Understood. Bai Chun would certainly not underestimate the situation. After all, how could that old dog Danzo maintain his position for so long without possessing some means of defense? Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a secret chamber. Bai Chun activated his mental perception, immediately sensing that the door and the surrounding walls were laden with various sealing techniques, dense and intricately intertwined. Among them were numerous traps. Constructing an exceedingly sophisticated security system for the treasure within the secret chamber. "Tuanzang, you truly are a dog." Bai Chun inhaled sharply, followed by a cold laugh. If it were anyone else, they would indeed find this treasure vault insurmountable. Alas, you have encountered me. He could already perceive everything within this secret chamber, including all that lay within another hidden room behind a wall inside the vault. Such is the nature of superpowers. Utterly unreasonable. "Stay here. I shall return shortly." Bai Chun then instructed Xiao and the others, focusing his thoughts, and instantaneously teleported into the interior of the vault. Hovering in an area devoid of sealing techniques and traps, his feet hovering 10 centimeters above the ground, he began to scan with his mental powers. Found it. Before long, Bai Chun located one of his objectives, the scroll of the tongue calamity elimination technique. However, this scroll was protected by several sealing techniques. Had he not studied sealing techniques before, Bai Chun would have indeed found this item challenging, but now, such trivialities posed no obstacle to him. Within moments, he unraveled the sealing techniques. Yet, Bai Chun did not directly unlock it. Instead, he permeated with his mental energy, circumventing the sealing techniques, accessing the information within the scroll, and committing it all to memory. He then carefully withdrew his mental energy. Throughout the entire process, he did not disturb the sealing techniques in the slightest. This was to prevent Tuanzang from discovering his actions, as he had set numerous traps within. Should Bai Chun inadvertently trigger one, even if he managed to break the seals, traces would remain. Having accomplished this, Bai Chun scanned through some unsealed books and materials in the vault, forcibly memorizing their contents. He then turned his attention to a wall behind which lay another secret chamber. With a swift motion, he teleported into the hidden room. Again standing above an area that would not activate any sealing techniques or alerts, his feet hovering 10 centimeters above the ground, never touching down. Is this the Hashirama cell? Chapter 63. Dark Fruits Devouring and Refining Hashirama Cells. Before him stood a container, a meter tall and as thick as a water bucket, constructed of glass, housing a mass of cellular tissue the size of a football, suspended in a light green nutrient solution. His eyes widened slightly in astonishment. How remarkable! To have procured so much flesh from the first Hokage. This is merely what remains. Who knows how much has been consumed in the past? Yet now, all of this belongs to me. Immediately, Baichen focused his thoughts, allowing his mental energy to permeate the interior of the container, enveloping the Hashirama cell. And with a swift motion, he stored it within a spatial ring he had prepared, which contained a similar vessel filled with an even more sophisticated nutrient solution than that of Tuanzang. This was a concoction Baichen had prepared for the acquisition of the Hashirama cells. He had made ample preparations. As for why he didn't take the entire container, he chuckled. Do you think that the sealed techniques are present throughout the hidden chamber, yet this container would be an exception? Far from it. This time, he left no traces for Danzo. Unlike the tongue curse reversal technique, if Danzo discovers the theft, he is likely to suspect that the root ninjas are no longer completely under control, or that there is a risk of losing control. This is not what Baichen wishes to witness. Conversely, regarding the cells of Hashirama, even if Danzo is aware of their loss, he would merely seek potential targets in secrecy, never suspecting the root ninjas, let alone doubting their loyalty. All set. Let us depart. Safeguarding the Hashirama cells, he swiftly teleported out of the hidden chamber and returned to the outer corridor, saying, I am leaving now. You should proceed according to the original plan. Do not let Danzo catch on. As for the tongue curse reversal technique, I have obtained the original, but to decipher it without Danzo's knowledge will require some time. Once I have accomplished this, I will inform you. Although I have acquired the method for the tongue curse reversal technique, I cannot directly relieve them of it. Otherwise, Danzo would discover it in no time. He is not afraid, but his subsequent plans would be utterly ruined. Yes. Xiao responded promptly with a bow. Baichen vanished from this root base. The barrier here could not hinder his flying thunder god technique. Upon returning home, Baichen created a shadow clone, sending it into the world of the spatial ring, passing the tongue curse reversal technique to it for further contemplation. He himself then flashed into the laboratory within the spatial ring, gazing at the Hashirama cells contained within a transparent glass cylinder, feeling the immense vitality they exuded, and could not help but exclaim, this is the vitality that a superior sage body should possess, truly extraordinary. Immediately, he used his mental power to extract a portion of the Hashirama cells, roughly the size of his thumb, and with a thought, he transported it to hover above his palm. Subsequently, a black vortex manifested in his palm, engulfing the small mass of Hashirama cells entirely. Indeed, it is difficult to digest. The next moment, Baichen furrowed his brow slightly. The grade and vitality of the Hashirama cells were even higher than he had anticipated, causing the speed of devouring and refining to be quite slow. He promptly sat cross-legged, focusing entirely on the refinement process. As the Hashirama cells were gradually refined, they transformed into pure bloodline power and vitality, merging into Baichen's body. He instantly felt his bloodline beginning to boil, with both his physique and vitality on the rise. Upon completing the refinement of this small mass of Hashirama cells, Baichen sensed an enhancement of 1% in his physical constitution. The key was the vitality in the Senju bloodline. Senju bloodline, initial awakening. 45. The awakening degree has more than doubled. Moreover, Baichen distinctly felt that his abilities in both the wood and earth attributes had significantly improved. Onward. With such a bountiful harvest and the assurance that this process of absorption and refinement bore no adverse effects, Baichen was devoid of any lingering apprehensions. He promptly utilized his telekinetic abilities to extract a peach-sized mass of interstitial cells, employing the powers of the dark fruit to devour it before diligently refining it. Boom. After an hour of continuous refinement of the interstitial cells, Baichen's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Particularly, his vitality, already at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, experienced a significant surge due to the enhancement of life force, reaching its utmost limit. Under the influence of the crumbling jade, he shattered previous constraints and ascended into the early stages of the champion level. This transformation led to a qualitative change in the luminous orb representing the eternal power within his consciousness, coalescing into a crystalline form adorned with arcane patterns. As the mass of interstitial cells was fully refined, Baichen's Senju bloodline reached a pinnacle of purity. With the aid of the crumbling jade, a complete awakening ensued, dramatically amplifying both his life force and chakra. Simultaneously, a refreshing aura emanated from his being, permeating the entire laboratory, causing the potted plants within to grow wildly. Astonishingly, even some wooden furniture seemed to miraculously sprout new buds, reviving from their lifeless state. Baichen opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. He quickly surveyed the conditions of the laboratory and checked his attribute panel. To his astonishment, he discovered significant changes in the bloodline section. Bloodline, Senju bloodline, complete awakening. Primary sage body, would release. Not only had his Senju bloodline fully awakened, but he had also acquired the primary sage body and would release. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Indeed. I have obtained all of this. This is truly fascinating. Baichen exclaimed with pride, his head tilted back in laughter. This indicated that his notion of using the dark fruit to absorb bloodlines and acquire their powers was entirely feasible. Next, Baichen took the time to acclimate to the enhancements in his strength and physique, conducting thorough assessments. He found that not only had he gained would release in the sage body, but his chakra had also surged more than tenfold. Additionally, his recently achieved early-stage eternal power experienced another breakthrough, advancing to the mid-stage of the champion level. Remarkably, even his superpowers had seen considerable improvement alongside his enhanced physique and vitality, elevating his psychic abilities to the mid-stage of the celestial realm. At last, I have truly achieved the status of a champion, he exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, Baichen endeavored to dissolve his shadow clones as he practiced and contemplated the wood clone technique. Upon receiving feedback from his clones, he formed hand seals and attempted to cast the wood clone technique, succeeding on his first try. From his back emerged a wooden appendage that extended outward, ultimately transforming into another iteration of Baichen, completely separating from the original. Baichen inquired of his wood clone, "How do you feel? Is there any difference? How long can you maintain this form?" The wood clone, sensing its own condition, promptly replied, "It is indeed due to wood release. I can extend my duration by absorbing the chakra of other beings. Since the shadow clone possesses a certain self-repairing quality akin to the wood release, it remains intact against various attacks as long as its chakra is not depleted. Indeed, it proves to be significantly more powerful than an ordinary shadow clone." Baichen, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging its merits. Chapter 64. Control card of father and son. He promptly dispelled the shadow clone, and a surge of information flooded his mind, sharing all sensations related to the wood clone. It should be able to maintain its form during cross-dimensional travel. A faint smile graced Baichen's face. However, he did not abandon his pursuit of further mastery over the shadow clone technique, pushing it to its utmost limits. Once he reached that threshold, perhaps he could employ the collapsed jade to break through, potentially uncovering delightful surprises. It occurred to him that the energy absorbed and refined from the dark fruit, along with its bloodline, need not be exclusively utilized by himself. It could also be bestowed upon others. Perhaps this could aid Lady Tsunade in awakening her sage body and would release. He mused, considering that she would likely be quite pleased. This is indeed feasible, he thought, as he observed the remaining basketball-sized cells of Hashirama in the container, with the wood release and sage body acquired. He deemed it unnecessary to squander the Hashirama cells on further absorption and refinement for his own benefit, whether it be the wood release or the sage body. Future advancements could be developed independently. Only then could he truly command these powers. With the collapsed jade at his disposal, there was no need to fear encountering any bottlenecks. Such obstacles were non-existent. In the future, leveraging the collapsed jade, he believed he could elevate the wood release and sage body beyond the peak of Senju Hashirama. The next morning, after Baichen had just risen and finished his breakfast, he entered the world within the spatial ring. Several shadow clones, sporting dark circles under their eyes, emerged before him, encircling him with heavy grievances. One after another, they slapped their foreheads, disappearing in a puff of smoke. "We had enough. We nearly mastered all the ninjutsu," exclaimed the shadow clones, their mischievous grins betraying their satisfaction as they executed their self-destructive return. Baichen felt a wave of pain wash over him as feedback surged through him. Simultaneously, he was enveloped by a profound sense of mental fatigue. Resigned, he exited the spatial ring world and sought solace in slumber, falling into a deep sleep until the following morning. Upon awakening, he rubbed his empty stomach and summoned Pikachu, using the gourmet tablecloth to conjure a lavish feast before him. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, I reclined comfortably in my chair, caressing my belly with a contented expression, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful." However, I realized that this slumber had lasted an entire day. I must exercise restraint when employing shadow clones in the future. for one could easily succumb to exhaustion. Nevertheless, my research on the art of eliminating tongue-related calamities remains unfinished, necessitating the continued use of shadow clones for further study, particularly with sealing techniques. Thus, I promptly created 2 shadow clones, dispatching them into the realm of my spatial ring for their studies, while leaving a wooden clone at home. My true self then sensed the flying thunder god coordinates on Kakuzu's body and instantly teleported to his location. Now, hasten the construction of these factories, the sooner, the better, as they pertain to vast fortunes. Do you comprehend? At this moment, Kakuzu sat at the head of the table, gazing down at the Kato father and son, solemnly commanding them. Yes, yes, Lord Ninja, we shall expedite the task. The Kato duo replied, their faces bruised yet eager to appease. Yet in their hearts, they harbored entirely different thoughts, plotting to escape Kakuzu's clutches and flee to the land of fire for refuge. Simultaneously, they planned to place a bounty on Kakuzu in the underground black market, vowing that he would pay dearly for his actions. These 2 individuals were far from loyal. Just then, a figure suddenly materialized beside them, accompanied by a voice. Kakuzu turned to see Bai Chen and promptly stood in respect, greeting him. Boss, you have arrived. You mentioned their disloyalty? Indeed, Bai Chen replied, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the Kato father and son with a light chuckle. These 2 are currently scheming to escape at the first opportunity and intend to place a bounty on you in the underground market. Kakuzu was not at all surprised. He had already dealt a blow to these 2, choosing not to seize all their family's wealth and businesses. It was only natural for them to harbor resentment and thoughts of rebellion. Who is this person? The Kato duo gaped in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Bai Chen, their foreheads slick with cold sweat upon hearing his words. Kato's father, with a sycophantic demeanor, looked at Bai Chen and Kakuzu, stating, My lord, you must have misunderstood. We would not dare. We have resolved to pledge our unwavering loyalty to you and will execute your orders flawlessly. Please grant us a chance. Simultaneously, Kato's father secretly vowed that once they escaped, not only would they place a bounty on them, but he would also claim the formulas they provided to establish his own factory to sell these goods. How curious it was to ponder where these 2 had acquired such valuable items, evidently possessing immense market potential for substantial profits. Then, applause erupted. Kato's father lifted his gaze towards the source of the sound, only to find Bai Chen, a playful smile gracing his face as he clapped his hands in approval, remarking, Very well, quite impressive. Indeed, you have proven yourself to be a discerning businessman, possessing remarkable insight to recognize the value of these formulas. I hold you in even higher regard. The Kato father and son exchanged apprehensive glances, pondering, does this individual possess the ability to read minds? How can he perceive our innermost thoughts so clearly? White Chen then spoke again, you are correct in your assumptions. I do possess the ability to read minds. I am fully aware of each thought that crosses your minds. The Kato duo was instantly taken aback. In the next moment, they fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces, begging for mercy as they fervently knocked their heads against the ground, exclaiming, Please spare us. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. At that moment, Jiao Du addressed White Chen, saying, Boss, these 2 indeed possess considerable business acumen. It would be a shame to end their lives. Might I implore you to consider binding them in a contract? This way, we need not worry about betrayal. In truth, even if White Chen had not arrived, Jiao Du had intended to contact him to discuss enslaving the Kato father and son. Only in this manner could he confidently entrust them with the factory, product manufacturing, and sales contract. Before White Chen could respond, the Kato father and son were momentarily taken aback. They quickly declared, We are willing to sign the contract, my lord. We are willing. To them, a mere contract could be torn apart at any moment. However, as this thought crossed their minds, they were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Casting furtive glances at White Chen, their eyes met his, which glimmered with mischief, and they felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Yet, White Chen chose not to unveil their thoughts. With a mere thought, 2 ethereal orbs composed of intricate symbols emerged from his forehead. Under his guidance, these orbs floated directly to the foreheads of the Kato father and son. Do not resist, or you shall meet your demise, White Chen commanded. The Kato duo shuddered and nodded fervently, immobilized by fear. In the next moment, the 2 orbs entered their foreheads, imprinting upon their very souls. Sensing the ominous turn of events, they contemplated resistance, but were stilled by White Chen's warning, rendering them incapable of defiance. The 2 contracts seamlessly intertwined with their souls. Moments later, The Cardo father and son exhibited a fervent transformation, gazing at White Chun with ardent devotion, beseeching, "Please forgive us for our previous transgressions, Master. We are willing to sacrifice everything to amass greater wealth for you." "Excellent," White Chun replied, nodding with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he used his mental prowess to lift them to their feet, stating, "From now on, you shall address me as boss, just as Jiao Du does. When I am absent, you shall follow Jiao Du's lead and heed his commands. Do you understand?" He would not always be present, thus it was prudent for them to serve under Jiao Du. With Jiao Du overseeing them, White Chin felt a greater sense of assurance. However, the benefits of these products must reach a certain threshold, lest they attract the covetous eyes of others. At such times, Jiao Du's strength would prove to be invaluable. "Yes." Kato and his father bowed in unison, then turned to Jiao Du and offered a slight salute, expressing their hopes for his continued guidance. Jiao Du responded with a dismissive grunt, acknowledging their words. At that moment, Bai Chun produced 3 spatial bracelets, presenting one each to Jiao Du, Kato's father, and Kato himself. "These are spatial bracelets, bestowed upon you for the purpose of transporting valuable goods and funds," he explained, subsequently detailing the process of binding and usage. As Kato and his father lacked chakra, they could only recognize the bracelets through their blood, subsequently establishing a connection through their mental faculties to access the contents. Following the blood pact, they could sense the space within the bracelets and could rudimentarily utilize their mental energy to retrieve items. This was an upgrade Bai Chun had devised, considering their circumstances. "By the way," Bai Chun added, addressing Jiao Du, "your bracelet contains the nutritional agents, healing potions, detoxifiers, and other concoctions I have been refining over the past few days. Please sell them promptly to convert them into funds, as I find myself in dire need of resources for sustenance and to procure various necessities." He also anticipated the arrival of a 2,000 square meter land deed promised by the 3 generations, which would fund the expansion and renovation of his home, a considerable financial undertaking. "Understood." Jiao Du responded without hesitation, then added, "If you are in urgent need of money, we can allocate up to 50 million Rio from Kato and his father's resources, provided it does not disrupt the operations of the company or the construction and establishment of the production lines and raw material procurement. Is that sufficient?" Kato and his father eagerly pledged their loyalty, affirming, "Indeed, we have the funds. 50 million? That will suffice. I appreciate your assistance," Bai Chun remarked, his eyes gleaming with surprise at their wealth. It was unexpected that, amidst the necessity of constructing numerous factories and production lines, they could still offer such a substantial sum. Indeed, the life of a ninja pursuing missions seemed far less lucrative. Bai Chun couldn't help but mentally critique the situation, reflecting on Shua Mo, a seasoned shadow-level expert who had completed countless high-level jutsu, yet earned merely over 30 million Rio after decades of arduous work, all while maintaining a frugal lifestyle. To truly amass wealth, one must engage in commerce and product development, Bai Chun mused, convinced of the wisdom of his decision. Soon, Kato and his father returned with several large boxes of money, all of which Bai Chun stored within his spatial ring. "Work diligently. Remember to contact me if anything arises." Before departing, Bai Chun gifted each of Kato and his father a pair of specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai, akin to those used by Minato. There was no choice. These 2 individuals were merely ordinary people devoid of chakra, incapable of even utilizing the Flying Raijin technique to contact him. The Flying Raijin kunai was indeed more suitable for them. By merely snapping off a pointed tip, Bai Chun would be able to sense it. "Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not disturb me. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Bai Chun issued this warning before swiftly teleporting away. Time reverted to a few days prior. Within a subterranean cavern in the land of fire, Uchiha Madara, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. A glint of cold light shining within as he burst into laughter. "Ha! Excellent! I never anticipated that after myself and Hashirama, such a talented warrior would emerge. I underestimated you, Bai Chun." He was astonished by his own defeat, having been cleaved in 2 by his opponent's blade. Such swordsmanship must surely surpass all known sword saints in history. The swordsmen of the Land of Iron were simply not on the same level. This young lad was truly a monstrosity. Uchiha Madara could not fathom where Bai Chun had acquired such extraordinary swordsmanship. Hataki Sakumo? Surely, he himself did not possess such formidable skill. Before long, Black Zetsu returned. Black Zetsu reported directly to Uchiha Madara. "Apologies, Lord Madara. White Zetsu's corpse and that pair of Sharingan have been taken by that young boy. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. Understood. If he has taken them, so be it. It is not a significant matter. That trio of Tomo's ocular power has likely been nearly depleted. It is practically useless now. Seek an opportunity to investigate this boy's background in Konoha. I have a strong suspicion that his origins are far from ordinary. A ninja of commoner descent? Huh, what a joke. That is absolutely impossible. Can a mere commoner possess such an abundance of chakra? Just this fact alone renders it virtually inconceivable. The historical experiences of countless years informed Uchiha Madara that this boy's lineage was undoubtedly suspect. Black Zetsu harbored similar doubts. Being more knowledgeable about the origins of chakra within the ninja world than Uchiha Madara, he understood just how abnormal Baichun truly was. Understood. I will conduct a thorough investigation at the earliest opportunity. Black Zetsu nodded, then inquired, however, having failed to eliminate this boy, it will only lead to greater complications in the future. What shall we do? Uchiha Madara replied solemnly, hasten the selection and training of my successor. Additionally, we must expedite the timeline of the plan involving Nagato. Yahiko must be eliminated. The Rinnegan should also begin to awaken. Chapter 66. I never deceive others. Nagato has yet to fully awaken the initial use of the Rinnegan, which has left Uchiha Madara quite disappointed. He prepared to lend a hand. Moreover, with Yahiko present, Nagato could not succumb to darkness, nor could he step into the correct role according to Madara's designs, which he naturally could not accept. Once all arrangements are in place, I shall personally intervene to eliminate that little demon and escort him to the realm of the underworld. The subsequent plans shall rely on you and the agent. Understood. I will ensure everything is executed according to the plan. Heiju nodded and sank back into the earth, while Uchiha Madara murmured with a profound gaze, Hashirama, it won't be long now. Soon we shall reunite in the pure land of the underworld. After returning from the land of waves, Baichun received the deed for a nearby plot of 2,000 square meters from the Umbu within mere hours. The Umbu informed Baichun, the Hokage has instructed. The residents on both sides have vacated. Furthermore, the 1,000 square meters of land behind your backyard also belongs to you. All this falls within the 2,000 square meter range. With that, the Umbu vanished. Baichun examined the deed, then utilized his mental energy to sense the surroundings, gaining a general understanding of the area and terrain. At this moment, it was indeed true that both neighboring houses were empty. Even the furniture had been cleared away. Without hesitation, Baichun employed earth release to level both houses, sorting usable materials and stacking them to the sides. He then contacted a construction company in the village, presenting them with a villa blueprint he had designed over the past 2 days, and paid a deposit of 2 million. Baichun promptly returned home, storing everything he intended to keep from his now empty house into a space ring, and then used earth release to flatten his own residence, leaving a clear plot for the construction team. Next, he proceeded to Kakashi's home, bringing along some gifts. What are you planning to do? Kakashi asked, bewildered as he looked at Baichun. Hiki. Baichun chuckled. My house is currently undergoing expansion and reconstruction. I have nowhere to go, so I thought I might stay here for a while. After all, it's my teacher's home. You wouldn't refuse to host me, would you? Kakashi sighed. What can I say? I have no choice. Come on in. I'll prepare a room for you. However, he added, but I must say, you will need to cover your own food expenses. Thanks to you, I'm on the verge of bankruptcy. Don't expect me to feed you. The previous barbecue had consumed a large portion of his savings, and with his father away and no missions available, he was left with little to spare. All right, I'll pay. Baichun waved his hand dismissively, placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder to turn him around, urging, let us go. Help me set up a room. With a long face, Kakashi remarked, really? You just love to create trouble for others. Before long, a room was prepared. Baichun retrieved some daily necessities and a large bed from his space ring, placing them in the room. He clapped his hands, surveying the arrangement with satisfaction. Excellent. Perfect. Now, let us be on our way. With a cheerful smile, Baichun greeted Kakashi. Huh? Kakashi paused, momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by going? What are you planning? He suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Every time Baichun wore such a smile, trouble seemed to follow. Of course, I need a considerable amount of large stones for my house. Buying them would be exceedingly costly. I intend to go to the stone mountain in the north to extract them. Baichun regarded Kakashi with an expression that suggested he was rather dim-witted. Kakashi's forehead twitched with irritation as he clenched his fists and questioned. Why should I be the one to toil as a quarry worker for your house? Absolutely not. TSK, TSK. Kakashi, you're being rather disobedient. Bai Chun smacked his lips and remarked, when my teacher parted ways with me at the battlefield of Yunin, he instructed me to take good care of you and supervise your training. And this is your attitude? Furthermore, I have prepared a more remarkable path for swordsmanship training to impart to you. As he spoke, Bai Chun produced a scroll and waved it enticingly. This is a path that can lead to becoming a master swordsman. A swordsman can sever iron without the use of chakra. A seasoned swordsman can unleash slashing waves, cleaving through streams with a single stroke, and a grand swordsman can execute flying slashes, carving mountains in two. What a pity. It's such a shame that some individuals are unwilling to learn. He appeared ready to tuck the scroll away. In response, Kakashi lunged forward, attempting to seize it. Bai Chun deftly sidestepped, a knowing smile dancing on his lips as he observed. Didn't you say you didn't want to learn? When did I ever say that? Kakashi retorted, exasperated. This scoundrel was clearly attempting to entice him. Yet, despite his indignation, Kakashi found himself drawn to the temptation. He had sensed a stagnation in his swordsmanship recently, as if he had hit a wall. With such a valuable opportunity presented before him, he found it difficult to let go. He wished to catch up to Bai Chun, or at the very least, not fall too far behind, lest he become a burden. The last time Bai Chun and the others went to support the battlefield at Yunin, he had been left behind, and for his safety, he had to retreat without protest. This was not the outcome he desired. So, you're agreeing to help me quarry stones? Bai Chun inquired with a beaming smile. Kakashi, rendered speechless, replied, you're truly leading me into a trap. Fine, I'll agree, just hand it over quickly. Bai Chun's offerings were undeniably valuable, which was precisely why Kakashi was willing to step into the trap, even knowing it. Here, take it. Bai Chun laughed as he tossed the scroll to Kakashi, continuing with a gleeful tone, don't think I'm tricking you. The process of quarrying stones is also a form of training. Whether it's body conditioning or slashing techniques, you can practice both while extracting stones. You are far too superficial to regard quarrying as mere labor. It is, in fact, one of the finest forms of training. Bai Chun spoke with such conviction that he nearly convinced himself. Kakashi, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation. I can't believe you. I've already accepted my fate. Can you please stop with the nonsense? It's quite irritating. Subsequently, Kakashi eagerly unrolled the scroll in his hand. As he delved into its contents, he found himself utterly captivated, unable to extricate himself from its allure. It was only when Bai Chun tugged at him, dragging him off to gather stones, that he emerged from this trance. Casting a resentful glance at Bai Chun, you truly have a talent for ruining the moment. However, this swordsmanship manual is indeed extraordinary. It seems to differ significantly from our previous training. I feel it holds great potential for me. I can't help but wonder where Bai Chun procured such a valuable item. Did he create it himself? It's not impossible. After all, he is a prodigy, and Kakashi had grown somewhat accustomed to that. Chapter 67. The Flying Thunder God expressed well. As long as it proves useful. Bai Chun smiled gently, adding, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. I promised my teacher to supervise and guide you diligently. Your abilities are indeed somewhat lacking. It's time for you to put in some effort. Kakashi retorted. Do you think everyone can match your prowess? I believe my progress has been quite rapid. After a mere 10 minutes, the two arrived at a rocky mountain situated over 30 kilometers from the village. This will do. The stone quality here is excellent. Premium marble, perfect for construction. Observing the rugged terrain, Bai Chun unsheathed the chakra longsword at his waist and executed 2 swift strikes. In an instant, 2 terrifying slashes, each several meters long, cleaved through a boulder, revealing the glistening marble beneath. Kakashi, taken aback by Bai Chun's effortless display of power, stiffly turned his neck to look at him. When did you become this monstrous? Is such a feat even achievable by a human? The force behind those strikes must surpass that of some high-level ninjutsu. He had not even sensed any fluctuation in chakra. It was evident that these strikes were purely a result of swordsmanship and physical prowess. Bai Chun grinned widely and replied, not bad. Not bad. This is the level of a great swordsman. If you study diligently, you'll be able to accomplish this with ease in the future. Kakashi, speechless, gazed at Bai Chun incredulously. I can't believe you. At this level, I doubt I'll be able to achieve it within 10 years. Bai Chun chuckled, patting Kakashi's shoulder in encouragement. You must have faith in me. I will support you. With my assistance, you will overcome any bottlenecks. With the presence of the broken jade. He remained confident in this assertion. Do you think I believe that? Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes, glancing at the marble nearby as he inquired. So, what's next? Are you planning to transport the stones? Do you have enough space in your ring? You can't possibly intend to carry them on your back, can you? That would take forever. Besides, with your swordsmanship, a few more strikes would yield countless blocks of stone. Why would you even need me? He perceived that Bai Chen was deliberately attempting to vex him. With a smile, Bai Chen remarked, "Am I not doing this for your training? As for the transportation, there is no need for a space ring or to carry it on your back. The space ring must remain concealed. Otherwise, it could lead to unnecessary complications. I intend to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique for the conveyance. Currently, I have successfully mastered the second stage of this technique. Furthermore, I am exceedingly proficient at it." Kakashi was taken aback upon hearing this. "You have learned the Flying Thunder God technique? When did this happen?" "About 10 days ago. During the battle in the Land of Rain." Bai Chen shrugged and replied, "In truth, it is not particularly difficult. The only troublesome part was learning the sealing techniques." Kakashi gazed at Bai Chen in disbelief. "You truly are an extraordinary individual. Is there anything you cannot master? If this technique were genuinely easy, it would not have taken both you and Minato until now to learn it." He suspected that Bai Chen was merely boasting. "Enough with the chatter. Quickly assist me in cutting the stone blocks. I require them to be 1 cubic meter each. This is an excellent opportunity for you to refine your swordsmanship and control over lightning and wind chakra. Do not let it slip away," Bai Chen urged. "Fine. What else can I say?" Kakashi drew his short sword and began to take action. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was not idle. He wielded his chakra blade against the previously cut marble mountain. Swish, swish. In no time, he had sliced out over 1,000 neatly shaped stone blocks, each measuring 1 cubic meter. He then initiated communication with the Flying Thunder God short sword array he had previously established at his foundation site and began to teleport the stone materials. Thud, thud. The sound of the falling stones quickly attracted the attention of nearby villagers, who rushed out to investigate. "What is happening? Stones are appearing out of thin air. What on earth is going on? I recall this as Lord Bai Chen's residence. Could this be his doing? But how is it accomplished?" They could not help but speculate with curiosity. What commotion? The sound of the stones continuously hitting the ground even reached the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage was present. He immediately dispatched Umbu to investigate. "Sir Hokage, it appears that a large number of neatly arranged stone blocks are inexplicably falling from Lord Bai Chen's estate. Beyond that, we cannot ascertain further details." Shortly thereafter, the Umbu returned to report to the third Hokage. Oh, at this moment, the third Hokage had already utilized his telescope technique to observe the scene at Bai Chen's residence. Watching the stones materializing from thin air, he furrowed his brow. This should be a high-level application of the Flying Thunder God technique. I recall there are relevant records left by the second Hokage regarding this technique in the Book of Seals. However, it was merely an extension of the second generation's concepts. The second generation had not even had the opportunity to realize their potential before they met their demise. To his astonishment, this child had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, achieving such proficiency. The third Hokage marveled at Bai Chen's strength, yet a greater sense of trepidation lingered within him. Had Bai Chen not been so young and evidently indifferent to the allure of power, he might have felt compelled to take more drastic measures. Perhaps it was prudent to investigate further. With this thought in mind, the third Hokage promptly dispelled the insight mirror technique and made his way directly to Bai Chen. As he arrived, the rain of stones in the area had ceased, and Bai Chen's figure appeared atop the pile of rubble. He considered the accumulation of debris in this region. It had become rather substantial, and it would not be convenient for construction companies to assist in building should it remain. Bai Chen. At that moment, Bai Chen heard a familiar voice calling out. Turning to look, he saw the third Hokage approaching briskly. "Grandfather Hokage, what brings you here?" Bai Chen inquired with a cheerful smile. "Ahem." The third Hokage cleared his throat and replied with a smile. "I heard some commotion and came to see what was happening." "What are you up to? And have you truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique?" Indeed, Bai Chen had no intention of concealing his accomplishments. Otherwise, he would not have employed the technique so openly. This ninjutsu is not particularly difficult. Once one grasps the relevant sealing techniques and learns to create the spatial technique, the rest becomes relatively straightforward for me. I procured sealing technique texts from Tsunade, who received them from Brother Minato, studied them, and then mastered it. As for what I am doing, I am merely preparing materials for construction. I am currently quite impoverished, and purchasing all the stones would be financially unfeasible for me. So I must toil and extract the stones myself. Not to mention, using the Flying Thunder God technique for transportation is simply splendid. I even pondered that if I find myself short on funds in the future, perhaps I could offer long-distance delivery services with a substantial volume. I could earn a considerable sum with just a few trips, couldn't I? Minato Express, anyone? Chapter 68. The proper use of ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's eyes twitched uncontrollably. What a ridiculous notion to use the illustrious flying thunder god technique for transportation. Such a grand strategic ninjutsu was reduced to this in your eyes? He wondered if Baichin's thinking had become distorted. Well, as long as you are happy. The third Hokage could only respond with a forced smile, his mind already exasperated. Just try to keep the noise down, and please refrain from working too late. With that, he turned and departed. Of course, Grandfather Hokage. Bai-chan waved cheerfully at his retreating figure. He then utilized his magnetic force to summon several flying thunder god kunai from the surroundings, controlling them to hover around him before directing them to a different area to be discarded. Subsequently, Bai-chun vanished once more. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, another area began to experience a rain of stones. Indeed, this must be the handiwork of Lord Bai-chan. Remarkable. From his prior conversation with the Hokage, it seems he has employed the flying thunder god technique. I never imagined that Lord Bai-chun had mastered such a technique. What? The flying thunder god? Isn't that the signature move of the illustrious Minato Namikaze? Has Lord Bai-chun truly grasped it as well? No wonder he is hailed as the lightning god of Konoha. Does that truly have any bearing on the title of lightning god? One should rather say he is undoubtedly the most extraordinary genius in the history of Konoha. You are all mistaken. This technique appears to be the renowned skill of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and it was indeed created by him. As time passed, the commotion attracted an increasing number of onlookers, including many ninjas. They learned of the conversation between the third Hokage and Lord Bai-chun and began to speculate amongst themselves. Lord Bai-chun truly is impressive. Even constructing a house creates such a stir with such unique methods. Yuhi Kirin and Noera Rin, at some point, also arrived, gazing in astonishment at the stones seemingly appearing from thin air, unable to suppress their awe. Indeed, Noera Rin nodded in agreement, saying, by the way, it seems Kakashi-kun has also disappeared. According to his neighbor, it appears he was taken away by Lord Bai-chun early this morning. Could it be that he went to assist Lord Bai-chun in quarrying stones? Upon hearing this, Kirin paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. That is indeed a possibility. But why didn't Lord Bai-chun invite us? Kirin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. At that moment, Obito casually placed his hands behind his head and remarked, perhaps he thinks little of my abilities. Such a large stone, and with such a smooth surface, it clearly looks challenging. We would be of no use. He might even prefer it that way. If we went, we would merely be doing menial labor and would find joy in Kakashi's misfortune. Kirin retorted, while Noera Rin added, while that reasoning holds some truth, why does Obito's statement sound somewhat unpleasant? What do you mean we would be of no use? What does it mean to think little of us? Let us go. We will assist Lord Bai-chun. This is a task we are committed to. Yes. Noera Rin nodded emphatically, and the two immediately made their way toward Bai-chun's residence. They had overheard others discussing that Lord Bai-chun would return periodically to change locations, so they decided to wait there. Before long, indeed, Bai-chun appeared with a flourish. Lord Bai-chun. As he approached, Bai-chun heard a somewhat plaintive voice and turned to see the indignant Kirin, alongside the giggling Noera Rin and Obito. Oh, it's you all. Bai-chun greeted them with a smile, raising his hand in salutation. What brings you here at this hour? Has school ended? Obito quickly chimed in. What class? Today is the weekend. Do not divert the subject. Where is that rascal Kakashi? Why haven't I seen him? Has he been conscripted into labor? Observing the smug expression on this fellow's face, Bai-chun swiftly accessed his previous memories and an understanding washed over him, leaving him somewhat speechless. So, that's why Hong appeared to be vexed. It turns out you were the one instigating. Since you are so eager to see Kakashi, let us proceed to assist him. I had initially thought you were attending class. It seems I was mistaken. Let us go. With that, a mischievous smile appeared on Bai-chun's face as he clapped his hand on Dai-tu's shoulder, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Upon hearing Bai-chun's words, much of Hong's anger dissipated. Surely, Ming-jun must have indeed misremembered. Huh? This startled Noera Rin, and she anxiously inquired, where is Dai-tu? Bai-chun candidly replied, I sent him to a quarry. Kakashi is there too. Would you like to join me in checking on them? Is that permissible? Would it trouble you, Bai-chun-kun? Hong and Noera Rin asked in unison. It's a trivial matter. Let us be off. Bai Chun waved his hand and promptly placed it on the shoulders of the two ladies, and with a swish, they vanished. Before long, the rain of stones began anew. Hong and the others had only stayed there for a brief period before departing, primarily because they truly could not offer any assistance. By afternoon, the rain of stones ceased, giving way to a deluge of timber. Thick logs plummeted continuously, accumulating on the ground. Once the logs were sufficient, Bai Chun summoned the exhausted Kakashi back. He sent him off to rest while he proceeded to the Hokage building to post a mission seeking ninjas proficient in fire techniques to dry the timber. The remuneration for the task was quite generous, and within moments, he successfully recruited 4 ninjas skilled in fire techniques. Among them was a member of the Uchiha clan. Observing this, Bai Chun felt a wave of emotion. With so many sent to the front lines, it was remarkable that there remained such a number of high-ranking ninjas at home. This truly exemplifies the depth of a great clan. What do we need to do? Inquired the leading Uchiha ninja with a stern expression. Honestly, we have never undertaken the task of drying timber with fire techniques before. Were it not for their dire need for funds, he would not have accepted such a task. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. It's simple. Bai Chun snapped his fingers. Follow me. He then led them to the pile of logs, and with a clap of his hands against the ground, he exclaimed, "Earth release, drying furnace technique." In the next moment, earthen walls rose around the logs, enveloping them, while soil pillars lifted each log, suspending them in midair. Below, a complex structure was connected to allow heat to surge forth, leaving the top open. Simultaneously, each earthen wall was adorned with a circular aperture for the expulsion of fire. Upon witnessing this, the 4 individuals felt a slight twitch at the corners of their eyes. What an astonishing technique for drying. Can Tianshun truly employ it in such a manner? After completing these preparations, Bai Chun turned to them and said, "Your task is exceedingly simple. You merely need to continuously channel flames transformed by the fire release into these circular openings. There is no need for anything overly advanced. A basic fireball will suffice." Chapter 69. Just follow my lead. The key lies in persistence. You all have no issues with that, correct? As he spoke, Bai Chun scrutinized the 4 with a hint of skepticism. Instantly, their expressions darkened slightly, and they declared with conviction, "Absolutely no problem. However, we will need time. It is impossible to sustain this without a break. Our chakra is finite." Regarding matters of masculine pride, they were unwilling to concede defeat. Bai Chun nodded in agreement. "Of course, I selected you based on the required standards. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invested so generously to recruit you. Your chakra reserves are undoubtedly sufficient. Just heed my instructions." He preferred not to reveal his wood-release technique. Otherwise, he would have simply employed it in the wild. "No problem." The 4 ninjas responded in unison. Under Bai Chun's guidance, they began to channel the fire release into the openings. Meanwhile, Bai Chun used earth release to manipulate the logs within, ensuring they rolled and heated evenly. After several hours of labor, the logs were thoroughly dried. The 4 ninjas were quite exhausted, yet they felt satisfied upon receiving their remuneration. After all, drying wood with fire release was a trivial task compared to the more menial jobs they had undertaken, such as cleaning toilets or weeding. Had they been misapplying ninjutsu all along? Was this the rightful application of their skills? The 3rd Hokage observed Bai Chun's actions, mumbling in disbelief. It's time for a new exchange. I hope to procure something worthwhile this time." After a day of hard work, Bai Chun returned to his room at Kakashi's house after sharing dinner. Rubbing his hands together, he swiftly entered the world of his spatial ring, leaving a shadow clone to lie in his stead. This time, he would utilize the chakra from the 8 tails, along with the chakra extraction technique and chakra orbs as items for exchange. With this thought, Bai Chun retrieved a scroll containing a substantial amount of 8 tails chakra, unsealing a portion of it to extract a chunk the size of a soup bowl. He then took out a scroll for the chakra refining technique, consolidating a mass of chakra while silently chanting in his mind, "Exchange." The 3 items in his hand vanished, and an image materialized in his mind. In the realm of the little spirits, within the origin space, Arceus suddenly opened its eyes and lifted its head. At last. Is there a new exchange? Splendid. I hope to obtain what I desire this time. Furthermore, why has this individual yet to arrive in our world? The deity yearned for the master behind the exchange, eagerly anticipating his arrival to engage in a direct transaction. The randomness inherent in the exchange was exceedingly frustrating, rendering it arduous for the deity to acquire what he truly desired. Just then, Arceus suddenly rose in astonishment. Is this the primal force of chakra? Splendid. At last. I have awaited this essence. With it, I I shall genuinely grasp the source of Chakra's power, achieving a transformative enhancement of my strength, while also enabling every little sprite in the world to possess Chakra. Without hesitation, Arceus consented to the exchange, generously offering a small gift and allowing the choice of exchanged items to be at the discretion of the exchange partner. In a flash, the scene shifted to the divine beast space of Palkia, who had just coalesced a sphere of spatial essence, intending to expand his divine realm, as he had recently sensed it becoming somewhat constricted. However, in the next moment, that very sphere of spatial essence vanished right before his eyes. Who did this? Palkia seethed with fury, employing his spatial abilities to sense the surroundings but finding nothing amiss, which left him utterly bewildered. The only being capable of such an act in this world was none other than the creator, Arceus. Though he knew he could not contend with Arceus, his anger clouded his judgment, prompting him to communicate through his spatial abilities, bellowing, "Arceus, why have you seized my spatial essence? Return it at once, you thief." This uproar went unnoticed by humans and ordinary sprites alike. However, the divine beasts, particularly those of significance, heard the commotion. This was precisely the reaction Palkia sought. He demanded an explanation from Arceus. "Even if you're the creator, you cannot arbitrarily pilfer my belongings, can you?" Palkia, resolute and undeterred by authority, had the following thoughts. "Dialga, TSK. Has this fellow lost his mind? How dare he provoke the boss? This will surely be entertaining. Ho-Oh, this is a path to self-destruction. Rayquaza, Palkia sacrificing himself to inject some excitement into our mundane lives is indeed a positive turn of events." Lugia, I am more intrigued by Palkia's words. Kyogre, agreed. Groudon, likewise. The divine beasts could not help but engage in a telepathic exchange, all eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. At that moment, Palkia furrowed his brow upon noticing a peculiar scroll and a crystal that had mysteriously appeared before him. What are these objects? How did they come to be? He was certain he had sensed no spatial fluctuations preceding their emergence. Yet, instead of reaching for the items, he roared with increased indignation and defiance. "Arceus, do you think that presenting 2 worthless trinkets afterward will suffice to sweep this matter under the rug? I assure you, it will not, unless you apologize to me." Humph. Palkia had meticulously calculated his strategy. He was in the right regarding this matter. If he could elicit an apology from Arceus, the issue would be settled for a lifetime. Moreover, he could leverage this situation to undermine and mock Dialga. Arceus, who had been overjoyed with the recent acquisition of the Eight-Tails Chakra Crystal, was naturally aware of Palkia's furious outcry. Initially, Arceus felt a twinge of guilt for having taken away Palkia's most crucial item. However, that feeling evaporated the moment Palkia challenged him, replaced by a surging tide of wrath. This insolent fool! It seemed he was due for a reckoning. In the next moment, as Palkia was poised to speak further, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the fabric of space. His entire being vanished from his divine space and materialized in the void. "Please, no. I was wrong. Spare me. I truly regret it. If you continue to strike, I shall retaliate." Moments later, the void echoed with Palkia's anguished cries and pleas for mercy. Yet, regardless of his desperate entreaties, Arceus did not relent, delivering a thorough thrashing before returning him to his divine space. Then, Arceus's voice resonated in the ears of all observing deities. "Do not stir trouble in the near future. I have acquired something that may benefit the entire world, including you. Should you jeopardize my endeavors, you know the consequences." Chapter 70. Elevating potential. Upon hearing this, the deities shuddered, promptly signaling their compliance. Only then did Arceus return to his primordial realm. The vision concluded. "Wow!" Chen exclaimed, astonished as he stroked his chin. It was not surprising that Arceus intercepted the tailed beast chakra. It is evident that he values it greatly. Thus, the benefit he speaks of for the entire Pokemon world must pertain to the chakra. But why has he not implemented this for all beings, allowing all Pokemon to partake? Furthermore, is Palkia excessively timid and feeble? Why was he so effortlessly overpowered by Arceus? In the anime and games of my past life, Arceus' strength was merely average. Indeed, one must not fully trust anime and games. Arceus is the genuine creator god. With power vastly surpassing that of other deities, this is entirely reasonable. Chen felt misled by the anime he had watched and the Pokemon games he had played in his previous life. At that moment, 2 luminous orbs appeared. As the light dissipated, a Pokemon egg and a crystal-like sphere came into view. Upon touching it, A stream of information flooded Bai Chen's mind. Parakeet Pokemon Egg. Created by Arceus in a fit of anger and mischievousness, expending a portion of his primordial power. This divine Pokemon egg can hatch into a Parakeet offspring. While it is not the Parakeet of Space Dominion, its potential for future growth is boundless. The crystallized essence of spatial origin. This treasure can be utilized to expand space, a true gem of the cosmos. It is recommended for use in the Beast Mastery space, as it can fundamentally transform the space, enhancing its potential. Is Palkia being taken advantage of? Surely Arceus did not concoct this Pokemon egg with the intent to torment and tease Palkia? Bai Chen gazed at these two items, feeling both intrigued and exasperated. He could easily envision the moment he arrived in the Pokemon world, if he were to present a Palkia offspring. The expression on Palkia's face would surely be one of utter dismay. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from venturing into the Pokemon world for the time being? A flicker of hesitation coursed through Bai Chen's mind, as he worried about being ensnared by Arceus. Nevertheless, at worst, he could simply refrain from releasing the little Palkia. Ultimately, Bai Chen resolved to embark on the journey. He currently had numerous vacancies in his Beast Mastery space, making it imperative to forge more contracts. Not only would this grant him greater strength, but it would also remedy some of his attribute deficiencies and shortcomings. To date, he possessed only 4 attributes: lightning, water, earth, and Sunday. He lacked the wind, fire, and shadow attributes. The shadow attribute was manageable, as it pertained to mental fortitude. With the enhancement of his mental strength, he would inevitably acquire it in due course. However, the wind and fire attributes necessitated alternative strategies. If he were to obtain the fire attribute, mastering fire release would become significantly easier, and he would no longer need to solicit assistance for drying wood. Admittedly, his laziness was a contributing factor. Due to the absence of the fire attribute, he had refrained from learning fire release, as well as wind release. Otherwise, given his innate talent and realm of power, mastering the ninjutsu of wind and fire attributes would not pose a significant challenge, albeit with a slight delay. Attribute talent signifies the affinity and aptitude for corresponding attributes. Yet, in the face of absolute comprehension, all else is trivial. Alas, let us first merge the crystallized essence of spatial origin. With this thought, Bai Chen directly integrated the essence into the Beast Mastery space, observing as the surroundings shifted. In the next moment, the entire essence radiated light, transforming into luminescence that was absorbed by the Beast Mastery space. Subsequently, the entire space trembled violently. Pika Pika? What is happening? Pikachu exclaimed in alarm. Pika, help. Master. At this moment, 100 individuals closely monitoring the happenings within the Beast Mastery space heard Pikachu's cries for help and quickly summoned it back. Pika Pika. Master. What was that all about? Is the Beast Mastery space on the verge of destruction? As soon as Pikachu emerged, it leaped into Bai Chen's embrace, uncertainly inquiring. It's all right. Bai Chen quickly reassured it, gently petting its head. We have merely acquired a precious treasure. The Beast Mastery space is evolving. Once the evolution is complete, it will become even more formidable. You will be able to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. Are you excited? Pikachu settled down, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Pika? Really? Indeed. Bai Chen nodded. Pika. Wonderful. Pikachu immediately calmed down, filled instead with anticipation. Bai Chen once again devoted all his attention to the beast space. Before his eyes, the beast space underwent rapid transformation. First, the internal area expanded at an astonishing rate, growing from its original diameter of 1 kilometer to a staggering 100 kilometers before finally coming to a halt. Simultaneously, the soil within became increasingly fertile. The aura of life grew more vibrant, and the spiritual energy became significantly more abundant. Bai Chen sensed that the acceleration of the growth and evolution of flora and fauna within the space had increased fivefold, exceeding 30 times in total. Furthermore, he discovered that he could now physically enter the beast space. The entire realm had evolved into a truly perfected miniature world. At that moment, a powerful wave of feedback energy surged from the beast space, coursing through Bai Chen's mind and enveloping his entire being, as if every cell within him had undergone a baptism. When he finally opened his eyes, Bai Chen clenched his fist. Assessing his condition, his physical attributes had increased by 30%, and his chakra had similarly improved. More importantly, he felt a significant enhancement in his spatial perception. His original limit of sensing up to 10 kilometers had doubled to an impressive 20 kilometers. The energy expenditure for his teleportation had also drastically decreased, whether through his superpower or the flying thunder god technique. This must be an enhancement of spatial talent, Bai Chun mused with delight. Pika, the beast space has completed its transformation. Come, let us explore. Bai Chun thought, cradling Pikachu as he activated the dimensional space, swiftly entering the beast space. Pika? Master. You can enter in your true form too. Pikachu, nestled in Bai Chun's arms, gazed at him in astonishment. The distinction between the consciousness and the physical body was still clear to Pikachu. Hee. Bai Chun chuckled as he gently stroked its head. Surprising, isn't it? This is one of the features following the transformation of the beast space. From now on, I can directly enter here. Additionally, the growth and evolution acceleration effect has increased 30-fold. You will become stronger at an even faster pace. Pikachu was momentarily stunned. Bai Chun then communicated with the dimensional space on his finger, retrieving the egg of Perukia, preparing to acknowledge its master. Pika, a Pokemon egg? Pikachu, filled with curiosity, jumped out of Bai Chun's embrace, circling the egg twice before looking up at Bai Chun and asking, Pika Pika? Master, what kind of egg is this? This is the egg of the child of the space god Perukia. This little one will be quite formidable in the future. So, Pikachu, you must work even harder. Otherwise, you may soon be surpassed. Bai Chun teased with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing this, Pikachu was immediately startled and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Pika, I can do it. It certainly did not wish to be outdone by the newcomer, who was presumably its junior. All right, I shall take my leave for now. Please guard this egg. It will require nearly 2 years to hatch, even with the accelerated 50-fold effect of the Beastmaster space. Otherwise, the incubation alone would span centuries. Bai Chun was quite taken aback. Could there be an issue within? He pondered, does a true divine beast truly necessitate such an extensive incubation period? Or was it possible that Arceus, in crafting this Pokemon egg, had cut corners, resulting in this predicament? Bai Chun felt he was on the verge of discerning the truth. After a night of silence, Bai Chun rose early the following morning and strolled about for a while before conjuring an array of delectable dishes using his gourmet tablecloth, which he brought home. Breakfast time. Kakashi, Bai Chun called out exuberantly. Kakashi emerged from his bedroom, ruffling his tousled white hair, and upon seeing the lavish spread on the dining table, he gazed at Bai Chun in disbelief. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Such a lavish breakfast? Moreover, which establishment has begun serving meals like this? It appeared that Bai Chun frequently produced copious amounts of food, a fact both Kakashi and Shumo had long since come to realize. Although Bai Chun often deflected inquiries and concocted various excuses, they understood these were mere fabrications. Bai Chun even kept the origins of the food a secret. However, they had grown accustomed to it and no longer felt the need to pry. Kakashi quickly rushed off to freshen up and then made his way to the dining table to begin eating. While savoring the meal, he couldn't help but inquire, are there enough stones and wood? Do you need my assistance with the house? No need. Bai Chun shook his head. We have sufficient materials. The rest is entrusted to the construction company. Primarily, your abilities are too lacking. Otherwise, I would have considered having you and the others assist me with some ninjutsu techniques. Just think of the savings. Kakashi's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he retorted, you truly do not regard us as equals. So we should be grateful for our lack of strength? Listen to yourself. Does that even make sense? Bai Chun chuckled in response. Oh, don't say it like that. This could actually be a blessing in disguise for you. How could it possibly be a blessing? Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation. You can twist even the bleakest situation into something positive? This is an excellent opportunity to hone your ninjutsu. Bai Chun proclaimed earnestly, just think about it. Cutting wood and stone could sharpen your swordsmanship and enhance your control over wind-type chakra. Carving beams and painting rafters could refine your chakra precision. You must realize that these are essential steps to surpassing the J-Nin level. Moreover, techniques such as earth release and water release can also be utilized. Upon hearing this, Kakashi took a generous mouthful of his meal, chewed for a moment, swallowed, and gazed at Bai Chun with perplexity. So you're suggesting that ninjutsu is better employed for infrastructure development? This would indeed enhance one's capabilities. Precisely. Bai Chun nodded earnestly. Why else would the village issue tasks such as weeding and litter collection? Each task carries profound significance, effectively honing the skills of ninjas. As their strength increases, more challenging missions can be assigned to further their training. With a frown, Kakashi retorted, cleaning bathrooms can also enhance one's skills? Bai Chun affirmed with a nod. This cultivates your endurance. During ninja missions, when faced with adverse conditions, if you can endure cleaning a bathroom, what environments could possibly overwhelm you? Despite knowing that Bai Qin was spouting nonsense, Kakashi found himself somewhat convinced by his reasoning, concluding that he must be losing his sanity. "I've finished eating. I can't bear to listen to your ramblings any longer." Kakashi abruptly shoved more food into his mouth before dashing upstairs to change his clothes, grabbing his short blade before heading out to train. TSK, TSK. Not at all amused, Bai Qin chuckled, shaking his head. After finishing his meal, he divided himself into 2 wooden clones, instructing one, "Go to the eastern battlefield and replace the ordinary shadow clone there. Continue assisting me in collecting the corpses of bloodline limit users." With that, he placed a hand on the clone's shoulder and sent him away using the Flying Thunder God technique. He then turned to the other wooden clone, saying, "I'll leave things here in your hands. Avoid combat whenever possible. I plan to venture into the fairy world. Although the cooldown for the invitation is a month, we cannot ascertain if there exists a time discrepancy between the 2 realms. To prevent any unexpected circumstances, I've been diligently creating several chakra sealing scrolls, filling them with chakra, approximately 10 times my own chakra reserves. If you manage it wisely, it should suffice. Should the first wooden clone run short on chakra, remember to send some over. The collection of corpses remains quite crucial." "Understood." The wooden clone nodded, then, somewhat indignantly, inquired, "Why is he designated as number 1? Shouldn't I be number 1? Bai Qin retorted, "Are you seriously concerned about this? Is it truly that significant?" Rolling his eyes, he continued, "Enough of this nonsense. Just remember to keep an eye on things at home. Supervise daily to ensure no one cuts corners. We cannot allow them to skimp on their duties." He then revealed some money, stating, "I've left some funds for you. In case I don't return promptly, you can also pay the workers." As he spoke, Bai Qin produced a spatial bracelet and handed it to the first wooden clone, urgently advising, "Additionally, it contains various potions I've crafted over the past few days. If I don't return, ensure to send a batch to Kakuzu every month. That will be all." Upon concluding his words, Bai Qin promptly extracted the invitation from Arceus and chose to use it. Instantly, the invitation erupted in a dazzling brilliance, enveloping Bai Qin's very essence and plunging him into the void, where he vanished from sight. After waiting for over 10 minutes and confirming that he had not disappeared, Mufin's second avatar let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I have not vanished. This is indeed good news. Well then, it's time for me to follow suit. Let me first check on my home. It is time to commence work." Within the temporal fissure between worlds, a luminous orb surged forward at great speed, with Bai Qin ensconced within it. From the confines of the orb, he could perceive nothing but an abyss of utter void, fraught with peril. Time became an ambiguous concept. It could have been a mere instant or several hours. Suddenly, a colossal orb of light appeared ahead. As he drew closer, Bai Qin discerned that it was no mere orb but an entire world. Chapter 72. Reunion with Nasi in the next moment. The orb surrounding him seemed to be drawn inextricably, plunging directly into the crystalline barrier of this world without any hindrance. After traversing a dazzling passage, Bai Qin found himself in a bathroom, where the orb dissipated, revealing a striking young girl seated in a bathtub. Their eyes met. The girl remained remarkably composed as she used her psychic abilities to summon a towel to shield herself. Then, with a glimmer in her eyes, she looked at Bai Qin and inquired, "It was you who saved me back then, wasn't he it?" "Huh? What?" Bai Qin momentarily froze, his face a canvas of confusion. "What do you mean by saving you?" "Oh." Almost immediately, Bai Qin sensed something amiss. The girl before him bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. The crucial detail was that his psychic abilities began to resonate harmoniously with hers, exhibiting an extraordinary affinity. "Are you Nasi?" Bai Qin exclaimed, quickly connecting the dots. Indeed. It was Nasi, albeit visibly older, now appearing to be around 15 years of age. She had matured significantly, becoming even more captivating, which explained why Bai Qin had initially failed to recognize her. "It is I," she affirmed with a nod. "You indeed saved me, didn't you? I can feel the resonance of our powers." Bai Qin hesitated before nodding. "You could say that. Back then, you were ensnared by Team Rocket's schemes and nearly subjected to brainwashing. It was indeed my intervention that led to your rescue. And your issues with controlling your abilities were also resolved due to my influence. It truly was you." Nasi's eyes sparkled with recognition as she nodded emphatically, her cheeks faintly flushing. She then regarded Bai Qin and requested, "Could you please step outside for a moment? We can discuss this further afterward. This situation is somewhat inconvenient." Though perplexed by Bai Chun's sudden appearance in her bathroom, Nasi sensed that his intrusion was unintentional. After all, he is my benefactor and remarkably handsome. I apologize for my rudeness. I shall wait for you outside. Bai Chun also realized the situation, scratching the back of his head in mild astonishment. Sensing that he was outside the room belonging to Naz, and finding it empty, he promptly teleported there. Phew. Once Bai Chun departed, Naz exhaled in relief. Swiftly emerging from the bathtub, utilizing her powers, she dispelled the water droplets clinging to her skin, dressed hastily, and exited the bathroom. Observing Bai Chun standing by the window, admiring the scenery, she called out in her melodious voice, "I'm ready." Only then did Bai Chun turn around. He beheld Naz, adorned in a black knee-length skirt with her sleek black hair cascading down her back, and a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. He couldn't help but compliment her. "You look beautiful." "Thank you." Naz's cheeks flushed slightly, a mix of shyness and curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she inquired, "How did you suddenly appear in my home? And where have you been for the past 4 years since you saved me? Why was it so difficult for me to find you?" Indeed, it had been 4 years since her rescue. Naz had made several attempts to locate Bai Chun, yet all had been in vain. Until today, when she sensed his familiar and comforting aura, she instantly recognized that this youthful, red-eyed boy was her savior. However, she couldn't help but ponder how remarkably young he appeared. "How old are you? What is your name? Are you already 15? Naz tilted her head curiously. Noting his height of about 165 centimeters, similar to her own, yet his face bore an air of youthful innocence. Coughing awkwardly, Bai Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment at her sudden query. Suppressing his unease, he replied earnestly, "Just call me Bai Chun. I'm almost there. In a few months, I will be." In truth, he was far from 15, still shy of 8 by over a month. However, due to his rigorous training in body enhancement and previous augmentations of his physical abilities, coupled with the nurturing influence of Pikachu, he had matured significantly faster than his peers. Presenting a visage of maturity. "Lying is not a good habit. Don't forget I possess superpowers. I can sense your hesitation. Clearly, you are not as old as you claim," Naz remarked, her eyes glimmering with wonder. "It's incredible that someone so young managed to save me." Naz's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she sensed his aura. However, her brows furrowed slightly as she continued, "But why is your superpower only at the mid-king level? It seems much lower than I anticipated. Yet, your physical strength exceeds my expectations, and I can faintly sense an incredibly formidable power within you. You must be quite strong. Indeed. Otherwise, how could you have rescued me back then?" Bai Chun nodded in agreement. "You should be able to perceive that the resonance between our superpowers is remarkably high, as if they originate from the same source. Indeed, it is true. I originally possessed no extraordinary abilities. It was only through absorbing the chaotic essence of your powers that I awakened my own. As for the terrifying force you mentioned, that is known as chakra, which can be likened to the power of wave guidance or other forms of exceptional abilities. It is the extraordinary force inherent to my world." Naza paused slightly. Her curiosity piqued. "Your world? So, you are not from our world, but rather from another realm?" "Oh." Bai Chun gazed at Naza with mild surprise. "You grasped that quite effortlessly. I have encountered numerous depictions of other worlds," Naza replied, her expression a mix of surprise and understanding. Although Bai Chun's presence had quelled her chaotic abilities, allowing them to grow harmoniously through meditation, she still preferred the comfort of her home, tending to her small sprites. "I see." Bai Chun nodded in comprehension. "Indeed, I hail from another realm, invited by the creator deity Arceus to embark on this journey." Naza's face lit up with realization. "No wonder I could never find you. That makes perfect sense. So, is there a specific purpose for your visit? Can I assist you in any way? Moreover, how long can you stay? Will you return again in the future?" After posing her questions, Naza looked at Bai Chun with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Though they had only just met, she felt an undeniable connection to him, a longing that was intensified by their profound resonance in abilities and her years of contemplation about Bai Chun. Bai Chun was momentarily taken aback. He sensed the unusual feelings Naza harbored for him, and he responded candidly, "There are no restrictions on the duration of my stay. However, I have numerous significant matters awaiting me in my own world, so I cannot remain for too long. Furthermore, each journey back and forth requires a certain period to recharge the portal stone you provided." As he spoke, he displayed the dimly glowing Arceus invitation in his hand. "Currently, to return, I will need at least a month's time to recharge, as will be the case for future visits. However, The flow of time between our two worlds may not align consistently. Since the last time I saved you, only a little over 6 months have passed in my world. Yet it seems nearly 4 years have elapsed here, a staggering 7 to 8-fold disparity in time flow. I wonder if this has always been the case. He was still navigating the complexities of world traversal. Is that so? It truly is complicated. Naza nodded, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. Yet, she quickly regained her spirits, reassured by the thought that Bai-chan could visit frequently. If you resolve the issues in your world, will you then be able to remain here permanently? May I accompany you to your world? Naz appeared to inquire suddenly. Bai-chan met her steadfast and hopeful gaze. Stroking his chin as he replied, not at the moment, but if we have the fortune to encounter Arceus again, perhaps the divine may have a solution. Although the invitation from Arceus in his possession had undergone a transformation through the ability of substitution, evolving from a one-time use to a permanent item, its essence remained unchanged. If Arceus were willing, it might be feasible to request the deity to enable a multi-user function, or perhaps utilize the Beastmaster space or spatial rings to bring others along. Bai-chan pondered the viability of these two methods before adding, additionally, I possess 2 unique personal spatial worlds, which might allow for direct traversal, though I have yet to test them. Only after experimentation can one determine their efficacy. As he spoke, he engaged his mind to sense the conditions within the ring's spatial world and the Beastmaster space. At least the ordinary creatures within appeared to thrive. However, he was uncertain about the implications of transporting humans. Is that so? Naz's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing this. I am willing to give it a try. No. Bai-chan immediately shook his head in firm refusal. I cannot risk your life as a test subject. It would be more prudent to conduct experiments on a few deeply flawed individuals first to ensure safety before bringing you to our world. This way, he would bear no psychological burden. All right, it's settled then. Naz, instead of feeling disheartened, nodded happily. Bai-chan's words signified his concern for her, which naturally brought her joy. She then inquired, since you hail from another world, you likely lack identification and a residence here? Indeed. Bai-chan nodded. I was hoping you could assist me in acquiring identification for ease of movement. As for a residence, I will construct a villa once the identification is secured. Given that I can visit here frequently, it is essential to establish a place to stay. Actually, you could stay with me. I usually live alone. My parents predominantly reside at the dojo. Naz blushed slightly as she extended the invitation. Bai-chan was caught between laughter and disbelief. That may not be appropriate. I think it best to purchase a place of my own. I noticed several villas near your home. I could simply buy one. This would also facilitate our future interactions. Living in your home might raise concerns with your parents and could tarnish your reputation. After all, this is our first meeting. Is that so? Well, that works too. Nez contemplated for a moment before nodding. I know the family next door has been considering moving recently. I could assist in negotiating with them. Also, you likely don't have any currency from our world, right? I could lend you some. She did not directly offer a gift, as she had observed in many instances that boys typically possess a strong sense of pride. A straightforward gesture might not only be rejected but could also incite anger. Naz's intention was to avoid upsetting Bai-chan. Very well, then I entrust this to you. Bai-chan remained unperturbed. Had he been privy to Naz's thoughts, he would have exclaimed vociferously, I would never be angry. How absurd to harbor such inexplicable pride. In the origin space, Arceus opened its eyes the moment Bai-chan materialized in their realm. Its gaze traversed the layers of space and fell upon Bai-chan, assessing his condition and contemplating. I shall disturb him again tomorrow. I hope to garner satisfactory results. To his surprise, this chakra source was indeed incomplete, a testament to the saying that good things often take time. However, the invitation I extended has been remarkably transformed into a permanent one. Such formidable power, truly befitting of an entity capable of connecting the myriad realms. I must cultivate a good rapport with him henceforth. Only then can our world, with Bai-chan's assistance, continue to ascend, allowing us divine beasts to evolve as well. He, Arceus, was exceedingly perceptive. That same day, Nez contacted her father, requesting they return for a brief meeting with Bai-chan. She elucidated Bai-chan's identity as her savior. Subsequently, she sought her parents' assistance in resolving Bai-chan's identity issue. Absolutely. Naz's parents nodded without hesitation. With fervent gratitude, they grasped Bai-chan's hand and expressed, We have long wished to thank you for saving our daughter, Naz. Regrettably, we have not found the opportunity until now. This time, we shall ensure you stay here for an extended period. Simultaneously, they discerned Naz's unusual affection for Bai-chan. Instead of opposing, they found themselves wholeheartedly supportive. Although Bai Chen had resolved their daughter's uncontrollable superpower issues years prior, her introverted nature left her with few friends. They harbored concerns about her future prospects and finding a partner. But now, Bai Chen had emerged as her savior, handsome, eloquent, possessing a commendable character, and remarkably young. Nearly of the same age as Naz. Most importantly, he shared her superpower. He was, in every sense, the epitome of an ideal son-in-law. Were it not for the fear of Naz's disapproval, they would have sought to formalize the arrangement immediately. Naz's parents were remarkably efficient, bolstered by their considerable influence within the alliance, and by the end of the day, they had resolved Bai Chen's identity matters. Naz also assisted Bai Chen in securing accommodation. The neighboring household was indeed relocating to pursue opportunities in Chengdu, rendering their property available for sale. Naz invested over 10 million to purchase the residence. The house also encompasses a backyard of 5 to 6 acres and a modest hill at the rear. This is primarily due to the high property prices in Golden City, one of the most prosperous cities in the East. Otherwise, it would be even more affordable. What do you think? Do you like it here? Chapter 74. The arrival of Arceus Nazi stood gracefully beside Bai Chen, accompanying him as they explored the house, the backyard, and the hillside. What do you think? She inquired. It's quite nice. Bai Chen replied with a smile, nodding appreciatively. It's evident that this family must have been involved in cultivation. The hill and fields are abundant with fruit-bearing trees, which certainly alleviates some of my responsibilities. I also intend to raise some Pokemon here. Nazi nodded happily. As long as you're satisfied. Do you need my assistance in sourcing Pokemon? Helping you brings me great joy. Just as Bai Chen was about to respond, the space ahead began to ripple. Frowning, he instinctively raised his hand to shield Nazi, and in the next moment, an alpaca coughed, revealing Arceus boldly appearing before them. Arceus? Nazi gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Greetings, humans. Arceus' voice resonated within their minds. Hello, Arceus. Bai Chen replied warmly, nodding with a friendly smile. Have you come to see me for a specific reason? He found it hard to believe that Arceus would visit without purpose, surely. The deity had more pressing matters at hand. Well, it seems that the creator god does indeed have some leisure time, Bai Chen mused. Considering that there were many divine beasts below managing the world. I do have a matter to discuss with you, Arceus affirmed, turning his gaze to Bai Chen. The chakra essence you exchanged with me last time was incomplete. I require the remaining parts, or a complete chakra essence to truly harness this power and enhance it continuously. Would you consider exchanging it with me? I am willing to offer an equivalent or a satisfactory price. Although the deity could synthesize chakra by extracting cellular and spiritual energy through chakra seeds, the resulting chakra would be of a lower tier and could harm the body, which did not meet Arceus' requirements. What he needed was a true source of endlessly proliferating chakra, one that would be beneficial for his ascension. Chakra essence? Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback, recalling that during their exchange yesterday, Arceus had indeed referred to the 8-tailed chakra in such a manner. You mean the chakra of the Kai Bai, right? Indeed, what I provided you was merely the chakra of the 8 tails. It is the only tailed beast chakra I have collected thus far. There are also 8 other tailed beast chakras, all originally derived from the 10 tails, which were divided into 9 tailed beasts by the sage of the 6 paths from our world. Should you require it, there may be a delay as I gather everything. But I will certainly bring it to you once I have collected all the necessary items. This endeavor necessitates time. Engaging in a trade with Arceus would be most fortuitous, as he is bound to gain from it. Arceus possesses a purity and kindness that is truly generous. This is evident from the value of the small gifts he has previously exchanged with this world. Is that so? Arceus nodded in understanding. No problem. Once you have gathered everything, we shall trade. I eagerly await that day. By the way, did you still cherish the small gift I bestowed upon you last time? Did you not bring it along? The deity sensed through Bai Chen and found no trace of the little Pachirisu's aura. Clearly, even Arceus was unable to perceive the circumstances within Bai Chen's consciousness, for Bai Chen himself is quite extraordinary. Nazi observed the conversation between the creator god and Bai Chen with intrigue, marveling at how it appeared that the creator god had a request of him. Her admiration and affection for Bai Chen deepened. He was her benefactor, the man she had chosen. Bai Chen paused momentarily, reflecting on something, and then inquired, Are you referring to that Pachirisu egg? Indeed. Did you not bring it? Arceus expressed a sense of regret. The deity was still eager to tease Pachirisu a bit. No. Bai Chen shook his head. I have brought it. With that, He summoned Pikachu and the Pachirisu egg from the beast space with a thought. Oh, Arceus's eyes widened in surprise. You are indeed remarkable. I did not sense it. As he spoke, the deity examined the Pachirisu egg and then glanced at Pikachu, expressing astonishment. This Pikachu is the very one that was initially traded. I senti it? It has grown to this extent. Its potential and strength have become quite extraordinary. While its strength is commendable, Pikachu is currently at the early stages of champion level. However, its physical condition has significantly improved, and the innate electrical essence within is remarkably potent. Arceus perceived that even a small Pokémon at the level of the initial mastery of this world could only possess such strength. This Pikachu is indeed astonishing. It seems akin to a divine beast of the same caliber. Its potential has surged immensely. Is this your method? Impressive. Arceus sincerely praised. He, too, could elevate Pikachu's potential to that of a divine beast. Yet, the deity glimpsed boundless possibilities within this Pikachu. Its potential transcended mere elevation to that of a divine beast. It had liberated itself from the constraints of its species and classification. The future holds infinite potential for it. Furthermore, it seems I sense a force akin to that of Pikachu emanating from you. What could this possibly mean? It appears you share a unique symbiotic relationship. This aspect piqued Arceus's keen interest. A sense of divine mystery enveloped the atmosphere, suggesting that perhaps a solution to the intricate relationship between humanity and the little spirits lay hidden within, binding them together to foster mutual growth and advancement. Bai Chun nodded thoughtfully, recounting his experience from a realm known as the beast-taming world, where he acquired a unique talent for beast space. He proceeded to describe the essence and function of the beast space to Arceus. Despite the diverse capabilities of different beast spaces, each enables a genuine symbiotic contract between humans and beasts, promoting reciprocal enhancement. In truth, I find this concept quite suitable for the world of little spirits. Although humans and little spirits coexist harmoniously here and have established a preliminary symbiotic relationship, it lacks the depth and resilience found in the beast-taming world. Should the humans of the little spirit world gain access to the beast space, both the humans and the little spirits would experience a tremendous elevation in their potential, rendering the entire world even more vibrant. Perhaps this world itself could also achieve growth. Upon hearing this, Arceus's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a covenant and the interdependent relationship indeed surpassed the bond between spirits and humans in our realm. With a fervent gaze, he turned to Bai Chen and inquired, "Could you assist me in acquiring a beast space or a human from the beast-taming world?" Chapter 75, The Reciprocity of Power. Arceus was eager to investigate whether he could replicate this phenomenon within his own world. Meanwhile, Naz, standing nearby, expressed her astonishment. There exists such a world? If only the humans in our realm could possess such abilities. This way, while nurturing the little spirits, trainers could also receive the empowering essence from them. Of course, there are pros and cons. Once human power escalates, chaos may ensue within the world, at least for a time. Such turmoil is inevitable, accompanied by a reshuffling of power and order. Unfortunately, it's not feasible at the moment, Bai Chun replied, shaking his head. The exchange is random. And not every world is as open-minded as yours, readily providing me with invitations to traverse other realms. This will have to rely on chance in the future. Should I obtain another, I would not hesitate to negotiate with you. At that moment, Bai Chen snapped his fingers, recalling the Arceus invitation he had in his possession. He handed it to Arceus and asked, "Is there a way for you to modify this so that it permits me to bring others along?" Arceus, for the first time, examined the altered Arceus invitation up close. After a moment of mental scrutiny, he spoke, an astonishing force and method. I find myself unable to fully decipher it. However, if the goal is merely to convert it from single to multiple use, that is entirely within my capabilities, requiring only a bit more of my primordial essence. Consider this a token of our initial meeting. As he spoke, Arceus directly condensed a sphere of primordial power of time and space and infused it into the invitation from Arceus. Instantly, this invitation radiated a brilliant light. When the brilliance receded, Bai Chen discovered that the runes inscribed upon it had become even more profound. Holding the invitation in his hand, he found his understanding enriched with newly updated information. Indeed, this invitation could facilitate the passage of multiple individuals between the Pokémon world and the Naruto world. However, for each additional person, an extra month of charging would be required, with a maximum capacity of 9 individuals. This was the absolute limit. Fortunately, Due to the energy provided by Arceus's modification, Bai Chen noticed that the energy within was already at full capacity. If he were to bring only Nagi, the energy would suffice for 5 round trips for the two of them. Invitation from Arceus 1010. Each crossing consumes 1 unit of energy per person. Each unit requires 1 month to recharge. Thank you. Seeing this outcome, Bai Chen cheerfully tucked the invitation away. Truly, Arceus was formidable, significantly enhancing the energy storage limit by 9-fold, allowing him to transport up to 9 individuals at once. No need. Arceus shook his head. I hope you can gather the chakra essence soon, so we may exchange. Absolutely. I will do my utmost. Bai Chen nodded, eagerly anticipating the transaction with Arceus, who was indeed a magnanimous entity. At the moment Bai Chen produced the Perukia Pokemon egg, Perukia in a certain divine beast realm suddenly opened its eyes wide, filled with uncertainty and curiosity, exclaiming, "What is that?" Immediately, it directed its gaze toward the source. The sight traversed layers of space, fixing upon Bai Chen and Arceus, ultimately landing on the Pokemon egg cradled in Bai Chen's arms. Recognizing the familiar aura emanating from within, Perukia erupted. Arceus. In the next instant, Perukia roared, its voice resonating like a temporal roar that reverberated through the void, startling the other divine beasts who turned their heads in astonishment towards Perukia. Subsequently, they witnessed Perukia tear through the fabric of space and plunge into it. With remarkable speed, it arrived near the void of Golden City, once again rending space apart. Bai Chen, shielding himself with a psychic barrier against the spatial backlash, gazed at the emerging figure, momentarily taken aback. Is this the true form of Perukia? Is it really coming? This was precisely the reason he had refrained from revealing the Perukia Pokemon egg. Earlier, the moment this egg manifested in this world, Perukia would sense it immediately and descend. Fortunately, with Arceus present, Bai Chen felt no fear. Rather, he was somewhat delighted. Arceus, what have you done? Upon its arrival, Perukia confronted Arceus with a furious roar, its eyes ablaze with wrath and intent to kill, harboring a desire to end Arceus' existence. Lugia, what could that be? Surely it cannot be Ho-Oh? Mew, oh dear, something significant has occurred. Rayquaza, TSK. Is this the true consequence of Perukia's offense against the Master? How frightening. Dialga, haha. Perukia, look at you now, how amusing. This joke could entertain me for 1,000 years. A group of legendary Pokemon quickly discovered the Perukia egg. Their expressions varied, and a trace of astonishment appeared on their faces. However, it seems that this little Perukia lacks sufficient energy for incubation and will take a considerable time to hatch. Ho-Oh immediately discerned the problem with this Perukia egg. It is likely that the Master does not wish to squander so much primal energy. The expenditure to create a fully realized deity of space, even for him, must be considerable, right? Rayquaza remarked with a smile. Indeed. Ho-Oh nodded, finding this reasoning sound. From their perspective, Arceus producing this little Perukia was merely a means to mock him, a retaliation for his previous disrespect. Arceus, observing the enraged Perukia, narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson from last time. In the next moment, as the deity of space, Perukia found himself once again effortlessly captured by Arceus' spatial power and drawn into the cosmic void. Please, stop. I yield. I was wrong. Soon, Perukia's anguished cries echoed through the void once more, perhaps a reflection of Arceus' wicked sense of humor, as both Bai Chen and Nasi heard the entire spectacle. Time passed, and their perception of Perukia had completely shattered. Here it comes again. How tragic. He deserves it. Challenging the Master repeatedly, the legendary Pokemon could not help but revel in this delightful scene. How much time has passed? Here we go again. Haha, fortunate that only they, the legendary Pokemon, are witnessing this. Otherwise, Perukia would have faced utter humiliation. After more than 10 minutes, the cries finally ceased. With a thought, Arceus summoned the beleaguered Perukia back to Bai Chen and the others. Arceus addressed Bai Chen. I believe we have covered everything that needed to be said. I hope the next time we meet, you will bring me better news. With that, Arceus turned to Perukia and issued a warning to all legendary Pokemon present who were paying attention. This human is a guest I have invited from another world. He is a key figure in our ascendance. All of you must keep a close watch and ensure he is not harmed. Understood? Chapter 76. The Beast Master S Space understood. Received. Acknowledged. Each legendary Pokemon, though somewhat surprised by Bai Chen, nodded in agreement. Once the Master has spoken, they must naturally comply. Otherwise, the fate of Perukia would serve as a cautionary tale for them. Excellent. Arceus nodded with satisfaction and turned to Bai-chun. Human, until we meet again, may you revel in our world. Upon finishing his words, Arceus opened a spatial wormhole and departed from the scene. As soon as he left, Perukia climbed up from the ground, glaring fiercely at Bai-chun and the egg in his hands, wishing to obliterate this energy egg. One spatial deity in this world was more than sufficient. Bai-chun sensed Perukia's unmasked hostility and immediately communicated telepathically. In truth, I believe the emergence of the little Perukia presents you with an opportunity. Once the little Perukia matures, you will have an ally, and in your future encounters with Dialga, you will be able to engage in a collective battle and emerge victorious, will you not? Oh, Perukia was taken aback by Bai-chun's words, realizing they held a semblance of truth. Furthermore, this egg was created by Arceus, and should he dare to destroy it, who knows how Arceus would retaliate? Bai-chun's reasoning was rather compelling. I concede, human, you possess a valid point. Perukia nodded in agreement, contemplating before conjuring a sphere of spatial essence and directly infusing it into the Perukia egg. Instantly, the vitality within the egg surged, reducing the hatching time from a century to merely 80 years. Hiki, having merged with my essence, I am now your progenitor. Perukia mused joyfully. Human, nurture it well. I shall keep a vigilant eye on you. Perukia declared before tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing. Quite generous indeed. With the acceleration provided by the Beastmaster space, the hatching could now be completed in just over a year. Glancing down at the Perukia egg in his hands, Bai-chun willed it back into the Beastmaster space, allowing Pikachu to remain perched on his shoulder. This human is indeed extraordinary. I can no longer perceive the essence of Perukia's egg at all. The legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza, observed Bai-chun with intrigue and communicated with other divine beasts. Lugia remarked, I too cannot sense it. Ho-Oh added, indeed, it is entirely absent. Moreover, the Pikachu on his shoulder seems rather peculiar. Its strength is quite extraordinary. I would believe it to be a divine beast's offspring. Mew chimed in, fascinating. How delightful. I yearn to play with him. Pikachu, with wide-eyed curiosity, surveyed its surroundings, sensing a sense of familiarity. Pika, could this be my homeland? Bai-chun, noticing Pikachu's inquisitiveness, chuckled as he gently patted its head. Indeed, this is your homeland. For the time being, you shall accompany me outside. Rest assured, we will frequently return here. When time permits, I can take you to see the vicinity of your birthplace. Regrettably, when Pikachu was exchanged, it was merely an energy egg, devoid of any recollections. However, that does not hinder its exuberance. Pikachu. Yes. Pikachu nodded enthusiastically. Is this Pikachu perhaps excessively powerful? At that moment, Naz appeared curious, observing Pikachu and inquiring of Bai-chun. Through her psychic perception, she discerned that this Pikachu's realm had already reached the initial stage of a champion, yet its innate strength surpassed that of a typical champion-level Pokemon by several folds. It was truly an anomaly. Furthermore, its physical constitution was exceedingly robust. This was undoubtedly a divine beast offspring masquerading in Pikachu's skin. Pikachu, you have quite the discerning eye. Pikachu gave Naz a thumbs up in commendation. Hee. Bai-chun smiled slightly and remarked, You've heard me mention before. All of this is a result of the Beastmaster space. In the future, if given the opportunity, it could lead to something extraordinary. However, we must wait and rely on fortune. Should Arceus truly commit to the endeavor, once I procure the Beastmaster space for him to thoroughly study, perhaps it will not be necessary for me to bestow this gift upon you. The humans of your world may also attain this ability. As long as there exists a sample to decipher the intricacies, Bai-chun was confident that Arceus would not find it insurmountable. While some may perceive Arceus merely as the creator of Pokemon, Bai-chun held a different view. He speculated that perhaps all of humanity and every blade of grass in this world were crafted by Arceus. I eagerly await that day. I hope it arrives soon. Naz smiled faintly and then asked, Earlier, you had Arceus assist in revamping the invitation. Does that mean I can visit your world anytime now? She was evidently more concerned about this. Indeed, you can. Bai-chun nodded and then earnestly cautioned. However, I must forewarn you. Our world is not as idyllic as you might envision. In fact, compared to your world, it could be described as a veritable hell. Subsequently, Bai-chun provided Naz with a general overview of the situation in the ninja realm. Upon hearing this, Naz was taken aback. I never imagined you hailed from such a perilous time. It must be quite exhausting to live in such a world. War had long since passed in her world, ushering in an era of peace. Although dark forces occasionally wreak havoc, compared to the ninja realm, The people in this world are exceedingly fortunate. As for me, I possess sufficient strength for self-preservation now. Baichen nodded, then shook his head and said, "So, do you still wish to accompany me to such a world? At that time, you can expect quite a few malevolent gazes and forces to take notice of your sudden presence beside me. Moreover, with your supernatural abilities, you might witness the depths of human depravity." Baichen was merely providing Naz with a precautionary warning. The potency of mind reading is well understood by him. In the ninja realm, numerous individuals harbor dark thoughts. To powerful super beings, these thoughts are laid bare. Nasi nodded resolutely. "I have decided to take a look. I wish to learn more about the place where you, Baichen, reside, to understand you better." The crux of her desire was to spend more time with Baichen. Otherwise, who knows when he would return again. She did not wish to endure such a wait once more. "All right," Baichen responded with a gentle smile. "I shall not let you down, human." At that moment, the voice of Arceus echoed in both Baichen and Nasi's minds. "Remember, it is best not to disseminate the chakra cultivation system in our world. As for the girl beside you or any future companions, it is best to keep this under wraps. I am not yet prepared to spread the chakra power system among the humans of our world." Chapter 77. A special aura. The primary concern was the potential for power inflation, which, if connected to the fairies, could very well disrupt the harmonious coexistence between fairies and humans that had endured for years, ultimately resulting in dire consequences. This was not a scenario Arceus wished to witness. This was also the reason he had previously confiscated related items. "Is that so?" Baichen nodded. "I understand. Without your permission, I shall refrain from spreading it indiscriminately. As for my future companions?" He chose to momentarily disregard this thought, as Nasi was still present. Moreover, he could not guarantee that he would remain unaffected upon meeting individuals like Sister Baikai, Sharahana, Mei, Toko, and Selena in the future. Nasi, observing Baichen with a peculiar expression, seemed lost in thought. "Do you have any further matters to attend to here, Baichen? When do you plan to return to your world?" she inquired. "I plan to stay for another half-month to a month," Baichen replied after careful consideration. "This time, I aim to capture more fairies to nurture in my beast space and additionally, to select some suitable ones for contracts. I still have several vacant contract slots, which will further accelerate my power enhancement and growth." Nasi listened, her face reflecting envy. "I truly envy you for possessing a beast space. It is incredibly convenient and advantageous. As for acquiring fairy eggs, would you require assistance from my family's resources? Most of the rare and powerful fairies are not easily obtainable, as many valuable resources have already been monopolized by prominent families. The chances for ordinary civilians to rise in this world are quite slim." "Certainly," Baichen nodded. "I must trouble you again. However, aside from that, I also wish to explore the Pokemon egg shop myself, in hopes of discovering eggs of exceptional quality. These eggs possess attribute panels, which not only allow one to assess their own status but also to evaluate others and various entities. It is merely that Baichen had not utilized this feature extensively before." "Certainly." Nasi did not decline and promptly contacted her father to inform him of her plans. Subsequently, she and Baichen embarked on a quest to scour every Pokemon egg shop across the Kanto and Chengdu regions. With Baichen's extraordinary ability to teleport over a distance of up to 20 kilometers, the distance between towns posed no challenge for him. After a thorough search, Baichen amassed hundreds of eggs with qualifications ranging from elite to quasi-king levels. Additionally, he acquired 5 eggs of king-level quality, specifically Ralts, Beedrill, Blissey, Happiny, and Mantis. Furthermore, he obtained 2 champion-level eggs, one being Charmander and the other Eevee. To his astonishment, acquiring 5 king-level and 2 champion-level eggs, along with numerous elite and quasi-king-level eggs, confirmed that the Pokemon shops indeed harbored significant treasures. Once all the eggs were safely stored in his beast space, Baichen cheerfully remarked that with the acceleration effects of the beast space, these eggs would hatch within a day. He immediately contracted Charmander, Eevee, Ralts, and Mantis. "I never would have anticipated this." Nasi was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Baichen possessed such an outrageous ability to effortlessly discern the quality of each Pokemon egg, a feat even the esteemed Pokemon professors could not achieve. It was no wonder that Baichen was able to uncover such bountiful treasures. However, those preparing to visit Pokemon shops in Kanto and Chengdu to gamble on their luck would likely face misfortune, as the best eggs had already been chosen by Baichen. Subsequently, Baichen ventured into the nearby evergreen forest to gather some Pokemon species he had yet to obtain, thereby replenishing the diversity within his beast space. He then made his way to Rainbow City. Oh, this Team Rocket underground base remains undiscovered? Bai Chen mused, somewhat astonished at the sight of the underground facility in Game City. What? Nasi's expression hardened as she exclaimed, are you saying there is a Team Rocket base beneath us? Having nearly fallen victim to Team Rocket's brainwashing in the past, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for them and had dedicated years to combating their operations. Any base she uncovered had faced dire consequences. Now, hearing of yet another Team Rocket base lurking beneath her very feet, her murderous intent became palpable. However, she pondered, why did I not sense anything with my psychic abilities? The psychic powers indeed seem ineffective. Bai Chen nodded, acknowledging the exceptional expertise of Team Rocket in the realm of psychic abilities. It was hardly surprising that they had not been discovered. After all, they had successfully created Mutuo. If they had not mastered formidable methods to restrict such powers, Mutuo would have escaped long ago. I am employing my observation-based perception, follow me, Bai Chen declared, and with a swift gesture, he transported Nashi into the heart of the gaming city. They materialized before a metallic door. Who are you? In the next moment, four members of Team Rocket, disguised as security personnel, attempted to impede their progress. With a resounding crash, these four individuals were hurled against the wall by a psychic force. Bai Chen then waved his hand towards the imposing door, and with a surge of telekinetic energy, he tore it apart, revealing an underground entrance. Upon entering, Nashi discovered that her psychic perception was functional within this space. Indeed, this was the base of those vile insects known as Team Rocket. Bai Chen, we cannot allow them to escape, Nashi exclaimed, her eyes filled with animosity. Rest assured, none shall flee, Bai Chen affirmed. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of intimidation emanated from him, enveloping the entire underground facility. Instantly, everyone within, along with a few low-level Pokemon, succumbed to unconsciousness. What is happening? Nashi sensed the unfolding events and was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of Bai Chen's strength, but she had not anticipated it to be this formidable. The mere eruption of his unique aura had rendered all Team Rocket members unconscious. It was astoundingly effective. Let us proceed. There are still some elusive Pokemon that require our attention, Bai Chen declared, grasping Nashi's hand as he rapidly teleported throughout the underground base. He subdued those Pokemon that had not lost consciousness, effectively putting them to sleep through sheer physical force. That appears to be one of Team Rocket's executives, Bishas, and the other seems to be Dr. Nanbua, one of their scientists. Bai Chen, you have accomplished a significant feat this time, Nashi remarked, her expression reflecting her extensive knowledge of Team Rocket's upper echelons, as she instantly recognized the two individuals. Oh, Bai Chen, unfazed by her recognition, proceeded to use electromagnetic forces to disassemble steel, subsequently restraining every individual present with iron handcuffs. He then addressed Nashi. You may now contact the League's search officers and the police. Understood. Nashi nodded and promptly teleported away from the underground base. She emerged outside the gaming city and retrieved a phone to restore the signal, initiating contact. Meanwhile, Bai Chen began to infiltrate the network system of the base through electromagnetic waves. This was his first attempt at such a task, and he found himself somewhat inexperienced. Taking several minutes to succeed, he swiftly began to decrypt the computer database of the facility, and upon success, he used a prepared disk to copy all the data contained within. Subsequently, Bai Chen meticulously packed the funds, precious items, and useful instruments from the base. He then accessed the memories of both Dr. Nanbua and Bixias, uncovering their bank account passwords and the locations of their cards. After securing the bank cards, he departed to meet Nasi outside. Is everything in order? Nasi had just ended a call, her expression revealing curiosity. Bai Chen nodded. I acquired some valuable items. How about you? Have you made the necessary contacts? Nasi smiled gently. I have made the arrangements. Let us depart. We can leave this to the officers and Alliance investigators. With that, Bai Chen took Nasi's hand. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and they made their way out. Remarkably, there are 50 billion in funds. These two individuals are indeed affluent. This should suffice for quite a while. Upon returning to Jinwang City, Bai Chen checked the balances in Dr. Nanbua and Bixia's bank accounts. Utilizing his electromagnetic wave intrusion abilities, he transferred all the funds and laundered them seamlessly. His prowess in this ability had grown increasingly refined. Here, returning your money. Bai Chen promptly repaid Nasi the funds he owed her. Nasi, holding the bank card, looked at Bai Chen with a hint of displeasure and asked, Are you so eager to repay me? Don't you wish to owe me anything? Indeed, now that I have the means, I thought it prudent to settle the debt, Bai Chen affirmed, But upon noticing a change in Nasi's demeanor, he quickly reassured her, "I wish for our relationship to remain pure. I do not want others to speak ill of us. Do you understand?" He then affectionately ruffled her hair. This intimate gesture surpassed any sweet words or misunderstandings. Nasi's frown transformed into a smile, her shyness evident as she nodded, her heart filled with joy. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Baichun and Nasi swiftly traversed various regions. Aside from interregional flights, they primarily utilized teleportation for travel. They visited numerous Pokemon egg shops, acquiring a plethora of high-quality eggs, all of which were stored in his beast space to incubate. Additionally, he forged contracts with a champion-tier mini-dragon, a Benjamin, and a Milotic. Throughout the month, these Pokemon, under the influence of a 50-fold growth enhancement and an abundance of food and nutrients, experienced rapid improvements in strength and potential daily. Consequently, Baichun received feedback from various elemental powers, including grass, fire, ground, water, psychic, dragon, flying, and fairy types. His strength significantly increased, particularly with the addition of various elemental powers and skills. However, it is noteworthy that grass and wood release, as well as flying and wind types, still exhibit distinct differences. Although I successfully awakened both the fire and wind attributes, it is evident that I must seek out several corpses of ninjas possessing these elemental affinities to consume. Baichun contemplated. Completing my elemental talents had always been my aspiration. At last, I have discovered an additional means to enhance my supernatural abilities. I no longer need to rely solely on my own meditation for gradual improvement. Baichun sensed that his supernatural powers and mental strength had increased significantly during this period, filling him with immense joy. He believed he had taken a step in the right direction. Besides the little sprite, Baichun had also successfully acquired a spatial backpack and the method for crafting Pokeballs from the Shilu group in Huangjin City. Additionally, he obtained a considerable number of evolution stones, along with a few mega evolution stones. Furthermore, he purchased seeds of all varieties of berries, as well as round fruits, planting them in his beast-controlling space. Lastly, he amassed a substantial collection of sophisticated research and medical instruments, along with technical documents, all of which were stored within his spatial ring. Afterward, he decided to take a brief respite. He resembled a bandit gathering supplies, collecting anything he deemed useful. Tomorrow he would depart. Perhaps he should try exchanging something in the Pokemon world today? Baichun pondered whimsically. There seemed to be no rule stating that exchanges could only occur in the Naruto world. After all, there might even be unexpected delights awaiting him. With this thought in mind, Baichun promptly retrieved a meditation technique he had recently obtained from Naz, gathered a surge of supernatural energy, and silently chanted in his heart, "Exchange." In the next moment, the two items in his hands vanished, leaving only a fleeting image in his mind, in the mortal realm. Within the Huanfeng Valley, in a cave on a mountainside, Chiao-Xian Han Pao Pao pressed a jade slip to his forehead, and a technique named Yin Yin Ju appeared in his mind. Han Pao Pao contemplated for a moment, then opened his eyes, astonished, exclaiming, "What an incredible technique! It can actually enhance and elevate one's consciousness. No wonder that individual could control so many puppets." Just as Han Pao Pao was about to continue his cultivation, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand and, to his horror, discovered that the jade slip had inexplicably vanished. Who? Han Pao Pao was immediately alarmed, standing up in shock. Using his consciousness to scan the surroundings, but finding nothing, he took a deep breath, respectfully clasping his fists in front of him, saying, "Which esteemed elder is playing a prank on me? Please reveal yourself." However, after a considerable time had passed, no one appeared. Instead of relaxing, Han Pao Pao became increasingly vigilant, his mind racing with 108 escape plans. This place was no longer safe. At that moment, a small booklet and a crystal suddenly materialized before his eyes, leaving Han Pao Pao momentarily stunned. He quickly used his consciousness to sense again, but still found nothing. His brow furrowed, even tighter. Swiftly gathering everything of use from the cave into his storage bag, he prepared to flee. Yet, before departing, he could not resist glancing at the crystal and booklet that lay abandoned on the ground. At that moment, the booklet had opened due to its fall. Han Pao Pao, unable to quell his curiosity, leaned down for a closer look. Instantly captivated, he murmured, "The crystal meditation method? It can amplify mental strength and enhance superpowers? Superpowers? What is this?" Han Pao Pao was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a technique capable of directly boosting mental prowess, and it mentioned a form of extraordinary abilities. However, the content on this page was limited, necessitating a turn of the page. After some deliberation, Han Paopao cautiously lifted the booklet and began to examine it page by page. By the time he finished, he comprehended the efficacy of this meditation method and grasped the nature of superpowers. So, is this a seed of superpower? He pondered, gazing at the crystal on the ground. Should he take it or leave it? Han Paopao hesitated. If he took it, the mysterious nature of its appearance made him wary of potential traps. Yet, the prospect of leaving it behind was equally difficult. It was undeniably a significant opportunity. The ability to enhance mental strength seemed to complement the Great Yayan method, potentially elevating his consciousness and mental capacity, which would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Furthermore, the superpowers promised an array of extraordinary abilities: telepathy, hypnosis, teleportation, psychokinesis, healing waves, and more. Han Paopao was particularly envious of the ability to teleport, an essential skill for home, travel, and escape. Senior, I shall take these. Thank you for your generous exchange. Han Paopao resolved, clenching his teeth as he cupped his fists towards the air, then picked up the crystal. In the next moment, he felt a surge of information flood his mind, confirming that he now possessed the seed of superpower. As for other issues, he found nothing amiss. Phew. Han Paopao exhaled. Perhaps, maybe it's all fine now. Thank you, esteemed senior. He once again cupped his fists towards the air and began to absorb the seed of superpower, practicing the meditation method. The imagery concluded here. Ha. Bai Chen laughed heartily after watching. This time it's actually Han the old demon? And perhaps he was overly cautious. Is this a battle of wits with the air? However, acquiring the Great Yayan method is indeed a fortuitous gain, which should significantly enhance my mental perception and control over mental strength. Regrettably, this time I was unable to acquire the celestial vessel from the esteemed Han Laoma. Otherwise, it would have been quite a boon. Speaking of which, Bai Chen suddenly recalled his beast mastery space, momentarily taken aback, and thoughtfully stroked his chin. Pondering, it seems that the celestial vessel may not hold significant value for me after all. Although the vessel currently surpasses the beast mastery space in enhancing medicinal materials, the potential of the beast mastery space is limitless, and it will eventually catch up to, if not exceed, the efficacy of the celestial vessel. It is even conceivable that it could evolve into a complete world of its own. At that moment, a jade slip unexpectedly materialized and fell into Bai Chen's hands. Concurrently, he received an influx of information in his mind. The Great Transformation Technique, First 3 Levels, by Han Paopao. After the enhancement of the transformation talent, cultivation can reinforce and strengthen the divine consciousness, significantly improving the meticulous control of mental power and the ability to multitask, thereby enhancing spiritual perception. The crystal meditation method complements the Great Transformation Technique splendidly. What a remarkable treasure! Bai Chen immediately pressed the jade slip to his forehead. Instantly, the teachings of the Great Transformation Technique manifested in his mind. He eagerly attempted to practice it, and to his delight, he succeeded in grasping the basics on his first try. Moreover, during the cultivation of this technique, Bai Chen could distinctly feel his mental power and was becoming more solid and agile. His control over mental and willpower was gradually improving, enhancing their purity, which is essentially their essence. Indeed, it is a splendid treasure. After momentarily concluding his practice, Bai Chen wore an expression of astonishment. With continued cultivation, he would be able to perceive further with the same amount of mental power, while the effects of his willpower and spiritual attacks would become significantly stronger, and his control abilities would be greatly enhanced. As for the ability to multitask, that has yet to manifest. It is likely that it will only be revealed once Bai Chen fully cultivates the first level. However, he had a general understanding of the capabilities effects. If the red sand scorpion were to obtain this great transformation technique, it would surely be revered as a sacred text, he mused. This multitasking ability is precisely what the Qian bamboo sect employs to manipulate more puppets. The red sand scorpion is indeed a puppeteer, albeit using chakra strings. What if it were to utilize mental power instead? Perhaps it would yield a completely different outcome. Alas, I did not manage to exchange for a cultivation technique suitable for immortality. Otherwise, given the nature of exchanges, it would undoubtedly have been optimized for practice in the ninja realm. I wonder how this form of cultivation compares to the sage modes of the ninja world, such as those of the great toad sage, the snake sage, and the slug sage. Not to mention, Bai Chen was particularly concerned about the aspect of longevity that cultivation could provide. The practice of chakra in the ninja realm tends to lead to a quicker demise in later stages, making the extension of life seem implausible. Even the legendary Hashirama Senju, who possessed the longevity of the sage body, met an untimely end, highlighting the inherent flaws of the chakra system. Regarding the cause of Hashirama Senju's death, opinions among netizens in my previous life varied widely. However, Bai-chun had researched the information in Konoha and consulted Tsunade, thus gaining a general understanding of the situation. A severe depletion of chakra, vitality, and mental energy within a short span had caused irreparable damage. Even with the aid of Sage Mode, while he can still restore his vitality later, Hingren was ultimately lost. He hoped for another opportunity to acquire the techniques of cultivation in the future, as he found himself quite envious of them. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Bai-chun inquired, "Are you ready? Have you spoken with uncle and aunt?" At last, he was prepared to return, grasping Naji's hand. "Yes," Naji affirmed with a nod. "Everything is ready." "Very well. Then let us depart." With that, Bai-chun produced the invitation from Arceus, activating it directly. In the next moment, the invitation emitted a brilliant light, enveloping the two of them, and they vanished from the world of Pokemon. At that moment, both Arceus and the ever-watchful Pelucia raised their heads. Have they left? I hope they will bring me good news and treasures next time. Arceus thought, filled with anticipation. Gone. No longer in this world. Indeed, this human was summoned by Arceus from another realm. I wonder what the important opportunities Arceus referred to are. Pelucia mused, intrigued. 30 kilometers outside of Konoha, in an underground cave, Bai-chun and Naji suddenly materialized. As the white light dissipated, the invitation's glow receded, resting in Bai-chun's hand, which he tucked away. Have we arrived? Naji curiously surveyed their surroundings, noting the pitch blackness, and glanced at Bai-chun. Indeed, it is merely an underground cavern. Follow me. Bai-chun nodded and promptly utilized teleportation to lead Naji out of the cave, emerging atop a mountain peak. From this vantage point, they could see the nearby mountains where he had gathered numerous stones and logs. Naji admired the scenery around them and remarked, "It feels rather similar to our world. Though, the energy in the air here seems more turbulent, far from the tranquility of our realm, and the concentration of energy appears to be considerably lower." Bai-chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, this world has suffered invasions. The chakra system is a byproduct of that incursion, with much of the primordial energy absorbed. It is only natural for it to be somewhat chaotic. This could be considered the anger of nature or the planet's consciousness. As for whether the ninja world possesses a planetary consciousness, I am uncertain. First, place this on your forehead and merge with it. Shortly, I will teach you the technique of chakra refinement. Since we are in this world, it would be wise for you to also cultivate chakra to conceal your superpowers. Bai-chun said, retrieving a chakra seed, a token he had reclaimed from Arceus. Nevertheless, Arceus finds no use for it. Bai-chun lacks the capability to create it himself. Furthermore, endowing Naz with the ability to extract chakra is beyond his current mastery of chakra as well. Bai-chun estimates that achieving this feat would require at least a celestial-level entity. It is worth noting that the art of chakra cultivation in the ninja realm was originally disseminated by the Sage of Six Paths. Initially, the denizens of this world were incapable of extracting chakra. Of course, perhaps obtaining some chakra from the 10 tails and thoroughly analyzing it might bestow such an ability. After all, even Arceus has stated that tailed beast chakra is the very essence of chakra. To truly master the complete power of chakra, possessing the ability to infinitely transform chakra is paramount. Naz smiled gently, accepting the chakra seed and placing it directly on her forehead. The chakra seed transformed into a radiant stream, merging into her brow, and subsequently dispersed, enveloping her entire being in a warm flow. Simultaneously, it conducted a comprehensive transformation of her mental faculties and every cell in her body. How do you feel? Bai-chun inquired eagerly when she reopened her eyes. It was his first time witnessing another utilize a chakra seed. Warm and quite pleasant. Additionally, I feel a faint awareness of the energy within my cells. My mental acuity seems to have become more vibrant. Naz articulated her sensations. Is that so? Bai-chun mused, stroking his chin and nodding. This may be the secret behind how individuals with ninja aptitude can extract chakra. After all, it is virtually impossible for an ordinary person to sense cellular energy or mental energy, let alone extract and fuse it. Now, let us attempt to extract some chakra using the methods outlined here. Bai-chun then handed Naz a copy of the chakra refining technique. This is the original version from the ninja realm, not a translation. Fortunately, this did not hinder Naz's learning, as during their time in the Pokemon world, he had already imparted the language and script of the ninja realm to her through his mental prowess. For two superpowered individuals, achieving this was not particularly challenging. All right. Naz promptly nodded, accepting the scroll, and sat cross-legged to review the chakra refining technique. She did not hesitate to consult Bai Chun for any uncertainties. With her mental acuity and comprehension, it wasn't long before she grasped the technique and commenced her first chakra refinement. In just 2 minutes. Bai Chun sensed chakra fluctuations emanating from Naz, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. What remarkable speed! Naz's talent is indeed impressive. It was to be expected, given her extraordinary golden physique at the pinnacle of her abilities. It would be strange if her talent were otherwise. This refinement lasted for a considerable time. And it was only when Bai Chan perceived Naz's chakra level rising to that of an average Jonin that she finally paused. Opening her eyes to look at Bai Chun, I feel that I have reached my limit for today. Nourishment and rest are essential for continued refinement. It is evident that the remarkably powerful individual possesses a profound understanding of her own condition. Bai Chun nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to assist her from the ground, stating, "You are already quite impressive. Many individuals go through their entire lives without attaining the chakra levels you currently possess. Let us leave it at that for today. Excess can be detrimental. Furthermore, you must have noticed that the extraction of chakra significantly depletes both mental energy and cellular vitality. Mental energy can be replenished through rest and meditation, but excessive extraction of cellular energy can adversely affect one's lifespan, even within safe limits. It still impacts cellular longevity to some degree. Only through moderate daily extraction, coupled with ample rest and nutritional intake, can one mitigate these effects to a minimum. However, a degree of side effects is inevitable. Nazi nodded in understanding, her brow slightly furrowed as she remarked, "I have already sensed it. It feels akin to a perilous training method. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Bai Chun chuckled, delighted. "Perilous, you say? That description is quite apt. However, there is no need for concern. I have already discovered methods to significantly diminish these side effects. In the future, we shall surely find a perfect solution. Body forging techniques and nutritional supplements are among the key strategies. I believe in you." Nazi replied with a gentle smile and nod. "Now, let us return to Konoha." With that, Bai Chun took her hand, and amidst her slight blush, he pinpointed a location 3 kilometers away from Konoha, teleporting them there directly. He then expanded his mental perception and heart sense to gauge the situations of Kakashi's household and his own. Simultaneously, a multitude of voices and messages flooded his mind through his heart sense and mental perception, which he swiftly processed, extracting valuable information. Oh, a year has already passed? How astonishing. Although Bai Chun had somewhat prepared himself, he was still taken aback. This meant that, under normal circumstances, he should now be 9 years old. The timeline had reached the 42nd year of Konoha. Yet, in reality, he had only just celebrated his 8th birthday a few days prior. The villa at home had long been completed. Thankfully, his wooden clone number 2 was still present. Immediately, Bai Chun locked onto a coordinate associated with his wooden clone number 2 and teleported there. Upon his arrival, the wooden clone number 2 gazed at him with a look of reproach, saying, "You finally decided to return, did you? Could you not have lingered a bit longer? Do you have any idea how I managed to endure this past year?" The clone's resentment was palpable, and Bai Chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and replied, "I didn't intend for this to happen. In truth, I was only gone for a month. Yet here, an entire year has elapsed. Clearly, the difference in the flow of time between our worlds is significant. By the way, nothing unexpected occurred, did it? You did not expose the fact that you are a clone, did you? Moreover, what is the current state of the ninja world concerning Konoha? You can see for yourself. I'm leaving. Finally, I can rest." The wood clone number 2, uninterested in answering, simply slapped its forehead and then, with a resounding thud, transformed into a piece of wood that fell to the ground. Naz, observing this, looked perplexed and inquired, "What is happening?" Chapter 81. The encounter with Naz and the interruption by Hong. Why did this person, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Bai Chun, suddenly contemplate suicide and transform into wood? No less? Hiss. In the next moment, Bai Chun clutched his forehead, inhaling sharply as a torrent of information surged through his mind, causing a sensation of swelling within. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was commendable. After a few minutes, he finally assimilated the information and opened his eyes. Thankfully, no significant upheaval had occurred, which was indeed good news. Bai Chun murmured. Currently, the Third Great Ninja War is still underway, with Konoha engaged in conflict against Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure. Additionally, approximately a year ago, shortly after Bai Chun departed from the ninja world, the Third Reikage led a surprise naval assault with the forces of Kumogakure deep into the land of Earth. Within just a day or two, they captured over 10 cities, plundering their wealth, food, and resources, all of which were transported back to the land of lightning via sea routes. By the time Noki realized what was happening and rallied his army, Kumogakure had already seized and pillaged several more cities. Ultimately, however, the fate of the Third Reikage did not change. He single-handedly held off over 10,000 IWA ninjas, buying precious time for his subordinates to retreat. Unfortunately, he met his end under the overwhelming numbers employed by Noki's forces. The recently recovered Yagami AI received this news and, in a fit of rage, sought to lead an army against the IWA ninjas to avenge her father. Yet, she was ultimately restrained by the village elders. Simultaneously, in the wake of the Third Reikage's death, Kumogakure fell into internal strife, splitting into factions over the selection of the Fourth Reikage, leading to fierce contention. For a time, the situation quieted. On the other hand, although Noki had eliminated the Third Reikage, the losses incurred were substantial. The wealth and resources of over 20 cities had been entirely plundered. And to ensure the demise of the Third Reikage, they sacrificed hundreds of elite ninjas. The toll was undeniably significant. Ultimately, under pressure and necessity, Noki was compelled to dispatch troops to attack the Land of Fire, hoping to extract some compensation to mitigate his losses. Konoha returned to a state of one-on-one conflict. Bai Chun, are you alright? Naz asked with concern etched across her features. I'm fine. Bai Chun shook his head, stating, I merely absorbed some information from my shadow clone, and it momentarily caused my head to feel a bit swollen. I'm almost recovered. Shadow clone. Upon hearing this, Naji was momentarily taken aback, recalling the information Bai Chun had provided regarding the ninja realm. She suddenly realized, so that was your shadow clone just now? However, isn't it true that it cannot exist for an extended period? To help Naji swiftly acclimate to the lifestyle of the ninja world, Bai Chun had imparted a considerable amount of common knowledge about it, including descriptions of the shadow clone technique. But mine is different, Bai Chun interjected, shaking his head. What I possess is a wood clone. He then elucidated the distinctions between wood clones and ordinary shadow clones, leaving Naji enlightened. Ah, I see. She nodded. So, Bai Chun, when you travel to our world, you always leave a wood clone here to substitute for you, and outsiders remain oblivious to your departure. This technique is indeed quite useful. If I were to master it, could I also leave a wood clone at home to accompany my parents? Although she had discussed her journey to this realm with her parents, Naji still worried that prolonged absence might cause them concern. Furthermore, she pondered whether the flow of time between the two worlds fluctuated. Otherwise, if she spent a month here, an entire year might elapse in the fairy realm, which would be detrimental. Conversely, if she remained here for a year, only a month might pass there. Bai Chun had mentioned that during his last visit to her world, only about half a year had elapsed in the ninja realm, while 4 years had passed in hers. Naji found herself perplexed by the differential time flow between the two realms. Hearing this, Bai Chun hesitated for a moment and replied, to master the wood clone technique, one must possess wood release. I will find a way to grant it to you. At worst, I can use the devouring ability of the dark fruit to absorb some Hashirama cells to awaken your sage body and would release. After all, he had originally intended to assist Tsunade in awakening her sage body and would release, so doing the same for Naji would not be too much trouble. Is it very complicated? Naji asked, her expression a mix of delight and concern as she gazed at Bai Chun. If it is too troublesome, then never mind. She did not wish to burden Bai Chun excessively. After all, she felt that merely requesting to accompany him to the ninja realm was already a considerable inconvenience. It would not be right to further trouble him. Not at all. Bai Chun chuckled, shaking his head as he took her hand and sat down. This is not a burden for me at all, and since I brought you here, I must take responsibility for you. You need not feel any psychological burden over such a trivial matter. I understand your feelings, and you are well aware of mine as well. That is sufficient. Do you understand? Had it not been for their youth, he would have already claimed Naji back in the fairy world. In his heart, he had already acknowledged her as his own, and Naji felt the same way. Otherwise, she would not have traversed worlds to be with him. Yes, yes. As Nashi listened to Bai Chun's comforting words at the farewell ceremony, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet her heart brimmed with joy as she shyly nodded. Had she finally achieved a profound bond with Bai Chun? Bai Chun, are you home? Just then, a cheerful voice echoed from outside, and the living room door swung open. Hong, filled with exuberance, dashed in, and upon seeing Bai Chun holding Nashi's hand, Her bashful demeanor struck her like a bolt from the blue. After a few seconds, Hong turned on her heel and fled without a backward glance. Through his heightened perception, Bai Chen discerned her retreat. Is this the younger sister you spoke of? Nashi smiled at Bai Chen, clearly aware of Hong's significance. Bai Chen had mentioned during their time in the spirit world that Hong was his girlfriend, yet Nashi remained unfazed. This was not solely due to Bai Chen being her savior and the one who altered her fate, but also because of their resonance in supernatural abilities and Bai Chen's striking appearance. Consequently, she was indifferent to the notion of him having other women. After all, her feelings were paramount. Indeed, Bai Chen sighed, shaking his head. I didn't even have the chance to discuss your matters with her. I suppose I should go and comfort her now. I feel guilty about leaving you here. As he prepared to rise, Nashi gently pressed him down, shaking her head. Allow me to handle this. As a woman, I understand her thoughts better. Trust me, I will resolve any issues between us without causing anyone distress, all right? Chapter 82. Shadow Clones. Bai Chen regarded Nashi with hesitation, taken aback by her perceptive nature. He was captivated. Very well, he conceded, noting the determination in her eyes. Just be careful and wait for me, Nashi declared assertively before teleporting away to find Hong. Subsequently, Bai Chen remained unaware of the ensuing events. As for extracting Hong's memories, well, Nashi was a pinnacle-level psychic queen. Bai Chen's abilities paled in comparison, rendering his efforts futile. Nevertheless, by nightfall, Nashi and Hong returned to Bai Chen's residence. Hand in hand, radiating joy. The two had evidently grown into close friends, akin to sisters. Bai Chen found it challenging to grasp the intricacies of female friendship. Hong, Nashi. Upon their return, Bai Chen swiftly rose to greet them. Humph. Hong, upon spotting Bai Chen, averted her gaze haughtily, casting a sidelong glance at him. Don't think that just because I've reconciled with Sister Nashi, I have completely forgiven you. You have gone too far. For over a year, you were merely a shadow clone? And you never told me? This was the crux of Hong's genuine ire. Bai Chen listened, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. He had not anticipated that this journey would take so long. The disparity in the flow of time between the two worlds was simply too great. Well, Red is aware that this is indeed the case, and Bai Chen did not intend for it to happen. She immediately asked with curiosity, Did Sister Naz come to the other world? What is that world truly like? I've heard that your Pikachu is from there. Is that true? Red was well aware of Bai Chen's Pikachu and had a good relationship with it. She had always longed to have her own Pikachu. Not for any other reason than its undeniable cuteness. The world of Pokemon? It is a rather splendid realm. There is no war. And it is filled with Pokemon, thriving with life. In the future, I could take you to the Pokemon world for a visit. Bai Chen described the situation of the Pokemon world and promised, Let us make it a pact. You cannot leave me behind next time. Red exclaimed excitedly. By the way, will I be able to have a Pikachu of my own? After pondering for a moment, Red asked again. Of course, that is entirely feasible. In fact, it can be done right now. Saying this, Bai Chen stood up and took the hands of both women, exclaiming, Come, I shall take you to my Beastmaster world. Red, you can choose a Pikachu or any other Pokemon you fancy. He had already gathered an entire clan of Pikachu in his Beastmaster world, along with many other Pokemon. In the next instant, Bai Chen led them away from the living room and into the Beastmaster world. Wow, the air here is so fresh. As they entered this realm, Red could immediately sense the difference. Everything in this world felt so beautiful and comfortable to her. Let us go to the Pokemon forest. Bai Chen called to the two women, and soon they arrived at his specially constructed Pokemon forest. Are these all Pokemon? So many, and there are so many different kinds. Red gazed at the Pokemon with sparkling eyes. Indeed, Bai Chen nodded. During my recent trip to the Pokemon world, I collected over 100 types of Pokemon. You can choose one or two to form a contract as your spirit beast. However, for now, you can only capture them using Pokeballs. It will take some time before I can summon them directly using the summoning technique. I need to study it thoroughly. He needed to comprehend the summoning technique completely and inscribe it into the Beastmaster world. Moreover, he had to connect that summoning technique to the Beastmaster world with his absolute authority so that it could achieve effects similar to the summoning realm. This idea had occurred to Bai Chen after he had captured a large number of Pokemon in the Pokemon world. After all, with so many Pokemon, he could not possibly utilize them all. Keeping them confined in the Beastmaster world seemed rather unkind. Occasionally, one must venture outside. Even though the world of Pokemon is akin to paradise for these little creatures, not only does it accelerate their growth and evolution, but the delicacies here are also remarkably rich and delectable. Yet, the desire to explore the outside world still lingers. Is such a thing possible? Red inquired, her eyes wide with surprise. Absolutely, Bai-Chen affirmed with a nod. While others may find it unattainable, I can facilitate it. At that moment, Red pointed towards two small Pokemon nearby, declaring, I've made my decision. I want a Pikachu, and that adorable little one that resembles a girl. Bai-Chen followed her gaze and recognized, it's a Ralts. Excellent choice. Ralts is both a psychic and fairy-type Pokemon, adept in psychic abilities, akin to a more advanced form of mental prowess in our world. Given your commendable aptitude for illusion, Ralts is indeed a fitting companion for you. Furthermore, once Ralts evolves, it will gain the ability to teleport, enhancing your safety. As for Pikachu, it serves as a delightful companion and a formidable attacker. Without hesitation, Bai-Chen beckoned to the Ralts and Pikachu, who scampered over. He introduced them to Red, saying, these two little ones will be your Pokemon from now on. Red, are you willing to accept them? Pika, Ralts. The two Pokemon exchanged glances with Red, ultimately nodding in agreement. Wonderful. Now, Red, use these two Pokeballs to capture them. Bai-Chen promptly handed her two Pokeballs. After Red successfully captured the two Pokemon, Bai-Chen continued. The Pokemon space is highly conducive to their growth, so try not to summon them for extended periods. Additionally, until I complete the summoning technique, it would be best to keep them here. Once I finish in a few days, you can sign a summoning contract with them, allowing you to call upon them at any time and from anywhere. Unlike Pikachu, which has signed a Pokemon contract with Bai-Chen and can enjoy the benefits of growth and evolution even outside the Pokemon space. Those Pokemon that have not signed such a contract must remain within the Pokemon world to reap its advantages. This was the reason Bai-Chen shared this information with Red. Is that so? I understand now. Red nodded, releasing the two little ones. For now, let us keep them here. I'll visit every day to check on them. She crouched down and gently patted their heads, saying, be good while you stay here. I will come back to see you every day. Pika, Ralts. Both Pikachu and Ralts joyfully nodded, nuzzling their heads against Red's hand. Subsequently, Bai-Chen led Red and Nasi through the Pokemon space for over an hour before they returned to Bai-Chen's home. Chapter 83. Beneficial for their growth. Can my little spirits also be raised here? At this moment, Naji shyly inquired. Of course. Bai-Chen nodded, glancing at her. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Quickly release them. This will greatly benefit their growth. All right, Naji replied, her face lighting up with joy. She promptly retrieved her Pokeballs and released several small spirits, advising the leading Alakazam, you will live here from now on, and I will visit you every day. The Alakazam and its companions nodded in agreement, their keen instincts already sensing that residing here would immensely aid their development. How could they possibly object? Bai-Chen then remarked to Naji, once the summoning technique is perfected, you will also be able to call upon these little ones. Moreover, when you enter the spirit world, as long as the contract remains, you can summon them across great distances. Naji, having now mastered chakra, understood the prerequisites for performing the summoning technique. Yes, she smiled, nodding in anticipation of such possibilities. The three spent over an hour in the beast space before returning to Bai-Chen's villa. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Bai-Chen, puzzled, exited to the front yard and opened the door, only to see a cloaked Umbu agent. What is it? Bai-Chen Dano, Hokage-sama requests your presence. The Umbu replied respectfully. Clearly, despite the passage of more than a year, Bai-Chen's formidable reputation had only grown. Having defeated two enemy ninja on the battlefield and vanquished the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, inflicting significant damage on the third Hokage. Many civilians and ninjas in Konoha held Bai-Chen in even higher esteem now. This was a world that revered strength. Understood. Bai-Chen responded, glancing back at Hong and Naji, realizing that the third Hokage had likely discovered Naji's presence. This old man had a penchant for using his telescope technique, which was rather bothersome. It seemed necessary to set up a ceiling barrier at home to thwart such intrusive detection. I'll head over now. Bai-Chen nodded to the Umbu, who immediately understood and departed. What's wrong, Bai-Chen? Hong asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Wasn't that an Umbu just now? What could the third want with you? Nothing to worry about. Bai-Chen reassured her, shaking his head. It's likely related to Naji. Hong, please stay here. I will accompany Naji to the third's office and finalize her identification. In fact, I intended to visit the third even if he hadn't summoned me. The identity of Naji must ultimately be resolved. Otherwise, she will find it difficult to navigate and reside within Konoha. Is that not so? The third Hokage would not act unfavorably towards Sister Naji, would he? Hong, clutching one of Naji's hands, cast a worried glance at Bai Chen. Do you believe that while I am present, he would dare? Bai Chen responded with a cold chuckle, gently ruffling Hong's hair. Enough of your needless concerns. We shall arrive shortly. With that, he grasped Naji's hand and made his way towards the Hokage's office. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Hokage's office, where they pushed the door open and stepped inside. To Bai Chen's surprise, not only was the third Hokage present, but also the ever-dour Danzo, an unexpected sight indeed. It appeared that this old coot had returned from the front lines. One could only hope he would not cause any trouble, otherwise. He would soon learn why the flowers bloom red. Humph. Bai Chen scoffed inwardly. Bai Chen has arrived. Will you not introduce me to the lovely lady by your side? The third Hokage greeted them with a warm smile, pointing curiously at Naji. He was genuinely intrigued by the sudden appearance of such beauty alongside Bai Chen. Moreover, he sensed a significant chakra emanating from her, comparable to that of a seasoned jonin. Bai Chen, smiling, replied, Respected Hokage, this is Naji, my girlfriend, and also Tsunade's newly accepted disciple. Oh? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Your girlfriend? Is your girlfriend not Hinata? And a disciple of Tsunade? I was not made aware of this. He recalled how his son Asuma had once clashed with Bai Chen over the affection of Hinata. Fortunately, this rivalry had ultimately become a source of motivation for Asuma, fostering his growth and maturity, much to the third Hokage's relief. As for Tsunade, she had been on the battlefield in Sunagakure for over a year. He had not heard of her taking on a new disciple. Before Bai Chen could respond, the ever-sullen Danzo, unable to contain himself, sneered, You have quite the audacity, boy, to lie before us. I suspect this woman is a spy from another village. You would do well to confess the truth and hand her over to me for questioning. Boom. The moment Danzo's words fell, a terrifying aura of conqueror's haki erupted from Bai Chen, primarily directed at Danzo, while the remainder enveloped the entire office. Crash. Under the immense pressure of this overwhelming force, Danzo collapsed to his knees, cracking the floor beneath him and struggling to maintain his posture, utterly humiliated. He glared at Bai Chen with a ferocious expression, as if he wished to devour him whole. Had Bai Chen not tempered his strength, Danzo would likely have shattered the floor beneath him. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Bai Chen regarded Danzo with a dangerously indifferent demeanor. Old dog, are you seeking death? My dear, when did it become your place to meddle? What do you think you are? Do you dare to cast aspersions upon me and my beloved? Do you believe I could crush you in an instant? Humph. This old fool thinks he can control me. Are you aware that your roots have nearly been hollowed out? Do you know that extinguishing your life would be as effortless as squashing an ant? At that moment, a hint of blue flickered in Naji's eyes. Had it not been for Bai Chen gently gripping her hand, she would have acted without hesitation. She, the queen of superpowers, would strike without a moment's chatter. You wretched little imp. How dare you lay a hand on me? You are doomed. The expression on Danzo's face twisted with malice as he glared at Bai Chen and roared. Such humiliation, indeed, a profound disgrace. Never before had he endured such indignity. He wanted Bai Chen dead. He wanted him dead. At this juncture, the third Hokage also snapped back from Bai Chen's overwhelming presence. Hearing the exchange between Danzo and Bai Chen, his countenance darkened, and he sternly admonished Danzo. Danzo, silence yourself. Who gave you the authority to unjustly accuse others? Bai Chen is a celebrated hero of Konoha. How could he possibly lie? How could his girlfriend be a spy? Such words must not cross your lips again. Chapter 84. You will regret this. He felt that Danzo was courting disaster. Are you unaware of Bai Chen's prowess? To threaten him directly. Are you seeking to force his defection and subsequently eliminate us? Having learned from the incident with Shumo, the third Hokage recognized that Bai Chen was not easily manipulated. His temperament was mature, and coupled with his formidable strength, he could only be appeased and won over, not opposed. Previously, when Danzo had suggested summoning Bai Chen to inquire about the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar woman by his side, the third had been reluctant to agree. In hindsight, that decision was indeed wise. Danzo was nothing but a troublemaker, capable of turning good fortune into misfortune. At this point, the third Hokage turned to Bai Chen with a serious expression and said, Bai Chen, you as well. Regardless of Danzo's position as a senior member of Konoha, you cannot engage him lightly. Quickly, rein in your abilities. It would be quite unfortunate if this office were to collapse. The reason for summoning you today was merely to clarify the identity of young Naji, as per protocol. There was no ulterior motive, and I trust your word. Since Naji is Tsunade's disciple and your girlfriend, her identity should pose no issue. However, it is still necessary to register her information. Once completed, I shall issue her a formal Konoha resident certificate. Is that agreeable? The third Hokage, ever the cunning fox, had deftly navigated the situation, admonishing both parties while simultaneously winning over Baichun. In light of the Hokage's authority, let this matter rest for now. But remember, there shall be no next time, Danzo. Baichun coldly warned Danzo, retracting his conqueror's haki without casting a glance at Danzo's darkened visage. He turned to the third Hokage with a faint smile, expressing, I am grateful for your understanding and trust, Lord Hokage. I acted rather impulsively. I should have consulted you before bringing anyone back. The third Hokage, upon hearing this, smiled warmly, replying, Not at all. This matter is hardly significant. Given your contributions to the village, it is unthinkable that you would jeopardize it. Subsequently, the third Hokage registered Nagi's identity and issued her identification, all the while watching Baichun and his companions depart with a cheerful demeanor. Once they had distanced themselves, the third Hokage's expression darkened as he turned to the scowling Danzo, whose eyes were ablaze with malice. He reproached, Have you lost your mind? To so brazenly attempt to frame Baichun? Do you know who he is? He is capable of defeating even formidable opponents like the third Raikage in an instant. He was the one who reversed public opinion and turned the unfavorable situation regarding Shuang Mao on its head, causing you considerable embarrassment. Have you forgotten that lesson so soon? You dare to employ such underhanded tactics against him? Do you genuinely believe he is as compliant as Shuang Mao? Too timid to retaliate? Had he not intervened just now, do you think you would still be standing here? Danzo, filled with rage, spat, and you would allow this brat to continue his arrogance? He clearly disregards us. In his eyes, you are merely insignificant. The third Hokage's expression darkened further at Danzo's outburst, and he retorted, Do not attempt to sow discord here. I am fully aware of Baichun's character without your input. It would be best for you to return to the battlefield at Iwagakure. I cannot trust you to remain in the village. If you provoke him again, I fear I may only be left to collect your remains. Yet, did the third Hokage truly harbor no concerns? Not at all. The past year had demonstrated that Baichun posed no significant threat to him. Though Baichun had been kept in the shadows for an entire year, he bore no grievances and seemed to enjoy a carefree existence, relishing a life of training, feasting, and leisure. Had Danzo not provoked him, Baichun might not have lost his temper at all. The third Hokage was confident in his judgment. As long as he did not target Baichun or those close to him, Baichun would not become an adversary or threat, which was sufficient for him. Danzo's animosity towards Baichun stemmed from his own excessive ambition and desires. Upon hearing the third Hokage's intent to expel him for Baichun's sake, Danzo's fury escalated. He glared at the third Hokage for a prolonged moment before coldly stating, Hizashi, you will come to regret this. With that, he turned and exited the Hokage's office. I shall not regret it, Danzo. The one who should regret is you. The fervent desire for the position of Hokage has clouded your judgment. If you persist in this manner, a dire fate may await you, the third Hokage mused. However, the origins of that girl remain a mystery. Could she be Tsunade's disciple? Unlikely. Nevertheless, she does not appear to pose a threat. What could possibly be more threatening than Baichun? As long as Baichun remains loyal to the village, those around him shall not be a danger. This, he perceived with clarity. Baichun harbors no ambition for power, and this alone assured the third Hokage that, regardless of his strength, he would not be a menace. Meanwhile, Baichun walked alongside Nagi toward his home. Is that all there is to it? I anticipated some investigation, Nagi remarked, somewhat surprised. Baichun smiled gently and replied, When one's prowess reaches a certain level, many matters become simplified. This principle applies universally. Is it not the same in your world? I was once an undocumented individual, yet you effortlessly assisted me in resolving my identity issues. Nagi nodded in understanding, true. But who was that person named Danzo? Why did he harbor such animosity towards you and me? Can I kill him? At that moment, Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that he had secured a spot on Nagi's death list. To earn such an honor upon their first meeting, Danzo indeed possessed a remarkable talent for self-destruction. The last individual to occupy a similar position on Nagi's list was a member of Team Rocket. Baichun grasped Nagi's hand and said, He is a high-ranking official in Konoha, a rat in the sewers. I have already devised a plan for him. So refrain from acting. I wouldn't want to sully your hands. Leave it to me. I will ensure his downfall is both clear and just. Of course, for now. He still holds some value to us. We cannot simply eliminate him, as that would risk antagonizing the village and force me to leave, though I am not particularly concerned. It is unnecessary. Such actions would only complicate matters for Hong, Shuang Mao, Kakashi, and Tsunade. There is no need to find oneself in such a precarious position over someone like Danzo. Instead, we must tarnish his reputation, driving him to betrayal and rendering him a target for everyone, which would alleviate the resentment I hold towards him. To kill him outright would be far too lenient. Is that so? Naji replied, nodding in understanding. I trust your judgment. I leave everything in your hands. Chapter 85. Tsunade's astonishment in defense. She is not one to willingly burden Bai Chun with trouble. Before long, the two returned to Bai Chen's residence. Upon seeing them, Hong hurried forward, asking, Are you both all right? Did Lord Hokage trouble Sister Naji? She was aware of Naji's origins from another world. Do not worry, Bai Chen chuckled, ruffling Hong's hair. With me around, what trouble could arise? However, I informed the third Hokage that Naji is Tsunade's newly accepted disciple. Thus, we must make a trip to the front lines of the Sand Ninja battlefield. Hong, would you care to join us? Although the third Hokage may not fully believe it, Bai Chen prefers to leave no room for doubt. It is best for him to have nothing to say. Huh? Upon hearing this, Hong exclaimed. Are we going to go straight there? Is that technique really so powerful? It's over 100 kilometers away, isn't it? Bai Chen smiled and nodded, certainly. You underestimate the capabilities of the Flying Thunder God technique. Let us depart. As he spoke, Bai Chen created 3 shadow clones, 2 of which transformed into Hong and Naji. Both Hong and Naji were momentarily stunned. Without further ado, Bai Chen grasped their hands, and with a swift motion, they vanished from that location. In the next instant, they had traversed several hundred kilometers, appearing near the battlefield of the Sand Ninja, close to the Konoha encampment. Following this, Bai Chen utilized his mental perception and sensory abilities to locate Tsunade, then promptly transported the 2 women into her tent. At that moment, Tsunade was alone, enjoying her meal. When she suddenly saw Bai Chen and the 2 girls, she was taken aback. What brings you here? Tsunade then cast a playful glance at Hong and Naji. Teasing Bai Chen, are these your 2 girlfriends? You certainly have a way with women, but you are quite the heartbreaker. Bai Chen, feeling exasperated, replied, Tsunade, please refrain from teasing me. I came to discuss something important with you. Do tell. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. The situation is as follows. Bai Chen recounted Naji's circumstances to Tsunade, including her origins from another world. Tsunade considers him family and would never betray his trust, so Bai Chen felt free to share. Huh? Tsunade gasped. A visitor from another world? Is there truly such a thing as alternate worlds? So, that Pikachu of yours is actually a creature from another realm? Indeed. Bai Chen nodded. It is called a Pokemon, and there are many varieties in Naji's world. If you are interested, I can send you one. There are even some that are quite skilled in healing, which should suit you well. Bai Chen was referring to Chansey, believing it would resonate well with Tsunade. Let's put that aside for now, Tsunade said, momentarily uninterested. Tell me more about Naji's world. I am far more intrigued by it. Is it peaceful? Are there wars? She had grown disillusioned with this world. Absolutely. Bai Chen affirmed. That world has not seen a war in centuries. It has enjoyed a long-lasting peace. Moreover, due to the presence of various Pokemon, it is incredibly vibrant and has given rise to Pokemon trainers and breeders. Following this, Bai Chen and Naji took turns enlightening Tsunade and Hong about the fascinating realm of Pokemon. Listening to the 2 women, their hearts raced with longing. Indeed, it was a peaceful and beautiful world. How wonderful it would be if the ninja realm could experience such tranquility. Tsunade sighed. I have made up my mind. Once the conflict here concludes, take me to that world for a leisurely visit. I have grown weary of the ninja realm. Certainly, Bai Chen replied without hesitation. It would be beneficial for Tsunade to unwind in that alternate world. After spending too long in the ninja realm, he felt as though his mental state was at risk. This world was simply too distorted. Let us agree on that. Tsunade beamed at Bai Chen's affirmation, then turned to him with a question. So, did you come to seek me out regarding Nashi? Has something gone awry? Is she under scrutiny? Indeed. Bai Chen nodded, giving Tsunade a thumbs up. As expected of you, Tsunade. You truly understand the third Hokage. Nashi was discovered by him shortly after her arrival, and he summoned both Nashi and me for inquiries. Although Nashi's identity has been confirmed, I mentioned to him that she is your newly accepted disciple. Thus, I came to discuss this matter with you. Tsunade, upon hearing this, pointed at Bai Chen with an exasperated expression. You really know how to leverage my name. Then, with a smile, she turned her gaze to Nashi and remarked, however, if the subject is Nashi, I have no objections to accepting her as a disciple. I quite like this girl. She is truly lovely. It's a pity that she has caught the attention of this scoundrel Bai Chen. Baichen instantly protested. What do you mean by that? How is it a pity that I have taken notice of her? Is he not worthy? Not at all. Nashi chuckled, shaking her head. Meeting Baichun has been my fortune. Being with him is my blessing. Slap. Tsunade smacked her forehead in exasperation. Oh no. This girl is hopelessly infatuated. She is beyond saving. Nashi merely smiled faintly at this. Tsunade then turned to Baichun with a warning. This young lady harbors such affection for you. Do not let her down, or I shall have words with you. Indeed, it is the same for me. Hong and Nashi exchanged warm glances, feeling comforted by having such a protective elder sister. Yes, yes. Baichun nodded fervently. Even if you did not say so, I would never let them down. By the way, has the conflict here not yet concluded? Is Sunagakure being overly tenacious? It has been more than a year. Do you require my assistance? Continuing this war indefinitely is hardly a solution, is it? Let it be. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. If you intervene, the old man will likely overthink matters. Furthermore, in the past 6 months, the frequency of battles has significantly decreased. The end of the skirmish is not far off. Sunagakure is nearing its limits. After all, their resources are nowhere near those of Konoha, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind has never been particularly satisfied with Sunagakure. This war has dragged on without results, and he is losing patience. That is reassuring. Baichen nodded and then addressed Tsunade, saying, in fact, there is an even more significant matter for which I seek your counsel, Sister Tsunade. Oh, Tsunade raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What is it? Sister Tsunade, do you wish to awaken the sage body and would release of the first Hokage? As he spoke, Baichen opened one hand, and a sapling sprouted from his palm. This is wood release? Tsunade gasped in astonishment, rising to her feet. Grasping Baichen's hand, she gazed intently at the sapling several times before fixing her serious gaze upon him and asking, what on earth is happening? Then, with a face full of surprise, she inquired, could it be that you have awakened a sage body and would release similar to my grandfather's? Chapter 86. Conducting forbidden experiments. This is truly a tremendous surprise. However, recalling Baichen's earlier words, Tsunade's expression shifted back to one of seriousness as she looked at him intently and asked, what exactly is going on? Baichen waved his hand, signaling her to remain calm, and then explained, recently, I gained control over some of Danzo's root ninjas left in Konoha and discovered one of his hideouts. Within it, I found several things, including cells of the first Hokage. With a loud crash, Tsunade smashed the table beside her in her fury, fortunate that Baichun had set up a soundproof barrier upon his arrival. Otherwise, the guards outside would have been alerted. Damn Danzo, how dare he do this? How dare he desecrate my grandfather's remains? Tsunade was filled with rage at that moment. She felt a desire to eliminate Danzo. There's nothing to fear. Baichun shook his head. Not only did he disturb the first Hokage's remains, but he also acquired numerous Sharingan and has been conducting forbidden experiments. Orochimaru? Tsunade suddenly recalled something and looked at Baichun. Orochimaru is involved too, isn't he? They've been very close lately. At this, Tsunade clenched her fists and said with hatred, that scoundrel. He never mentioned any of this to me. Does he even comprehend what he is doing? Tsunade felt a sense of betrayal. The situation with Orochimaru is not the priority. Baichun shook his head, forcibly redirecting the conversation. He then dissipated the sapling in his hand and raised his hand to conjure a dark vortex, stating to Tsunade, I possess a unique ability that allows me to completely absorb and extract bloodline limits from cells, whether to integrate them into myself or bestow them upon others. I am capable of doing so. Therefore, Sister Tsunade, as well as Hong and Naji, do you wish to awaken the sage body and would release? As they were all women he held dear, Baichun was unambiguous in his intentions. Ahem. Indeed, Tsunade had long been on his radar, and he would not shy away from claiming her. In the future, he would seek an opportunity to win her over. As for Jiraiya, that fellow should pursue other interests. He was beyond redemption. Tsunade was simply not suited for him. Upon hearing this, Tsunade gazed at Baichun in astonishment, her eyes flickering to the dark vortex in his palm. Are you truly serious? You can actually accomplish such a feat? So, this is the source of your wood release? And you've attained the sage body as well? No wonder I sensed a significant enhancement in your chakra this time, and it feels remarkably more familiar. Kurenai also appeared stunned. Baichun-kun can achieve such a thing? That is wood release. Wood release? Is it truly formidable? Naji tilted her head. Though she had gleaned considerable knowledge of the ninja world from Baichun, her understanding of the prowess of wood release remained limited. Formidable? Remove the question mark, Kurenai replied. her expression incredulous. It transcends mere prowess. It is the power wielded by the first Hokage, the very force that enabled him to become the god of shinobi. Well, Bai Chun interjected, unable to contain himself. To be precise, the first Hokage's ascent to becoming the god of shinobi was not solely due to wood release. The sage body was the crux of it all. Otherwise, his wood release would merely suffice for mundane tasks, like constructing houses. Discussing wood release without acknowledging the sage body is utterly futile. Eh? Kurenai's expression stiffened. A mere builder? Constructing houses? How can you speak so disparagingly of the first Hokage? His dignity has been utterly trampled. That is a fact. Bai Chun shrugged. He was not speaking in jest. In contrast, Tsunade regarded Bai Chun intently. You seem to have a profound understanding of this matter. It appears that the sage body and wood release hold few secrets for you. Kurenai looked at Tsunade in astonishment. Lady Tsunade, is it truly as Bai Chun has stated? Indeed. Tsunade nodded. The world believes that my granduncle's might lies within wood release. Yet they fail to comprehend that the essence of his power stems from the sage body. Without the immense chakra granted by the sage body, and without its formidable vitality, wood release would merely be an ordinary bloodline limit, incapable of achieving such extraordinary prowess. Furthermore, without the sage body, mastering sage techniques flawlessly is exceedingly challenging. Jiraiya, that fool, is a prime example. After all these years, he remains only a novice in sage techniques. She had attempted to cultivate sage techniques in the Wetbone Forest long ago, but ultimately failed. However, her predicament was not solely due to chakra volume or talent, but rather her inability to calm her mind. Intelligent individuals often overthink, which hinders their ability to learn sage techniques. She and Orochimaru are prime examples of this. Conversely, Jiraiya, with his single-mindedness, managed to succeed, albeit only to a mediocre extent. At this juncture, Tsunade turned her serious gaze back to Bai Chun. Have you truly mastered the ability to bestow others with the sage body and wood release? Bai Chun nodded, indicating that this was not the place for such discussions. Follow me, he urged, grasping the hands of Tsunade and the others. Do not resist. In the next instant, he focused his thoughts and transported the four of them into the realm of his spatial ring. What is this place? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing slightly upon entering. Naji sensed their surroundings and remarked, it appears we are no longer within the ninja world. What? Tsunade and Hong were taken aback. Bai Chun explained. This is the world of my spatial ring. Consider it an advanced version of the spatial bracelet I gifted you. What? Tsunade and Hong, as well as Naji, were astonished, realizing the spatial bracelet could be upgraded to such a magnitude. Looking at Bai Chun, they expressed, we also want one. That is currently unfeasible, Bai Chun sighed, raising his hands in resignation. I acquired this by chance. I cannot yet create such exquisite items on my own. However, once I am able, I will provide each of you with one. Now, we must focus on the task at hand. With that, Bai Chun swiftly transported the group once more, this time appearing in a laboratory. Upon arrival, Tsunade's attention was immediately captivated by the glass cylinder in the center, containing a cluster of cells. Her lips trembled slightly as she exclaimed, This is the essence of my granduncle. She turned to Bai Chun, asking, Is this the cell from my granduncle that you obtained from Danzo? Indeed. Bai Chun confirmed with a nod. I have already utilized a portion, about the size of 233 palms, to assist in awakening my sage body and wood release. So, would you like to awaken your sage body and wood release? Isn't this a part of the first Hokage's remains? Shouldn't it be treated with reverence? Bai Chun believed that given the circumstances, rather than waste this opportunity, it would be better to harness its value for the benefit of future generations. He was confident that the first Hokage would not oppose this if he were aware of it. Chapter 87. Researching Genius. However, Tsunade hesitated upon hearing this. Did she want to awaken her sage body and would release? Certainly, but the method left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Bai Chun, perceiving her discomfort, encouraged her. If this can aid you in awakening your sage body and would release, I believe that even if the first Hokage were to know, he would not object. Rather, he might find solace in it. After all, even in death, he could still assist you and the village, couldn't he? In truth, Bai Chun harbored some doubts. The initial experiments with the first Hokage's cells were likely not conducted by Danzo, but rather by the second Hokage. Do not dismiss the possibility. The second Hokage was a genius and a madman in research. Just look at the numerous forbidden techniques he developed to understand his brilliance. In the second generation, following the sudden demise of the first, the various nations of the ninja world became increasingly restless. Konoha sought to regain its overwhelming dominance across the ninja realm, and acquiring would release was deemed the most prudent choice. Upon hearing this, Tsunade momentarily paused, reminiscing about her granduncle. And a subtle smile crept across her lips as she mused, if it were him, it might indeed be possible. He was always so magnanimous. With a deep breath, Tsunade gazed at the Hashirama cells before her, and with resolute determination, she turned to Bai-Chin and declared, "Very well. I consent. Assist me and Sakura in awakening our sage body and would release. We cannot let fear dictate our actions, should I eventually find myself in the realm of the afterlife. I shall personally seek forgiveness from my granduncle. He cared for me deeply. Surely he would forgive me, wouldn't he? However, I must ensure that I thoroughly crush Danzo's wretched head to vent my pin-up frustration. Yes, and Orochimaru cannot be spared either, at the very least. I must administer a sound thrashing to him." She, Tsunade, was notoriously stingy. Bai-Chin, upon hearing her resolve, felt a surge of joy. "Sister Tsunade, it is splendid that you have come to this conclusion. There is no time to waste. Let us commence at once. The sooner you awaken, the sooner you can enhance your strength and ensure your safety." As he spoke, Bai-Chun concentrated and extracted a palm-sized portion of Hashirama's cells from the glass pillar before him, utilizing the powers of the dark fruit. He absorbed the genetic lineage and abilities contained within the cells but did not merge them with himself. Instead, he turned to Tsunade and asked, "Are you prepared, Sister Tsunade? Let us begin with you. What must I do?" Tsunade inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Nothing at all. Simply sit cross-legged." Bai-Chin shook his head. Following his instructions, Tsunade settled onto the ground. Bai-Chun then pressed his palm against her forehead, infusing her with the genetic talents, abilities, and life force he had just refined from the cells. In the next moment, under Bai-Chin's guidance, the power began to permeate throughout Tsunade's entire being. She could not suppress a soft moan as her face flushed with warmth, a delightful current coursing through her body. Simultaneously, she sensed the awakening of something deep within her bloodline, merging with the warm flow and rapidly expanding. At that moment, Tsunade distinctly felt her physical constitution and vitality soaring. Additionally, she received a wealth of knowledge regarding would release within her mind. An exhilarating sensation washed over her, as if she could now harness the power of would release. As Tsunade underwent this transformation, a faint green aura emanated from her, intertwining with various materials within the laboratory, rejuvenating them, and causing a multitude of tender sprouts to emerge. Indeed, it was feasible. Bai-Chin had been observing Tsunade's condition and, upon confirming her successful awakening without the slightest surprise, reluctantly withdrew the mental energy enveloping her. With a wave of his hand, he extracted another group of cells from the glass column, ready to consume and refine them, then beckoned to Hong. "Come here. It is your turn." "Me? All right." Hong pointed to herself and hastily approached Bai-Chun, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Bai-Chun proceeded to replicate the process, performing transformations on both Hong and Naji in succession. By the time all three had undergone their metamorphosis, over half an hour had elapsed. Such vitality. Not only had the previous deficiencies been replenished, but their life force had also increased at least fivefold, with significant enhancements to their physical constitution. The critical factor was chakra, which surged exponentially. Upon awakening from their transformation, Tsunade began to assess her changes, and with each examination, her delight intensified. "I feel I am far more than this. I have become incredibly powerful." Why Hikarinai, visibly astonished, remarked that if her chakra level had been 1 before, it was now at least 500. The increase was staggering. Moreover, the benefits extended beyond mere chakra. She sensed a remarkable enhancement in her mental prowess as well. Simultaneously, under the continual nourishment of her body, her mental strength was rapidly escalating. It was nothing short of perfection. Suddenly, Naji erupted with a terrifying superpower. Fortunately, Bai-Chun quickly conjured a protective barrier, using his conqueror's haki and sealing techniques, shielding against the inadvertently unleashed formidable force. Otherwise, the laboratory, along with Tsunade and the others, would have faced dire consequences. "What is happening with Sister Naji?" Hong questioned, glancing between the floating Naji and Bai-Chin. "This power resembles a variant of mental energy. It cannot possibly belong to our world, can it?" Tsunade inquired, observing Naji with curiosity. "Indeed." Bai-Chin nodded. "This is known as superpower. If you wish to learn, I can certainly teach you. Although it is unlikely you will initially attain the strength of Naji's superpower, it is certainly feasible." He elaborated that with proper training, superpowers could reach a level where one could teleport, read minds, induce hypnosis, and even heal. To him, the potential of superpowers was formidable. Tsunade and Hong gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a wide array of abilities, including teleportation and mind reading. What an incredible power! Tsunade exclaimed with a look of fascination. Please, I must learn this. She had previously attempted to master the Flying Thunder God technique, but had met with failure. Now, the prospect of acquiring a skill that could enable similar capabilities was something she was eager to seize. And me too. Hong raised her hand eagerly. Not a problem. I will teach you when time permits. Bai Chen assured with a nod. At that moment, Naji's transformation was complete. She opened her eyes, aglow with blue light, and gently descended from the air, gazing at Bai Chen. Thank you, Bai Chen. There is no need for such words between us. Bai Chen waved his hand dismissively. Your superpower has undoubtedly reached the champion level, has it not? Congratulations. This is all your achievement. Naji smiled sweetly. Coughing lightly, Tsunade could no longer remain silent and urged. That's enough. Take us to a more spacious place. I wish to test my wood release. Chapter 88. Tsunade's thoughts on Bai Chen exposed. Hong nodded repeatedly. All right. Bai Chen immediately led the three of them out of the laboratory, arriving at an open area within the realm of his ring. Let us do it here. There are still many desolate areas in my ring world where you can assist in planting trees. Additionally, Tsunade, how many forms of release do you possess? Can you teach us? This was also one of his objectives for this journey. He doubted the third Hokage would be of help. Not to mention, he wasn't prepared to let the third know he had mastered wood release. Even if he did tell him, would the third be willing to share? Certainly. However, what I have noted is only a portion. The rest has been absorbed, Tsunade said, waving her hand for Bai Chen and the others to step back. Then, with a clap of her hands, she declared, would release, birth of the forest. Boom. In the next moment, within a 500-meter area ahead, numerous tree roots erupted from the ground, rapidly growing into a towering forest. Simultaneously, every branch exuded a remarkable vitality and a consuming aura. Haha. Observing her creation, Tsunade proudly placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. I did it. Grandfather, great-grandfather, SH Jutsu, did you all see this? As she spoke, her eyes began to redden, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Hong and Naji exchanged worried glances. Bai Chen stepped forward, gently embracing Tsunade. Ooh. Tsunade, feeling the warmth, threw herself into Bai Chen's arms, holding him tightly as she sobbed. Perhaps she herself did not comprehend why she cried at that moment, nor why it was so profoundly sorrowful. She simply could not help it. After a long while, Tsunade's sobs gradually subsided, and she unexpectedly fell asleep in Bai Chen's embrace, peacefully resting. It seemed Tsunade had been quite exhausted lately. Bai Chen could not help but sigh softly. Hong nodded in agreement. Naji added, it is evident that she harbors many burdens in her heart. Releasing them through tears is beneficial. She should feel lighter upon awakening. Indeed. Bai Chen nodded. You two should familiarize yourselves with your newly acquired powers. I will remain here with Tsunade. All right. Hong nodded slightly, glancing at Bai Chen and the woman in his arms. Tsunade. An inexplicable sensation stirred within her, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort, prompting her to pull Naji and flee to a distance. Naji, however, cast a meaningful glance at Bai Chen and then at Tsunade, conveying to Bai with a teasing look. You truly are a crafty fellow. Following her comment, she accompanied Hong as they departed. I have been discovered. Once the two had distanced themselves, Bai Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. Lowering his gaze to the woman nestled in his embrace, and playfully remarked, Sister Tsunade, are you not planning to awaken? In truth, he had long realized that Tsunade was not genuinely asleep. It was merely a facade. She felt a tinge of embarrassment, having shed tears in front of Hong and Naji, and even more so due to her own audacity in embracing Bai Chen. I must be out of my mind. He is only 9 years old, she mused. Yet, despite his tender age, Bai Chen had already exhibited remarkable maturity, almost absurdly so. How has this child developed so swiftly? Tsunade pondered. Upon hearing Bai Chen's teasing, she abruptly extricated herself from his hold, glaring at him in a mix of shame and anger, warning, do not breathe a word of this to anyone, or I shall pummel you. As she spoke, she raised her fist in a mock threat. Of course. Bai Chen chuckled, nodding as he wrapped his arm around her waist. But you must confront your feelings for me. I am already aware. How can you be so brazen? Tsunade retorted, her expression shifting to one of indignation as she pinched one of Bai Chen's ears, admonishing, from now on, without my permission, you shall not pry into my heart. She added, And you are only 9. What are you thinking? Before she could finish, Baichin raised his hand to interrupt, declaring, "Then let us talk about it when I am of age. In any case, you cannot escape this." Tsunade felt a wave of dread wash over her. This is it. I am utterly finished, she thought. We shall discuss it later, Tsunade replied dismissively, then stood and hurried away. Baichin watched her departure, shaking his head with amusement. This girl is not as sincere as she seems at such moments. After emerging from the space of the ring, over an hour had passed. Let us return to Konoha, Baichin proposed. However, Sister Tsunade, you should remain here and leave a wood clone to oversee matters, lest any complications arise. That seems prudent, Tsunade agreed, promptly forming hand seals to create a wood clone, which she left behind. Subsequently, the 3 women placed their hands on Baichin's shoulders. In an instant, with a whoosh, they transported back to a room in his home. Once there, Baichin dispelled the 3 shadow clones he had previously created and informed Hong and Naji. You two stay here, Sister Tsunade, and I shall return shortly. Very well. Naji and Hong readily acquiesced. With that, Baichin grasped Tsunade's hand, and, with a swift motion, they vanished. In an instant, he teleported from his home to a living room within the Senju residence, addressing Tsunade. All right, it's your turn now. Follow me. Tsunade nodded and led the way, soon arriving at a familiar location. Isn't this the place where you asked me to retrieve water-style ninjutsu last time? Baichin inquired. Puzzled. Precisely, Tsunade affirmed with a nod. The wood-style ninjutsu is also hidden within a secret chamber, but it is concealed more deeply and requires both my chakra and blood to unlock. Hence, I must come personally. Now I understand. Baichin exclaimed, enlightened. Let us proceed. Shortly after, Tsunade unraveled a series of complex sealing barriers, beckoning Baichin to enter the secret chamber. Continuing forth, Tsunade approached a wall, performing hand seals to dispel a sealing technique, revealing a recess. She bit her finger, letting a drop of blood fall into the recess, then infused it with her chakra. In the next moment, the sealing symbols on the wall illuminated, causing the surface to sink and unveil a hollow space, from which a gigantic scroll emerged. Tsunade retrieved it and handed it to Baichin, stating, "Here. All the wood-style techniques my great-grandfather possessed are contained within, along with some secret arts of the Senju clan. Take good care of them." Baichin, taken aback, replied, "Isn't this inappropriate? This is the legacy of the Senju clan. Just take it. Why fuss over it?" Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance. "You are a descendant of the Senju, and now that you have awakened both the wood-style and sage body, even aiding me in their awakening, you are a rightful heir of the Senju clan. What issue could there be in entrusting this to you?" Chapter 89. The killing intent of Danzo. Moreover, I have faith in your ability to safeguard it. Although there are sealing techniques in the village, I remain somewhat uneasy. This item is not impossible to break if one is determined. On the contrary, given Baichin's current strength and talent, she believed that no one in the ninja world could wrest it from him. Very well, Baichin conceded, nodding. Then I shall keep it for now. If you need it, Tsunade, feel free to come and take it. Certainly, Tsunade affirmed with a nod. There are still many wood-style techniques I have yet to master. Enough talk. Let us hurry to your home to study the wood style. I've realized that your ring space is quite a marvelous thing, practicing ninjutsu within it. No matter how much commotion is stirred, no one will notice. That is truly delightful. Baichin, speechless, gazed at Tsunade. Are you sure it's fine not to return to the front lines of the Sand Village? Not a problem. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Recent battles have eased, and with a wood clone stationed there, it can hold the fort for a considerable time. That wood clone possesses 3 times my chakra prior to achieving the giant sage body and wood style. In the short term, it's even more formidable than I was before. What is there to fear? If my wooden clone's chakra were to be depleted, I would certainly be aware of it, and you could simply send me back. To be honest, I have grown weary of being on the front lines for over a year now. I long to escape this torment. If only she could master the Flying Thunder God technique, she would undoubtedly wish to wield this ninjutsu. Imagine, she could return to Konoha for training at any moment. Combat and rest could coexist harmoniously. Upon hearing this, Baichin's eyes twitched slightly. Indeed, Tsunade could be quite unreliable at times. He promptly exited the secret chamber with her, ensuring the sealing techniques were restored before taking her hand and leading her back to his residence. You've done well. I hadn't noticed before. But your house is far more luxurious and comfortable than mine. Tsunade remarked as she took a serious look at Baichin's abode. During her time on the front lines, she had frequently kept tabs on Baichin, aware that he had begun constructing a new home over a year ago, with considerable flair. The use of the Flying Thunder God technique to transport stones and timber had become the talk of the entire village, with many ninjas on the front lines sharing their admiration. All right, Bai Chen agreed without hesitation, realizing this would make it all the more difficult for her to escape. You can choose any room on the second floor, except for those that are already occupied. At that moment, Naji and Hong looked on eagerly. Bai Chen immediately added, "You too as well. Come on, let us pick our rooms." With a wave of her hand, Tsunade beckoned Naji and Hong, and the three of them promptly ascended the stairs. Suddenly, Bai Chen's contract talent received a response in his mind. Upon checking, he found that Xiao was attempting to contact him, wishing to meet for an important report. "Tonight it shall be." Bai Chen promptly conveyed his response through the contract. Returning to a few hours prior, Danzo emerged from the Hokage Tower and hurried back to his base in the village. Upon arrival, he could no longer contain himself and erupted in fury. "That Bai Chen, I will have you. I want you dead." The audacity of his humiliation was unparalleled. No one had ever dared to insult him so. His murderous intent had been ignited. In his office, Danzo raged and hurled objects. He felt as though he had lost all dignity today. His hatred for Bai Chen consumed his thoughts, reaching an extreme intensity. He yearned to eliminate Bai Chen immediately. Yet he knew he must not act impulsively. The boy's strength far surpassed his expectations. Years ago, he had been capable of seriously injuring the third Raikage with a single blow. Who could say how much more formidable he had become in the past year? Given his terrifying talent, the technique he employed today was something entirely unprecedented. One must not confront this little rascal head-on. Rather, one should devise a method of circumvention. Indeed, the most prudent course of action would be to instigate a rift between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, positioning him firmly in opposition, thus rendering him unable to establish himself within the village. Moreover, his two romantic interests, as well as Kakashi Hitaki and Shikake Nara, are individuals he deeply cherishes. These individuals represent his vulnerabilities. As long as weaknesses exist, no matter how formidable one may be, fatal flaws will inevitably emerge. At that juncture, it shall be my time to shine. Perhaps it is because Danzo perceives himself as having absolute control over those within Root that he dare express such thoughts openly before both Q and Ju. He seems entirely oblivious to any impropriety in his conduct. Q and Ju observed him closely. Q, I shall observe in silence. Ju, as a ninja trained rigorously within Root, I typically refrain from laughter, regardless of the absurdity of the situation. However, Lord Danzo, your current behavior is, to us, quite amusing. Snickers very well. These were the unspoken thoughts of the duo. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shared exasperation within each other. Danzo is indeed courting disaster. It appears imperative to relay this information to the master post-haste. Q, Ju. Danzo now addressed the two. At your service. Q and Ju knelt, maintaining a composed demeanor. Danzo promptly commanded, you have heard my previous remarks. My next target is Hakuchin. I desire his demise. Naturally, I understand the difficulty of this task. Hence, I require you to focus on those surrounding Hakuchin, gather intelligence, identify suitable opportunities, and craft a plan for his elimination that meets my satisfaction. Is there any objection? None. Q and Ju responded in unison. Excellent. You may depart. Danzo nodded approvingly, gesturing for them to leave. Once away from Danzo's presence, Q and Ju convened in a secure chamber within the underground base. What shall we do? Should we inform the master? Ju inquired, glancing at Q. Naturally, Q affirmed with a nod. Danzo has been provoked to the brink of madness by the master, so we must prepare him. Although I believe that with us present, a compromised Danzo poses little threat, one can never be too cautious. We absolutely cannot burden the master with unnecessary complications. Furthermore, the 4 root ninjas Danzo has brought back are those who have remained outside, yet to bask in the master's glory, lost lambs ensnared in darkness. This presents a perfect opportunity to introduce them to the master, allowing them to be enveloped in his radiance and ultimately integrate into our ranks. Previously, only those root ninjas residing in Konoha were contracted by Hakuchin, irrevocably becoming his followers. In truth, many more root ninjas remain unbound by Hakuchin's influence. Chapter 90. The Seed of Superpower. Just like the 4 individuals Danzo has recently brought back. Next, the intention of the group led by the owl is to completely transform all the root ninjas into their own allies. Naturally, they also wish to inquire with their master if there has been any progress regarding the eradication of the tongue calamity technique. Their motives are not self-serving. Rather, they are primarily concerned about being influenced by this technique, which would hinder their ability to serve their master effectively. Agreed. Joe nodded in affirmation. Next, we must devise a strategy to ensnare those still outside, who have yet to embrace the glory of our master, thereby rendering Danzo utterly powerless and isolating him completely. To be honest, witnessing him over there, scheming like a jester, I found it quite amusing. The owl, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. Subsequently, a communication contract was established between the two, entwined with Bai Chen's deep sentiments. Minutes later, Bai Chen, I wish to learn about superpowers. Tsunade declared as she descended from the second floor, having chosen a suitable room. That is certainly feasible, Bai Chen responded, slightly puzzled. What brings on such enthusiasm all of a sudden? Tsunade rolled her eyes, replying matter-of-factly, of course, it's for the ability of instant teleportation. Moreover, I believe my previous inability to master the Flying Thunder God technique stemmed from insufficient spatial perception. However, if I could harness instant teleportation through superpowers, wouldn't that compensate for this deficiency? Then I could learn the Flying Thunder God technique and travel anywhere at will, much like you. This way, I would no longer have to remain on the front lines. Very well, I shall teach you, Bai Chen replied. Come forth, Hong. He immediately summoned the three women, leading them back into the realm of the spatial ring. First, he imparted the meditation method for superpowers to Tsunade and Hong, then individually bestowed upon Nashi a superpower seed, laying the foundation for their cultivation. All right, from now on, as long as you diligently meditate according to the method, you will continually enhance your abilities. Once you break through to intermediate superpowers, you'll be close to mastering teleportation. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me or consult Nashi. She is far more proficient and specialized in superpowers than I am. He perceived himself merely as an amateur. Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Hong exchanged astonished glances at Nashi, surprised by her prowess. Not at all. Nashi shook her head. Bai Chen is far superior to me. Of course, if you have questions, you can always ask me. Clapping his hands to gather the princess's attention, Bai Chen stated, the cultivation of superpowers cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. Let us instead learn wood release together. Now that everyone possesses both sage body and wood release, we can study diligently. Once the development of the sage body progresses, even if we do not reach the level of the first generation, we will not fall significantly short. This is indeed an excellent method to enhance our strength. Agreed. No objections here. Wood release feels like a dream come true. The three women expressed no objections and thus commenced their studies on the art of wood release. Bai Chen exhibited the most rapid progress, mastering each wood release technique after merely 1 or 2 attempts and achieving proficiency after just a few more. Next was Nashi, followed by Tsunade, while Hong ranked last. That evening, in a desolate area near the western outskirts of Konoha, K and J, accompanied by 4 other elite shinobi, arrived with 4 unconscious root ninjas. They then activated their contract to contact Bai Chen. In an instant, Bai Chen appeared before them, glancing at the 4 subdued individuals with a hint of surprise, inquiring, "Who are these 4? K promptly responded, "Master, these 4 are root ninjas who just returned with Danzo. They have yet to embrace your glory, so we quietly incapacitated them to bring them here, intending for them to accept your radiance and become our own. Additionally, we plan to ensure that all remaining root ninjas outside the village also accept your glory, which may require your assistance at any moment. What do you think?" "Root ninjas who do not accept your glory are not worthy," Bai Chen remarked, raising an eyebrow. "That sounds promising." "I agree." Following this, he instructed, "You may find ways to engage with these root ninjas, subdue them, and then notify me on the spot. Each of you bears my Flying Thunder God mark, allowing me to arrive at any moment to complete the contract with them." With that, Bai Chen began the contracting process with the 4 individuals on the ground. Understood. K, J, and the others replied with enthusiasm. Once Bai Chen completed the contract with the 4 and administered a healing technique, they quickly regained consciousness. "We greet you, Master," they proclaimed, kneeling respectfully before Bai Chen. "Rise." Bai Chen gestured for them to stand. "From now on, you will accompany K and the others. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask them directly. By the way, I have thoroughly deciphered and reformed the tongue curse elimination technique over the past year. I will impart this new technique to you for your independent study. Ensure that all root ninjas under my contract receive it." As he spoke, Bai Chen produced a scroll and handed it to them. This was not his own achievement. For him, It had only been a little over a month since he had last captured a significant number of root ninjas. These were the results of what Clone No. 2's efforts over the past year. It was evident that this clone had not idled away the time, accomplishing much. Bai Chen had a fondness for such diligent shadow clones, as they saved him considerable effort. "Thank you, Master," Kay exclaimed, taking the scroll with exhilaration. Feeling a surge of emotion as he realized he could finally sever the constraints imposed by the old dog Danzo and wholeheartedly serve his master. "You are truly wonderful, Master." Jay and the others echoed his excitement. "Please do not leave just yet, Master. Once we finish our training, we have some information regarding Danzo that we would like to share with you," Kay hastily conveyed to Bai Chun. Due to the influence of the tongue curse elimination technique. Although they had formed a pact with Bai Chen, they remained affected by this technique, unable to divulge any information regarding Danzo or his schemes. "Oh?" Bai Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Very well. I shall await your return." "Thank you, Master." Xiao and the others expressed their gratitude before unrolling the scroll in their hands. They quickly scanned its contents and began their practice. It was not particularly difficult, as Bai Chen had meticulously documented all the nuances and challenges of the technique. Each of them was an elite among Jounin. If they could not master it, they would indeed be considered inept. In just half an hour, Xiao was the first to complete the training. He then employed the newly acquired tongue curse elimination technique to overshadow the one planted by Danzo, doing so without arousing any suspicion from him. Even as Danzo sensed the change, he would still believe his grip was intact. In truth, Xiao and the others had long since freed themselves from his control. Soon after, Gio and the others also completed their training and achieved liberation. Chapter 91. A Fundamental Elevation. Ha! At last, I can speak freely, Xiao exclaimed, releasing a sigh of relief. Danzo is utterly despicable. That wretched fiend. He attempted to curse Danzo as a test, and to his satisfaction, encountered no issues. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Bai Chen once more. "Thank you, Master. No need for such formalities. Let us return to the matter at hand. What schemes has Danzo devised?" Bai Chen gestured dismissively. Indeed, Xiao and Gio gathered their thoughts and recounted the words they had overheard from Danzo, including his final orders. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within. "Excellent. Danzo, you truly are something else. To think you would dare to target those close to me. Had I not possessed certain means, you might have caused me some minor inconveniences." However, Danzo had already been condemned to death in Bai Chen's eyes, and Bai Chen was not in haste to act. The situation required a methodical approach. While directly eliminating Danzo would be gratifying, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions with the third Hokage, leading to further complications. Such outcomes were not in Bai Chen's best interest. He waved his hand to dismiss Xiao and the others. "You may return for now. Continue to cooperate with Danzo on the surface, but initiate a comprehensive infiltration plan in secret. I hope this can be accomplished within 10 days. In this manner, any future actions Danzo attempts will be within my purview, and all his schemes will inevitably fail. With his resources depleted and his allies actually being mine, how will he proceed?" "Understood." Xiao and the others immediately accepted their orders and swiftly departed. Bai Chen also returned home, while Danzo remained blissfully unaware that he was about to become utterly isolated. The following morning, during breakfast, Tsunade turned to Bai Chen and said, "Today, I intend to return to the front lines of the sand-hidden battlefield. I also plan to take Hong and Naji with me for some time to provide them with valuable training. What do you think?" Bai Chen paused slightly upon hearing this, glancing at Hong and Naji before replying. "As for Hong, perhaps it's best she stays. She still has classes to attend. However, Naji could accompany you to experience the harsh realities of the battlefield, and you could teach her some techniques." Hong, slightly displeased, pouted at Bai Chen and exclaimed, "Why can't I go? I've nearly learned everything I could at school. With my new sage body and wood release, my strength has significantly increased. This is unfair." Bai Chen shook his head and replied, "The wood release must remain concealed for now. Otherwise, it would not benefit either of us. You cannot simply abandon your school either. How would your teachers perceive it? What would your father think? Are you certain you can pass his scrutiny?" The crux of the matter was that Hong's strength was still too weak, and the front lines posed great danger. Unlike Naji, who was a champion-level superpower user, her abilities were on par with the strength of a shadow-level ninja. In fact, due to her formidable skills and powers, she was among the strongest within that tier, with few able to pose a threat to her on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Hong fell silent. Bai Chen continued to reassure her, "All right, stay at school for now. You can gradually showcase your talents. and when the time is right, you may choose to graduate early. At that point, I can have Sister Tsunade take you as her apprentice, and you will be free. Really? Hog's eyes brightened at this prospect as she looked from Bai-Chen to Tsunade. Tsunade smiled and nodded. That won't be a problem on my end. You now possess the bloodline of my Senju clan and the wood release. Even if you wish to run away, I wouldn't allow it. Taking you as my apprentice is absolutely feasible. She was not entirely comfortable with the idea of someone else teaching Hong. Hiki. Then it's settled. Hong beamed, her earlier gloom dissipating. Bai-Chen felt a subtle joy in his heart. Given the current situation, it likely wouldn't be long before the village, facing a shortage of fresh talent, would opt to allow a batch of qualified students from the school to graduate early as Jinin, sending them off to the battlefield. Naturally, Hong would achieve her desire by then. By the way, Bai-Chen then addressed Tsunade, Sister Tsunade. I'm planning to head to the wet-bone forest to study sage techniques. Without the wood release, I cannot harness its full potential. I suggest you also find time to learn it, as it can greatly enhance your strength and the power of your ninjutsu. Simultaneously, Bai-Chen felt that this celestial technique bore some connection to the art of cultivation, suggesting that it might be worthwhile to draw from various sources in the future. Subsequently, he contemplated integrating it into the chakra system, which possesses a significantly elevated potential. In doing so, he would thoroughly address the inherent risks within this cultivation framework, thereby allowing the chakra system's potential to undergo a fundamental enhancement, enabling it to reach greater heights. Celestial techniques, perhaps? Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement and replied, I shall indeed. I had attempted to learn this before, yet failed. The slug sage remarked that my aptitude was somewhat lacking and my mind too distracted, making mastery quite challenging. I remain uncertain whether success is attainable now. She was well aware that her great-grandfather had grasped it with effortless ease. This, too, the slug sage had revealed to her. Now that I possess a sage body inheritance, has the complexity of senjutsu diminished accordingly? Surely, it must be within reach. Bai-Chen nodded slightly and added, moreover, the issue of a cluttered mind can also be resolved through the practice of meditation techniques and psychic abilities. These supernatural powers inherently enhance one's spiritual strength while improving control over both mental faculties and emotional states. Does this not align perfectly with the cultivation requirements of celestial arts? In his perspective, the complexity of one's thoughts ultimately stems from the essence of the spirit itself. The initial step into the realm of transcendental arts necessitates a state of mental clarity, akin to achieving a harmonious unity with the cosmos. This bears a striking resemblance to the foundational stages of spiritual cultivation, as the underlying principles appear remarkably similar. While it is true that individuals with a pure and innocent heart may find it easier to attain such a state, it does not imply that those of greater intellect or more intricate thoughts are incapable of discovering a pathway to this elevated state. Otherwise, would it not imply that only those with a childlike innocence could be accepted as disciples in the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, pondering the remarkable effects of psychic meditation. She couldn't help but cast a glance at Naji, the master of extraordinary abilities. Indeed, Natsu nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was a time when my overwhelming powers led to a surge of abilities, during which the vast majority of my human emotions were suppressed. I narrowly escaped a grave predicament, nearly falling into the clutches of malevolence, but fortunately, Bai-Chen appeared just in time to rescue me. Mastering supernatural abilities indeed facilitates the mastery of one's mental fortitude and emotions. Tsunade, once your powers reach a certain magnitude, you will comprehend this truth. Upon hearing this, both Tsunade and Hong were taken aback, with Hong exclaiming, I had no idea such a thing existed. No wonder you hold Bai-Chen in such high regard. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, super abilities truly are remarkable, revealing such extraordinary applications. Aha! Now, I too can master the arcane arts. Just wait and see how I repay that Jiraiya fellow. Heh. Back in the day, when that fellow had barely grasped the rudiments of immortal arts, he never missed an opportunity to flaunt his meager skills before Orochimaru and me. Chapter 92. Intimidating Orochimaru afterwards. Both Orochimaru and I sought our own paths, he to Richi Cave and I to Shikatsu Forest, in pursuit of these elusive techniques. Yet fate mocked us with failure, and that insufferable braggart reveled in our humiliation. Even now, the bitter taste of that defeat lingers upon my tongue like unswallowed porcelain. Humph. Just wait for me. Once I master the perfect sage mode, watch how I repay him. She resolved that, at that time. She would wield the flawless Sage mode to decisively overpower Jiraiya and relieve her grievances. TSK. Baichen and Naji both sensed Tsunade's intense resentment and thoughts, exchanging glances and silently mourning for Jiraiya. It seems Orochimaru truly cannot learn ninjutsu. Baichen, gleaning precise information from Tsunade's words, stroked his chin in contemplation. Perhaps there is an opportunity for a deal with Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru becomes increasingly monstrous in the later stages, Baichen has always regarded him as a talent. If utilized properly, he could indeed yield significant benefits. No, Tsunade interjected, frowning at Baichen. You better not get involved with that guy Orochimaru. He has become increasingly dangerous. You mentioned he is colluding with Danzo, researching my grandfather's cells and conducting would-release experiments. I have yet to settle the score with him. Stay away from him. Tsunade was evidently concerned about Baichen's well-being. Relax. Baichen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I understand, Tsunade-senpai, you are worried about me. However, with my strength and capability, Orochimaru is not in a position to cause me harm. Besides, he is indeed a talented individual, with room for redemption. I will handle it. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have made my decision regarding Orochimaru. You little rascal. Tsunade shot Baichen a glare, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Fine. Do as you wish. But if you end up in trouble, don't come to me complaining. That scoundrel Orochimaru is no simple foe. After years of interaction, Tsunade admitted that she still found Orochimaru somewhat inscrutable. Let us wait and see. Baichen smiled slightly. After finishing their meal, he honored Tsunade's request and escorted her and Naji to the front lines of the Sunagakure battlefield. Baichen then sought out Orochimaru. Oh my. Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise upon Baichen's sudden appearance in his tent. To think that you, Baichen-kun, would come seeking me. This is quite unexpected. What brings you here? Orochimaru gazed at Baichen with a gluttonous look, as if he wished to dissect him for further study. After all, Baichen's power had increased at an alarming rate, making him an object of keen interest. Sensing this, Baichen concentrated, using his psychic energy to create a psychic barrier within the tent, isolating them from the outside. Subsequently, the terrifying conqueror's haki erupted, pressing down upon Orochimaru. However, Baichen moderated his strength, merely instilling a sense of oppressive pressure upon Orochimaru, whose mental fortitude was significantly challenged. He then withdrew the conqueror's haki. A bead of sweat formed on Orochimaru's forehead as he looked at Baichen. Is this your way of establishing dominance, Baichen-kun? Indeed. Baichen smiled and nodded. Approaching Orochimaru, a stone stool emerged from the ground, and upon sitting down, he gazed at Orochimaru and said, Sakura-san warned me that you are quite dangerous and concerned for my safety, advising me to avoid you. However, I perceive you as an astute individual, endowed with remarkable abilities. I genuinely admire your talents and wish to engage with you, as I believe there will be numerous instances in the future where I could benefit from your expertise. Yet, considering the perilous glint in your eyes, I feel compelled to issue a gentle warning. Do not entertain any ill intentions towards me, lest you face consequences that you cannot bear. As he spoke, Baichen leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Orochimaru's serpentine pupils in a cautionary manner. Unfazed by the slight narrowing of Orochimaru's eyes, he produced a scroll and placed it before him, stating, Consider this a token of goodwill. I trust you will find it intriguing. Should you wish to pursue further collaboration, you may contact me at any time by channeling chakra into this. He then revealed a flying Thunder God short sword, placing it before Orochimaru as well. With a swift motion, he vanished from the tent, and the psychic barrier enveloping it dissipated. Not far away, within Tsunade's tent, Naji seemed to sense something, glancing in the direction of Orochimaru's quarters. Using her psychic abilities, she murmured, Has he returned? Just then, Tsunade's voice called from outside, Naji, come quickly, we need to head to the temporary hospital. Coming. Naji responded promptly before exiting. Baichen, back at his home in Konoha, wore a faint smile. Indeed, the knowledge he had shared was a portion of Korea's longevity secret. Nevertheless, Baichen was confident that Orochimaru would be able to derive something valuable from it, sufficient to pique his interest. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Baichen. Unmistakably his would clone number 1. Oh, you're still here. I almost forgot about you, Baichen remarked, scratching the back of his head at the clone's forlorn expression. Next, would clone number 1, emotionless, removed the spatial bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to the original, then slapped his own forehead, transforming into a wooden figure and vanishing. Damn it, Baichen exclaimed, clutching his head and cursing, What is wrong with all of you? Why do you insist on this self-destructive behavior? Life is precious, you know? He realized he needed to alter the mindset of his shadow clones regarding this troubling tendency. At that moment, a flood of memories began to surge into Bai Chen's consciousness, revealing what Clone Number 1 had accomplished over the past year. In the fog-shrouded battlefield, the conflict rages fiercely, with both Konoha and the Hidden Mist suffering devastating losses. Particularly, 6 months prior, the Hidden Mist recklessly launched relentless assaults on Konoha until the intensity of the war diminished following the untimely demise of their third Mizukichi. Yet, as of now, there has been no withdrawal or truce, and skirmishes continue to erupt sporadically. During this tumultuous period, numerous members of the Uchiha clan have also perished. Due to the ever-looming threat of Uchiha Madara, who may be scheming in the shadows, the first Konoha clone has been paying close attention to the Uchiha clan's situation. There is a nagging suspicion that Madara might have found a suitable successor to replace Obito, nurturing them as his potential agent. Chapter 93. Auxiliary Training. Little does he know when this old specter will descend to the realm of the afterlife. Perhaps he will still seek me out? I have attained greatness. The mischievous Bai Chen chuckled. However, an overwhelming sense of fatigue began to engulf him, prompting him to return to his quarters and succumb to slumber. Within the root base, Danzo, before his departure, was suddenly struck by an impulse to visit his secret treasury. After ensuring the external vault posed no threat, he let out a sigh of relief, pondering whether he had been overly paranoid lately. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling disquiet. Subsequently, Danzo performed hand seals to unlock the myriad of seals guarding the chamber containing Hashirama's cells. Upon entry, he was met with an exclamation of horror. Damn it! Who could it be? Where are my Hashirama cells? That entire collection is gone. In the next moment, Danzo's anguished roar echoed within the small chamber. Gazing at the empty nutrient containers, his composure shattered, and several potential culprits began to materialize in his mind. Could it be Hiruzen? No, that is impossible. If it were him, my base would be in ruins by now, and I would have been summoned back much earlier. What about Orochimaru? No, he has not returned. However, I cannot dismiss him entirely, as he possesses considerable knowledge of my operations and is adept in sealing techniques. It is conceivable that he could have stealthily returned in disguise. And what of that brat Bai Chen? To my astonishment, he has even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Has Sarutobi gone mad to impart such a skill to him? Yet, my sealing technique should prevent anyone from infiltrating. They wouldn't even be able to locate the space, let alone bypass all the seals without triggering them to steal my belongings. Danzo found himself in a state of confusion, contemplating that anyone could be the culprit, yet simultaneously doubting that anyone truly could be. Could it be Kushina? She is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, possessing an extensive mastery of high-level sealing techniques. Surely, no one in the world surpasses her expertise in sealing. Could it truly be her? However, if it were she, this place could not possibly remain so intact. It is far more likely that it would have been utterly destroyed, and my secrets would have long been revealed. Could it be the enigmatic powerhouse from beyond the village? Who could it possibly be? What could their intentions be? Why did they specifically take only the Hashirama cells? Tuanzong was perplexed. Yet an even greater sense of dread enveloped him. He immediately summoned his associates, such as Xiong, instructing them to assist in transferring the items from the secret chamber. They could no longer remain there. He intended to relocate these possessions to a more clandestine base. However, prior to that, he ensured the secure storage of the scroll containing the technique to eradicate the tongue's calamity. Why bother? During the process of assistance in the transfer, the individuals felt a sense of futility, thinking to themselves, what purpose does this serve? With our internal informants present, Master can ascertain our whereabouts in an instant. Is Danzo engaging in a battle of wits against the very air itself? Early the next morning, Bai Chen finally awoke. He rubbed his stomach, feeling utterly famished, and promptly went to wash up in the bathroom before heading downstairs for breakfast. To his surprise, someone was already in the kitchen. He stepped inside and was astonished to find none other than Yuhi Kurenai standing there. Kurenai? He blurted out in disbelief. What are you doing here? Is this a preparation for breakfast? Red, upon hearing the commotion, turned her head and, while stirring the vegetables, offered a gentle smile. Indeed. Yesterday afternoon, I came over to find you sound asleep, deeply immersed in slumber. It seemed that you had exhausted yourself from the strain of your shadow clone technique, so I chose not to disturb you. I knew you would wake up famished, so I gathered ingredients to prepare breakfast for you. The meal is not quite ready yet, but several dishes have already been prepared, and the rice is also done. you may begin to eat. Having often utilized numerous projections of myself to assist in my cultivation over the past year, Hong is quite familiar with Bai Chen's situation from yesterday, which led to such an assessment. I think I shall wait a little longer. Bai Chen leaned against the kitchen doorframe with a smile, arms crossed, gazing at Hong, who was diligently preparing breakfast for him with an air of danger. He felt a warm sense of comfort. Indeed, for now. Let's refrain from mentioning the tablecloth of the gourmet. Being able to savor the exquisite craftsmanship of Hong is indeed quite delightful. The delicacies crafted from the gourmet's tablecloth are undoubtedly delectable, yet he finds the heartfelt intention behind the red hue to be even more precious. After a little over 10 minutes, breakfast is prepared. It is time to dine. Please assist in bringing the dishes to the table. Indeed, Pikachu and Ralts also require sustenance. Do they not? Should additional provisions be prepared? Hong greeted Bai Chun while expressing her concern. Since Bai Chun had gone straight to sleep yesterday, she had not seen her Pikachu or Ralts. I can take care of this. They require energy blocks to more effectively replenish their nutrition and foster optimal growth. As he spoke, Bai Chen's thoughts stirred, and with a flick of his hand, he produced 3 bowls filled to the brim with energy cubes. Subsequently, he released his Pikachu and the Crimson Pikachu as well as Ralts. Well, Pikachu, Ralts, I miss you dearly. Have you thought of me at all? Upon seeing the little fairies emerge, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she joyfully spread her arms wide, dashing towards her beloved Pikachu and Ralts. The red Pikachu and Ralts encountered each other, both joyfully leaping into Hong's embrace, affectionately nuzzling their cheeks against his. Hearty laughter ensued. A melodious and crisp laughter resounded. I adore you all. Come, let us partake in breakfast first. At once, Hong placed the 2 little ones at the dining table, positioning them before their respective bowls. Everyone commenced the delightful ritual of breakfast. During the meal, Hong did not forget to express a complaint to Bai Chen. Honestly, you retired so early yesterday. I fear the little ones might have missed their dinner. This is certainly not incorrect. Bai Chen, with a sense of helplessness, replied. You are overthinking it. Within the Beast Mastery space, I have established an energy block repository and a timed feeding device that can never be left hungry. Moreover, the enchanted forest is abundantly filled with various fruit-bearing trees, laden with bountiful fruits, rendering it utterly impossible for them to suffer from hunger. It is important to note that these fruits have undergone accelerated growth and continuous evolution within the Beast Mastery space. Their nutritional value has long diverged from that of the original fruits. Particularly, the initial batch he planted has evolved to the point where it can be classified as spiritual fruits. Consuming them offers significant benefits not only to Pokemon but also to humans. How fascinating. Upon hearing this, Hong suddenly realized and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stuck out her tongue at Bai Chen and said, My apologies. I didn't anticipate that you had thought this through so thoroughly. It's quite all right. Bai Chen waved his hand and said, Your intentions are appreciated. I am off to school now. Pikachu, Ralts, farewell. We shall play together again in the evening. Chapter 94. Harnessing the power of the Grim Reaper. After finishing breakfast, Hong waved goodbye to his Pikachu and Ralts, exchanged farewells with Bai Chen, and hurried off to school. Bai Chen stretched languidly, for the weather was delightful today. Perhaps it would be a good opportunity to attempt a change. He has now accumulated nearly 20 opportunities for substitution. However, today he intends to expend 4 of those chances to once again delve into the realm of the Grim Reaper, eager to observe the extent of Aizen's development. Is it possible to alter one's plans and destiny? Bai Chun was filled with anticipation for this moment. He hoped to acquire a Zampecudo this time. With this thought in mind, he contemplated the items for exchange. Ultimately, he retrieved his own compilation of the Eagle Eye Swordsmanship, a volume on thunder-breathing techniques, and an essential guide to the Konoha sword art. He then silently recited in his heart, Exchange. In the next moment, the 3 scrolls in his hand vanished completely, and an image emerged in his mind. The world of the Grim Reaper, the Soul Society, within the office of the 4th Division Captain. Yukitake Jushiro gazed thoughtfully at the Zampecudo in his hand and murmured, Perhaps this is destiny. Suddenly, Aizen acquired powers from another world, significantly enhancing his strength. Now, a multitude of exterminators and Yawatch have emerged, truly marking a tumultuous autumn. The only recourse is to engage in a deadly battle to awaken the true talents of Kenpachi. In a month, it will be either my demise or his. I can only hope that Soul Society will ultimately be saved. It has been several years since Aizen lost the H-Gyoku after gaining the Chakra Power System. Without the H-Gyoku and equipped with a new toy, he has also discovered that there exist realms beyond his own, leading him to lose interest in his previous plans. He shifted his focus to studying chakra, during which he transformed his body to align with his newfound powers and extracted chakra. In a fit of madness, he completely analyzed the chakra of the Eight Tails and integrated it into himself, ultimately mastering it through his terrifying talent. This fusion with the powers of a Soul Reaper exponentially increased his strength, allowing him to decimate Soul Society's expeditionary forces. Subsequently, the Soul Reapers unexpectedly discovered the hidden presence of the Invisible Empire within Soul Society, plunging the realm into a perilous situation. Were it not for Yamwatch not being fully awakened and restored, Soul Society would have already been in full-scale conflict with the Invisible Empire. Nevertheless, the current circumstances remain dire, compelling them to exert their utmost efforts in preparation and enhance their combat capabilities. At that moment, Shin H. Retsu noticed that a circle of spiritual pressure cultivation insights had vanished from her desk. Suddenly, 3 scrolls appeared out of thin air, landing on her workspace. Retsu stood up in excitement, exclaiming, "Could this be what Shijmaru mentioned regarding Aizen's acquisition of items from another world?" Shijmaru is not a true traitor. His genuine aim is to confront Aizen and retrieve a fragment of Ranjiku's soul. Thus, he has subtly relayed information about chakra and how Aizen obtained these powers back to the Soul Reapers. This explains Retsu's clarity and exhilaration. Carefully, she picked up one of the scrolls and opened it, a compilation of the Eagle Eye swordsmanship. Is this a swordsmanship manual from another world? Considering this possibility, Retsu eagerly began to peruse the Eagle Eye swordsmanship compilation. Upon finishing, awe painted her face. Such powerful, pure swordsmanship. I never imagined that humanity could cultivate swordsmanship to such an extent. She then turned her attention to the other 2 scrolls. Upon opening them, she found they also contained 2 distinct swordsmanship styles. Could these be sword arts from 3 different worlds? Having merely glanced through them, Retsu felt she had already gained invaluable insights. Perhaps, instead of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Kenpachi, we could both transcend our original limits and ascend to an even higher realm. With this thought in mind, Mayheim Retsu promptly took the 3 scrolls and rushed towards the courtyard of the captain. Meanwhile, at the Central Spirit Arts Academy, an unclaimed Shallow Strike, a comprehensive guide to the art of the supernatural, and a foundational textbook on the ghostly blade technique mysteriously vanished. Where's one of the textbooks? What has happened to my comprehensive guide to the supernatural? Furthermore, why is there still a missing light sword? Who on earth is the scoundrel that stole it? Half an hour later, an instructor from the Shin Academy arrived at the scene and swiftly discovered the missing items. His fury erupted instantly. After an exhaustive yet fruitless search, he had no choice but to report the matter to the captain commander. While other losses might have been tolerable, the complete compendium of Kid was an invaluable artifact, containing the first 100 forbidden spells. Its disappearance was utterly unacceptable. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Unohana Retsu arrived bearing 3 extraordinary swordsmanship manuals from another realm, presenting them to Captain Commander Yamamoto. Seizing the opportunity, Yamamoto summoned all the captains to deliberate on the matter. It was then that the urgent missive from the Shin Academy's vice principal reached them. What are your thoughts on this? Yamamoto Genre Isai Shigakuni glanced at the captains present and inquired. Upon hearing this, Unohana Retsu was momentarily taken aback and promptly responded, "This situation indeed resembles one I have encountered before." At that moment, when I obtained these 3 volumes of the swordsmanship secrets from another world, a notebook containing my insights on spiritual pressure cultivation vanished before my eyes. Perhaps there is a connection between the 2? This may very well be the only explanation. Indeed, it is not impossible. Yamamoto Genre Isai Shigakuni nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the unexpected intervention of that otherworldly being once more, though he remained uncertain of its ultimate intentions. At this moment, Unohana Retsu spoke, regardless of the circumstances. These 3 volumes of swordsmanship secrets from another realm hold immense value for us. I have perused them, and if we can integrate their teachings and engage in diligent practice, it will undoubtedly enhance our combat prowess significantly. Let us begin our training. Yamamoto Genre Isai Sh. Kuin reflected for a moment before striking the ground lightly with his cane, resolutely making his decision. The time for hesitation had passed. Now was the moment to enhance the strength of the organization. Everything else could be addressed later. The imagery concludes here. Is the subject of this replacement Sister Hannah? That seems quite agreeable. Moreover, from Hua Jia's words, it is evident that Aizen has indeed altered his plans and fate, and has even made significant advancements in chakra, thereby augmenting his power. Truly, You are remarkable, Aizen. Baichen pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He too was curious to discover how far Aizen would ultimately advance in the future. Can one transcend the confines of their own world and journey into the myriad realms beyond with the aid of the chakra system? The likelihood is slim. Yet the achievements are destined to surpass the original. Alas, without an invitation to the realm of the Shinigami, I would indeed wish to venture into that world. Baichen wore an expression of deep regret. At that moment, a faint light flickered, and 3 ancient tomes materialized before him, landing in his hands. Simultaneously, he became aware of the information regarding these 4 items. Chapter 95, Insights on Training, Notes on the Spiritual Pressure Training of Retsu Unohana. This chapter encapsulates the comprehensive experiences and methodologies of spiritual pressure cultivation derived from the 4th Division's combat, as well as the personal training of the 3rd generation Kenpachi, Retsu Unohana, through the refinement of innate talents. This technique allows for the cultivation of spiritual pressure without the necessity of the soul departing from the body. Upon successful mastery, one may effortlessly alternate between the forms of a Shinigami and a non-Shinigami. Masterless Shurkai, enhanced through the modification of innate abilities, it transforms into a Shurkai of limitless potential. By infusing spiritual pressure and will into its essence and engaging in continual communication, one can ultimately awaken a uniquely personal Zanpakuto. Fundamental Textbook of Fist and Slash. This contains the 4 foundational techniques of the Shinigami. The art of fist and slash, which includes the instantaneous movement of unarmed combat. Comprehensive Guide to Kid. This encompasses all Kid techniques below the established sequences. This can indeed be considered a meticulous task accomplished. Am I now able to engage in the cultivation of Death Godhood? Furthermore, the replacement continues to be remarkably effective. The spiritual pressure cultivation method has been optimized, allowing me to train with a human body while unleashing all the abilities of a Shinigami. This is truly marvelous. After digesting the information in his mind, Baichen's face lit up with delight. Without hesitation, he split into 2 shadow clones and sent them into the spatial ring's inner world, tossing them the fundamentals of Fist/Ghost Step and complete Keto collection for study. His main body also entered the spatial ring. Flipping through the spiritual pressure cultivation notes once to memorize the method and grasp its essence before sitting cross-legged to begin his training. Boom. Before long, an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged skyward, as if it sought to tear the very heavens asunder. This terrifying aura compelled all living beings within the spatial realm to prostrate themselves upon the ground, trembling in fear. The earth surrounding Baichen had fissured, cracks radiating outward from his core. Had a captain-level expert from the Soul Society been present, they would have discerned that Baichen's spiritual pressure had ascended to the level of a captain, surpassing even that of an ordinary captain's strength. Soon, this formidable spiritual pressure began to retract until it was entirely absorbed into Baichen's being. He then opened his eyes and exhaled a deep sigh of relief, remarking, "This feeling is rather delightful." The cultivation of spiritual pressure also serves to enhance one's mental strength. However, it appears to be more fundamental, remarkably affecting the very essence of the soul. No, it would indeed be peculiar to assert that it does not influence the soul at all, wouldn't it? Ultimately, the Reapers are unique spiritual entities, and the cultivation of spiritual pressure fundamentally enhances the essence of the soul. In this manner, in terms of spiritual and mental aspects, there exist methods such as the cultivation of spiritual pressure and crystal meditation. On the physical front, there is the temporary practice of lightning body refinement. While in the realm of energy, we have chakra. Thus, the trifecta of spirit, energy, and body is indeed complete. However, the levels of body refinement techniques are still far from sufficient, and there are significant drawbacks in the practice of energy cultivation concerning chakras. There remains much effort to be made. Baichen is not one to be content with the status quo. Although his current strength is virtually invincible, excluding figures like Uchiha Madara, the Sage of Six Paths, and the Tsutsuki clan, his vision has never been confined merely to the shinobi world. The myriad realms of existence are his ultimate destination and purpose. Sooner or later, he would traverse these infinite worlds, bearing witness to their boundless wonders. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Shiraishi's heart. With spiritual pressure now harnessed, the forging of his Zanpakuto could commence. Yet before that, one final task remained. At that moment, Baichen actively dispelled the 2 shadow clones he had recently created. With a mere thought, he conjured 2 new shadow clones. After sensing their condition, a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, Spiritual pressure can also be transferred to the shadow clones. This is rather splendid. Continue your training in the art of fist and demon slaying. Without hesitation, Bai Chen dispatched 2 shadow clones to pursue their training. Humph. Scoundrel. The 2 shadow clones simultaneously flipped Bai Chen the bird before vanishing into thin air. Bai Chen muttered, "Damn unreliable clones. What a bunch of scumbags." Without hesitation, he summoned his Asachi, settling into a cross-legged position as he placed the blade across his lap. Closing his eyes, he began channeling his spiritual pressure into the sword while simultaneously reaching out with his consciousness to commune with it. As the energy flowed, Bai Chen could distinctly perceive the Asachi emitting a faint, ethereal glow, accompanied by a soft, rhythmic hum. Within its depths, a nascent presence began to stir. Over an hour passed in this trance-like state. By the time Bai Chen had poured nearly 80% of his spiritual pressure into the blade, it finally reached saturation. The consciousness within had fully taken form, and their connection solidified effortlessly. The sword's spirit regarded Bai Chen with profound reverence, as though he were its creator, its very origin. Without resistance, it yielded to him, whispering the incantation for its initial release. Rising to his feet, Bai Chen gripped the Asachi and murmured, "Awaken, Hanaani." In an instant, the shallow strike in his hand emanated a golden radiance. When the light faded, the original shallow strike had vanished, replaced by an exquisite Han sword. At the same time, Bai Chen comprehended the ability of his Zanpakuto Shurikai. As its name suggests, it could transform into any Zanpakuto that Bai Chen was familiar with, thereby acquiring all the powers of its Shurikai. Truly worthy of being the ever-changing. It resonates perfectly with my desires. In this manner, one would essentially acquire all the Zanpakuto, would they not? Bai Chen's eyes began to gleam with excitement. He had previously lamented not being able to possess the formidable Zanpakuto from the world of death, but now, everything was perfect. His Zanpakuto was both singular and infinite, the embodiment of myriad transformations. This was merely the initial release. Would the Bankai then grant him access to all the abilities of every Zanpakuto he knew, including their Bankai forms? The thought filled Bai Chen with eager anticipation. Regrettably, he has already received feedback from Wan Hua, and at present, he is unable to achieve his Bankai. This endeavor necessitates the continuous infusion of spiritual pressure from Bai Chen day by day, which is essential for fostering the growth and maturation of Wan Hua. Bai Chen estimates that this process will likely require at least 2 years. Perhaps it is due to the extraordinary nature of Bai Chen's Bankai abilities, which demand an exceptionally high amount of spiritual pressure. In truth, 2 years is already a relatively brief span, since achieving Bankai is temporarily unfeasible. Bai Chen immediately commenced experimenting with the awakening capabilities of his Zanpakuto. Wan Hua, mirror of flowers and water. With a mere thought, the Han sword in his grasp transformed into a slender Japanese katana. Clang. The blade he extracted bore an unmistakable resemblance to Aizen's Zanpakuto, even possessing identical abilities. Bai Chen could distinctly feel that the Zanpakuto in his grasp truly embodied the power of Mirage, capable of completely hypnotizing the target who witnessed its initial release and controlling their 5 senses. Subsequently, Bai Chen ventured into the forest within the realm of his ring, conducting a series of experiments on those ordinary beings, both humans and ninjas alike. The results unequivocally confirmed its remarkable efficacy. Chapter 96. The Transmission of Spiritual Power, the Ever-Changing Blade, like Fire. Subsequently, Bai Chen transformed Wan Hua into the flowing blade of Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni. The moment this transformation was complete, the temperature within a radius of several hundred to thousands of meters surged dramatically. The flora within and around this area began to wither and turn yellow, while the ground started to crack. Alarmed, Bai Chen hastily dispelled the flowing blade, and Wan Hua morphed into Tachibana Sakura. In an instant, the Zanpakuto disintegrated into countless fragments resembling cherry blossoms, drifting gracefully ahead. Ultimately, the trees within this vicinity could not escape their fate, reduced to mere dust. Alas, further experimentation here could not continue. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Chen promptly retracted the initial release of Wan Hua, causing it to revert to its ordinary Han sword form, rather than the shallowly crafted katana shape. Thus, is this a semi-permanent initial release? Quite remarkable. Bai Chen smiled faintly. Subsequently, he secured his Zanpakuto at his waist, alongside the original chakra-long sword, both now adorning his side. He could now even dabble in the dual-wielding technique. However, he was astonished to discover that the Zanpakuto could indeed be directly stored within his sea of consciousness. He does not recall that the Soul Reapers in the world of the Grim Reaper possess such abilities with their Zanpakuto. Could it be attributed to the fact that they are merely spiritual entities, devoid of corporeal forms, and thus lack a realm of consciousness to contend with? Bai Chun boldly conjectured, never mind. Perhaps it is better to abandon the dual-wielding and immerse myself in the sea of knowledge instead. In the next moment, Bai Chun contemplated for a while before deciding to store his Zanpakuto within his consciousness, continuously infusing it with spiritual pressure and mental energy for further nurturing. This was indeed the most prudent course of action. Keeping it externally would not be nearly as convenient. After all, accessing it merely required a thought. This resembled the treasures in the world of cultivation that could be stored within one's dantian or consciousness. Perhaps the future may indeed allow me to nurture this into an extraordinary weapon of destiny. Bai Chun even began to envision the future of this Zanpakuto. It is time to attend to the gains from the wood clone number 2. After studying the Zanpakuto for a while longer, Bai Chun swiftly transported himself to the laboratory within the ring space. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved the spatial bracelet bestowed by wood clone number 2, and with a mere thought, extracted several sealing scrolls from within. Each scroll bore inscriptions, Uchiha, Mizuki, Kagaya, and Akatsuki, predominantly featuring these 4 clans. There were 5 scrolls for Uchiha, 12 for Kagaya, and 9 for Mizuki, each scroll representing a corresponding corpse of the respective ninja clan. Remarkably, all had been collected. Without hesitation, Bai Chun selected a scroll inscribed with Uchiha, unsealed it, and a corpse of a young man, approximately in his 30s, materialized upon the experiment table. Bai Chun did not delay, raising his hand above the corpse, and silently activated the power of the dark fruit, instantly absorbing the body. In a short while, the transformation occurred. Subsequently, Bai Chun chose to integrate the Uchiha bloodline's innate abilities into his own being. Instantly, a warm current surged from his spiritual sea at the center of his brow, flowing throughout his entire body. Simultaneously, Bai Chun felt a warmth emanating from his eyes, accompanied by a transformation in his consciousness. Instinctively, he began to channel his mental energy into his eyes. After a few minutes, a third tomo suddenly appeared in each of his crimson pupils, which began to rotate around the center of the pupils. After several cycles, an additional tomo emerged in each eye, the rotation persisting. Bai Chun continued to pour his mental energy into his eyes. Moments later, a third tomo materialized within each eye, completing the formation of the 3-tomo Sharingan. However, the transformation was not yet complete, as he continued to infuse mental energy. He sensed the power within his eyes steadily escalating. Yet, when this ascent reached its zenith, it did not halt, but rather commenced a profound metamorphosis. Subtle changes began to occur within the very essence of his eyeballs, each harboring a unique power in gestation. At this juncture, Bai Chun sensed a depletion of mental energy and was compelled to cease. The evolution of his eyes also temporarily paused. With a deep sigh of relief, Bai Chun approached a nearby mirror, gazing into his own eyes adorned with the 3-tomo. A faint smile graced his lips. He had not anticipated awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan so effortlessly. The notion of suffering was entirely absent. Ultimately, the Sharingan is a product of in release, making it entirely reasonable for it to be awakened and developed through mental energy. Perhaps because it was not the extreme activation of the Sharingan, Bai Chun did not sense any sinister energy emanating from his own eyes, let alone any influence on his emotions or temperament. Of course, the moment he awakened the Sharingan, he distinctly felt something peculiar forming within his mind, only to be swiftly crushed, devoured, and assimilated into his own spiritual energy. The power of emotions? Such forces shall not control me. Instead, they shall become my dominion. Bai Chun murmured to himself, already forming a rough conjecture. Moreover, that earlier sensation could not have been mistaken. By continuously channeling spiritual energy into his eyes, nurturing them to their absolute limit, he should be able to directly awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. As for what lay beyond, Bai Chun remained uncertain. For now, he had no idea how to obtain the eternal Manjiki, but he believed that once he awakened the Manjiki, a path would reveal itself. The traditional method of eye transplantation was unsuitable for him. After all, he lacked an Uchiha sibling. As for utilizing the dark fruit to absorb the bloodline talents of the Uchiha clan, or even directly assimilating a pair of Manjiki, whether such a method would prove effective remained unknown. Only experimentation would yield answers. If all else failed, he would simply awaken the eternal Manjiki on his own. Hadn't Indra and the Sage of 6 Paths achieved it without relying on eye exchange? so long as he elevated the purity of his bloodline to a sufficient degree. Such a feat should not be beyond his reach. In Baiqin's view, the conventional method was merely a crude solution, employed when one's bloodline was too diluted, or their spiritual energy insufficient, to compensate for the severe flaws of the Manjiki. Onward. Having successfully awakened his Sharingan, Baiqin wasted no time. He retrieved a sealed scroll bearing the name Hsuki, unfurling its contents. The corpse of a middle-aged Kirigakure shinobi materialized upon the laboratory table. TSK. So even the Hsuki clan is blessed with such ethereal beauty? Baiqin couldn't help but mutter as he examined the corpse's features. Despite being a grown man, the deceased possessed an almost unnaturally beautiful face. No wonder Haku, in the future, would grow to be so strikingly lovely, surpassing even most women. It must be an inherent trait embedded deep within the Hsuki bloodline. Baiqin ventured a bold hypothesis. But if I were to assimilate the ice release, would I too acquire such effeminate qualities? The thought gave him pause. He prided himself on being a radiantly handsome young man. He certainly had no need for such androgynous enhancements. Ahem. Well, no harm in trying. Ultimately, the allure of ice release proved too tempting. Activating the power of the dark fruit, he absorbed the corpse, refining and assimilating its essence until the frigid energy settled within his body. As the warmth within him gradually faded, Baiqin raised his hand, effortlessly transforming his chakra into an ice attribute as delicate ice crystals began to coalesce in his palm. Subsequently, he hurried to the mirror to inspect his reflection. Upon confirming that his appearance remained unchanged, aside from a slight increase in the fairness of his skin and a newfound smoothness and texture, he let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. Just an improvement in skin quality is hardly a concern. Next, Baiqin proceeded to devour and refine the remains of both the Kagaya clan and the Akatsuki clan. Ultimately, he successfully acquired the bone bloodline, significantly enhancing the strength and vitality of his bones. Yet he did not attain the hydration ability of the Akatsuki clan. Pondering this outcome, Baiqin was perplexed. After some contemplation, he considered a possibility. Could it be that the technique of hydration is not part of the bloodline limit, but merely a secret art? Therefore, it does not reside within the confines of the bloodline, nor is it a hereditary talent, rendering it unattainable through consumption. Indeed, he recalled that the hydration technique of the Akatsuki clan is not a bloodline limit, but rather a secret skill, one that must be cultivated to be acquired. It seems that the dark fruit can only allow him to consume and refine abilities inherent to his bloodline. He wondered whether this would always be the case or if further evolution might be possible. Baiqin felt no regret over the outcome. Being able to acquire 3 bloodline limits at once was already a source of great joy for him. He then began to experiment and research the newly acquired Sharingan, Ice Release, and the Bone Bloodline. After some trials, he felt confident about these 3 abilities. It appeared that to truly harness the potential of Ice Release, he would need to obtain the Ice Release ninjutsu of the Mizuki clan, or perhaps attempt to create some ice techniques himself. To be honest, the Ice Release techniques in this world were rather weak. The Mizuki clan was utterly inadequate. However, with this bloodline ability now in Baiqin's possession, the scenario was entirely different. Supported by a vast reservoir of chakra and robust vitality, he believed that, in the future, he might elevate Ice Release to the level of characters like Akiji or Esteth, or even surpass them. It seemed that the Kagaya clan had misused the potential of the Bone Bloodline. This ability should have been employed for body refinement, the practice of physical techniques, and the continuous development of bodily potential to become a master of martial arts and a formidable body refiner. Surprisingly, even with the Sharingan included, Baiqin felt that the Bone Bloodline was the one that brought him the greatest delight. Through experimentation, he discovered that, thanks to the Bone Bloodline, he could significantly accelerate the process of body refinement and hasten the completion of bone training. Furthermore, he could develop training methods that encompass the 3 levels of bone refinement, blood exchange, and even marrow refining within the realm of body techniques. The Bone Bloodline was not merely a transformation of bones. It also brought about qualitative influences and changes to the bone marrow itself. Is this a diminished version of the bone of the immortal? It is indeed, as the name suggests. If developed properly, one should be able to attain the complete bone of the immortal, thereby accelerating the completion of the 3 stages of body refinement: bone tempering, blood exchange, and marrow refining. This time, it truly feels like a significant windfall. Heh. The capabilities of the corpse bone pulse are nothing short of a delightful surprise. Initially, it His intention in acquiring the corpse bone pulse was merely to enhance his own skeletal structure and potential. Never did he expect such unforeseen gains. Bai Chen stroked his chin and analyzed. Even mastering the 6 forms to their utmost limits merely enhances physical strength, bones, and internal organs, without any qualitative improvement to blood or marrow. This might be the fundamental reason why body refiners in the pirate world are unable to truly transcend the limits of human lifespan, thus achieving genuine physical transcendence. With the corpse bone pulse and my thunder body refinement technique, I will undoubtedly reach this milestone swiftly. Once I have this experience, deducing universally applicable realms of bone tempering, blood exchange, and marrow refining will pose no challenge for me. Presently, he has already integrated and derived the thunder body refinement from the body refinement techniques of the pirate world's 6 forms, the body techniques from the Naruto world, and the breathing techniques from the Demon Slayer world. Through practicing this, he can complete the 4 stages of body refinement: body tempering, muscle forging, bone tempering, and organ refining. If he can also accomplish blood exchange and marrow alteration, he will inevitably step into a realm of physical transcendence, breaking free from the shackles of ordinary human lifespan and truly entering the domain of extraordinary life. The path to cultivating an extraordinary body is finally taking shape. With the corpse bone pulse, the immortal body, the power of eternity, and the enhancements of the super eternity physique, I believe I shall soon complete these stages and genuinely step into the extraordinary. Bai Chen spoke to himself with confidence. Currently, Bai Chen remains at the bone tempering stage while simultaneously engaging in some organ refining. However, he has temporarily hit a wall with bone tempering due to its considerable difficulty, requiring substantial time for slow and meticulous refinement. Now, with the corpse bone pulse, whether it be bone tempering or the subsequent blood exchange and marrow alteration, he is destined to progress at an astonishing pace. It seems that the corpses of the Kagaya clan are treasures indeed. It appears necessary to continue sending my clones to gather more. Otherwise, once we reach the Hidden Mist village and enter the Blood Mist period, this source may be cut off. Bai Chen pondered. While he certainly does not require such an abundance for himself, what about those around him? What about future generations and friends? It is indeed prudent to store up more. Immediately, Bai Chen exited the ring world, initially intending to form a hand seal and send a wooden clone to the battlefield in the Hidden Mist. However, recalling that he had not seen his teacher in a year, he decided to visit Tion's Way personally. Should he bring Kakashi along as well? That fellow hasn't seen his father in over a year. Once the decision was made, Bai Chen locked onto Kakashi's location and swiftly teleported there. Hey, Kakashi. Suddenly, the abrupt sound of Bai Chen startled Kakashi, causing him to inadvertently fling the knife from his hand, which hurtled towards Bai Chen. With effortless grace, Bai Chen caught it and, grinning, teased, "Are you attempting to conspire against me?" Kakashi, upon hearing this accusation from such a brazen individual, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Enough. Is it possible for you to refrain from appearing so mysteriously every time? Do you not realize that startling someone can be quite perilous? With that, Kakashi's tone shifted, disdainfully regarding Bai Chen. I heard from Hong that you brought back yet another beauty from your recent escapades. Have you acquired yet another girlfriend? Do you dare to be even more outrageous and fickle? Chapter 98. The initial formation of the 6 realms of body refinement according to Abido, Asuma, upon hearing this news, lamented that he should never have relinquished Hong to you, feeling as though you have wronged her. Yesterday, while they were training together, Hong had mentioned this. Much to everyone's surprise, in their cohort, due to the extraordinary pressure exerted by Bai Chen and the genius Kakashi, everyone had been striving diligently. They were caught in a frenzied cycle of competition, observing others train, which prompted them to intensify their own efforts. This collective training habit significantly enhanced the capabilities of their peers. Many had already reached the level of Genin or even elite Genin. Individuals like Hong and Asuma had at least attained the strength of Chunin. Bai Chen scoffed. Asuma acts as if Hong was his to give away, as if she would solely fancy him. Had it not been for his early withdrawal, do you believe I wouldn't have dealt with him daily? Given that Asuma had been considerate enough to step back promptly, Bai Chen had developed a favorable impression of him and graciously chose not to hold a grudge. You, my friend. Kakashi gazed at Bai Chen in bewilderment, unable to refute him, for Bai Chen's assertions held true. In the past, when Asuma had still pursued Hong, Bai Chen had been quite hostile towards him. It was only after that individual declared his withdrawal that Bai Chen's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, akin to a classic change of countenance. Enough of this nonsense. Bai-Chen waved his hand dismissively. I intend to take care of some matters at the mist-hidden battlefield. And perhaps check in on our teacher. It has been over a decade since you last saw him, hasn't he it? Will you join me? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes lit up, and he sheathed his knife, nodding vigorously. Of course. Why would I not? You should have done this ages ago. If I had the Flying Thunder God technique, I would have been long gone. Yet here you are, having spent the past year merely conducting research at home. I truly do not comprehend your thought process. Bai-Chen shrugged. Well, that was not entirely me, it was merely my would clone number 2. The second option is unavoidable. It is essential to conserve chakra. There is no other choice. Otherwise, with Bai-Chen's understanding of his shadow clones, these fellows would undoubtedly be anything but obedient, spiraling into chaos instead. Enough of the chatter. Let us depart. Bai-Chen shot a glare at the individual, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder, and in an instant transported Kakashi away from that spot. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was observing the scene through a telescope technique, shaking his head with a sigh. Oh dear. It seems this boy has grown weary and begun to run amok. Alas, I can no longer concern myself with him. As long as he does not cause me trouble, it suffices. With that, the third Hokage turned to pick up a document presented by Danzo from the desk, pondering briefly before summoning Tsunami Kanaharu and Mito Menka. Handing the document to both, take a look at this. Danzo has proposed this matter again. What are your thoughts? Oh, Tsunami Kanaharu and the others received the document with a hint of surprise, perusing its contents. Mito Menka frowned slightly, remarking, did he not propose this over a year ago? Indeed. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. However, the village is truly nearing its limits. The losses of ninjas over the past year have been staggering. The recent battlefronts have quieted down, and with the cohort the likes of Bai-Chen, Kakashi, and their peers still striving diligently, their talents have proven commendable, with abilities reaching at least the level of a genin. Thus, I wish to seize this opportunity to conduct early graduation assessments for a batch of individuals, subsequently forming them into small genin teams. During this lull in conflict, we can provide them with valuable experience. When the next high-intensity war erupts, we will have a greater reserve of fresh forces, will we not? Currently, on 3 battlefronts, Sunagakure is unlikely to hold out much longer. However, Kiri and Iwa are not so easily resolved, especially with Inoki of Iwagakure. Having suffered significant losses at the hands of the Raikage, he is reluctant to provoke Kumogakure again, as the costs are too steep, and the chances of gaining anything are minimal, an unwise endeavor. In contrast, the Land of Fire presents a more vulnerable target, without sufficient gains. It is clear that Inoki is not prepared to cease hostilities. He insists on achieving satisfactory results before considering a truce. Tsunami Kanaharu and Mito Menka exchanged glances. Finally, Mito Menka nodded. In that case, let us proceed with early assessments. However, we must not throw them directly into frontline battles. Instead, we should assign them tasks such as bandit suppression and logistics transport to hone their skills. Tsunami Kanaharu concurred. Precisely. We cannot afford to suffer excessive losses among the next generation. Otherwise, we risk a significant talent gap, which poses a grave threat to the village's future. The third Hokage took a few puffs from his pipe, nodding in understanding. This I am well aware of. Asuma is also included in the graduation list. I will make proper arrangements. The selection of the team leader now begins. It would be somewhat impractical to assign only elite jonin for this task. At present, the majority of the elite shinobi on the front lines are engaged in significant missions, making it exceedingly difficult for them to be diverted. Would it not be prudent to consider the utilization of some nin instead? This time, it is not solely the upperclassmen who will graduate early. As long as students meet the required standards, even those from the third generation are prepared to participate in the assessment. Those who pass will be granted early graduation. Consequently, the number of students will significantly exceed that of previous years, thereby necessitating an increase in the number of teachers required. Certainly, Xiaochun nodded. We can simply withdraw some of the spare jonin and chunin from the village to lead the team from the front lines. Even the most prodigious talents could benefit from having Minato Namikaze lead their team. Rumor has it he hasn't been particularly occupied lately, has he? Mito Manabu then spoke up. If I recall correctly, Hakushin is currently idling within the village as well, is he not? Since there are no plans to send him to the front lines, he could certainly be made a team leader among the elite. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage had yet to respond, while Nara Shikamaru candidly remarked, isn't that just what a genius would desire? Why is that not feasible? Mizunomoto dismissed the notion, stating that in terms of position, he had long attained the rank of a Jonin, and in terms of strength, it seemed that there were no opponents left in the entire ninja realm who could rival him. In terms of achievements and experience, he is undoubtedly superior. I believe it is entirely feasible. Allowing such a high-caliber combatant to remain idle in the village concerns me deeply. Not only does it pose potential issues for our frontline shinobi, but even that young lad might gradually nurture resentment over time. These are considerations we simply cannot afford to overlook. Bai Qin's power had already grown far too formidable. Moreover, the incident with Shuama made them realize this young lad was exceedingly astute. Chapter 99. Assigning tasks to Bai Qin in an attempt to employ cunning schemes against Bai Qin. One must consider that he is unlikely to fall for such tricks. Thus, it becomes paramount to pacify him and enhance his sense of belonging to the village. Moreover, one cannot overlook the formidable backing he receives from two elite figures, Tsunade and Shizune, whose support further underscores the necessity of fostering an alliance with him. Indeed, this is quite true. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kohara suddenly found the reasoning quite sound. After all, they were fundamentally different from Danzo. Their animosity towards Hakusen wasn't nearly as intense, primarily because Hakusen hadn't posed any threat to their interests thus far. The third Hokage contemplated for a moment before responding. You make a valid point. Indeed, we cannot allow Bai Qin to remain idle any longer. Let us incorporate both Bai Qin and Mizukage into the mix. It is important to note that Bai Qin has just utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk Kakashi away from the village, and their destination remains unknown. Proceed onward. Only heaven knows how wild this lad will become. Assign him some tasks. Making him a class leader would be an excellent idea. Not only will it provide Bai Qin with a sense of purpose, but it will also facilitate his maturation through the experience. Furthermore, it will deepen the bonds between Bai Qin, the students, and the village. It is truly a threefold advantage. At this moment, Bai Qin remains unaware that the three old fellows of the third generation believe he is too idle and have already devised plans to engage him. He declared the position of Shuo Mao and promptly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. The scene unfolded within the splendid tent of Shikamaru. In the next moment, Bai Qin discerned several gazes fixated upon him and Kakashi. Among them were Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Hakudai, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, Hyuga Hizashi, and members of the Hitaki clan. The expressions of Fugaku, Hakudai, and Hizashi reflected astonishment at the sudden appearance of Bai Qin and Kakashi. However, Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza exhibited only a slight surprise before regaining their composure. Having fought alongside Bai Qin on the battlefield of the Cloud Village over a year ago, they were well acquainted with him. Choza, upon spotting Bai Qin, even greeted him with a cheerful wave and a smile, exclaiming, "Hey, Bai Qin, what brings you here?" "It's been ages," chuckled Uncle Dingzhua. Bai Qin returned the smile. "Indeed, it has been far too long. What brings you all here? Weren't you stationed at the Cloud Vale battlefield?" At this moment, Lucio interjected, stating, "The Yunin battlefield was initially subdued by you, and subsequently, the third generation of Raikage perished in the land of Earth. Yunin has long since completely withdrawn its troops, making it highly improbable for them to engage in warfare with us in the near future. Other battlefield personnel are under considerable strain, and thus we have naturally been assigned. The three of us, along with a group of ninjas, were assigned to this location." Upon hearing this, Bai Qin nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "I see, you have worked hard." Upon hearing this, Lucio and Kaichi found themselves in a state of bemusement, perceiving that such words could only emanate from Bai Qin. At that moment, standing beside Bai Qin, Kakashi felt utterly stiff, engulfed by a profound sense of awkwardness and embarrassment. Witnessing Bai Qin's ability to engage in conversation so effortlessly, even in such circumstances, filled Kakashi with admiration. "Do you reckless lad, have any idea where this place is?" At this moment, Shuo Mao spoke up, casting a piercing glance at Kakashi before turning to Bai Qin with a look of bewilderment and inquiring, "What brings you here at this unexpected hour?" "I was unaware of the proper entrance protocol. My sudden appearance might have caused some misunderstanding." "Ah," Bai Qin waved his hand dismissively. "I didn't realize a meeting was in progress here. Perhaps you should continue with your discussion first?" I strolled around the camp with Kakashi. Shuo Mo helplessly shook his head and said, "Forget it. We have discussed quite enough on our end." At this point, Shuo Mao cast his gaze towards Fu Yu and Ri Chai, remarking, "That seems to be about all that needs to be said." In the Land of Mist, the fourth Mizukage has recently gained complete control over the village and exhibits a tendency to initiate comprehensive warfare against us once more. It is highly probable that they will dispatch elite squads to probe our defenses. Therefore, I implore the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to exert their utmost efforts in reconnaissance, coordinating closely to ensure that the enemy does not breach our defensive lines. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. After the death of the third Mizukichi, the Hidden Mist village remained quiet for several months. However, there are now signs of unrest brewing in the region, with figures like Kintanakami emerging. Even Hitaki Sakumo finds their intentions increasingly inscrutable. Commander, the situation is grave. These are precisely the duties we must fulfill. Fugaku and Nichi-sha both shook their heads, accepting the task, clearly demonstrating their profound respect for Shomo. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave for now. As they spoke, the wealthy man, the representative, and Richa and others successively exited the tent. Before leaving, they all cast glances at Bai-Chen, clearly filled with curiosity about him. Rumors had spread through the village of an extraordinary prodigy, whose terrifying strength was unmatched. Having never encountered him before, they finally had the chance to meet him today. Indeed, there was something undeniably remarkable about him. Moreover, they couldn't help but notice, did this child bear an uncanny resemblance to someone? Rumors say he's only 9, yet his appearance suggests otherwise, more akin to a lad of 14 or 15. Once Fugaku and the others had departed, Shikaku and his 2 companions rose and approached Hakushin. With a warm smile, Shikaku remarked, "It's been over a year since we last met. I haven't even had the chance to properly thank you for saving my life. When we meet again, we must gather properly, and I shall treat you to a splendid meal. When the war concludes, you are most cordially invited to visit our 3 noble houses. You shall forever remain an honored guest among our 3 great families." Haichi and Dingzwa stood by, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, had it not been for you, we would have perished a year ago." "Hey," Bai-Chen listened, a faint smile gracing his lips. "No problem at all. I shall certainly visit your home for a lengthy chat. As for the matter of saving lives, it is merely a fortuitous alignment, a gathering of companions from the same village, and thus it is my duty to partake without overthinking." The pig, deer, and butterfly truly embody their nature, displaying an inherent cleverness and an acute awareness of the times. They possess a remarkable ability to gauge the situation. It is no wonder that the Nara clan has remained unshaken while other ninja clans gradually declined over time. There is profound wisdom behind this. Upon hearing Hakushin's response, Shikaku and his 2 companions exchanged knowing smiles. With a wave, they bid him farewell once more. "Well then, we shall take our leave." They all departed from the handsome tent, leaving behind Bai-Chen, Kakashi, and Shuamao. "Speak," Bai-Chen inquired. "What brings you to seek me? Has something occurred in the village?" Shirakumo watched the 2 with amusement and said, "Not at all." Bai-Chen and Kakashi shook their heads in unison. Bai-Chen eagerly interjected. "Kakashi mentioned it's been ages since he last saw you, sensei. He missed you dearly, so he specially begged me to bring him along. How could I possibly refuse such a heartfelt request? Only he can satisfy this small request. How frustrating." As he spoke, Bai-Chen spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, wearing an expression of utter resignation. "You are talking nonsense." Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle wryly beside them. "It was you who mentioned missing our teacher after not seeing him for so long and wanted to visit. How can you falsely accuse someone like this?" Bai-Chen glanced at Kakashi and remarked, "Have you ever inquired whether you wish to meet your father? And did you express any desire to do so?" Kakashi replied with a sullen expression, "Indeed." Bai-Chen shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Isn't that settled then?" Kakashi stared at Bai-Chen with a look of exasperation, questioning the amusement in such exchanges. "Huh,